Chapter 1 Rebirth. Rebirth. What on earth are you causing a fuss about? I admit my fault in missing Mingshuan's first birthday celebration, but I've already explained my circumstances. The tall and slender man, with clear brows and a composed demeanor, spoke in a deep voice, his tranquil eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and impatience. Seated on the bed opposite him was a woman adorned in a resplendent red garment, her delicate features framed by elegantly styled hair, intricately arranged with opulent hairpins. Her slender figure trembled slightly, akin to a fragile flower swaying in the wind. With her long, fair fingers gripping a handkerchief embroidered with gardenias, she raised her gaze, revealing glistening tears in her sorrowful eyes, which soon cascaded down her cheeks. Your Highness, you truly are quite busy. Missing a mere hour of Mingshuan's birth, and now another hour of his birthday celebration. Is it truly so difficult for you to spare a moment? Shuyi gazed at the man whose unwavering eyes betrayed his annoyance, yet held her gaze firmly. Her lips trembled slightly, and after a brief pause, she lowered her head. The sorrowful glimmer in her eyes morphed into shock and despair, her hand tightening around the handkerchief, veins bulging. Before she could gather her thoughts, Hengyue exhaled deeply. You are currently in a fit of anger. I shall refrain from saying more. He then turned to leave. Watching the fluttering hem of his robe disappear, Shuyi suppressed the remaining anger and fear within her. With tear-streaked cheeks, she lifted her gaze to survey the familiar yet foreign chamber. The dressing mirror had long been shattered, the bed curtains discarded, while the screen brought from her family still stood, its edges marred only by Mingshuan's playful knife. Scratches. The gauze at the window was meant for spring, yet she had given birth in winter. Gazing at her familiar attire and the words that had just echoed in her ears, she came to a profound realization. She was dead. She had perished 5 years into her marriage with Hengyue on the very day of her difficult labor. The heart-wrenching cries of her eldest son echoed in her mind, as if she could hear him weeping outside the delivery room. The sounds of cicadas outside, the gentle spring breeze rustling the foliage, and the cacophony of anguished voices in her mind left her momentarily disoriented regarding her present reality. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like piercing winter rain. The embroidered handkerchief pressed her chest, her breath quickening. Your Highness, are you all right? Quick, someone come. The noble lady has fainted. Summon a physician. Shuyi felt herself transported back to that fateful day. Your Highness, news has just arrived that the noble has voluntarily taken command to go into battle. While instructing Song Mingxian in his studies, Shuyi sprang to her feet in alarm, her loose garments unable to conceal her prominent belly. How could this be? Just days ago, my father petitioned the emperor the noble would not be dispatched in the near future. Her maid, Guyu, observed her distressed mistress with a mixture of indignation and sympathy, biting her lip before speaking. This morning, it was reported during court that the Shirong forces have invaded our borders, and Lord Rongyang is besieged in Shiyuan City, as by Lu, another maid tidying up the papers. Overheard. She could not help but speak candidly. It is not the heir's place to be dispatched. The emperor's words are golden, and there are numerous generals within the court. How could the heir be sent out? Guyu glanced at the pale-faced Shuyi and hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Your Grace, please do not overthink this. Guyu was acutely aware of the inadequacy of her reassurance and shot an admonishing glare at Bai Lu, who had spoken out. Who among them did not comprehend this logic? Yet, it was the heir who had voluntarily requested to take on this mission. When their young master was born, the heir had been absent, and subsequently, both the prince and princess had vowed that this time, the heir would remain by the side of the heir's wife. This had been personally requested by Prince Qing to the emperor, and now, as the heir's wife was nearing her time, the heir had taken the initiative to volunteer. This was troubling enough, but the mention of Lord Rongyang only deepened Shuyi's despair. Upon hearing the words voluntarily and Lord Rongyang, her heart plummeted into an icy abyss. Supported by Guyu and by Lu, she gazed at the swirling white snow outside, her voice hoarse. Let us go. She was determined to witness the heartlessness of this man. Lord Rongyang and his wife, who, in the capital, was unaware of the entangled fates among the three of them. They had all studied together at the same academy. 2 men deeply infatuated with 1 woman. Ultimately, unable to withstand the weight of familial duty and imperial decree, Prince Qing's heir withdrew. The other 2 became a loving couple, dispatched to the border, while Prince Qing's heir, Song Hengyue, was granted marriage to the legitimate daughter of Duke Huayin, Shuyi. These past events were undoubtedly thorns embedded in Shuyi's heart. For 5 years of marriage, Shuyi had been the one pursuing Song Hengyue. Throughout these years, they had refrained from discussing love, yet their relationship remained one of mutual respect. Although Song Hengyue held no affection for Shuyi, he exhibited a sense of responsibility toward his wife, yet it seemed to extend only to that. At the entrance of the Prince Qing's residence, Shuyi emerged with her eldest son, Mingxian, only to catch sight of the tall figure on horseback. Even her usually calm demeanor could not suppress the sorrow and resentment swelling within her heart. Had he not promised? Why did he now appear so indifferent upon hearing of that man's peril? Were they not meant to be a devoted couple? Why could he not forget the past? Did the entire court believe that only Song Hengyue could resolve the crisis in Shiyuan? Heir. Her heart was laden with grief and indignation, yet all that escaped her lips was this single phrase, as she watched the soldiers clad in armor surrounding them and the heroic figure atop the steed that it seemed that any attempt to protest would render her as nothing but a foolish woman. Yet, he had indeed made a promise. "Father, where are you going?" "Mingxian wants to go too," cried the young boy, tugging at Shuyi's hand. Song Hengyue glanced back slightly, narrowing his eyes. "Father, where are you going?" Mingxian broke free and began to run after him. The imposing cavalry remained steadfast, following military orders without a hint of movement, rendering Shuyi unable to advance. Before Mingxian could take a few more steps, the procession began to move, startling him into tears. "Father, where are you going?" "Did we not agree you would play with Mother, Mingxian, and the younger siblings today?" Shuyi hurriedly took her son's hand, but the dust kicked up by the galloping horses obscured her vision, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The figure faded amidst tears and ashes, yet Shuyi understood that he had never looked back. Grasping Mingxuan's small hand and hearing his cries, Shuyi felt an excruciating pain pierce through her heart. Was it true that neither she nor her son could compel him to linger for even a moment? Had the years spent as husband and wife not earned her even a single word from him? The pain was unbearable, relentless. "The young lady is bleeding. Hurry, hurry. Mother, mother, please be all right. Mingxian will be good. The young lady is losing a lot of blood quickly. Please. Mother." Shuyi felt herself struggling in a nightmarish haze, tormented by thoughts of Mingxian and the unborn child. If given another chance, she would surely gather her heart, vowing never to allow herself and her children to fall into such despair again. Chapter 2. The past is best left unspoken. Only forward shall we go. Observing the weeping Shuyi, who lay in a troubled slumber, the esteemed princess of Qing furrowed her brow and turned to her attendant. "Where has that ungrateful son gone?" "Your Highness, the young master has gone to Yamen," replied the maid. With a disdainful huff, the princess remarked, "What a fine husband he is. I warned him against having children. What good has come of it? He has only sullied my reputation." The innocent young princess, Song Lingxi, helplessly touched her nose and murmured, "Mother, please lower your voice so that sister-in-law may rest." She sighed silently, observing her mother's lingering ire and her sister-in-law's troubled state. Her brother, too, had missed the auspicious occasion of his son's first birthday celebration, causing his wife distress, and yet remained unfazed at the yamen. Truly, how oblivious he was. "Mother, let us go see Mingxian. I believe I heard him crying." It would be better to divert their attention than to let her mother's anger fester. After all, it was of little consequence to be angry with her brother. It would not do to upset her own health, especially since she had indeed heard the cries of the child. Shortly after the mother and daughter departed, Shuyi awoke. Her eyes were swollen, and her mind was clouded. The unchanged surroundings confirmed her suspicion. She had indeed been reborn, transported back to the day of her eldest son Mingxuan's first birthday. For others, this might be a cause for joy, but for Shuyi, it was an entirely different matter. Her child was already a year old, and this marriage was bestowed by the emperor, intertwined with political considerations, making separation impossible. What purpose did her return serve? Her last memory was of a difficult labor, yet the outcome remained unknown, as did the fate of her child. With a heart heavy with sorrow, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at her insides, she lamented, "My child, young mistress, you are awake." The voices of the Princess of Qing and Princess Song Lingxi, cradling little Song Mingxian, filled the room as they hurried in. "Good child, you are finally awake." As she beheld Mingxian rushing toward her, warmth surged within Shuyi. There were indeed blessings to be found. At least Mingxian was still here. Supported by Guyu, she sat up and took Mingxian into her arms, her voice hoarse. "Mother, I am grateful for your concern for your daughter-in-law, and thank you, dear sister, for caring for Mingxian." The Princess of Qing patted her hand, saying, "Child, why must you distress yourself so? That ungrateful son will be dealt with by his mother." Despite the multitude of thoughts in her mind, Shuyi smiled at her mother-in-law's words, refraining from correcting her about not having fainted. "Mother, it is my misunderstanding. I have made you worry unnecessarily." Shuyi spoke sincerely. In the Qing prince's residence, aside from her husband Song Hengyue, his lukewarm demeanor, her father-in-law, the Prince of Qing, her mother-in-law, and sister-in-law Song Lingxi treated her with kindness, especially her mother-in-law, who had been exceptionally good to her. Their years together had forged a bond akin to that of a mother and daughter. Upon entering the household, the Princess of Qing had entrusted her with all matters, allowing her to take charge, and had never once made things difficult for her. One might say that, apart from Song Hengyue, Shuyi's married life is devoid of any significant discontent. After conversing with Shuyi for a while, the Princess of Qing left with a smile. Glancing at the clinging Mingxian, Shuyi embraced her son, planting gentle kisses upon his soft cheeks. "Mingxian, mother has only you now." For the sake of her child, she resolved to lead a fulfilling life. In the past, she harbored romantic fantasies about Song Hengyue, reminiscing about his premarital promises of unwavering loyalty and the tranquil days they might have shared. Though such thoughts still stirred a tinge of bitterness within her. Life must go on. It was time for her to reclaim her heart from its untimely distractions. They were husband and wife, yet not in the truest sense of the terms. They were the heir of the Qing kingdom and his consort. Guyu approached with a bowl of medicine, announcing, "Your Highness, it is time for you to take your medicine." Shuyi accepted it, downing it in one gulp, and upon seeing the candied fruit presented before her, she shook her head. "No more. One must endure hardship to gain wisdom." Bailu took Mingxian into her arms and gently reminded her, "Your Highness, you have just awoken. You should rest a bit longer." Dongji entered with a basin of warm water, grumbling under her breath about the heir's busyness, suggesting that he was merely dismissing them. Guyu cast her a glance, prompting Dongji to fall silent immediately. Shuyi wiped her face, a sardonic smile curling at her lips. What did this signify? She vaguely recalled that in her previous life, after a quarrel, Song Hengyue had returned to the office and did not come home that night. However, it was more accurate to say that the discord was one-sided. Song Hengyue was indifferent and impatient, too weary to engage in any disputes with her. He merely perceived her as being unreasonable, believing her mindset lacked tranquility. "Ah, Mangzhong, today is Mingxuan's first birthday celebration. A considerable number of guests have arrived, and numerous gifts have been bestowed. Please ensure everything is organized meticulously and have a copy of the guest list prepared for our records." Mingxian, being merely the young master of the Qing prince's residence, was afforded such treatment solely due to the enduring stature of the Qing prince and the commendable achievements of both him and Song Hengyue. Even the emperor and empress from the palace had graciously sent gifts. Mangzhong promptly nodded, assuring her, "Your Highness, rest assured, I shall arrange everything perfectly." Shuyi nodded. Using a handkerchief to wipe away the drool left by Mingxian, her smile gradually blossoming. Mangzhong stepped forward to take the handkerchief, hesitating before speaking up. "Your Highness, today we received congratulatory gift from the Duke of Rongyang's estate, which are notably more generous than usual." Observing the anxious expressions of the maids around her, Shuyi sighed and shook her head. "Do not worry, I have come to terms with it. What more could she possibly hold against?" After all, her thoughts and sorrows had never truly occupied Song Hengyue's mind, had they? Regarding the Duke of Rongyang, Chen Xiuqi, and his wife, Wan Baru, even expressing her concerns would have been perceived by Song Hengyue as petty. His feelings toward her were bound by duty, devoid of any emotional connection. She had repeatedly reminded herself not to dwell on such matters. After all, they were all married now. Yet at times, Song Hengyue's actions indeed led to misunderstandings. To express her concerns would only serve to highlight her own insecurities, while remaining silent left her feeling stifled. Shuyi, upon reflection, realized that her previous infatuation with Song Hengyue was misguided, as she failed to recognize her own position. Observing how well Song Hengyue conducted himself, she felt a sense of clarity. Guyu noticed that her mistress appeared composed, unlike the feigned calmness she exhibited when discussing Lord Rongyang and his wife in the past. It seemed she had truly come to terms with her feelings. She exchanged glances with Mangzhong, Bailu, and Dongji, all of whom sighed in relief. Since the young lady had just awakened, they were concerned that she might harbor resentment and inadvertently harm herself. Seeing their expressions, Shuyi added that this matter should also be conveyed to the young lord so that he remains informed. After all, the couple of Lord Rongyang were close friends of Song Hengyue, and it was ultimately his responsibility to prioritize them. She would refrain from intervening. Henceforth, her focus should be on herself and her child. For Song Hengyue, the esteemed heir of the king of Qing, certainly did not require her worries. Chapter 3. The heir of discontent. Shuyi observed Mingxian, who was already drifting into slumber, and decided to let him rest there for the night. The day's events had left her weary in both spirit and body, with the only solace found in the child nestled in her embrace. Guyu and the others were undisturbed, while the heir seemed to have slipped from everyone's thoughts. In the royal office, Song Hengyue rubbed his forehead and inquired, "Is the heir's consort awake?" His attendant, Feng Lei, promptly nodded in affirmation. The news from the residence indicates that she has indeed awakened. Song Hengyue slightly lifted his gaze, seeing the heir exhale with relief before closing his eyes once more. After a moment of contemplation, Song Hengyue continued, "Today was indeed hectic, and I have inadvertently slighted Mingxian. Tomorrow, select a few fine items from my treasury to present to him." Feng Lei nodded eagerly, awaiting further instructions. After a brief pause, Song Hengyue added, "Send Yun Dian to the treasure pavilion to choose a set of adornments for the heir's consort." Once Feng Lei acknowledged this request, Song Hengyue rose and made his way outside, maintaining an air of composure, seemingly unconcerned about his wife's well-being. Upon returning to the Prince Qing's residence, he encountered the brightly lit figure of Ma Nao. Without breaking stride, he approached and asked, "Did the Empress Mother summon me for something?" Ma Nao bowed respectfully, replying, "Your Highness, the Princess Consort requests your presence in the main courtyard." Song Hengyue nodded and proceeded in that direction, already anticipating a lengthy admonition from his mother. As expected, upon entering, the Princess Consort hurled a cup at him. Unfazed, he watched it shatter at his feet. With a calm demeanor, he addressed her, "Mother, please calm your temper." The Princess Consort, exasperated by his indifference, struggled to maintain her composure. "Calm? The one who should be calm is not me, but Shuyi. Look at you. What have you become? Shuyi is your consort, your wife, and Mingxian is your son. You have fainted your own wife and neglected your son." Song Henyue's brow furrowed slightly, fatigue flickering in his inky black eyes. "Mother, I was detained by urgent matters today. It was not my intention to slight Mingxian." The princess consort snorted derisively. "You ought to explain this to Shuyi. What good would that do? Is it she who has fainted?" He had already relayed his explanations to her. Observing his placid demeanor, the princess consort raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you still resent Shuyi for not understanding your predicament? Today is Mingxuan's first birthday celebration, given your status. You could have requested leave from the higher-ups yesterday. Yet you did not, and instead went to work early this morning, thereby missing the occasion." The princess consort's heart ached, stirring up unpleasant memories. "Enough, enough. It is my failure as a mother to have not raised you properly. You may leave." She lowered her head, turning her face away. After a moment of silence, Song Hengyue spoke again. "I acknowledge my mistakes and shall make amends to the heir's consort and Mingxian." As the princess consort of the Qing kingdom quietly closed her eyes, Song Hengyue straightened his posture and stepped outside. Upon reaching the doorway, he caught a low murmur from the princess consort. "I hope you truly understand." Feng Lei and Yun Dian, who had been waiting outside, hurried to greet him upon his emergence. "Young master, the hour grows late. What do you wish to do?" Song Hengyue cast a somber glance back at the brightly lit main courtyard. To Mingwei residence, he declared. Feng Lei exhaled with relief, realizing that the young mistress and the young master must be awaiting his return. The discord between the two masters had left the servants in a state of trepidation. Dongji gently closed the door behind her and exchanged a glance with Guyu before speaking softly. The young mistress and the young master are already fast asleep. Shuyi has always preferred solitude during the night, allowing us maids to rest once the masters are at ease. Guyu turned to glance at the empty door, a flicker of concern crossing her features. Let us secure the courtyard gate, she suggested. Shuyi had instructed them to close the door before bedtime, but Guyu hesitated, thinking that the young master might arrive. However, as time passed without his appearance, she grew increasingly anxious that no one had checked on the young mistress. After a moment of silence, Dongji stepped forward, ready to close the gate. Just as she was about to do so, 3 figures emerged from the corridor. Instinctively, Dongji halted, and Guyu approached as well. Song Hengyue regarded the half-closed gate and the 2 maids standing beside it. His eyes narrowed slightly, prompting Feng Lei and Yun Dian to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. We have seen the young master, Dongji and Guyu curtsied respectfully, peering through the gate. Song Hengyue observed the extinguished candles in the main residence, his gaze darkening. How is the young mistress? He inquired. Dongji lowered her eyes and replied, Young master. The young mistress has awakened, but is fatigued in both body and spirit. She has since taken a rest. Upon hearing this, Song Hengyue bypassed the gate and the 2 maids, continuing his questioning as he walked. What did the physician say? Guyu interjected. The physician stated that the young mistress has been overworked and has experienced significant emotional turmoil. She requires a period of recuperation, she explained. The man, standing like a steadfast pine, halted, his dark eyes dimming, and his tone softened from its previous sternness. Then let her rest well. Have Yun Dian bring 2 ginseng plants tomorrow. What Mingxian? Dongji and Guyu felt the chill in the air dissipate somewhat. The young master is resting alongside the young mistress. Song Hengyue gazed at the tightly closed door, remaining silent for a moment before finally turning to leave, uttering, I shall return to see them tomorrow. Feng Lei and Yun Dian followed closely behind, aware of the young master's troubled demeanor. In times past, whenever he visited Mingwei residence, a lamp would always await him, unlike today where he had been turned away at the threshold. Upon reaching his study, he silently washed up, and, after a brief pause, he spoke again. Feng Lei, shortly, go to the storeroom and retrieve the items designated for Mingxian. I recall that there's a small bow in the storeroom. A gift from my father. Please retrieve it and send it to Mingxian. Feng Lei promptly agreed, thinking that the heir still cherishes the young prince. That bow was crafted by King Qing himself and presented to the heir. He remembered how, in his childhood, the heir would carry that bow every day. And even after he no longer used it, he kept it meticulously in the storeroom, occasionally taking it out for maintenance. Song Hengyue lay alone in bed, tossing and turning for quite some time, before finally uttering a remark. His temper had indeed grown somewhat volatile. The following morning, Shuyi was awakened by the already alert Mingxian. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of his son's face, which inexplicably lifted his spirits. Mingxian, have you awakened so early? Mingxian responded with a series of sounds, though it was unclear whether he understood. Chapter 4. Apology upon hearing a voice, Bai Lu inquired. Your Grace, I have entered. Yes, good, came the response from Shunshu. Bai Lu hurriedly carried the still warm water into the room. As she attended to Shun Shu, Yi, and Ming Xian as they rose, Mang Zhong also entered and opened the wardrobe. Your Grace, what shall you wear today? Shin Shu Yi turned her gaze toward the vibrant array of garments, and as the weather had grown warmer, she requested a delicate green gauze dress, beneath which she wished to don a moon-white skirt embroidered with colorful butterflies. Mang Zhong promptly closed one wardrobe door and opened the other, skillfully retrieving the attire Shin Shu Yi had mentioned. She also took out a white shawl. Dressed elegantly, Shin Shu Yi sat before the dressing mirror, with Ming Xian in her arms, playfully tugging at her hair. Mang Zhong adeptly fashioned a heart-shaped bun, adorning it with a butterfly-shaped pearl hairpin and other exquisite embellishments. Soon, Shen Shuyi's hair was adorned with vibrant jewels, exuding a soft yet radiant charm, her countenance serene, her features akin to a painted portrait. Bai Lu took hold of Ming Xian's hand, who was attempting to pull Shen Shuyi's hair, remarking, "Your grace is truly beautiful." Meng Zhou nodded, assisting Shen Shuyi to her feet. "Your grace, the young master visited last night. Upon seeing that you and the young master had already retired, he proceeded to the front courtyard." Shen Shuyi's eyelids fluttered, and the smile upon her face waned slightly. It was not that she cared whether Song Hengyue had not stayed the night. In truth, she wished to avoid encountering that man. However, in her consciousness, only 2 days had passed since her arduous labor. She found it exceedingly difficult to withdraw her heart from that moment. She had vowed to disregard her feelings for Song Hengyue, yet she remained concerned about her own situation and the well-being of her child. The thought of a child she had yet to meet filled her with sorrow, the gender unknown to her. Noticing Shen Shuyi's distress, Meng Zhong quickly spoke. Early this morning, Feng Lei sent over numerous items, including a small bow, which he said was for the young master. Shen Shuyi inhaled deeply, gathering her somber emotions. Indeed, hearing Ming Xian's delighted exclamations, Shen Shuyi stepped outside. Her gaze was solely fixed on Ming Xian, who was grinning foolishly while drooling over the bow, indifferent to the heap of items nearby. Among those items, only the bow held any significance. In her previous life, a commotion had ensued during Ming Xian's first birthday celebration. And the following day, Song Hengyue had sent these items. Shen Shuyi's anger had dissipated considerably upon learning that the bow had been crafted by the Prince of Qing himself and given to Song Hengyue, who then presented it to Ming Xian. The other items were undoubtedly procured by Feng Lei from the storeroom. "Let's go. Today we shall pay our respects to Mother Empress." Upon arriving at the main courtyard, Shen Lingxi had just arrived as well. "Sister-in-law, you have come. Are you feeling any better?" Shen Shuyi smiled gently, her tone warm. "I am much improved. I owe thanks to my sister for caring for Ming Xian yesterday." Song Lingxi repeatedly waved her hands, insisting, "It's nothing. I can see that your complexion is still a bit pale. I have some health remedies that I can send over to you shortly." As the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, they entered the main hall. The Princess of Qing was already seated at the head, awaiting them. "Greetings, mother," the daughter-in-law said. "I trust you rested well last night?" The Princess of Qing glanced at Shen Shuyi's complexion and quickly responded, "I am perfectly well, but you, having fainted just yesterday, ought to take care of yourself and not overexert." Shen Shuyi smiled lightly. "I assure you, I am in good health. Moreover, Ming Xian has been longing to see you, and I have brought him to pay his respects." The Princess of Qing smile deepened as she took Ming Xian into her arms, playfully teasing him. "You are simply too considerate." Song Lingxi approached the Princess of Qing and picked up the bow that Ming Xian was holding. "Isn't this your brother's bow?" Shen Shuyi nodded. "The heir brought it early this morning, saying it was a gift from Ming Xian." Upon hearing this, the Princess of Qing inquired, "Is this the only gift?" Shen Shuyi replied, "Not at all. There are other items as well, but I did not inspect them." The Princess of Qing raised an eyebrow and nodded. "That is acceptable. If it were only this bow, it would hardly be of great value." Shen Shuyi smiled but chose not to respond, while Song Lingxi stifled a laugh. "Mother, this bow was crafted by father himself." The Princess of Qing rolled her eyes but refrained from further disparagement, as she had never looked favorably upon the Prince of Qing. Shen Shuyi had witnessed the Prince of Qing being thoroughly chastised by the princess, rendered speechless. "Shuyi, tomorrow I shall go to pay homage. You ought to accompany me." "Very well, mother. I shall prepare my things when we return." "Will Lingxi join us?" Song Lingxi shook her head. "I will not attend. You will be away for 4 or 5 days, and I cannot bear it." The Princess of Qing nodded at Song Lingxi. "If you choose not to go, that is fine. I cannot keep an eye on your mischievous spirit. Bring Ming Xian along as well." Shen Shuyi had no objection. She felt unsettled during this period and feared that prolonged interaction with Song Hengyue might lead her to act rashly. A pilgrimage to pay homage would be beneficial, allowing her to quell her restless emotions. Surely, this was the Princess of Qing's intention in inviting her, considering the ongoing tension with Song Hengyue. The princess had always disapproved of his demeanor, feeling guilty towards Shen Shuyi but unable to counter Song Hengyue's influence. Ultimately, She hoped Shuyi would come to terms with her situation, recognizing that a man's importance can be both significant and insignificant depending on the context. In the afternoon, when Hengyue returned home, he noticed a stack of booklets laid out on the table. "Yunjian, what is this?" Yunjian replied, "These are the gifts the heir's wife had sent over," cataloging what the young master received. Hengyue maintained a neutral expression as he flipped through the pages, his gaze darkening upon reaching the section on the Duke of Rongyang. It seems her temper is indeed formidable. Hengyue was perplexed by his wife's concerns. He and Chen Xiuqi were friends, and their families had dealings. It was only natural for additional gifts to be exchanged. The events of the past have long since faded, and Chen Xiuqi is now wed to Wan Baoru. He has indeed married her, yet Shen Shuyi remains etched in his heart. He believes he has fulfilled his obligations to Shen Shuyi, bestowing upon her the respect due to a wife. Upon hearing these words from the heir, Yun Dian observed with a composed demeanor. The heir's wife was not someone he could interject upon. Hengyue rubbed his forehead, inquiring whether the adornments he had requested for the heir's wife had been prepared. Yun Dian affirmed, presenting a box for the heir's inspection. With a cursory glance, Hengyue closed the lid. "Let us proceed to Mingyue residence." Upon his arrival, he found Shen Shuyi engaged in playful antics with a child. She regarded him with an expression of indifference, merely acknowledging his presence with the words, "The heir has arrived." At her address, Hengyue raised an eyebrow, taking the box from Yun Dian and offering it to her with a more pronounced tone. "Esteemed heir's wife, this is a token of my apology." Shen Shuyi did not raise her gaze, simply responding, "Thank you, heir." Chapter 5. A sense of alienation upon witnessing the scene. Guyu promptly took the box back. As Ming Xian extended his hand towards him, a subtle smile graced Hengyue's face. "Ming Xian, come to daddy." Observing the outstretched hands before him, Shen Shuyi cast a glance at him and handed Ming Xian over. Hengyue received the child and subsequently seated himself beside Shen Shuyi. The normally detached expression on his face softened with a hint of tenderness. "Ming Xian, do you like the bow I gifted you?" Shen Shuyi glanced at the point where their sleeves brushed against each other, instinctively shifting to the side, her gentle smile growing somewhat colder. Noticing her movement, Hengyue turned his head abruptly, his eyes narrowing slightly, the smile that had just formed fading away. A sudden heaviness settled in his heart. Shen Shuyi, too, lowered her gaze, slowly suppressing the sorrow that had begun to surface. It was as if a dark cloud had abruptly drifted in, eclipsing the once bright sky and engendering an inexplicable sense of oppression. Hengyue's gaze shifted to the neatly placed jewelry box, his lips twitching a few times before he spoke. "Do you not like the headpiece?" Shen Shuyi regained her focus, inhaling deeply, and looked up at the face she had once adored so fervently, her expression indecipherable. "I have yet to see it, so it's difficult to say whether I like it or not." Had it been her former self, she would have eagerly opened the box, caressing each piece of jewelry and expressing her delight. Observing her unusual demeanor, Hengyue unconsciously tightened his grip around Ming Xian. "Why are you still upset? I have already explained myself, yet you persist in your discontent." Since yesterday, he felt as though he had been incessantly blamed, unable to fathom what there was to be offended by. He had faced reproach from his mother and had been left outside by Shen Shuyi. Nevertheless, he had shown goodwill by presenting gifts to both Ming Xian and Shen Shuyi. Sensing his gradually darkening mood, Shen Shuyi steeled herself and spoke. "The Empress Mother will be going to the temple for quietude tomorrow, and both Ming Xian and I will accompany her." She truly did not wish to share the same space with him. "Yes, I will arrange for the guards," Hengyue replied after a moment of silence. He ruffled his son's hair, admiring the small face that bore the merits of both himself and Shen Shuyi, and added, "The matter from yesterday remains unresolved. I must leave the city tomorrow and will not have the time to escort you and the Empress Mother. I will have Yundian accompany you." Shen Shuyi nodded indifferently, indicating her understanding. She was not oblivious to the implications within Hengyue's words. However, she could no longer summon the energy to ponder his intentions. They were not a couple bound by resentment, yet neither were they a pair of kindred spirits. Shen Shuyi no longer wished to invest herself completely, only to find joy in the smallest of returns. One cannot truly compare lives. In their circles, many couples maintained a respectful distance, and outsiders often remarked that the mistresses of the Qing Wang residence were fortunate to have devoted husbands. Yet, who could truly comprehend the intricacies within? Whenever Shuyi thought of Song Hengyue, she could only envision the resolute figure obscured by wind, snow, and dust. Guyu and Dong Ji observed the two silent masters, their hearts involuntarily sighing. The consort is wholeheartedly devoted to the heir, yet it seems the heir is content merely to maintain their marital affection, unwilling to extend beyond that. Song Hengyue waited patiently, but Shuyi remained silent, which irked him. Despite his cold demeanor, he possessed his own pride. He believed he had done enough over the past few days. Yet, Shuyi did not take the hint. Lowering her voice, she began to express her thoughts, but faltered. Well aware of his insinuations, she closed her eyes, feeling a dull ache in her heart. Behold, this is Song Hengyue's consistent attitude towards her. If he could voice his feelings, perhaps a quarrel would be beneficial. However, he always restrained himself, never articulating his thoughts, as if preserving her dignity as his wife. Upon reflection, however, this only served to create distance between them. Shuyi lifted her gaze once more, a trace of irony in her expression. What was the heir trying to convey? I fail to comprehend. Song Hengyue scoffed, remarking on how the consort exemplified the grace and decorum of a noble lady. Ignoring the underlying sarcasm, Shuyi maintained her smile, thanking him for the praise. Once again, they parted on unfriendly terms. Song Hengyue felt that Shuyi was not acquiescing, while Shuyi was exhausted and no longer wished to engage. After all, even their arguments felt like a solo performance, rendering her somewhat cheap. At Wanfo Temple, Mangzhong inquired about their monetary provisions. Among her 4 maidservants, Guyu managed the household affairs in coordination with others for Shuyi, while Mangzhong oversaw her finances and dowry. Bailu, skilled in crafts, was in charge of her clothing and jewelry, and Dongji, an adept cook with some medical knowledge, managed the small kitchen. Mangzhong calculated aloud. We brought 1,000 taels in silver notes, along with 50 taels in loose silver. Shuyi, seated at her writing desk, continued her scripture copying without pause. Let the entire 1,000 taels be used as offerings, she decided. She had been at Wanfo Temple for 5 days, and, amidst the morning bells and evening drums, and the gentle sounds of Buddhist chants, she finally found solace from her sorrow and clarity regarding past confusions. Spiritual devotion is essential, yet financial resources are equally vital. She expressed gratitude to the myriad deities for granting her a second chance. While past grievances linger, they should not bind her. Mangzhong was momentarily taken aback, but complied. Shuyi's marriage to Song Hengyue held political significance. Thus she received considerable rewards. Her father, the illustrious Huayin Marquis, was a renowned general, and her mother hailed from a prominent family, resulting in a substantial dowry. The combined wealth in gold and silver alone amounted to 100,000 taels. Not to mention the land, shops, estates, and jewelry. One could assert that even without relying on Song Hengyue, she could lead a comfortable life. After all, the wealth bestowed by her maternal family ensured her lifelong security, with provisions sufficient to last her until death, independent of the crown prince's household. Completing her scroll of scriptures, Shuyi rubbed her wrist, washed her hands, and proceeded to the adjacent Zen courtyard. Upon observing the princess of celebration still engrossed in her recitations, Shuyi quietly approached to accompany her. After a stick of incense had burned, Shuyi aided the princess to her feet. The princess gently patted her hand and said, "Shuyi, I have always felt a sense of guilt towards you." Shuyi promptly shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. She understood the princess's emotional turmoil. "How could that be, mother? Please do not dwell on such thoughts. I am well now. Marrying anyone is still marrying. Although Song Hengyue may not offer her tender care, and the two are unable to connect on a deeper level, is marrying another truly better?" The founding empress, a valiant heroine who fought alongside the emperor to establish the nation, signifies that the constraints on women have indeed eased compared to earlier dynasties. Yet, men with multiple wives and concubines are still prevalent. Chapter 6. Take good care of yourself. The princess of Qing observed the Buddhist statue before her and bowed once more. Then she turned away. It was I who first laid eyes upon you. I still recall the moment we met. You were unlike anyone else, poised and dignified yet not rigid. Your demeanor was gentle, yet an innate resilience shone through your exterior. Although I cherished the thought of you as my daughter-in-law, I refrained from voicing it, for I was well aware of the nature of my son. Who could have anticipated that a final imperial decree would grant us this fateful connection? The princess of Qing moved with a graceful slowness, her tone steady. Shuyi, do take good care of yourself. Shuyi nodded. Mother, I understand everything. How could Shuyi not comprehend the sentiments of the princess? Even before her marriage into the Qing royal household, the princess had shown her extraordinary warmth. After entering the household, the princess continued to care for Shuyi in myriad ways. In her heart, the princess truly felt like a second mother to her. Initially, when Shuyi expressed her affection for Song Hengyue, the princess, though silent, had secretly supported her endeavors on numerous occasions. During those 5 years of marriage in her past life, the princess had subtly suggested that loving oneself was sufficient. Shuyi sighed. Perhaps the princess truly understood her son, recognizing how difficult it was to touch Song Hengyue's heart. Mother, others may wish to be your daughter-in-law, but lack such fortune. I am fortunate to have your protection and fondness. Who would not envy me? Seeing Shuyi able to jest brought a sense of relief to the princess. Tomorrow you shall return. Make sure to pack your belongings. There is no need to linger here. Shuyi acquiesced. Your daughter-in-law understands. The following morning, Shuyi accompanied Mingxian to partake in breakfast with the princess of Qing before embarking on their journey home. Wanfo Temple lay on the outskirts of the capital, and the return journey would take merely an hour. Just as they exited the temple gates, Shuyi spotted a figure on horseback beside a carriage. Song Hengyue, clad in a dark blue silk robe, approached them, illuminated by the rising sun. Upon seeing the princess and Shuyi, he dismounted and walked towards them. Mother, the princess of Qing nodded in acknowledgement. You are quite thoughtful. Song Hengyue stepped aside, observing Shuyi as she assisted the princess, then turned to embrace Mingxian. He had never subscribed to the notion of favoring grandchildren over one's own children. In his youth, he often perched upon his father's shoulders, nestled in his embrace. As a father himself, he mirrored that affection. Yet, gazing at the gentle Shuyi before him, he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity in her demeanor, a smile that was warm yet seemed to carry an unspoken distance. After assisting the princess into the carriage, Shuyi returned to her own. As she drew back the curtain, she found Song Hengyue and the cherubic Mingxian gazing at her, the child's plump, cheerful face eliciting an involuntary smile from her. Did you know Mother was coming? She asked, reaching out to caress Mingxian's face. You are such a good boy, she encouraged. Call for Mother. Mingxian merely gaped, drooling, without uttering a word. After a while, Shuyi belatedly noticed that Song Hengyue had been staring at her. Your Highness, is something the matter? Song Hengyue shook his head, indicating that all was well. The atmosphere fell into silence once more, with Song Hengyue furrowing his brow. Such a mood had rarely enveloped them before. Yet, he had experienced it several times recently. In the past, even when he had nothing to say, Shuyi would gently inform him of what had transpired, sharing tidbits about Mingxian or her mother's mood. But now, an unsettling quiet prevailed. Despite her resolve to remain silent, Shuyi focused solely on entertaining the child. They returned to the Prince of Qing's residence amid this peculiar atmosphere. Song Hengyue was the first to dismount the carriage, taking Mingxian into his arms. However, when he turned to assist Shuyi, he found she had already alighted on her own, gracefully making her way to the carriage of her mother-in-law. Mother, watch your step. The Princess of Qing supported her daughter-in-law as she descended, glancing up at the stone lions and plaque at the entrance. Hengyue, your father will be back in about a month. Do inquire about his arrival so it does not catch us off guard. Song Hengyue met the cool gaze of his mother, managing to respond, understood, mother. He had intended to clarify that it would not be a month, but rather just over 10 days. However, he thought better of it. The Princess of Qing, seeing him acquiesce, promptly urged him away. Aren't you most fond of your duties? Now that we have arrived, you should hurry to the yamen. With that, she turned with Shuyi and Mingxian, entering the main door. leaving Song Hengyue standing solitary at the entrance of the residence. Feng Lei quickly led the horses over. "Your Highness, shall we head to the yamen?" Song Hengyue sighed inwardly. "Yes, let us go." Upon returning to Mingyue courtyard, Shuyi had no time to rest, having been away for 4 or 5 days. A stack of matters awaited her personal attention. Once she had arranged everything, the sun had already begun its descent. Dongji massaged her stiff shoulders and neck. "Your Highness, shall I send for dinner?" Through the open window, Shuyi felt the dimming twilight. "Yes, please do. And what of Ming Xian?" As Dongji prepared the meal, she responded, "The young master has wore himself out playing and is still asleep." Shuyi nodded, exhaling deeply. "Has Ling Shi returned?" "The young princess has come back." After dining with the princess, she checked on the young master, but seeing him asleep and occupied, she did not disturb him. Shuyi glanced at the stack of account books on her desk, contemplating for a moment before speaking again. "Tomorrow, Ling, she will be going to the academy. She often complains about the food there. Please have the kitchen prepare some provisions for her to take at noon." Dongji took note and accompanied Shuyi to the dining table, helping her with the dishes. Just then, Song Hengyue entered, his gaze widening in surprise at the sight of Shuyi already dining. Shuyi, however, remained seated, politely inquiring, "Have you dined, Your Highness?" Song Hengyue suppressed the discomfort within, replying coldly, "Not yet." Upon hearing this, Dongji promptly instructed someone to bring forth the bowls and chopsticks. Shuyi remained silent, neither inviting Song Hengyue to take a seat nor pausing her own dinner, which she consumed with an air of natural grace. After washing his hands, Song Hengyue approached the table and surveyed the dishes before him, yet found himself at a loss as to where to place his chopsticks. Shuyi elegantly and swiftly finished her meal, dabbed her lips with a napkin, and, with a serene smile, inquired, "Is the young master lacking an appetite? Otherwise, why do you not begin to eat?" Faced with 6 dishes, each irrelevant to him, Song Hengyue cast a glance at Shuyi, his eyes deep as the sea. "No," he replied curtly. Shuyi naturally responded with an "oh." Eventually, Song Hengyue began to eat, though the exquisite glutinous rice in his jade bowl remained largely untouched. Chapter 7. Ignoring him, the maids deftly cleared the tableware. Observing Song Hengyue, whose lips resembled clamshells, Shuyi found herself lacking the desire to remain seated as 2 mute statues. "Your Highness, please take your time. I shall freshen up," she declared. Exhausted from a long day, all Shuyi wished for was to complete her bath and recline and rest. As she entered the bathroom without a backward glance, Song Hengyue, typically stoic, could not suppress a bemused smile. What was this? Was she truly ignoring him? Shuyi, unaware of the thoughts dancing in Song Hengyue's mind, sighed as she savored the soothing warmth of the water. After some time spent in the bath, she emerged to find Song Hengyue reclining on a chaise, engrossed in a scroll. Upon hearing her movements, he looked up to see Shuyi adorned with a gentle smile, radiating a subtle warmth. A hint of blush colored her porcelain visage, and the steam enveloping her created an alluring aura, as though one could glimpse the warmth within through her white robe. Upon noticing her return and the composed smile gracing her face, Song Hengyue lowered his gaze, feigning deep concentration on his book. Shuyi felt a twinge of surprise. While her actions today were merely an attempt to alter her own circumstances, she knew Song Hengyue was not the type to endure humiliation. She had assumed he had retreated to his quarters. "Why has your Highness not retired?" she inquired. Song Hengyue paused, his hand clutching the scroll, tightening slightly as he lifted his gaze. "I have yet to freshen up." Confounded and disinterested in deciphering his thoughts, she urged him to proceed with his own ablutions. After all, it was rare for Song Hengyue to freshen up in her quarters, even during their cohabitation. He would return to his own quarters for that purpose. In the early days of their marriage, Shuyi had felt a twinge of resentment over this habit. Yet now, she almost wished he would refrain from visiting her entirely. As Song Hengyue turned another page, his silence and inertia amused Shuyi. Did he expect her to attend to him? Throwing on a garment, she summoned Guyu. "Please inform Feng Lei to prepare water for His Highness." Mingyue residence lay in the rear courtyard. Feng Lei could enter, but was not permitted to roam freely. Thus he would need to return to the front courtyard for the water. Upon hearing Feng Lei's acknowledgement, Shuyi glanced back at Song Hengyue. Your Highness may proceed to freshen up. Song Hengyue's grip on the scroll tightened, revealing the faint outlines of veins on his long fingers. Before he placed the scroll back on the chaise and stood up. Without uttering a word, he departed. As he rose, Shuyi instinctively stepped forward to restore the scroll to its original position. The couple, moving in opposite directions, did not glance back at one another. After finishing his ablutions, Song Hengyue called for Feng Lei. Go check if the lights are out at Mingwei residence. Feng Lei returned swiftly, his expression troubled. Your Highness, the lights at the residence are extinguished and locked. Unable to contain a chuckle, Song Hengyue mused, Yin, has there been any unusual occurrence with the young lady at Wanfo Temple in recent days? Yin did not raise her head, and the young master did not experience anything unusual. The young mistress accompanied the princess in worshipping daily, and if one were to insist, it could be said that previously the young mistress merely accompanied the princess, whereas this time she engaged in the worship on her own accord, appearing more devout than even the princess of Qingwang. Moreover, she generously donated a full 1,000 taels for incense offerings. In this season devoid of festivities and events, particularly since the princess had already contributed 500 taels, it was customary for the young mistress to refrain from further donations. Song Hengyue couldn't help but tap the table repeatedly. She truly was generous. Do you think the young mistress is still angry? Feng Lei and Yin exchanged glances and lowered their heads. After a moment, Yin spoke. It should not be the case. Observing the young mistress, it did not seem as though she was still in a state of anger, yet her actions conveyed a semblance of lingering displeasure. It was difficult to articulate. During this pilgrimage to Wanfo Temple, Yin felt as if the young mistress had reached an epiphany. Feng Lei glanced up at the young master, obscured by the flickering candlelight, and thought that the young mistress ought to still be upset. Oh, Song Hengyue responded. What are your thoughts? In the past, whenever the young master gifted something to the young mistress, she would wear it the very next day. It had been several days now, yet she had not adorned herself with the headpiece. Feng Lei spoke with conviction. Yin remained silent, her head bowed. Upon hearing this, Song Hengyue's mood darkened further. Shuyi had rested well throughout the night, feeling rejuvenated, and it had been 5 or 6 days since she returned to her youthful self. Only from yesterday to today did she feel a genuine sense of relief. Mangzhong, prepare some gifts. I wish to return to the Huayin Marquis today. It was time for her to visit her mother. Her father was stationed at the border and would not be seen for some time. After dining with the princess of Qingwang and informing her of her intention to return, the princess nodded and prepared some gifts. Shuyi then embraced Ming Xian and boarded the carriage. The Qingwang residence was near the palace, while the Huayin Marquis lay a bit farther away. The carriage swayed gently as it traversed several streets. Upon her arrival, a young woman was already waiting at the entrance of the Huayin Marquis. Spotting Shuyi's head emerging from the carriage, she hurriedly approached. Little sister, it has been quite some time since we last met. You look even more radiant. In response to her sister-in-law's playful teasing, Shuyi smiled sincerely. It is you who shines brighter. You have become more beautiful with each passing day over the past 6 months since my brother's return. The two sisters-in-law exchanged knowing smiles, and Chun, the sister-in-law, reached out to embrace the plump Ming Xian. What a fine young lad. Your physique is truly remarkable. Shuyi nodded. How could one not thrive with such indulgence in sleep and nourishment? Upon entering the main courtyard, Shuyi spotted her mother waiting at the entrance. Mother, why are you waiting at the door? The Huayin Marquis, he sure, shot her a playful glance. Of course, I am here to await my grandson. My dear, how have you been these days? Have you missed your grandmother? He sure took Ming Xian from her daughter's arms, and then retrieved a beautiful ornament from a maid behind her, gently adorning Ming Xian with it. It fits perfectly, doesn't he it? Shuyi, what do you think? Shen nodded repeatedly, appreciating her mother's discerning eye. Shuyi glanced at the heavy, gem-encrusted necklace and shook her head with a smile. Mother, really, there's no need to spend extravagantly. He is merely a child. After all, what use does he have for such fine things? He sure cast a glance at her daughter, assessing her, and sighed, yet her words belied her sentiments. He is my grandson, and I shall indulge him as I please. Chun stifled a laugh behind her hand with a handkerchief. Shuyi could only smile helplessly and fell silent. The group then turned to return to their quarters. After having played enough with the child, Heir finally addressed Shuyi. I heard you accompanied the Princess of Qing to pay respects at the temple a few days ago. Shuyi nodded. Yes. We were there for 5 days and just returned yesterday. Heir sipped her tea while glancing at her daughter-in-law, prompting Chun to speak. Sister, please take your time. I shall go see what that mischievous little monkey is up to before bringing her to greet her aunt. Chapter 8. How dare you calculate? After the Chun family departed, Mrs. He glanced at her daughter, who still wore a smile, and spoke. Shuyi, do not twist yourself in knots. Although the heir was at fault that day, you ought to have been more accommodating. After all, over the past couple of years, how could she not be aware of her son-in-law's demeanor toward her daughter? The distress and turmoil her daughter endured were hers alone. That day marked Ming Xuan's first birthday celebration. Who among us was unaware that the heir had missed the appointed hour? Mrs. He, though vexed, understood that to voice her grievances now would disregard the dignity of both families and further alienate the young couple. Upon returning, she had immediately sent someone to investigate the circumstances that had detained her son-in-law that day. The inquiry revealed that he indeed had pressing matters to attend to. Currently stationed at the Wuqing Military Command, he was responsible for the city's safety and urgent affairs. On that day, the city experienced multiple disturbances, which warranted his unwavering attention to duty. Shuyi nodded in comprehension, though her expression shifted from neutrality to fatigue. Mother, I understand everything you've said. Is this truly what I care about? Her tone grew increasingly somber. He could certainly fulfill his responsibilities. Who could hold him accountable? Yet, that day was so exceptional. He could have performed better. It was merely his unwillingness that stood in the way. Shuyi's gaze began to drift. What she desired was a demonstration of concern. Yet Hengyue was a man who approached everything with indifference. If he genuinely cared, could he not have requested leave the day prior? At the Wuqing Military Command, Hengyue had only one superior, a man noted for his straightforwardness and integrity. Entrusting matters to him would ensure no mistakes would be made. There were countless solutions to this predicament. However, what actions did Hengyue take? Not a single message was sent, leaving the entire household in anxious anticipation. On that day, Shuyi held the oblivious Ming Xian in her arms, her heart feeling as though it were submerged in a frozen abyss. The whispers of guests, the anxiousness of family, each one pierced her heart like shards of eternal ice. Yet, what chilled her more was Hengyue's demeanor. She had clearly expressed her concerns. If only Hengyue truly recognized where his faults lay and was willing to amend them. Wherein lay her wrongdoing? Yet, their communication resembled birds soaring in the sky and fish swimming in water, forever disconnected. Hengyue did not understand her, and he believed Shuyi failed to comprehend him as well. Mrs. He sighed deeply, lamenting their plight. Alas, we never intended to seek an alliance with the Wang family. However, when the emperor expressed such sentiments and specifically summoned your father for inquiries, how could we possibly refuse? Moreover, Mrs. He left her thought unfinished as Shuyi lowered her head. Moreover, Shuyi had genuinely harbored feelings for Hengyue, being 2 years his junior. She had once attended the same academy. Somewhere along the line, she had entrusted her heart to him. Yet despite this, Shuyi had never insisted on marrying Hengyue. However, due to the emperor's intentions, they had met in private. Hengyue had conveyed his willingness to marry, promising a lifetime of companionship. At that time, the young girl Shuyi, who had yet to comprehend the essence of marriage, naively and joyfully agreed. She believed that he had already emptied his heart, and that by marrying him, they could at least maintain a respectful distance. Reflecting on those past events, Shuyi sighed softly, yet a smile graced her lips. Mother, do not worry. I have come to understand. As the heir's wife, I do not require his affection. Our union is sanctioned by imperial decree, and my position is secure. He sure had originally intended to offer further counsel, but upon observing her daughter, she sensed a sincerity that seemed unfeigned. Her heart felt as though it had been steeped in sourness, and she reached out to embrace Shuyi. Oh, how I regret it, she lamented. My daughter, though composed from a young age, has always been stubborn. To let go of such feelings, she must have endured untold grievances. Shuyi, momentarily lost in thought, felt a pang of sorrow at the sound of her mother's muffled sobs. Mother, do not be sad. I now have Ming Xian and the authority to manage the princess residence. The princess is kind. There is nothing that troubles me. He sure turned away, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. It is good that you can see things clearly now. She hoped her daughter would find a loving husband. If not, she wished for her to find contentment within herself. After spending the entire day at the Huayin Marquis' residence, Shuyi returned to the prince's manor, where she encountered Song Hengyue, who was riding back. Has the heir finished his duty? Song Hengyue observed her with a subtle gaze and nodded. Yes. Where did you go today? As they walked together into the manor, Shuyi replied, I returned to the Huayin Marquis' residence. Song Hengyue glanced at their peacefully sleeping son and inquired, How is your mother's health? They exchanged polite pleasantries before the couple proceeded to the main hall to pay their respects to the princess. Song Hengyue then went to the front courtyard, while Shuyi returned to Minghua Pavilion. As Shuyi finished her evening rituals and prepared for rest, Song Hengyue entered the room, casting a gentle glance at her. With a calm demeanor, he announced, I shall be resting here tonight. Upon hearing this, Shuyi furrowed her brow. With a slight smirk, Song Hengyue teased, What is this? Is the heir's wife reluctant? Her irritation flared at his playful demeanor. Does the heir lack self-awareness? Knowing that you are unwelcome, what brings you here? In the past, you seldom visited, appearing only once every 4 or 5 days, as if you were the emperor favoring a concubine. Song Hengyue settled onto the bed, asserting, What self-awareness do I need? Is it not natural for me to be here? Shuyi, enduring the presence of the man who had claimed her bed, restrained herself. Observing her transformed countenance, Song Hengyue felt a sense of relief. The tension he had been carrying began to ease. Is it not true? The heir's wife has become increasingly capricious these days, even ceasing to address her husband. Shuyi quietly closed her eyes, whispering to herself to endure. What? Do you not even wish to look at me? She suddenly opened her eyes wide. I cannot bear it any longer. Does the heir truly know how to speak? What is this capriciousness? I am oblivious to it. Is it akin to the heir? What does it mean to adhere to the natural order? Is it truly the natural order that permits you to casually dismiss your son's first birthday celebration, offering not even a single word of acknowledgement? Song Hengyue let out a couple of huffs, remarking on how you still seem to be angry, despite having feigned otherwise in recent days. Both individuals were brimming with indignation. Shuyi chuckled derisively, pointing out how the heir is merely putting on an act. Ordinarily, he is quite reticent, yet when it comes to belittling his own wife, he suddenly becomes loquacious. She was infuriated to the point of feeling physical pain. Song Hengyue pulled her into his embrace, suggesting they let it go. Upon hearing his somewhat conciliatory tone, Shuyi's ire only intensified. She wriggled free from his grasp and gave him a shove. What do you mean by letting it go? How dare you even suggest that? Chapter 9. Embracing silence, Song Hengyue was nudged slightly, a flicker of irritation igniting within him, an unnamed emotion unfurling. You always do this. Upon hearing this, Shuyi turned, her gaze imbued with an ambiguous yet bitter intensity. Song Hengyue braced himself for her ire. Yet it was she who averted her eyes first, lowering her head, her voice steady but resonating with profound desolation. It was as if the one who had just been aflame with anger was not her at all. I understand now. Over the past couple of years, their quarrels were not infrequent. Many times, Shuyi felt neglected and undervalued, which led to their disputes. This was perhaps the first time Song Hengyue had truly clashed with her. In the past, their disagreements had either been met with silence or dismissive remarks to placate Shuyi, until on one occasion, due to a matter that Shuyi could no longer endure, she forced Song Hengyue to speak. You always act this way. I do not comprehend what you are upset about. When we married, we agreed that you would fulfill your role as the noble consort, and I would shoulder my duties as a husband. You continually stir up baseless grievances. Clearly, you excel in the outside world, earning accolades as the virtuous wife and mother. Why can't you adhere to that standard with me? I have never required those superfluous things. Hearing these words, Shuyi felt her heart shatter, rendered speechless. The so-called superfluous things to Song Hengyue were the very feelings she harbored for him. Now, Shuyi stood in silence, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. She mourned for the version of herself who devoted herself wholeheartedly, yet received only this stark response. Upon witnessing Shuyi's tears, Song Hengyue's fingers tightened. Once again, they lapsed into silence, their fate mirroring the stillness of the night. All that existed faded into the enveloping darkness. Ultimately, Shuyi retrieved a handkerchief to dab her tears. Forcing a smile, "I apologize for my excessive emotions, my lord. Please retire to the front courtyard tonight. I wish to collect my thoughts alone." Song Hengyue stood in silence, casting a glance back as he swiftly exited the chamber. The sight of the woman illuminated by candlelight, her eyes red-rimmed, yet her lips faintly curved, stirred an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. His footsteps grew distant, their rhythm unwavering, as if nothing could sway his resolve. After a moment, Guyu entered, carrying a basin of water. "My lady, wash your face." Shuyi nodded, accepting the cloth and pressing it to her visage. With a subdued tone, she requested, "Please bring Mingxian to me. I wish to see the child." The following day, Shuyi returned to her usual demeanor. Days drifted by until the beginning of May, when King Qing finally returned to the capital. Shuyi had meticulously prepared a family banquet. Although King Qing held a prestigious position, he lacked the cold reticence of Song Hengyue. With age, he retained a carefree spirit reminiscent of youth. King Qing surveyed the younger generation before him, engaging each in conversation. He inquired about Shuyi's health, asked Song Lingxi if she had taken up any pastimes lately, and whether she was diligent in her studies. He also lavished attention on his little grandson, Mingxian, showering him with affection. At last, Song Hengyue inquired whether there had been any amusing occurrences in the capital lately. The princess of Qing casually glanced at the prince, indulging in her meal. She consumed the dishes he offered if they appealed to her, discarding those that did not. This family banquet was attended solely by 5 principal members. As the prince had no concubines or secondary wives, he and Shuyi's father, the Marquis of Huayin, were renowned throughout the capital as devoted romantics. However, as Shuyi was aware, her father was the epitome of true devotion, having only ever cherished her mother, body and soul. The prince's sentiments could be gauged by the demeanor of the princess towards him. Song Hengyue escorted Shuyi and Mingxian to Mingwei residence, stating that he had matters to attend to and urged her and the child to retire early. Shuyi gently nodded in agreement. Since their last quarrel, Song Hengyue had not stayed at Mingwei residence for over 10 days. Shuyi gradually acclimated to her current existence. She diligently managed all that belonged to the heir's wife, no longer yearning for more, and found a sense of tranquility within her heart. Previously, she had been preoccupied not only with her own life, but also with every aspect of Song Hengyue's. The following day, Shuyi received news from the main residence, informing her that she need not pay her respects. It was likely that Song Lingxi had received the same news and arrived at Mingwei residence early. "Sister-in-law, the Dragon Boat Festival is approaching, and I've heard that my brother has organized a team for the races. Let's go watch together." Shuyi was taken aback, realizing that Song Hengyue had been rehearsing, which explained his recent pallor. "That sounds delightful," she replied. Song Lingxi chuckled. "My brother's team includes the 5th and 3rd princes. It should be quite a spectacle." Indeed, it seemed that Shuyi was oblivious to this. Song Lingxi inquired, "Sister-in-law, were you unaware?" Shuyi had been too occupied managing her own affairs to inquire into Song Hengyue's activities. "I've been quite busy lately and have not kept up with external matters," she replied. Song Lingxi wanted to clarify that her brother was not merely an outsider, but refrained from doing so, instead stating, "It will undoubtedly be a grand event. I have already reserved a private box with Shuyan. We shall all go together, sister-in-law." Shuyi nodded enthusiastically. Yes, let's also invite mother." Song Lingxi eagerly agreed. "I've already informed her." That evening, Song Hengyue returned directly to Mingwei residence. Shuyi did not rush him. She simply greeted him with calmness. "The heir has arrived?" Guyu set the table. Observing that the majority of the dishes were to his liking, Song Hengyue discreetly cast a glance at Shuyi. She feigned ignorance, saying, Heir, please enjoy your meal. In the past, she would have meticulously served him his favorite dishes, encouraging him to eat heartily. Now, she focused solely on herself. The two dined in serene silence. Finally, Song Hengyue broke the quietude. In a couple of days for the Dragon Boat Festival, there will be races on the long river. I have reserved a box for you. You should take Mother, Lingxi, and Mingxian along. After taking a sip of tea, Shuyi responded. Lingxi and Princess Shuyun have also reserved a private room. I shall join them to add a touch of liveliness. Song Hengyue's gaze remained fixed on Shuyi, for his mother cherished tranquility. This was a point Shuyi could not contest. Thus she responded, All right, I understand. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, I shall return a bit later, as there will be a banquet in the palace. Shuyi took out her embroidery frame and began to stitch, embodying grace and gentility. Upon hearing these words, Ming Jing, with eyes as clear as a stream, turned her gaze towards Song Hengyue. Very well. I shall arrange for someone to leave the gate open for the young master. Song Hengyue set down his cup and gently rose to glance at the fabric on the embroidery frame. It was his most favored shade of crow blue. Suddenly, the discontent in his heart dissipated. Upon hearing the childish call, Song Hengyue turned towards the doorway, both parents' attention drawn to it. Mingxian, come here to your father. Chapter 10. A longing distance away, Song Hengyue lingered in Mingyue residence for a while, observing the encroaching night. He decided to rest there for the evening. Without waiting for Shuyi to speak, he instructed Gyu to summon Fenglei to fetch water for his ablutions. Noticing Shuyi's astonished expression, he felt some of his resentment from being ignored all night dissipate. His gaze fell upon the indigo embroidery frame adorned with a white crane, and his mood lifted further. Gyu first glanced up at the young lady, and upon seeing her lack of disapproval, called for Fenglei. Song Hengyue stood and opened the wardrobe, only to discover that it was predominantly filled with Shuyi's garments, with just a couple of his own outer robes. A pang of self-consciousness struck him, prompting him to turn and step outside. Yindian, please bring me a few night clothes. Shuyi, lost in thought while teasing the child, found it difficult to accept the notion of sharing a bed, despite having mentally prepared herself. Her feelings were not devoid of resentment. She merely forced herself to suppress it, understanding that such feelings were futile. The Prince of Qing's residence needed a young master, and Mingxian required a father. She could not leave the prince's residence, nor could she even contemplate a divorce. Shuyi truly harbored disdain for Song Hengyue. Each time she prepared herself for what lay ahead, he shattered all her hopes, whether they stemmed from past affections or her current desire for tranquility. Clutching Mingxuan's chubby little hand, she struggled to temper the turmoil within her. Gyu, please take Mingxian to rest. Mingxian had resided in the eastern wing of Mingyue residence until the age of 3. Gyu picked him up just as Song Hengyue emerged from the inner chamber. Young lady, you should freshen up. Shuyi gazed wistfully at her son's figure until he entered the eastern wing, before reluctantly averting her gaze. Song Hengyue's long hair was slightly damp, and his white night clothes bore a striking resemblance to Shuyi's handiwork. She cast several glances at his attire before retreating into the inner room. Following her line of sight, Song Hengyue lowered his gaze to the dampened fabric, raising an eyebrow as he picked up a cloth to dry his hair. Yet, his eyes were fixed on the bathroom behind him, where flickers of warmth reflected in his dark, water-like gaze. After a considerable time in the bathroom, Shuyi emerged with a graceful demeanor. She passed by Song Hengyue, who was seated at her dressing table, and walked into the outer hall. Bailu, please help me wring out my hair. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, making it somewhat challenging to dry on her own. Typically, she would have a maid assist her during bathing, had Song Hengyue not been present. As Song Hengyue stepped past the doorframe, he cast a gentle glance at Shuyi, but his attention was drawn to a box beside the dressing table. His expression shifted subtly as he reached out to open the box, taking out a hairpin that he began to toy with. It was crafted from exquisite jade, radiating a vibrant green hue. Upon entering the room, Shuyi beheld him holding the delicate piece and gazing in her direction. Do you not like it? If so, I can have Yindian procure another set. His eyes lingered on the hairpin and the now-open box. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. The item was quite precious, and I was busy with my affairs, fearful of damaging it. In truth, she had never even opened it to examine. This so-called gift of apology arrived at an utterly inopportune time, and there was little sentiment involved. Upon hearing this, Hengyue did not respond, but instead turned his gaze towards the jewelry on the dressing table that had yet to be put away. It was a set of jade crafted in vibrant yellow with green accents, hairpins, a floral ornament, and several other hair accessories, all no less valuable than the inexpensive trinket he held in his hand. Shuyi followed his gaze, recognizing the pieces she had adorned herself with today. Noticing her expression remained unchanged, still smiling gently and calmly, Hengyue refrained from commenting. He set aside the hairpin he had been toying with, closed the box, and returned it to its place. Shuyi approached to tidy up the jewelry that had not yet been organized. Observing her graceful figure, Hengyue felt a flicker of restraint beneath his calm exterior, a slow surge of exhilaration. Suddenly, he embraced Shuyi around the waist and gently placed her on his lap. His voice was low. "Let the servants handle these items. Let us retire for the night." Feeling the warmth of his breath near her ear, she turned away, saying, "All right, let me down. I can walk on my own." Sensing her struggle, Hengyue felt a pang in his heart, yet released her. After a prolonged period without intimacy, it was only natural for a man like him to feel restless. He followed Shuyi as she turned to the bed, curling up in the farthest corner. Hengyue extinguished the candlelight and, at a leisurely pace, joined her on the bed, pulling the blanket over himself. "It seems your sleeping posture has become increasingly proper. Previously, you would almost lie atop me. Now, it feels as though you wish to be 100,000 miles away." Shuyi pretended not to hear. Unbothered, Hengyue turned towards her, pressing his body against hers, enveloping her soft form tightly against his chest. He felt her cool warmth, the softness beneath his arm, and her taut body. He lifted a corner of her nightgown, discovering a hint of warmth. Unable to endure any longer, Shuyi seized his wandering hand. "My lord, I am weary today." Hengyue turned her to face him, observing the impatience and restraint in her eyes as his throat shifted with unspoken words. After a moment, he replied, "Let us sleep." His voice remained cool and steady, though one could detect a hint of restraint and displeasure within. Releasing his embrace around Shuyi, he lay back against his pillow and closed his eyes. He was not one to force matters against her will. If she was unwilling, so be it. Though their relationship still bore some tension, he believed gentle persuasion would suffice. To his surprise, Shuyi remained as distant as ever. They lay on the same bed, a chasm between them as vast as the galaxy, starkly contrasting with the previously clingy demeanor she often exhibited. An inexplicable heat and annoyance stirred within him, while Shuyi found comfort, soon sinking into a sweet slumber. Hengyue listened as her breathing gradually grew calm, turning to gaze at the elegant contours of her jade-like visage, barely discernible in the dark. He had always recognized the extraordinary beauty of his wife. Her delicate features and starry eyes, combined with brows that resembled a crescent moon, rendered her a paragon of grace and poise. Moreover, the fervent passion and tender affection that remained concealed from the eyes of the world only added to her allure. However, for him, this marriage imbued with political considerations, and the woman who bestowed her ardor upon him unilaterally, compelled him to maintain a sense of detachment. He was reluctant to cross that invisible boundary. Shuyi, they ought to fulfill their respective duties as they had vowed upon their union, Hengyue mused. Yet, thoughts of Shuy's recent aloofness and that night when she uttered the poignant words, "I understand," like a chilling autumn breeze, plagued his mind. What did she comprehend? Reflecting on her past tenderness, her dignity, her coldness, and her tears, Hengyue found himself unable to succumb to slumber. Chapter 11. Dragon Boat Festival. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, Shuyi followed Princess Qing to the private box that Hengyue had arranged, accompanied by Lingxi and Shen. The box offered a broad view and boasted a spacious windowsill, perfect for numerous spectators to enjoy the dragon boat races. Lingxi cheered, exclaiming that her brother had chosen a splendid box, and they were fortunate to be there. Princess Qing, sitting calmly in her chair, responded to Ling Xi's enthusiasm. Have you remembered to greet Princess Rome? Shuyi glanced at her exuberant sister-in-law and paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "Do not worry, mother. I had someone inform Princess Rome a couple of days ago." She continued, "Since we are here, the adjacent box is also quite ample, and it is fortunate that there are many at the Rome residence." After surveying the surroundings, Song Lingxi turned to Shuyi and asked, "Sister-in-law, may I go call for Shuyin?" Shuyi did not hesitate to reply, "Go ahead, but be cautious on your way. The crowd is quite large now. Bai Lu, please accompany the princess." Princess Qing watched her daughter leave with a cheerful demeanor and sighed softly. Lingxi is a bit too spirited. As the princess of the Qing residence, it is better for her to be lively and clever. After all, her father and brothers were commendable, providing her with a vibrant support system. A girl can only act without restraint before she is married. Shuyi never considered this to be a flaw. Before long, Song Lingxi returned with Princess Rong, Song Shuyan, who was of similar age and status to Lingxi, having studied at the same academy, which fostered their close relationship. Shuyan greeted Princess Qing and her sister-in-law with familiarity. Princess Qing smiled and said, "No need for excessive formalities. Has your mother come today?" "Yes, but with many guests at home, she can only send me to greet you." Shuyan replied gently, though Shuyi noticed a hint of melancholy in her eyes. It was easy to understand. The Rong residence was not as lively as the Qing residence. It was filled with vibrant blossoms and greenery. The Rong princess maintained her dignity but was not favored, as there were two capable concubines from her maternal family and household. As the legitimate daughter of the Rong princess, Shuyun did not enjoy favor in her father's eyes. Thankfully, she had a capable brother. Otherwise, life for the mother and daughter would not have been as bearable. Shuyi quickly stepped forward to bring Shuyin closer, smiling as she assessed her. "It has been quite some time since we last met. You have blossomed even more beautifully, Princess Shuyin." Shuyin looked up, a shy smile gracing her face. "Thank you for your kind words, sister-in-law. You may simply call me Shuyin." Observing Shuyi's gentle and considerate demeanor, Shuyin felt a sense of relief. She knew that Lingxi had invited her over to spare her the discomfort of being squeezed in the crowd. And she truly envied Lingxi for her father's attention, her mother's affection, her brother's achievements, and her sister-in-law's kindness. Shuyi gestured for her to sit. "Dear sister, please take a seat. Your presence here will certainly bring Lingxi much joy." She then turned to present the pastries she had just purchased to the two young ladies. To satisfy their appetites with some pastries, they waited a while longer before the dragon boat race commenced. After ensuring that Su Yun was settled, Shuyi approached the esteemed princess of the Qing Wang, cradling Ming Xian beside her, and presented some intricately woven 5-poison bracelets. "Mother, these are handcrafted by your daughter-in-law. Do they please your eye?" The princess's smile deepened as she selected a vividly crafted scorpion bracelet and adorned it on the wrist of the bright-eyed Ming Xian. She then lovingly patted her grandson's chubby hand, saying, "Oh dear, such tasks could simply be entrusted to the servants. Why must you labor over them?" With that, she chose a scorpion bracelet for herself. Shuyi promptly took it and helped the princess put it on. "Mother, do select one for father as well. I shall have someone deliver it to him." The princess did not look up, casually responding, "Any will do." Shuyi's lips twitched, and without further ado, she presented the colorful bracelets before Ming Xian. "Ming Xian, would you choose a nice one for grandfather?" Confused, Ming Xian extended his hand as the princess randomly picked a green snake bracelet. Shuyi then encouraged Song Lingxi and Song Shuyun to select theirs, while she chose a golden toad bracelet for herself. The princess glanced at her and chuckled. "The golden toad brings fortune." Shuyi turned with a smile. "Indeed, wealth begets abundance." She instructed Guyu to send the 5 poison bracelets to Qing Wang and Song Hengyue. Upon receiving the bracelet from the servant, Song Hengyue remained silent for a moment before breaking into a smile and adorning himself with it, reflecting that only Shuyi had a particular fondness for such trinkets. "Sister-in-law, come quickly, they are coming." On the expansive river, 5 teams emerged. One from the academy, another from the common folk, a team of civil officials, a team of military generals, and, finally, the royal family. From a distance, Shuyi spotted Song Hengyue standing at the stern of the dragon boat and seemed to catch a fleeting glance in her direction. Ming Xian, cradled by the princess, pointed toward them. Just then, the emperor and empress made their appearance on the high platform. Unsurprisingly, the outcome of the dragon boat race favored the military, with Song Hengyue and the third prince, fifth prince, along with other royal family members, finishing in third place. Shortly thereafter, Qing Wang and Song Hengyue arrived at the private box. Song Lingxi, brimming with enthusiasm, teased her brother, "Brother, your team was rather ineffective today, only managing third place." Shuyun stifled a laugh with her hand. Before Song Hengyue could respond, Qing Wang chuckled. "How can that be? Aside from a few with decent stamina, the rest were quite lackluster." The princess shot a glance at Qing Wang. "And you're the best of them?" Despite the playful retort, Qing Wang took no offense, showing no signs of embarrassment before his juniors. He eagerly leaned toward the princess, taking her chubby grandson in his arms. "Little fellow, don't tire your grandmother. Come here for a hug from grandfather." Song Hengyue exchanged nods with Song Shuyun, greeting one another before taking a seat beside Shen Shuyi. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "I shall be returning home a bit later today. There is no need for you to wait for me." Shen Shuyi had already heard him mention this matter before, so she paid it no mind. "All right." She lifted the cup from the tea table and took a sip, her alabaster wrist exposed, adorned with a golden braided cord. Song Hengyue's gaze sharpened as he glanced at the black cord on his own wrist, his expression shadowed. He recalled last year's Dragon Boat Festival, when this person, with an eager smile, had presented him with a braided cord identical to his own. Though unspoken, the shyness and anticipation reflected in her eyes conveyed the depth of her feelings. Song Hengyue did not believe that she had forgotten this year. As Shen Shuyi sensed a wave of chill emanating from beside her, she gracefully shifted her posture, choosing not to delve into the underlying matters. Chapter 12. The position of the Crown Prince's consort remains uncertain. Princess Qing observed the fidgeting and whispering Song Lingxi, and, with a sigh of resignation, spoke up. "Lingxi, why don't you accompany Shu Yun for a stroll?" Instantaneously, Lingxi's demeanor brightened, and she rose with a graceful bow, taking Song Shuyun by the hand as they made their way outside. Prince Qing smiled at his wife, seemingly aware of their son and daughter-in-law still present in the room. "Hunger, the outside is bustling today, and there is a bit of time before the banquet in the palace. You should take Shuyi for a walk as well." Upon hearing this, Song Hengyue nodded dutifully. "Yes, father." As Shen Shuyi looked at the unyielding Prince Qing, she prepared to step forward to take Mingxian. However, the princess maintained her composure. "Let Mingxian stay here and accompany me." Prince Qing continued to smile, feigning ignorance. Ultimately, Shen Shuyi had no choice but to follow Song Hengyue outside alone. The maidservants and attendants kept their distance, ensuring they did not intrude upon the couple's interaction. With a sigh of contemplation, Shen Shuyi inquired, "Is there anywhere you wish to go, Crown Prince?" Song Hengyue regarded her with a profound gaze and replied, "There is a garden not far from here, filled with exotic flowers and plants. Let us visit there." Shen Shuyi had always relished tending to flora and preferred tranquil surroundings. With little else to explore outside, she readily acquiesced. The Fangqiao Garden was originally a private estate, abundant with various rare flowers and plants. Its owner, unwilling to let such beauty remain undiscovered, decided to open the garden to the public, albeit with restrictions on entry. After requesting permission from the staff, Shen Shuyi and Song Hengyue were granted access to the garden. The vibrant array of colors and the meticulously arranged flora brought an immediate sense of serenity to Shen Shuyi. Noticing the evident joy on her face, Song Hengyue felt a subtle comfort as well. "If you truly admire them, I could inquire if we might purchase a few pots," he offered. Shen Shuyi, taking his words seriously, responded, "While I do appreciate them, it is not necessary to take them home. These flowers would receive better care here." They meandered through the garden and, upon reaching a tiered rockery, suddenly overheard the voices of several women. Shen Shuyi's ears perked up, and she paused, casting a half-smile at Song Hengyue. He frowned in response. "The third prince and the fifth prince are both commendable, yet they are already wed. having occupied all the positions of secondary consorts, one young woman remarked. In my view, today's most remarkable is undoubtedly the crown prince's son, possessing exceptional grace. Another voice chimed in, but the crown prince's son is also married. His consort is a miss from the Huayin Marquis family. The first speaker sighed in agreement. Indeed, I have encountered that young consort a few times with my family. She is both virtuous and graceful. Exchanging glances, Song Hengyue and Shuyi discerned his growing impatience. Shuyi suppressed a smile, shaking her head in resignation. Yet before she could speak, another young lady interjected with a hint of sarcasm. So what? Who doesn't he know that the crown prince's son once admired another? If that lady had not married, the position of consort would still be up for grabs. Her suitability for the crown prince was attributed solely to her illustrious lineage. There was a hint of bitterness in that tone. Shuyi's brow furrowed slightly. She had occasionally heard such remarks before, and each instance had left her feeling disheartened. Now, however, she found herself calmly assessing the young ladies before her. The first to speak, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment before offering a sardonic smile. What does that have to do with you? Surely, it is not your turn, nor the turn of the future crown princess, is it? You. Clearly, Song Hengyue could no longer tolerate the slander, his brow deeply furrowed, and his already stern face radiated an icy glare. Fenglei, investigate who is responsible for this. Shuyi chose not to intervene. Her smile merely faded. Although the truth was harsh, she was not particularly fond of belittling remarks about herself. Observing her husband, whose smile seemed fixed upon his face, Song Hengyue remained silent for a few moments before speaking. These are mere ramblings. You need not take them to heart. I shall ensure their parents provide proper guidance. Well then, it seems the crown prince has his work cut out for him. Although she appeared unconcerned, he should have felt relieved. Instead, Song Hengyue's agitation intensified, as if he were choking on unexpressed words. Given the circumstances, they could no longer linger and had to return to their private chamber. The crown princess observed her son's austere expression and noted the superficial smile of her daughter-in-law. Raising an eyebrow, she opted not to inquire further. Children will find their own fortunes, she mused, and as parents, we ought not to interfere excessively, lest we provoke the opposite outcome. Now that Shuyi had manifested discernible changes, she felt reassured. As for her son, he was as foolish as his father. Let him be. He may do as he pleases, as long as he does not come to regret it. Should he regret, this mother would not lend her support. As twilight descended and lanterns adorned the streets, the marketplace buzzed with vendors and shoppers, enveloping the capital in a festive splendor. The crown prince and Song Hengyue rose to head towards the palace. Shuyi gazed outside, noting that her mother-in-law and Lingxi had yet to return. Perhaps you should send someone to find them, she suggested. The crown princess, glancing at the dimming sky, nodded in agreement. Lingxi is far too reckless, allowing her to roam freely. She is always accompanied by attendants, and there will be regular reports on the young lady's whereabouts. Shuyi escorted the somewhat weary crown princess and the yawning Mingxian back to their carriage, then took a few maidens to search for Song Lingxi. Upon crossing a small bridge, she spotted the spirited Lingxi and Song Shuyun amidst the crowd. With a resigned smile, she prepared to approach them, only to see several individuals deliberately separating Lingxi from her attendants. Her heart quickened. She unconsciously quickened her pace, eyes fixed on the scene. Yet, the throngs at the Duanwu festival were overwhelming, and even as she pushed through, she could not reach them. In a moment of distraction, Lingxi and Shuyun vanished from sight, leaving behind only their anxious attendants, who suppressed their rising panic. Guyu hastened to summon the personnel from the Wuqing Bingma scene nearby to assist us. It was evident that Guyu had also observed the situation unfolding over there. Upon hearing these words, he swiftly turned his head. Mangzhong supported Shuyi, reassuring her. Do not worry, consort. The young lady is petite, perhaps obscured by the crowd. However, Shuyi was far from optimistic, having discerned that the individuals earlier were distinctly suspicious. There was no time to lose. Bailu, swiftly dispatch someone to inform the heir. Do not neglect the household either. After much effort to navigate through the throng, they were met with the disconcerted cries of Song Lingxi's personal maid. Consort, the young lady, is missing. A wave of darkness washed over Shuyi. Yet she forced herself to remain composed. Have you searched thoroughly and found nothing? We had just dispersed the search, but we truly did not spot the young lady. What Shuyan? She too remains unaccounted for. Shuyi inhaled deeply. Everyone, disperse and search. Upon locating the young lady, we shall promptly escort her to Juxing Building. Chapter 13. What troubles you, Cousin Shuyi? At this moment, Shuyi could only brace herself for the worst. You, go back and inform the Princess of Rome. Noticing the bewildered and frightened servants of the Rome residence, she hurriedly commanded, Dongji, proceed to the Jing's mansion and take my token with you. But what about you, young lady? Do not fear. I am surrounded by many, Shuyi reassured, though she felt restless herself. In her previous life, such events had not transpired. Accompanied by Mangzhong, she tirelessly scoured the streets, but amidst the throng of people, her efforts were limited and her gaze faltered. What troubles you, Cousin Shuyi? Turning at the sound of urgency, she spotted a hurried figure approaching, their face betraying an unconscious anxiety. Cousin Su, what brings you here? She recalled that her cousin had been assigned to a distant post. However, now was not the time for such concerns. Quickly, summon your men to assist in searching for my sister and Princess Shuyun of the Rome residence. They have gone missing. Su Linran was taken aback. Rest assured, I will dispatch men at once. Do not fret. Noticing the pallor of Shuyi's face, he urged, Cousin, find a place to rest. Your health appears compromised. Shuyi shook her head. We must locate them swiftly. I fear they may have been abducted. Just moments ago, the crowd had been exceedingly dense, yet everyone else remained unscathed, while two young girls had vanished without a trace. Su Linran furrowed his brow. Is there any clue? Shuyi hesitated before recalling. While on the bridge, I faintly observed several individuals separating Lingxi and the maids. Their attire was unremarkable, and they appear to be in their 20s. Mangzhong, fetch some paper. I have a recollection of their features. Her earlier panic had clouded her thoughts. Su Linran took the paper brought by Mangzhong, spread it on the table that had just been pulled over, and rolled up his sleeves to prepare ink. Do not rush. Shuyi nodded, contemplating as she sketched. Su Linran watched her, simultaneously replicating her sketches. His speed surpassed hers. By the time she completed one drawing, he had already produced two. Despite the urgency, Shuyi's keen eyes had managed to retain a vivid memory of the individual's appearances. Upon finishing her drawing, the tension within her did not dissipate. Su Linran turned to Mangzhong. Now, as we consider the Jing's mansion, the 5 cities military command is already conducting searches. Take these sketches there and ensure they are prioritized. Mangzhong received the drawings, casting a worried glance at her mistress. Su Linran reassured her, do not worry. I shall ensure no harm befalls my cousin. Had it not been for having dispatched all his men, he would not have sent Mangzhong. With determination, Mangzhong turned and hurried away. Su Linran refrained from inquiring whether his cousin had reported to the authorities. He trusted she would not overlook such a matter. Cousin, let's go. Observing her restless demeanor, he recognized she could not remain idle. With Su Linran by her side, Shuyi felt emboldened to traverse the shadowy alleys. Su Linran held the portrait, presenting it to a nearby beggar. A small beggar's eyes brightened upon seeing the images, but soon he hesitated. Yet, gazing at the two elegantly dressed nobles before him, he mustered his courage and spoke. I have seen this person, he said, pointing to one of the portraits. He walked past this alley not long ago. I was so hungry then that I begged from every passerby, and I distinctly remember him glaring at me. Su Lindang, speaking on behalf of Shuyi, inquired, which way did he go? The small beggar indicated a direction and added, not even a stick of incense worth of time ago. Shuy's eyes sparkled with hope. Cousin? Su Linran nodded, retracting the portrait. Stay here. Someone will come to find you shortly. He knew that giving him silver now would be futile. Shuyi also acknowledged the small beggar with a nod, and the two hurried off. Fortunately, the remaining path had few forks. Su Linran, leading Shuyi, found a horse, and, as they rode, they inquired along the way, avoiding numerous wrong turns. It was evident this route led out of the city. Upon reaching the city gate, they discovered it was firmly shut. Su Linran approached. producing his badge and the portrait. Did you see these individuals just now? The leading guard scrutinized the images and summoned his subordinates for a second look. Sir, there have been many departing the city today. I did not see these individuals. Su Linran nodded. Remember their faces well. If you encounter them, do not let them escape. While they spoke, a contingent of soldiers galloped towards them, clutching the portraits. The leading soldier dismounted upon seeing Shuyi and Su Linran. I humbly greet the Lady of the Air. Shuyi immediately asked, have you found any trace of the princess? No, the search is ongoing throughout the city. Su Linran stepped forward, wishing to comfort Shuyi, but ultimately restrained himself. Cousin, do not worry. I have inquired. Your timely notification ensured that the gates were closed long ago. They have not had time to take her away. Shuyi closed her eyes for a moment, then nodded. Cousin, let us continue searching. Su Linran responded with an affirmative sound, and the two circled around the western city. The thief had headed towards the west gate, indicating their escape route likely followed this direction. Upon discovering the closed gate, they would undoubtedly seek refuge nearby. It was also possible that their stronghold was situated in the western district, a civilian area with its intricate layout, providing ample opportunities for concealment. Song Hengyue, having arrived at the west gate with his men, bore an icy demeanor, his gaze sharp like a blade, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Feng Lei, we just encountered the Lady of the Air. According to her, they pursued a person depicted in a portrait to the west, gripping the writing crop tightly. Song Hengyue's veins bulged with tension. In that case, we shall search each household. Ensure that the portraits are widely disseminated throughout the city. A reward of 500 taels of silver shall be granted to anyone who provides a clue. Observing the guard stationed at the city gate, Song Hengyue inquired, which direction did the young lady go? In the face of his superior's icy demeanor, the individual who first encountered Shuyi spoke up. The young lady entered the residential area with Lord Su. I saw them enter through Pingle Alley. Song Hengyue furrowed his brows, feeling a mix of urgency and agitation. Yundian, take your men and search for the young lady. Meanwhile, Shuyi and Su Linran had uncovered another lead. Are you certain? Do you recognize this person? The old woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I can't say I know her well, but I have seen her before. She is a tenant from Granny Two's side. My lord, my lady, don't forget about me once you find her. Chapter 14. Do not fear, I shall return soon. Shuyi furrowed her brows and turned to Su Linran. She had no money on her, and Meng Zhong was not present. The jewelry adorning her head was unsuitable for offering to anyone. Su Linran displayed a reassuring smile, retrieving a purse from within her garments and producing 100 tael silver note. If the news is true, then this 100 taels belongs to you. If it is false information, then... The old woman rubbed her hands together and hastened to accept it, exclaiming, how could I dare to deceive you, esteemed sir? If you have any doubts, I shall personally escort you there. Su Linran shook her head. There is no need for that. Simply tell me where the residence is located. Bringing this woman along was not a prudent choice. If the information proved to be accurate and they failed to apprehend anyone, it would undoubtedly cause her some trouble. Shuyi discerned the direction. Cousin is not far from here. We cannot ascertain its veracity, but it would be best not to raise any alarms. Let us leave the horses here. You are right, responded Su Linran. The two tethered their horses to a tree and proceeded on foot. Su Linran turned to Shuyi. Cousin you. Shuyi followed her gaze to her own attire and promptly removed the hairpin from her head. If there were indeed people present at that location, they would surely be observing the surroundings. Although it was late, her resplendent appearance was decidedly unwise. Su Linran felt a pang of tenderness as she regarded Shuyi. Even without her ornaments, still radiated brilliance. Shuyi sighed silently, glancing at her vividly colored garments, hoping that the darkness would provide some concealment. Su Linran pondered for a moment before speaking. If you do not mind, please don my outer robe. Shuyi hesitated for a brief moment before nodding. Thank you, cousin. Su Linran's outer robe was black, and while it was of fine quality, it would be less conspicuous in the evening. Fortunately, Su Linran's inner attire was also dark. The two quietly approached the rear of the house, guided by the cloak of night. Su Lin pointed inside, gesturing with her thumb upwards, and then motioned for Shuyi to remain outside. Shuyi understood that her presence would be of no aid, yet Su Lin, still uneasy, discreetly pulled her into a hidden corner and softly reassured her, "Do not fear. I shall return shortly." Damn it. Though it was indeed an opportune moment to act, it was not the right time to extract anyone. I had just returned and took a glance at the city gate. There were quite a few people gathered there, indicating that exiting the city would not be feasible in the near future. Inside the house, 4 individuals lingered, one of whom bore a menacing demeanor and spoke up. "Since we cannot leave the city, we shall sell the people here in the capital. How to get them out later is their concern." It seemed they would earn a little less in the capital. Those 2 women are truly. One of the men, whose appearance had a hint of lewdness, began to speak but was swiftly silenced by a glare from the menacing figure, who immediately donned a fawning smile. "Boss, I was merely joking. Even the fairest of maidens are beyond his reach. If the boss is willing, perhaps he could snatch a bargain. What a pity. Do not set your sights on those 2 women. Selling such exquisite goods would grant us ample leisure for quite some time. Did you pay attention to whether anyone was following you upon your return? Rest assured, boss, there is certainly no one trailing us. The outside remains eerily quiet. These individuals remain oblivious to the upheaval that has transpired in the capital." Su Lin stealthily departed from the courtyard. Upon seeing him, Shuyi's face brightened with anticipation. These individuals are indeed kidnappers, and they have mentioned 2 women, yet I have been unable to locate the 2 princesses. There must be another hidden chamber. Hearing this, Shuyi finally relaxed her tense demeanor. "As long as we can find them, that is what matters. Cousin, I must trouble you to keep watch here while I step out to summon assistance. It is clear that someone must remain here. I am of no use in this situation." Although Su Lin felt uneasy, he had no other choice. "Be careful." Su Lin escorted Shuyi a few steps, only to notice a somewhat familiar figure approaching in a flustered manner. Quick-witted, Su Lin pulled Shuyi into a corner, observing as the individual entered the small courtyard. "Cousin, judging by his demeanor, he must be aware that the officials are conducting a search outside. They may soon leave with someone." Shuyi bit her lip. "Cousin, it is certain that we cannot manage this alone. We must go out to bring more people. You stay here and keep watch. If they intend to leave with someone, leave a trail behind." Shuyi retrieved 2 pouches filled with dried flowers and herbs. "This should suffice. I appreciate your efforts, cousin." She turned and quietly departed from the area, running to a place where she would not be seen. Young lady Shuyi seemed to hear Yundian's voice. No, it was not an illusion. I pay my respects to the young lady. Yundian had naturally noticed the disheveled appearance of his young lady, clad in an outer robe of uncertain origin, trailing on the ground. In a fleeting moment, numerous thoughts raced through his mind, filled with dread. What has happened to the young lady? The consequences would be unimaginable if something befell her. Upon seeing Yundian accompanied by 3 or 4 individuals, Shuyi quickly spoke. "You have arrived just in time. I have located the kidnappers, yet we lack sufficient manpower. Send someone to report to the young master and have him come with reinforcements immediately." She conveyed the location to the attendant. "Yundian, you take the others and follow me." Shuyi turned and dashed toward the small courtyard. Yundian and the others hastily followed, maintaining a steady yet gentle pace as they approached the previous location. "Cousin?" No one responded. Shuyi's heart tightened. "Yundian, please quietly check if anyone remains inside the courtyard." She had encountered Yundian in less than half a stick of incense's time, which was ample for them to have relocated. Yundian leapt into the courtyard and quickly returned. "Young lady, there is no one inside, but the tables and chairs are overturned. They must have hastily departed." Shuyi clenched her fists, steadying her mind. She decided to investigate whether there was a cellar within, or if any other clues could be uncovered. Turning on her heel, she circled the exterior of the house, searching for any traces left by her cousin. At the back gate of the small courtyard, she discovered dried roses. Following the trail of the withered flowers, Yundian promptly nodded and began to search. Su Linran's initial markings were conspicuous, and Yundian pursued the signs while it was evident that Shuyi lacked the stamina for such an endeavor. The guards who had been exploring the courtyard emerged as well. Reporting to the young lady, they informed her that there was indeed a cellar inside, showing signs of previous occupancy. Shuyi nodded in acknowledgement. Let's not depart just yet. We shall wait for the young lord to arrive. If we leave now, I fear that Song Heng may become lost. Chapter 15. Lingxi's fear. As soon as Shuyi's words fell, she noticed Song Hengyue approaching with a group of skilled individuals. Landing silently. Where are the others? Song Hengyue's keen eyes quickly discerned Shuyi's attire and understood its significance. Suppressing his displeasure, he inquired, I found this place with my cousin. He mentioned that this group consists of traffickers, but he could not uncover Lingxi and the others' whereabouts. However, I instructed Yundian to investigate, and he reported signs of existence in a cellar within. Just as I was about to seek you out, a hurried figure entered the courtyard, likely having discovered the soldiers pursuing them. My cousin stayed here to keep watch while I went out to search, but by the time I returned, they had vanished. I left a mark for my cousin. Yundian has already followed the trail. Shuyi relayed the events rapidly. Song Hengyue nodded. The necessity for stealth had diminished as the individuals had fled. He whistled, and a horse galloped from a distance. Turning, he lifted Shuyi and mounted the horse with her. Let's go. They followed the traces left behind, and upon hearing a commotion ahead, Song Hengyue dismounted, instructing, Stay here and do not move. A confrontation has erupted. Feng Lei, protect the young lady. Without hesitation, he rode forth. Shuyi, unable to remain at ease, waited a few moments before saying, Feng Lei, take me with you. We shall see together. With no other choice, Feng Lei procured another horse, and they pursued. By the time they arrived, the dust had settled. The bodies of several men lay by the roadside, with only one survivor, captured by Yundian. Song Lingxi and Song Shuyun were huddled together, trembling and weeping profusely. Lingxi, Shuyun, Shuyi hurried over, embracing them to provide comfort. Her gaze scanning the surroundings until she spotted Su Linran, unharmed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Do not fear, your sister-in-law is here. Song Lingxi sobbed, Sister-in-law. I'm so scared. I woke up to find myself bound. Song Shuyun, shivering, curled tightly against Lingxi, fainting at the sight of Shuyi after a couple of cries. Shuyi turned to Song Hengyue, whose gaze was sharp and fierce, his sword stained with blood. Upon sensing his wife's eyes upon him, Song Hengyue's expression softened gradually. It is all right. Take them home. The household has prepared physicians. Shuyi nodded and looked at Su Linran. Cousin, I'm truly grateful for your assistance tonight. A smile graced Su Linran's serious countenance. It is good to be of help. You are unwell. After such exertion, you should return to rest. Let Yu prepare a calming soup for you. At these words, Feng Lei and Yundian exchanged glances, instinctively looking at the young master. Song Hengyue's gaze fell upon the outer robe Shuyi wore. His previously cold eyes now held an inscrutable intensity, as if fixated on a quarry. Very well, I understand. Thank you, cousin. Suddenly, Shuyi's gaze sharpened, and she swiftly approached. Cousin, are you injured? The twilight cast a shadow, and Su Linran's dark attire obscured the wound on his arm, causing Shuyi to miss it at first glance. Anxiously, she implored, cousin with a furrowed brow, then turned to Song Hengyue. My lord, do you happen to have any ointment for wounds? She recalled that Song Hengyue always carried such remedies. As Shuyi rushed towards Su Linran, Song Hengyue followed closely behind, his dark eyes fixed on her flustered expression. He then retrieved a small vial of wound ointment from his sleeve. As she reached out to take it, he redirected his hand to pass it to Feng Lei behind him. Feng Lei, administer this to Lord Su. He then slightly inclined his head towards Su Linran. I am grateful for your assistance today, Lord Su. I shall certainly express my gratitude in due time. Su Linran relaxed his brow and replied, There is no need. It is only right to offer aid. Their eyes met briefly, and no further words were exchanged. Yet, both their gazes unconsciously drifted toward Shuyi, or rather, the outer robe she still wore. Unaware of their scrutiny, Shuyi observed Feng Lei preparing to tend to Su Linran, gently assisting Song Lingxi and instructing others to carry Song Shuyun. Cousin, take good care of your injury. I will certainly come to express my thanks in the future. Song Hengyue and Su Linran remained standing. Once Feng Lei had applied the ointment, Song Hengyue expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you, Lord Su, for protecting my wife today. I shall repay you in kind. However, the way Su Linran looked at Shuyi made him uncomfortable. The admiration in Su Linran's gaze was unmistakable. Having witnessed Su Linran's remarkable talents on many occasions, this was the first time he realized Su Linran harbored such feelings. No wonder, after his marriage to Shuyi, Su Linran had become more outgoing, returning to assume the position of Deputy Minister of Justice. Su Linran replied with calmness, "You are too courteous, my lord." The two mounted their horses to catch up with Shuyi's carriage. Just as they exited the alley, the Prince of Rong's son arrived in haste, his face etched with concern. "Hung, have you found them?" Song Hengyue responded. "They are in the carriage. Shuyi has fainted." The Prince of Rong's son sighed in relief. "That is good to hear. I rushed here upon receiving news, but seems I missed them. Your efficiency is commendable." With that, he dismounted to check on Song Shuyi. Song Hengyue quickly interjected, "Brother, Shuyi is in good hands with my wife. We must return promptly to have a doctor examine her." The Prince of Rong's son was taken aback. "How can my sister-in-law be here? Has she been searching all night?" He then called out to the carriage. "Thank you for your efforts today, sister-in-law." Shuyi replied warmly, "It was my duty. There is no need for you to be polite, brother." Upon hearing her voice through the curtain, tinged with subtle fatigue, Song simply said, "Brother, let us go. The officials from the Jingzhou Prefecture and the 5 cities military command have arrived." Song Hengyue briefed his colleagues on the matters at hand and entrusted them with the sole survivor before returning to the Wangfu. The Rong Wangfu and Qing Wangfu were neighboring estates. He first escorted Song Shuyi to the Rong Wangfu, where the Rong Wang Heir took her in, after which they finally turned back to the Qing Wangfu. Shuyi held the still sobbing Song Lingxi in her arms, softly soothing her. "Lingxi, do not be afraid. We shall soon be home." Lingxi responded in a hushed voice, clinging tightly to Shuyi's sleeve, burying her head in her embrace. At the entrance of the Qing Wangfu, Qing Wang held the tear-stricken Qing Wangfei, and upon seeing the carriage approach, she pushed him aside and rushed down. "Lingxi, Lingxi!" Shuyi lifted the curtain and revealed the anxious Qing Wangfei. "Do not worry, mother. Lingxi is unharmed, merely frightened." "Thank you for your efforts, Shuyi." Upon seeing her mother, Song Lingxi ran towards her in tears, and the Qing Wangfei embraced her from outside the carriage. Both mother and daughter wept openly. The Qing Wang approached, enveloping the two in his arms, and then lifted Song Lingxi down. "Father, mother, Lingxi is so scared." Chapter 16 today, you have worked hard. As Song Hengyue watched his father return to the residence with his mother and sister, he slowly approached the carriage and gazed at Shuyi, who was seated inside. "You should take off the outer robe," he said softly. Shuyi was taken aback. "What?" Song Hengyue's eyes flickered, but he continued gently. "The outer robe you are wearing belongs to Su Linran. It does not suit you. Please remove it." Realizing that she was indeed clad in her cousin Su's outer robe, Shuyi felt a tinge of embarrassment, especially since she had put it back on after wearing it without undergarments. "All right." Lowering the curtain, she removed the dark black outer robe. At Song Hengyue's gesture, Guyu inquired, "My lady, may I come in?" Shuyi glanced at herself and replied softly, "No need. I shall come down shortly." Guyu promptly assisted Shuyi in descending. Song Hengyue reached out to take the garment from her hands. Noticing her confusion, he simply stated, "Su Linran is, after all, an outsider. It is inappropriate for you to keep his clothing. Since you have worn it, returning it would also be improper. Let remain with me." Shuyi could only nod. "Thank you, my lord." After a day of relentless activity, she was utterly exhausted, and now that she had relaxed, her feet ached terribly. Observing her slightly swaying form, Song Hengyue addressed Guyu, who was supporting Shuyi, saying, "Allow me." He turned and lifted her into his arms. Shuyi gasped, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at him. "My lord?" Song Hengyue did not respond. Carrying her back to Mingyue Pavilion and gently placing her on the bed, unconsciously brushing his fingers against her hair, which no longer bore the adornments of Zhu Cui. "In a moment, let Guyu apply some medicine to your feet, and, after you have a bowl of calming soup, rest well. You have worked hard today." Shuyi's expression was one of disbelief, This gentle manner was unlike the song Hengyue she knew. I still need to visit the main courtyard. Tonight, I mobilized the troops from Wuqing and the Jinghui's office. I must report to His Majesty. Shuyi stared blankly as Song Hengyue exited, feeling as if she had absorbed the chilling aura surrounding him. Turning to the several maids gathered nearby, she inquired, "Is Mingxian asleep?" Guyu replied, "The young master is resting in the main courtyard tonight, accompanied by a nurse." Shuyi nodded. "Good, given the commotion tonight. Mother and elder brother must have received the news. Please send someone to convey a message." Bailu agreed and promptly left to attend to the task. After resting for just over an hour, Shuyi awoke. Guyu entered to assist Shuyi in getting up. "Why does the young lady not rest a little longer?" Shuyi sighed. "I'm somewhat worried about Lingxi. Song Lingxi was only 14, not yet of age. And though she was usually lively and clever, she had never faced such matters before." Shuyi tidied herself and headed to the main courtyard, where she found Granny Hua waiting at the entrance. "Granny, where is Mother?" Madame Hua smiled and said, "The princess mentioned that the young lady of the Heir would be coming, so I was instructed to wait here, and indeed it was correct. The princess accompanied the county princess to rest last night and is now at Liuguan courtyard. She asked me to convey to the young lady of the Heir that she should return and rest well, for you have had a long and arduous day yesterday." Shuyi acknowledged this, saying, "Thank you, madam. I shall not disturb them further. Lingxi and my mother should also take a proper rest. I will come again tonight to pay my respects." Then Shuyi inquired, "Madam, where is Mingxian?" Madame Hua pointed towards the outer courtyard, stating, "He has been taken to the outer courtyard by the prince." "Very well," Shuyi replied, understanding that since Mingxian was with Prince Qing, there was no need for her to concern herself further. Upon returning to Mingwei residence, she rested for a while longer. Around noon, Mingxian was brought back to Mingwei residence. Upon seeing Shuyi, he pouted his lips in grievance, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. "Oh dear!" Shuyi quickly embraced him. "Why are you on the verge of tears? Do you miss your mother?" After playing with the child for some time and having lunch, Shuyi instructed Mangzhong to prepare gifts, intending to visit the Prince of Rong's residence. "I recall that there's a fine piece of American ginseng in the storeroom. Let us take that along as well." After ensuring that Madame Hua was informed, Shuyi set out. Though the two residences were neighbors, they were still separated by a considerable distance. As Shuyi departed, she had someone deliver a visiting card. Upon arriving at the gates of the Prince of Rong's residence, she found the young lady of the prince, Zhao, already waiting. "Sister-in-law, I apologize for the intrusion, but I imagine your household is quite busy." Zhao had a slightly plump figure, fair skin, and a pair of remarkably captivating peach blossom eyes, although today there were dark circles beneath them that the makeup could not conceal. "In the midst of our busyness, it is indeed a fortunate event to see such beauty in my sister-in-law. Just yesterday, our county princess was grateful for your tireless efforts." The two ladies held hands and exchanged pleasantries before Zhao led Shuyi inside. "You have come to see Shuyun, haven't you?" Shuyi nodded, "Yes. Given the magnitude of last night's events, I am still trembling at the thought." Shuyun fainted. She must have been terribly frightened. "Is she awake now?" Zhao sighed. "She woke shortly after returning last night, but she was quite shaken, crying throughout the night and only falling asleep to be plagued by nightmares. Currently, the Queen Mother is with her." Shuyi sighed in agreement. "Lingxi is also with her. When I left, my mother was still by her side." Who would have imagined such horrifying events could occur within the capital? Zhao concurred. "Indeed, that kidnapper is utterly despicable. Thankfully, we managed to find them. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable," Shuyi added. Once they arrived at Song Shuyin's courtyard, Shuyi was led in to meet the Princess of Rong. "Greetings, Aunt Rong." The Princess of Rong had red-rimmed eyes and appeared exhausted, looking quite haggard. "My dear child, please rise. I have already heard about your bravery. Without you, we might still be searching for Shuyun. Aunt, I'm deeply grateful to you." Observing Song Shuyun, who slept with a furrowed brow, Shuyi lowered her voice. "Aunt Rong has been too hard on Shuyi. It is only natural, as Lingxi and Shuyun are like sisters, and, as the sister-in-law, she ought to lend her support." Princess Rong grasped Shen Shuyi's hand, saying, "You are such a good child. How is Lingxi faring?" Shen Shuyi managed a bitter smile. Like Shuyun, she had wept throughout the night, and her sleep had been restless. She had only just managed to rest for a short while. She spoke no falsehood. Wiping her tears with a handkerchief, Princess Rong remarked, "At least we found them. Otherwise, I shudder to think what might have befallen those two girls." Shen Shuyi hastily provided comfort, and it took a considerable time for Princess Rong to cease her tears. Noticing her weary appearance, Shen Shuyi took her leave. Chapter 17. Only the silhouette remains upon exiting Song Shuyin's courtyard. The outside world erupted into a cacophony. Eldest sister-in-law, permit me to see my sister. Given the gravity of her situation, I cannot find peace in my heart without laying eyes on her. Zhao stood at the entrance, obstructing entry, her smile betraying an icy indifference. Shuyun was startled and has only just fallen asleep. Any matters can wait until she awakens. She is well aware of your intentions. However, Shen Shuyi could not help but shake her head inwardly. The most vociferous among the crowd was the eldest daughter of the Prince of Rome, whose mother was a favored concubine, lavished with affection. She had always relished comparing herself to Song Shuyun. Shen Lingxi had once mentioned that Song Qiuyun and Song Shuyun were at odds. Now that Shuyun was in distress, how pleased she must be. If her concern for her sister were genuine, why the clamor to see Song Shuyun at this moment? One of Zhao's maidservants discreetly tugged at her sleeve. Zhao turned back, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. "Sister-in-law, are you leaving?" Shen Shuyi took a few steps outward, casting a glance at the delicate and fragile Song Qiuyun before responding to Zhao. "Sister-in-law, I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave." Zhao shot a silent glare at the approaching Song Qiuyun, then smiled. "That is well. I shall visit Lingxi tomorrow." Shen Shuyi returned the smile. "I shall await your return at the residence." The two exchanged polite gestures before Shen Shuyi descended the steps. At that moment, Song Qiuyun clutched her handkerchief and spoke softly. "Eldest sister-in-law, did you see my sister just now? I'm truly worried about her well-being. I do not know how she is faring. Yet eldest sister-in-law will not allow me to enter." Upon hearing this address, Shen Shuyi felt a pang in her teeth. She lifted her gaze to find Zhao's calm exterior barely concealing her rising ire. Shen Shuyi responded with serene composure. "Shuyun is well. However, she requires a tranquil environment to recuperate. There is no need to see me off. I shall return now." It was no longer appropriate for her to linger in that setting. Song Qiuyun possessed some wit, albeit lacking in intellect. Song Hengyue rubbed his forehead and inquired of Feng Lei, "Is the princess feeling any better?" Feng Lei, having noticed that his master was finally free, began to arrange the dishes from the food box while responding, "It is said that with the princess consort's company, she has improved somewhat." Observing the spread, Song Hengyue frowned. "Why is it the same fare again?" Feng Lei chuckled sheepishly. These dishes were sent from the main kitchen. Naturally, the offerings would be similar. Stealing a glance, he thought the dishes appeared both appetizing and fragrant. After all, they were meant for the air. They could hardly be subpar. Furthermore, the menu did change daily. Noting Song Hengyue's somber expression, Feng Lei pondered before suggesting, "Shall I send someone back to the residence to request some dishes from the princess consort's small kitchen?" After a moment's contemplation, Song Hengyue dismissed the idea. He had discerned that ever since Shen Shuyi fainted previously, her demeanor towards him had undergone a transformation. The meals that were once prepared in the small kitchen had inexplicably shifted to those from the main kitchen. Once characterized by daily expressions of warmth and concern, their interactions had devolved into a profound silence. At times, the impatience in her gaze was unmistakable. Song Hengyue found the dishes before him increasingly unpalatable, his spirits growing ever more despondent. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Shen Shuyi proceeded to the Liuguang courtyard of Song Lingxi. Upon entering, she encountered Amber, the consort of the prince, and Pearl, Song Lingxi's personal maid. "Greetings to the young lady," they said. "Yes, have mother and Lingxi awoken?" Amber nodded. "They have already regained consciousness." Shen Shuyi entered the room, where the princess was seated beside Song Lingxi on the bed. Lingxi reclined, her eyes swollen and red. "Your daughter-in-law pays her respects to mother." The princess gestured for Shuyi to come closer. Shuyi, come sit down. Shuyi naturally took a seat on the bed and gently caressed Song Lingxi's face. Lingxi, do not cry any longer. It would not suit you. Song Lingxi managed to smile through her tears, nodding lightly. Thanks to my sister-in-law yesterday, otherwise, I fear. Her voice trailed off in trepidation. The princess grasped Shuyi's hand. Shuyi, you truly endured much yesterday. Had it not been for your keen observation and memory of those individuals, and your relentless search, we might still be in the dark about Lingxi's whereabouts. She cherished her only daughter dearly. Shuyi embraced Song Lingxi, reassuring the princess. Such acts are only fitting. Lingxi is the jewel of our prince's residence. Lingxi, fear not. With your father and brother by your side, those kidnappers shall not escape. Song Lingxi was not the type to be overly delicate. Reflecting on the lives lost before her, she felt a sense of relief rather than fear. The princess nodded in agreement. Indeed, rest assured, your brother spared one of them alive. He will surely uncover their organization and all associated individuals. Her voice was resolute, her gaze fierce, filled with a desire for retribution against those responsible. Song Lingxi ceased her tears, her voice hoarse as she inquired, Sister-in-law, I heard you visited the Ronwang residence. How is Shuyan faring? Shuyi sighed, recalling Song Shuyan's pale visage, and replied, Do not worry, Lingxi. Shuyan awakened shortly after returning home yesterday. When I visited her, she was peacefully asleep. I trust that after a good rest, she will recover from her fright. Song Shuyan had always been somewhat fragile, yet fortunately, she was now safe and would surely mend with time. Song Lingxi exhaled in relief. That is good to hear. Gu Yu entered with a medicinal bowl. Princess, this is the ginseng chicken soup that has been simmering since this morning. Please allow the young lady to have some. Shuyi nodded. Please serve some. She received the bowl and picked up a spoon. Song Lingxi quickly interjected, Sister-in-law, I can manage on my own. You should rest. She could not bear to have her sister-in-law attend to her. The princess, rubbing her temples, turned to Amber and inquired, What of the prince? The prince left early to enter the palace. The princess's eyes glimmered as she nodded. Very well. When the prince returns, summon him to see me. She was resolute in her intent to not let that group escape unscathed. Even though she was aware that neither King Qing nor her son would intervene, she felt compelled to personally convey her instructions to feel reassured. That evening, the family gathered for dinner, with even Song Hengyue returning home punctually. This ordinary yet comforting atmosphere eased the trepidation within Song Lingxi's heart. Song Hengyue, cradling Mingxian, followed closely behind Shuyi, casting a discreet glance at the graceful figure before him. In the past, during such moments, Shuyi would be playfully engaging with the child while recounting the happenings within the household. Together, they would amble back to Hengyue residence, cradling the child gently. However, the present scene was starkly different. Shuyi hurried her steps, leaving only her silhouette behind. Suddenly, Song Hengyue recalled the sight of Shuyi donning Su Linran's outer robe the previous night, rushing towards him. It appeared as though the two of them were the truly intimate couple. Chapter 18. It is time to treat Shuyi with more kindness. Song Hengyue entrusted the child to a maid to take downstairs. He sipped his tea, his gaze resting upon Shuyi, who was seated gracefully in the imperial concubine chair, meticulously stitching. Do not embroider under the candlelight. It strains the eyes, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Shuyi paused, her hand halting with a needle, and she understood. Only after completing the final few stitches did she set her work aside. Young master, my cousin assisted me greatly yesterday. I intend to prepare a token of gratitude and should properly express my thanks in person. Upon hearing her refer to him as cousin, Song Hengyue felt an unexpected discomfort swell within him. There is no need to rush. Su Linran has only just returned to the capital and has recently assumed his duties. He is undoubtedly quite busy. I will inform you once I have arranged a meeting with him. Shuyi listened to his exceedingly calm words, raising her eyebrows slightly. Is that so? I was unaware. Nevertheless, I appreciate the young master's consideration, but it would be best to expedite the matter. The longer it is delayed, the less sincere it becomes. Song Hengyue, hearing her pointed remarks, lifted his teacup and took another sip. That day, I was indeed indebted to him. A generous gift would be appropriate. Shuyi's assertion was irrefutable. Yet, discomfort lingered in his heart. Reason told him that Su Linran had indeed rendered substantial assistance and deserved a sincere thank you. However, the mere thought of Shuyi's concern for Su Linran, coupled with Su Linran's gentle demeanor towards her, stirred a tempest of agitation within him. While Su Linran was undeniably an upright gentleman, Song Hengyue could still perceive the feelings he harbored beneath the surface. I understand, Shuyi replied. Su Linran was her cousin, and she would never neglect him. As the great-grandson of her grandmother's brother, their families enjoyed a close-knit relationship due to familial ties. Observing Shuyi's composed demeanor, devoid of the intimacy they once shared, Song Hengyue felt compelled to speak. I apologize for your troubles last night. I should have sought you out sooner to spare you the fatigue. Shuyi's expression shifted, casting a quizzical glance at Song Hengyue. Young master, you exaggerate. It is merely my duty. How peculiar it was for him to exhibit concern for her today. Song Hengyue found himself nearly choked by her unintentional remarks, almost laughing in irritation. What has transpired with you these days? Are you still upset? Shuyi looked up, bewildered. What do you mean, young master? I'm not upset. Song Hengyue stifled the growing agitation within him, striving for composure. Then why are you different from before? This truly astonished Shuyi. All this time, he remained oblivious to my changes, yet now that I care less, he suddenly takes notice. How was she to respond? Ultimately, it seemed that Shuyi was never truly valued in Song Hengyue's heart. A cold smile flickered within her, yet her exterior remained tranquil, her gentle smile appearing as if it were a permanent fixture. I have not changed at all. It is merely that the young master is overthinking. In truth, she had merely come to terms with her circumstances. Were it not for the imperial decree binding them in marriage, Shuyi would have fought fiercely for a divorce. Yet, fate had conspired against them, leaving them unable to part ways. Even if she becomes a resentful partner, Shuyi can only remain in this marriage. Moreover, she has Ming Xian. Ming Xian is the reason she endures and maintains her composure. As for Song Hengyue, she once cared about where his heart lay, his indifference towards her, and his neglect. However, after experiencing a death, Shuyi truly does not wish to become further entangled. Otherwise, she would become the greatest fool beneath heaven and earth. She must make the most rational decision. Matters of love and affection pale in significance compared to securing Ming Xian's position. Although currently Song Hengyue has only her as a woman and Ming Xian as a child, who can predict what the future holds? Even if Song Hengyue once promised to have only her as his woman, his promises hold no value. Observing her lowered head, with a hint of coldness flickering in her eyes, Song Hengyue felt an inexplicable surge of panic. Why have you stopped bringing meals to the yamen? He increasingly yearned for clarity. Shuyi looked up at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Did you not say before that it would have a negative impact? After a brief silence, Song Hengyue replied, Then why has your attitude towards me grown increasingly unfriendly? Shuyi felt speechless yet responded, Not at all. Besides, you mentioned that I should not cling to you too much and find my own pursuits. Song Hengyue was left speechless. He further inquired, Then why do you no longer call me husband? I remember since our marriage, you have not once referred to me as young master, yet now, every word is young master, as cold as ice. Observing his relentless probing, Shuyi suddenly understood why he once found her bothersome. It seems she is now seeing him through the same lens. Her expression softened, yet the chill in her eyes deepened. Did you not say that as long as we are good spouses, it suffices? I am the young master's wife, and you are the young master, are you not? As Song Hengyue watched her leisurely sip her tea, his heart grew increasingly bitter, comprehending the implications of her words. Reflecting on it, he realized he had never called her by her name, transitioning his address from Miss Shun to young master's wife. For reasons unknown, a sense of panic and loss suddenly engulfed Song Hengyue. He had intended to use these words to demonstrate that Shuyi was still angry, yet found himself in discomfort instead. Now he would rather she truly remained angry. Observing his speechlessness, Shuyi quietly scoffed. Rest assured, young master, I have genuinely moved on from the previous matter. Moving on merely means not torturing myself, not that she had forgotten the grievance. Yet, all of that now seemed unnecessary. Song Hengyue could only nod silently. When he looked up at her, he noticed her clothes still partially laid out, and his heart eased slightly. Perhaps he ought to treat Shuyi a little better. After all, she is his wife, the mother of his child. Once, he had harbored a profound disdain for an incompatible marriage, marrying Shuyi solely due to political necessity. He initially believed that as long as she was the only one in his life, he would be justified in his devotion to her. However, after their marriage, Shuyi left him feeling bewildered. The absence of her gentle, playful demeanor and her charmingly clingy nature only deepened his confusion. Observing his reluctance to leave, Shuyi furrowed her brow, yet refrained from urging him to go, as she wished to maintain a facade of harmony. "You fetch some water." Perhaps it was best to let things be. In her eyes, Song Hengyue was merely experiencing a fleeting discomfort. In due time, he would come to recognize the advantages of their union. Was this not what he had longed for? She had offered it to him all at once. Surely, if he was not overjoyed, he would at least feel a sense of relief. Dismissing Song Hengyue, she strode directly into the bathroom. Song Hengyue flexed his fingers, furrowed his brow, and ultimately stood up to exit. He had come to understand Shuyi's lack of welcome. Chapter 19. A disturbance in meeting your cousin. The Dragon Boat Festival was quite a thrilling experience, but after a few days, tranquility returned. The gang of kidnappers in the capital was thoroughly apprehended. Song Hengyue and Su Linran finally arranged a date to meet. On the 15th of May, Shuyi arrived at Su Linran's residence bearing gifts of gratitude. Although Su Linran was the second son of the Duke of Yinyang, his mother was a stepmother, and the heir to the Duke was not of her lineage. After returning to the capital, Su Linran found a suitable courtyard and moved out. Shuyi refrained from asking too many questions. Upon disembarking from her carriage, she spotted Su Linran waiting at the entrance. "Cousin, be cautious," Su Linran softly advised as he approached. That day had been so urgent that Shuyi had not had the chance to properly observe her cousin, who had been away from the capital for over 2 years. Now, upon closer inspection, Su Linran appeared as refined as ever, though he bore an added air of determination between his brows. "Cousin, it is only today that I come to express my gratitude. I truly Shuyi began. But Su Linran quickly interrupted. "It was my busy schedule that delayed you. You need not blame yourself." Nonetheless, Shuyi insisted. "I am exceedingly grateful to you, cousin, for it was thanks to you that I was able to buy time and locate my younger sister. I have come today solely to thank you." The maidservants, Guyu and the others, held a multitude of gifts in their hands. "These are mere trifles, not worthy of respect. I hope you will accept them, cousin," she said graciously. While Su Linran smiled, a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. If only he had been a bit braver back then, would the outcome have differed? "Cousin, you have established your own household, and with no elders present, it is inconvenient for my father and mother to visit. Allow me to convey their thanks on their behalf." The gratitude owed to Su Linran was not solely from the Duke of Qing's residence, but also from many who had assisted that day. Yet, the one most deserving of gratitude was Su Linran himself, for he had protected her in her quest to find Song Lingxi. Su Linran understood that it was not appropriate for the Duke and Duchess of Qing to visit, and he was unbothered by it. As for Song Hengyue, neither of them broached the subject. Shuyi deemed it unnecessary, while Su Linran preferred not to dwell on the thought of his cousin marrying another. Before long, they heard the doorman announce that Song Hengyue had arrived. Su Linran glanced at Shuyi, noticing her look of surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he rose. "Cousin, please take a seat. I shall go and welcome the heir." Shuyi wished to decline, but felt it was not her place to dictate Su Linran's actions. As usual, Song Hengyue entered with a stern expression, walking alongside Su Linran. Upon seeing the maids and matrons diligently attending to their duties, he felt somewhat relieved. However, as he glanced at Shuyi, his gaze was inscrutable. He had arranged this day with Su Linran, intending to express their gratitude together. Yet, upon returning home, he discovered that she had already set out on her own. Unable to contain himself, he had rushed over. Su Linran keenly sensed the peculiar atmosphere between them, and, fueled by speculation, spoke up. "Heir, it seems that cousin arrived just as you did. Perhaps their hearts are in sync." Although uttering those words widened the chasm in his heart, he was reluctant to let his feelings disrupt his cousin's life. In truth, these matters are trifling, and there is no need for a personal visit to express gratitude. Song Hengyue suppressed the anger within, managing a polite smile as he offered his thanks. Master Su has rendered significant assistance to the Prince of Qing's residence. How can we not express our gratitude? I apologize for my tardiness today. I let my humble wife come first, which was indeed discourteous. I hope you will not take offense. Su Linran hastily responded, of course not. Moreover, my cousin and I are related. Your esteemed residence need not be so formal. Shen Shuyi interjected, though we are relatives, gratitude must still be extended. Upon hearing Shen Shuyi's words, Su Linran's gaze softened, while Song Hengyue's brow furrowed. He spoke up, what my wife says is entirely correct. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Su Linran smiled slightly, merely replying, you are too kind, young master. Naturally, Song Hengyue and Shen Shuyi did not linger for a meal. As Shen Shuyi entered the carriage, Song Hengyue exchanged a glance with Su Linran before both turned their gazes away coldly. He followed Shen Shuyi into the carriage. Noticing his stern expression, Shen Shuyi remained unfazed and offered him a seat beside her. Sitting down, they were close together. Shen Shuyi took out a small chessboard and began to play against herself, not inquiring how he had come. Song Hengyue observed her for a while before suddenly pulling her into his embrace. The pieces scattered. Oh, my pieces. Shen Shuyi turned, meeting Song Hengyue's eyes, which were heavy with restrained anger. Young master, you are disturbing my game. Song Hengyue scoffed. Is that so? I thought I was interrupting your meeting with your cousin. Detecting the sarcasm in his words, Shen Shuyi coldly scoffed, choosing not to engage further. She forcefully pushed him away, extricating herself from his grasp, straightening her clothes, and rearranging the chess pieces. She composed herself, suppressing her anger, fearing she might slap Song Hengyue. Does he truly believe everyone harbors feelings for others as he does? Song Hengyue was taken aback by her scoff, feeling a surge of frustration. He could not help but think that it was high time for the outside world to witness the so-called virtuous wife they praised. Shen Shuyi was far from the gentle and dignified paragon of a virtuous spouse, as others described. He had been incensed too many times. Clenching his hands at his sides, he closed his eyes, fully aware of his unguarded words. He had already sensed Su Linran's feelings for Shen Shuyi, yet she remained oblivious. Furthermore, Su Linran had indeed rendered significant aid, and Shen Shuyi was also concerned for the Prince of Qing's residence. Yet today, he found himself unable to control his emotions. It was difficult to articulate the turmoil he felt upon discovering that Shen Shuyi had abandoned him to meet Su Linran alone. He had chased after her, filled with anger. Most troubling were the incessant images in his mind of Shen Shuyi's concern for Su Linran, along with Su Linran's reserved gentleness. Despite knowing that Shen Shuyi was his wife and understanding her intentions, he still felt a pang of jealousy and discomfort at the thought of her caring for another. The carriage came to a halt. Song Hengyue alighted first and turned to assist Shen Shuyi. However, she merely glanced at his outstretched hand and disembarked the carriage independently. No need, she said, not looking back as she walked towards the residence, with Guyu hastily following behind. Feng Lei cast a glance at the air, his heart heavy with lamentation. What petty quarrel could the master and his companion be embroiled in now? For days, he had endured the chilling demeanor of the air. Song Hengyue remained as silent as a shadow beside Shen Shuyi. As they passed by Song Hengyue's study, Shen Shuyi paused, turning to face him. Your Highness, I fear I am ill-suited for social gatherings. I shall have Mangzhong prepare the list for you to manage shortly. You, Song Hengyue, are quite capable, so you may handle it yourself. In the past, she had often ventured out alone for social engagements, yet he had never inquired about her affairs. Observing the affectionate bonds of other couples, she could only wallow in her own solitude, ultimately left to mend her own shattered heart. Why did he remain oblivious to her plight? Now, she was uncertain of the cause of his discontent. Su Linran, her cousin, had rendered her significant assistance that day. As the heir's consort, it was only proper for her to express her gratitude. Did her relatives not merit such acknowledgement? Chapter 20. He seemed to have grasped the gravity of his prior carelessness. Without allowing Song Hengyue a moment to respond, Shuyi turned on her heel and departed. For a brief moment, Song Hengyue remained at the threshold of the study, his head throbbing with frustration, yet utterly powerless. After all, he was acutely aware that the recent events were indeed his own fault. Shuyi remained oblivious to Su Linron's subtle affections towards her. He had momentarily lost control and let his jealousy slip. Feng Lei exchanged a glance with the approaching Yunding, both sighing in unison. Upon returning to Mingyue residence, Shuyi summoned Mangzhong. Please organize the account books pertaining to the social exchanges of the household and deliver them to the young masteress study. Mangzhong hesitated, but upon seeing the displeased countenance of the young mistress, he hurriedly acquiesced. Guyu swiftly brought a cup of tea. Young mistress, please calm your anger. Shuyi took a sip, her inner fury still simmering. Song Hengyue had insulted both her and her cousin. She was innocent, and Su Linran was a gentleman of impeccable character. She considered herself to be gracious and had had no dealings with her cousin for years. Song Hengyue was truly judging others through the lens of his own experiences. Yunding entered the study expressionless, clutching a stack of ledgers. Feng Lei patted his chest in relief, thankful that Mangzhong had not caught him. He had no desire to confront the young master's wrath. Young master, these are the account books sent from the young mistress. She stated that henceforth, all social exchanges of the Wang residence would be your responsibility. Yunding delivered his message with a stiff demeanor, feeling utterly helpless. Song Hengyue set down his brush, gazing at the towering stack of ledgers before him, a mix of resignation and disbelief washing over him. He had initially thought her jesting. In less than a quarter of an hour, the ledgers had already found their way to his desk. With a sweeping glance, he inquired, "Does the young mistress have anything further to say?" Yunding silently shook his head. How could he dare reveal that Mangzhong had merely called out to him at the door and tossed the ledgers into his hands, stating that the young mistress wished for him to manage the household's social engagements? Seeing Yunding bow his head, as if to render himself invisible, Song Hengyue sighed inwardly. Today, it was he who had lost his composure, and he could not blame Shuyi for her anger. Yet, he had expected her to wait for him to return. With a final sigh, he closed the official documents on his desk. Let us go. Take these items to Mingyue residence. Since I've resolved to treat her with greater kindness, I should at least attempt to placate her. Upon his arrival, he found Shuyi feeding Mingxian, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He paused, observing the untouched dishes on the table, and gently spoke, "Allow me to feed him. You should have your meal." Shuyi tenderly wiped Mingxuan's mouth, stating, "How could the young master feed Mingxian? There's no need to trouble yourself." Hearing her distant and cold words, Song Hengyue's eyelashes fluttered. He took a couple of steps forward and lifted the engrossed Mingxian into his arms. The child, upon recognizing his father, made no protest, but kept his gaze fixed on the bowl of food in Shuyi's hands. Looking at his adorable son, Song Hengyue's expression softened, and he said, "I could do it. You should eat. The food will grow cold." Shuyi furrowed her brow, her eyes scanning Song Hengyue with scrutiny. A sardonic smile graced her lips. Indeed, she had nearly forgotten that the young lord had once held the eldest son of the Rongyang Marquis in the highest esteem, and feeding him was no trivial matter. Now, he feigned a paternal affection akin to a mountain of support. She acknowledged that Song Hengyue treated Mingxian well and valued him. However, what she perceived was merely Song Hengyue's sense of duty towards his son and his aspirations for the future heir of the Wang residence. True, there existed a genuine affection, albeit in scant measure. Song Hengyue initially intended to convey his willingness to feed the child, yet, unexpectedly, his wife adorned him with an entirely different label. Confusion clouded Song Hengyue's mind as he pondered this, but recalling that he had already displeased Shuyi that day, he sought to clarify his position. "I have never fed Yan. Feeding is but a trivial task. Is there truly a need to learn it?" Shuyi remained non-committal, placing down her utensils. "Please, my lord." Observing Mingxuan's discontented reach towards the bowls and chopsticks, Song Hengyue slightly parted his lips, yet he chose to sit down, cradling the child. The initial spoonfuls were somewhat clumsy, but he soon mastered the technique, feeding steadily. Mingxian appeared quite pleased, engrossed in his meal. Once Song Hengyue had attentively fed the child, he turned to find that the dishes were nearly cleared away, while the maid nearby busily tidied up the tableware. Shuyi had already poured herself a cup of tea. Surprised and speechless, Song Hengyue realized that after tending to his son, he himself had not dined. "I have yet to partake in a meal," he remarked, casting a restrained and helpless glance towards Shuyi. She turned to Guyu. "Guyu, have Feng Lei fetch a meal for the young lord." Her courtyard possessed its own modest kitchen. There was no necessity to cater to Song Hengyue's dining needs. Feng Lei sighed inwardly for the young lord, resignedly taking the food container and departing. Song Hengyue's dark eyes dimmed as he handed Mingxian to Guyu, dismissing the others, and seated himself opposite Shuyi. "Today's events are my fault. I extend my apologies. Please do not harbor any anger." Even Shuyi, who had resolutely decided to ignore Song Hengyue, found herself astonished. Was it truly raining red today, with him offering an apology? After her moment of surprise, she feigned indifference, choosing not to respond. Whether he apologized or not held little significance. Her stance remained unchanged. Uninterested in altering her position and devoid of expectations, she felt no need for demands. Noticing her lack of response, Song Hengyue couldn't help but feel lost. Hadn't Shuyi always desired a sincere apology? Why did she seem so unconcerned now? Clearing his throat, he spoke for himself. "I had assumed you would wait for me to finish my shift, so we could depart together. Instead, you left first, which left me somewhat displeased. It was not my intention." There was no need to divulge Su Linron's sentiments to Shuyi. She scoffed at him. "The young lord truly is a forgetful noble. How many times have I navigated social gatherings alone? When have you ever accompanied me? Why, on this occasion, must we wait for you?" She had long since grown accustomed to venturing out on her own. The Princess of Qing had little fondness for socializing, and her elevated status rendered such interactions unnecessary. Yet, in this bustling capital, where officials and dignitaries abounded, there were numerous opportunities that necessitated her presence as the young lord's consort. Only on the rarest of occasions did they attend together as a couple. Moreover, during the brief span of their union, merely 2.5 years, Song Hengyue had spent a year stationed at the border, leaving little room for companionship. It is likely that even if he had the time, he would not have chosen to spend it with her. Ultimately, it all boils down to a lack of regard for her. Shortly after their wedding, she found herself attending social engagements alone, enduring countless jests behind her back. There were moments when she swallowed her pride and delicately inquired if she might join him, only to be met with refusal, rendering her unable to voice such desires again. Her own mother and sister-in-law often felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing her solitude. The Princess of Qing had accompanied her on several outings, providing her with support, which silenced those eager to witness her humiliation. Upon hearing Shuyi's words, Song Hengyue felt a mingling of sorrow and helplessness. Yet the words that followed remained trapped within him. Should he admit fault, or confess that he genuinely lacked the time? He seemed to grasp the weight of his past negligence. Chapter 21. Encountering such a blockhead. Shuyi's complaints were not necessarily aimed at achieving any particular outcome. Rather, they stemmed from her disdain for his demeanor. Had she not expressed her grievances in the past, whether through subtle inquiries, candid declarations, or heartfelt confessions? She had employed every approach. Being a proud and stubborn individual, her repeated advances towards him were fueled solely by her profound affection. Shuyi considered herself a model wife, adeptly managing all household affairs to alleviate any burdens from his shoulders. She dutifully honored her parents, cared for her younger sister, tended to the children, and showed tenderness towards her husband. What had she not accomplished? Yet, what had she received in return? Shuyi never believed that efforts should go unrewarded. For Song Hengyue, perhaps 1 or 2 years could be endured, 3 or 4 at most. However, enduring prolonged neglect and indifference, receiving only dismissiveness and apathy, was an unbearable burden. Was her heart not made of flesh? The Princess of Qing treated Shuyi kindly, prompting her to reciprocate with even more affection. Similarly, when Song Lingxi was good to her, Shuyi responded with greater tenderness. Yet, towards Song Hengyue, his treatment of her was merely a sense of obligation, lacking in genuine affection. Even so, in her past life, despite her disappointment, her feelings remained unchanged. Although they sat in the same hall, Song Hengyue felt an increasing sense of panic, as if Shuyi was drifting further away from him. Her cold gaze and distant demeanor made the short distance between them feel like an insurmountable chasm. He opened his mouth several times, only to tragically realize he had no words to defend himself. For Shuyi was undeniably correct. What frightened him even more was that she no longer sought him out to quarrel. Her eyes no longer lingered on him. Apologies. 1,000 words reduced to this powerless phrase. Unable to wait for Shuyi to speak, Song Hengyue fled in despair. Feng Lei, carrying a food box, encountered Song Hengyue, whose appearance was still as refined as ever. Yet he could not shake off the sense of loneliness that enveloped him. Yundian silently shook his head at Feng Lei. He had not overheard their conversation, only noting that the young master nearly tripped over the threshold upon leaving, an unimaginable occurrence given his usual composure. Upon returning to the study, Feng Lei laid out the meal and spoke. "Your Highness, please dine." Song Hengyue sat before the dimly lit desk, his expression inscrutable, only a low voice escaping him. "I'm not hungry. You and Yundian should eat." After several futile attempts to persuade him, Feng Lei and Yundian resigned themselves to their meal. After a considerable pause, Song Hengyue finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "What do you both think of my treatment towards the young mistress?" Yundian silently set down his chopsticks, while Feng Lei coughed awkwardly. "How can we respond to that?" "Speak," Feng Lei urged, glancing at Yundian, who merely bowed his head in silence. Cursing under his breath, Feng Lei finally spoke. "Your Highness treats the young mistress exceedingly well." Song Hengyue scoffed. "If I asked you to speak, then speak." He closed his eyes, enveloped in an aura of fatigue and despondency. Yundian realized evasion was futile. He simply stated, "The heir is quite considerate towards the heir's consort, presenting her with exquisite jewelry, yet." What else was there? Feng Lei, do chime in. The words escaped them both. Indeed, the heir treats the consort with great kindness, but it is difficult to pinpoint the specifics of his affection. Perhaps he fulfills all the expected roles, yet it seems he lacks what she truly desires. Alas! Yundian interjects, the heir is very protective of the consort, gifting her silver. Feng Lei adds, he is also quite tolerant of her. Although this tolerance may seem cold, it is still a form of acceptance. Yundian, internally distressed yet outwardly composed, suddenly brightens and exclaims, "The heir has yet to take a concubine." Song Hengyue's voice drifts into uncertainty. "Never mind. You may leave now," he replies, feeling increasingly dehumanized. He extinguishes the candle, shrouding himself in darkness, reflecting on their shared past. It appears he has indeed been rather indifferent towards Shuyi. It was not intentional, yet. The sun blazes overhead, casting waves of heat across the capital. Song Lingxi enters Mingyue residence with a radiant smile, her steps light. "Sister-in-law, the Qiqiao festival is approaching, and it is also your birthday. Have you thought about how to celebrate?" Shuyi looks up from her book, momentarily taken aback. She realizes the festival is near, and soon she will turn 20. "Sister-in-law, I've been so busy lately that I almost forgot my own birthday." Song Lingxi envisions the grandeur of the Qiqiao festival in the capital, filled with anticipation, yet recalling her past experience during the Dragon Boat Festival. She shakes her head in trepidation. She feels a tinge of apprehension. Noticing the shadow in Shuyi's eyes, she smiles gently to reassure her. "There will be a banquet in the palace that day. Let mother take you. I've heard the palace has been bustling with preparations, and there will be a magnificent fireworks display. It should be quite spectacular." Shuyi's eyes light up. "That sounds wonderful. The palace is surely safe enough." However, recalling that it is also Shuyi's birthday, Song Lingxi's spirits dampen again. "But that day is your birthday, sister-in-law. If you go to the palace, you won't be able to celebrate it." Shuyi nods and shakes her head. "This year, I will not go to the palace. I wish to spend my birthday in a different place." Song Lingxi initially considers persuading her to join, yet upon seeing the distant look in her sister-in-law's eyes, she suppresses the thought. Despite the absence of quarrels between Shuyi and Song Hengyue, Song Lingxi senses underlying issues in their relationship. Their mother insists it is not her concern, deeming it a matter for her brother, while dismissing his behavior with disdain. Thus, Song Lingxi feigns ignorance. She hopes that this year, on her sister-in-law's birthday, her brother might charm her back. As they exit Mingyue residence, Song Lingxi glances back at her sister-in-law, standing at the door, feeling a surge of affection. She alters her course towards the front courtyard study. Yindian, where's my brother? Greetings, princess. The heir is currently attending to official matters. Song Lingxi's lips twitch. Oh, very well. I shall go in and see. Yindian does not impede her. She pushed open the study door with unwavering determination, gracefully took her seat, and addressed Song Hengyue, who was gazing up at her. Brother, how can you still remain seated? In just a couple of days, it will be the Qiqiao festival and sister-in-law's birthday. Have you prepared her gift? Initially stern-faced, Song Hengyue was taken aback. Birthday? Upon witnessing his bewildered expression, Song Lingxi suddenly recalled her mother's words. It serves him right. Ah, how could you forget sister-in-law's birthday? No wonder things have come to this pass. She remarked, sister-in-law is so virtuous and kind. It cannot possibly be her fault. Today it was evident that it was, indeed, her brother's lack of attentiveness that was to blame. Feeling a wave of exasperation, Song Lingxi turned on her heel and departed, leaving behind a frustrated remark carried by the wind. Sister-in-law is truly unfortunate to encounter someone as dense as you. Chapter 22. Thoughtfully Prepared Gifts. Song Hengyue found himself at a loss for words, feeling a twinge of guilt. Indeed, Shuyi's birthday was memorable, coinciding with the Qiqiao festival. He had not forgotten, rather, he had failed to notice how swiftly time had passed. Yindian, Your Highness, is there something you require? The birthday gift for the princess. Halfway through his sentence, he recalled the joy on Shuyi's face upon receiving gifts in the past, prompting a sudden change of heart. Forget it. I shall go myself. Time flowed like a river, never pausing. Shuyi held a pouch embroidered with gardenias, diligently placing bamboo slips inside. Dongji, I have already instructed someone to notify Xianying Temple. We can set off directly tomorrow morning. Shuyi closed the pouch gently, placing it on the small table. All right. Her gaze drifted towards the crimson horizon, lost in thought. Xianying Temple was the most frequented shrine by the Shen family, and since childhood, Shuyi had always visited it on her birthday. This occasion would be no different. Greetings, Your Highness. Bai Lu's voice echoed from outside, bringing Shuyi back to reality. She furrowed her brow as she saw Song Hengyue striding towards her, holding a box in hand. Your Highness. Initially, Song Hengyue felt a flicker of excitement, but upon noticing Shuyi's indifferent demeanor, his joy gradually waned. He paused, extending the box towards her. Noting her puzzled expression, he placed the box on the table. In a soft voice, he spoke, Tomorrow is your birthday. This is a gift I selected for you. Do you like it? The corners of Shuyi's mouth quivered slightly as she turned to look at the box. After a prolonged silence, she replied softly, Thank you, Your Highness. Yet, it seemed to her that she no longer required it. Once, she had yearned for Song Hengyue to remember her birthday and present her with gifts, only to be met with disappointment. Though she had received gifts, they lacked the sentiment she longed for from him. The joy she felt upon receiving gifts was overshadowed by the disappointment upon opening the box. She could discern immediately who had chosen it. After all, Yin Diane's taste was always so plain and unadorned, merely opting for the most expensive items. Yet Shuyi could only feign happiness, for after all, she had received a gift, had she not? Indicating for Bai Lu to take the box, Song Hengyue, however, pressed his hand down on it. Aren't you going to take a look? I traversed the entire capital to find this, carefully selecting it. Shuyi urged Bai Lu to step back, responding gently. Let's look at it tomorrow. Song Hengyue was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of discomfort. Do you think I presented it too early? Shuyi narrowed her eyes, pondering his true intentions. No, thank you, Your Highness. Hearing her thank him once more, Song Hengyue's lips curled slightly as he uttered a few words. No need for thanks. It was indeed heart-wrenching to realize that a meticulously prepared gift was unwelcome. After days of searching, he finally discovered something that suited her perfectly. Yet today, he could hardly contain his excitement as he brought it to her. Shuyi was polite, but the reaction he had hoped to witness was conspicuously absent. Shuyi felt a sense of annoyance, yet she rose to place the box beneath the vanity. Song Hengyue picked up the teacup, his fingers pale and weak as the liquid within trembled slightly. His heart ached with a mixture of bitterness and embarrassment, for this was something he had painstakingly prepared. Setting the teacup down, his gaze fell upon the embroidered pouch on the table, and a sudden warmth ignited within him. The color and design reminded him of the Qiqiao festival, a time when he would invariably receive such gifts. He observed the pouch adorned with gardenias, a sense of relief washing over him, accompanied by a smile that he could not suppress. Gardenias, gardenias. He recalled asking Shuyi why she cherished gardenias so deeply. She had replied, to hold your hand and grow old together. The homophonic connection between gardenia and holding hands endeared the flower to her. Gazing at the pouch, he thought perhaps she was still upset, yet there remained a place for him in her heart. The pangs of sorrow that had previously burdened him transformed into a gentle warmth, reminiscent of blooming gardenias. Noticing his fixation on the pouch, Shuyi reached out to place it in the cabinet. As she did so, Song Hengyue pondered that perhaps it was not yet time for the Qiqiao festival, and she intended to surprise him. The setting sun cast a warm glow, prompting him to consider a stroll together. The garden had already cooled. He wished to accompany Shuyi, as they seldom had moments alone together, and the atmosphere felt just right. Shuyi, however, remained silent, glancing through the window at the bustling servants outside, and simply replied, "No, we shall be dining soon." Although her annoyance towards Song Hengyue had gradually found a semblance of equilibrium under her restraint, it did not imply her desire to spend more time alone with him. Song Hengyue's once bright eyes dimmed, and a sense of unease began to creep back into his heart. "Bai Lu, summon the servants for supper," he commanded. Seated at the dining table, they began their meal at a leisurely pace. Song Hengyue noted that she had taken several extra pieces of roasted lamb, attentively committing this detail to memory. Shuyi took a sip of tea to clear her mouth and turned to tease Shen, who was diligently focused on his meal. He clutched a specially designed pair of chopsticks, attempting to master their use. Although his hands were unsteady, he gripped the chopsticks tightly with his considerable strength. Shuyi made a few attempts to retrieve them, but ultimately conceded to his determination. Shen, would you like to accompany your grandmother to the palace tomorrow? She contemplated that it would be unsuitable to take him along to Xianqing Temple. Yet fortunately, the princess of the Duke of Qing was eager to bring her grandson to the palace, alleviating her concerns. Song Hengyue's brow furrowed as he listened. Is Shen not going to the palace? Shuyi nodded. I have my own matters to attend to. Observing her relaxed demeanor, Song Hengyue pressed further. Tomorrow is the Qiqiao festival. There will be many people and crowds can be chaotic. Where do you intend to go? I shall accompany you. Shuyi casually turned back and replied, the heir will undoubtedly be busy tomorrow. There is no need to concern yourself with my affairs. Song Hengyue's tone turned serious. Even if I cannot go, Yun should accompany you. Yun was skilled in martial arts and possessed a reticent nature, prompting Shuyi to consider and ultimately agree. Very well. Song Hengyue opened his mouth several times, yet ultimately refrained from articulating the words that nearly escaped him, stifled by the burdens of pride and an unrecognized awkwardness. He resolved to remain silent. It remained a mystery why she chose to venture out alone on the Qiqi festival and her birthday. Could it be the residence of the Marquis of Huayin? However, with her father-in-law absent and her mother-in-law undoubtedly attending the royal banquet tomorrow, it seemed unlikely. Song Hengyue lingered until the moon hung high in the sky. He noticed that Shuyi had already completed her evening routine, yet she had not offered him the pouch she had prepared. Perhaps the hour was not yet ripe. After finishing his own preparations, he joined Shuyi on the bed, feigning ignorance of her astonished gaze. As Shuyi observed him closing his eyes, she refrained from urging him away, instead turning over and pulling the quilt around herself, gradually surrendering to slumber. Chapter 23, finally able to let go of oneself at the break of dawn the following day. Shuyi awoke to discover that Song Hengyue was still present. The two exchanged a nod of acknowledgement. Shuyi settled herself at the dressing table, requesting Bai Lu to style her hair. Meanwhile, Song Hengyue remained seated on the imperial concubine chair, occasionally casting curious glances at Shen Shuyi's appearance. Yet, his fingers drummed increasingly rapidly against the adjacent table, the rhythm becoming more chaotic. Upon seeing Shen Shuyi complete her adornment, even donning a bracelet, Song Hengyue's gaze shifted towards the cabinet beneath the dressing table. His expression was inscrutable, his brows furrowed. Inside that cabinet lay a splendid jade bracelet, entirely emerald in hue, exuding a warm, lustrous quality, yet Shen Shuyi did not even spare to glance. Noticing Shen Shuyi retrieve a pouch from the cabinet, Song Hengyue swiftly averted his gaze, focusing intently on the glass of milk before him. However, after a considerable time, Shen Shuyi did not approach, and the whereabouts of the pouch remained a mystery. A moment of hesitation gripped Song Hengyue's heart, yet he reminded himself that it was still morning. The Qixi festival typically flourished in the evening. Your Grace, I plan to visit the main courtyard to pay my respects to Mother, and I shall send Mingxian along. What about you? Shen Shuyi inquired, noticing Song Hengyue still seated. He raised his gaze, meeting her composed smile, and replied, I shall accompany you. A faint smile graced Shen Shuyi's lips. Very well. After entrusting Mingxian to the Princess of Qing, Shen Shuyi hastily exited the residence. Zwanking Temple lay on the outskirts of the city, and she needed to return today. Thus she was pressed for time. Yundi accompanied her in silence, his mind occupied with the task assigned by the young master. Shen Shuyi lifted the curtain, gazing at the verdant trees outside, her expression somewhat dreamy. Bailu remarked, Your Grace, we shall arrive in approximately 15 minutes. They frequented Zwanking Temple annually, the route well etched in their memory. Shen Shuyi nodded, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Before she became acquainted with Song Hengyue, the wish tree she had planted in her childhood at Zwanking Temple only bore her hopes for the safety of her parents and family, and for peace within her home. Occasionally, whimsical desires would emerge, such as her mother gifting her a musical instrument or sheet music. However, after meeting Song Hengyue, a new wish took root within that small pouch. In those tender moments of youthful infatuation, she never harbored thoughts of possession. She merely wished for his well-being. Later, her aspirations evolved to envisioning a harmonious union. Shen Shuyi had communicated with the temple master and donated 1,000 taels for incense offerings. She waved farewell to Gyu and the others who had intended to accompany her, expertly making her way to a small tree in the backyard. Standing as tall as 2 people, she looked up, and there, at the lush canopy, hung a total of 19 pouches, each wrapped in oilcloth, faintly revealing their original colors. Aside from the latest 3 adorned with gardenias, the others were embroidered with a myriad of floral patterns, reflecting the blossoms she had stitched that particular year. Shen Shuyi's eyes glistened as she approached the wish tree that had borne her aspirations for the past 19 years. Or rather, it embodies the essence of her 22 years of existence. From the moment she entered this world, her father meticulously nurtured a wish tree, which she herself planted at the tender age of 3. This tree has accompanied her growth into the person she is today. The inaugural master of the Su-Inquing Temple was a member of the Shen family, and thereafter, the temple became akin to a familial shrine, with all expenditures borne by the Shens. Each wish tree in the expansive backyard holds the aspirations of a clan member. Shen Shuyi's eyes brimmed with sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks like droplets from a broken vessel. She recalled her 22nd birthday, a day when she carried a child she had yet to behold, carving her hopes for the child's safe arrival and a life of ease into a bamboo slip, letter by letter. She earnestly placed the slip into her pouch and hung it high upon this wish tree. Yet, alas, she never laid eyes upon her child, unaware of its gender or whether it was destined to arrive safely, and if it did, what kind of life it would lead. Each thought of this filled her with self-reproach. She loathed herself for being driven by emotions, for repeatedly offering her heart despite being undervalued, for placing her faith in hollow promises time and again. Ultimately, her frustration culminated in a premature and difficult labor, leaving her poor child to suffer. She harbored resentment towards Song Hengyue, but felt a deeper disdain for herself, for her perceived inadequacies, for being like a starving dog, eagerly accepting scraps while offering her heart in return. wounded yet refusing to flee. She merely hoped that he would continue to offer her his meager leftovers. How tragic and contemptible. Leaning against the wish tree, Shuyi allowed her emotions to unravel, taking a considerable time before wiping her tears dry with a handkerchief. She retrieved her pouch, opening it to extract the bamboo slips within. One wish for her parents' health, another for her family's safety, a third for her child to suffer no pain or calamity, and a final wish to bury her sorrows and discover her true self. Other matters had ceased to hold significance. After caressing the bamboo slips, she wrapped them back in the pouch, binding it with oil paper. Guyu, bring the ladder over. She tied the pouch to the branches of the wish tree, finally allowing herself a smile of release. This would be her last time embroidering gardenias. Another year of the Qixi festival had arrived, and at long last, she could let herself go. That year, she learned of the emperor's intention to grant her a marriage with Hengyue. Though her heart was entwined with his, she also recognized with clarity that they might not be suitable for one another, having witnessed his affection for others. On the day of the Qixi festival, which coincided with her 17th birthday, she received a letter from Hengyue expressing a desire to meet. Shuyi could hardly contain her joy. Their meeting was brief. Hengyue conveyed, "The emperor intends to grant us a marriage, and that matter should remain unchanged. Yet I wish to ask, if I were to have no other, would you be willing to marry me?" Her heart raced, cheeks flushed. She pondered for a long moment, suppressing her embarrassment, and responded earnestly, word by word. "I wish to hold your hand and grow old with you." Thus, they reached a mutual understanding, and on that day, as she traveled to the Su-Ing temple, she carved the words, "I wish to hold your hand and grow old with you," into a bamboo slip, naively hanging it on the sturdiest branch of the wish tree, believing only the strongest branch could truly safeguard her aspirations. That was the birthday when she felt the utmost happiness. Today, on the occasion of her 20th birthday, she once again engraved the words buried affection. From this moment forth, she interred her solitary performance, reclaiming the dagger that had once wounded her, inflicted by none other than Hengyue. This marks a beginning and an end. At 17, she yearned for harmonious melodies, while at 20, she sought the joy of self-contentment. This is indeed a splendid realization. Shuyi exhaled deeply, her moist, red eyes glimmering with a starlit brilliance. Returning to her previous stance, she humbly knelt before the myriad deities, expressing gratitude for the gift of a renewed life, for the opportunity to start anew. Though separation remains unattainable and she must still assume the role of his consort, she is now truly herself, with a heart that bears both acceptance and the remnants of past fractures, which have begun to heal anew. She kneels before the celestial beings. O divine entities, I beseech you for your blessings. Chapter 24. A glance back as Hengyue gazed at the resplendent fireworks blossoming in the sky. He sensed his father observing his mother from a distance. Unconsciously, he pursed his lips and followed his gaze, yet the person he longed to see was absent. The sky darkened as the lights of 1,000 homes began to flicker to life, stirring within him a yearning to return home. Upon exiting the palace gates, Hengyue hurriedly bid farewell, scarcely waiting for his parents. The crown prince watched his retreating figure, then lowered the curtain and gently massaged the arm of the crown princess. "You have been holding Mingxian all day. Are you not weary? Allow me to soothe your fatigue." The crown princess closed her eyes, silently savoring the moment, disinterested in conversation. "Ian," he intoned softly, his voice tinged with a plaintive note, his head bowed in unspoken grievance. The crown princess opened her eyes, inquiring, "What is it? Would it be agreeable for me to remain in the capital this year, to accompany you?" At his words, her expression shifted subtly. "Let a Heng stay in the capital. Mingxian is still young and needs his father. If he remained, a Heng would have to go to the frontier." And the thought of her beloved grandson caused the crown princess unease. The crown prince paused. "Ian, I cannot bear to part with you." The crown princess replied coolly, "There is nothing to mourn." Now, as an elderly couple, she had long since ceased to care for the follies of youth and desired little more than tranquility. Observing his wife's unwavering indifference towards him, the crown prince turned away, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. After all these years, Ayan had let go of past grievances, yet she could no longer return to the warmth they once shared. Nevertheless, he grasped her hand, holding it tenderly, and began to knead it gently. Why not accompany me to the frontier? Did you not express a desire to explore the world more? The frontier has been tranquil these past 2 years. I shall have time to take you out, he added. The crown princess turned her gaze toward the bustling scene outside, her words drifting lightly. No, I have grown old. I'm not as I was in my youth. She was disinclined to endure any upheaval. Seeing that he could not change her mind, the crown prince found himself pondering whether Heng and Shuyi's current dissatisfaction was prompting Ayan to reflect on the past. There is no need for you to worry about Heng and Shuyi. One cannot force affection, he remarked, only to regret his words as soon as they left his lips. For the crown princess shot him a frosty glance. I am well aware that affection cannot be forced. I merely pity Shuyi. She, a fine young lady from the Huayin Marquisate, has arrived at the crown prince's residence only to be met with indifference from her husband. However, I see she has come to terms with it, realizing that men are unreliable. Just watch. Heng's retribution has arrived. The crown prince touched his nose, wary of further discussion, for he knew well that his own retribution had long since come. Navigating through the throngs of people, Song Hengyue finally discerned the direction of his heart. It was the first time he felt such recklessness. Disembarking from his horse, he spotted Yundian waiting at the entrance. The two exchanged words as they walked. Yundian remarked, "Today, the young lady went to Xianqing Temple. I heard from Guyu that she visits there every year on her birthday." Song Hengyue murmured, "Xianqing Temple." He recalled that shortly after their marriage, as he prepared to be stationed at the frontier, Shuyi had expressed her desire to accompany him and had made a special visit to Xianqing Temple beforehand. Feeling a sense of relief, Song Hengyue made his way directly to Mingwei residence without waiting for Yundian to elaborate further. Yundian gazed at his retreating figure, swallowing the words he had yet to finish, and gently shook his head. Observing Song Hengyue's silhouette, Shuyi greeted him and, after glancing behind him several times, inquired, "Where's Mingxian?" Song Hengyue paused, regarding the woman who was concerned for Mingxian, and after a moment replied, "She is with mother and Lingxi. They are returning in the carriage." Upon learning of Mingxuan's whereabouts, she felt a sense of relief. "Today, there is a banquet in the palace, and I'm unable to host a birthday celebration for you, or dine together. However, I have instructed the kitchen to prepare some of your favorite dishes for you. Have you enjoyed them?" Shuyi nodded graciously. "Thank you, young master." Despite Shuyi's increasingly composed and natural demeanor, Song Hengyue felt an unsettling weight in his heart, as if a heavy stone were pressing upon it. "Young master, please sit. I shall go to greet father and mother." Without uttering a word, Song Hengyue silently followed her to the entrance, observing as Shuyi eagerly awaited at the road's end. At the moment the carriage appeared, Shuyi smiled with a calm and gentle expression. "Greetings to father and mother." Princess Qing displayed a smile, yet with an air of regret, she remarked, "Shuyi, I am sorry we could not properly celebrate your birthday today." Shuyi replied with a smile, "Mother, it is merely a small occasion. There is no need for extravagance. Moreover, as a daughter-in-law, I have not been deprived of gifts." With that, she pointed to the amethyst headpiece adorning her. "I adore it. Thank you, father and mother." Prince Qing nodded in agreement. "You visited Xianqing Temple today, did you not? Your father used to go there every year on his birthday." Responding swiftly to Prince Qing's inquiry, Shuyi said, "I have grown accustomed to it. If a year passes without visiting, it feels quite uncomfortable." Prince Qing chuckled, while Princess Qing patted Shuyi's hand. "It is warm during the day, but it cools down at night. Be sure to wear an extra layer this evening." Shuyi replied, "All right, I understand. Thank you for your concern, mother." At that moment, Song Lingxi approached, cradling Mingxian, and the family collectively lowered their voices upon seeing the child sprawled in slumber. "Sister-in-law, Mingxian is asleep." As Shuyi prepared to take him, Song Hengyue stepped past her and lifted Mingxian from Song Lingxi's arms. "Thank you for your efforts, Lingxi." Shuyi could only express her gratitude to Song Lingxi as the family jovially made their way into the residence. After carefully placing Mingxian upon the bed, Song Hengyue observed Shuyi tenderly kissing the sleeping child, and his expression subtly shifted. Gazing at their son's chubby little face brought him discomfort. Now that the child is grown, you need not continue this way. Upon hearing his words, Shuyi took a moment to comprehend his meaning. A myriad of thoughts crossed her mind, yet she refrained from rebuttal, simply responding, understood. Upon returning to their chamber, Shuyi did not behave as she usually did, ignoring him, but rather proactively inquired, "Young master, would you like to freshen up?" Hengyue, taken aback by her initiative, promptly responded, "Yes, I shall ask Feng Lei to bring water." Shuyi nodded, "Very well, I shall wash up first." As Hengyue clenched his fists and lightly cleared his throat, he watched her graceful figure behind the screen, his heart ablaze with fervent emotions. Yet, it was evident that Shuyi did not harbor the intentions he imagined. Upon emerging from her ablutions, she merely regarded him with surprise and inquired, "Aren't you returning to the front courtyard?" The sincerity of her bewildered gaze caused Hengyue's brows to furrow in perplexity. As he regained his composure, all romantic musings abruptly ceased. He had initially believed that Shuyi wished to retain him in her company. To his astonishment, however, it seemed otherwise. Hengyue remained in a state of silent tension for a considerable time, observing as Shuyi began to tidy up in preparation for rest. Finally, he spoke in a hushed tone, "Do you have anything for me?" Shuyi paused, her expression shifting momentarily before she regained her composure. "I have nothing, but if the heir desires something, I can send someone to fetch it." With a stony countenance, Hengyue rose silently, replying, "No," as he turned to leave, his steps growing increasingly hesitant. Upon reaching the threshold, he glanced back once more, only to find the enchanting figure bathed in the dim light had yet to grant him even a fleeting glance. Chapter 25. The mutual respect he once desired as he observed his son returning to the study, cloaked in an aura of chill. Yundian quietly raised his gaze to the dim sky, letting out a silent sigh of understanding. He had anticipated this. Feng Lei entered the study, carrying a bucket of water, shooting a resentful glance at Yundian. Feeling a pang of guilt, Yundian averted his gaze and stepped inside. "Young master." Today the young mistress visited Xianxin Temple to pay her respects and then went to the back courtyard alone. She was likely making a wish, for there were numerous wish trees there. It seemed she hung a pouch on one of them. A flicker of curiosity sparked in Hengyue's eyes. A pouch? What sort was it? Yundian pondered for a moment, unable to recall clearly, but he remembered it resembled a pale pink hue. Upon hearing this, Hengyue felt an inexplicable sense of unease. And then, lowering his head, Yundian continued, "The young mistress lingered beneath that tree for quite a while. When she emerged, her eyes were red, as though she had been weeping. Gu Yu and Bai Lu shot him several reproachful glances, though he had done nothing wrong. Hengyue, usually so rigid, felt his composure falter as he leaned back against the chair, covering his eyes with his hand. Cried? How could she possibly cry? The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became, prompting him to sit upright. "Feng Lei, where's the pouch that the young mistress gifted me on my birthday?" He had never carried a pouch himself, being a general, and such flamboyant items were not befitting of his stature. Furthermore, the pouches were filled with various fragrant herbs, which he would never use. Thus, the two pouches he had previously received from Shuyi had been entrusted to Feng Lei for safekeeping. Unable to wait for Feng Lei to retrieve it, he declared, "Come with me." He instinctively felt that there might be something significant within. Eventually, Hengyue returned to the couch, cradling a box in his arms, gently lifting the lid that was dusted with a fine layer of neglect. Inside lay all the items Shuyi had gifted him. His birthday was the 9th of October, and 3 years prior on that date, he had become betrothed to her. She had sent him a crown through an intermediary. In the following 2 years, she had gifted him a hairpin and a belt. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that these items were all meticulously crafted by Shuyi herself, as such designs were not available elsewhere. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him as he beheld the two pouches, causing his hand to tremble. Ultimately, he gently opened the two pouches embroidered with gardenias. Inside, he found an abundance of dried herbs and flowers alongside a piece of soft red cloth. This cloth, no longer than a finger, bore delicate embroidery. The first piece read, May my husband and Shuyi be of one heart and mind, harmonious as the strings of a zither. The second piece declared, May my husband and Shuyi cherish one another, with love ever renewing. Song Hengyue clutched the two soft pieces of cloth tightly to his heart, his eyes reflecting a profound mix of emotion, gratitude, sorrow, and an unwillingness to have missed it all. He understood well the depth of Shuyi's affection for him. From the moment they wed, when he lifted her red veil and beheld the joy radiating from her eyes, he had known. However, at that moment, he found himself unable to respond, believing it sufficed to interact as any ordinary couple would. Initially, he thought it troublesome, yet after their marriage, although Shuyi could be somewhat clingy at times, she maintained a remarkable sense of propriety, allowing him to focus on his ambitions. She, however, remained unchanged. Even her birthday wishes were intertwined with him, as she concealed her sentiments within a pouch gifted to him. Yet, he was utterly oblivious to her affections. The realization that he had not received the pouch this year left Song Hengyue pallid. The wind and thunder stirred him. He felt compelled to discover what secrets lay within this year's pouch. Moreover, Yindian had mentioned that she had wept. Under the cloak of darkness, with the wind howling fiercely, he observed a figure stealthily approach Xianxing Temple, standing silently beneath a tree for a prolonged moment. What could the heir possibly be contemplating? Yindian mused. In the dead of night, he arrives here, doing nothing but daydreaming beneath a tree. That very tree was rumored to be the wish tree of the heir's consort, with every member of the Shen family possessing one. Song Hengyue fixated on the pouch hanging from the tree. After a considerable time, he soared upwards to gently retrieve the latest pouch. He merely intended to look, nothing more. As he opened the pouch, he beheld 4 bamboo strips inside, his expression unchanged, though his eyes betrayed a hint of trepidation. He scanned the first 3 wishes, contemplating whether the 4th might bear his name or hers. In the dim light, he discerned the inscription upon the final strip, paralyzed by its meaning. His heart felt as though it were being mercilessly sliced 1,000 times. To bury one's sentiments is to attain one's true self. What sentiments could Shuyi possibly bury? Why must it be so? A chill coursed through Song Hengyue's body, his hand trembling as he clutched the pouch. He murmured, why? Could it truly be because he had missed Mingxuan's birthday? Yet, his thoughts drifted to the pouch he had never worn. The birthdays for which he had never meticulously selected a gift, his failure to visit her promptly when she fell ill, and myriad other transgressions. Perhaps they were trivial matters. The memory of a gift he had sent today, one she had never opened, filled him with sorrow. And what of Shuyi? In a flurry, Song Hengyue hastily returned the first 3 bamboo strips to the pouch, his gaze lingering on the final one as he wrestled with his emotions. To bury one's sentiments. Such a glaring phrase. What was he to do? What feelings did he truly harbor for Shuyi? Could he still strive for the mutual respect he once cherished? Yet the mere thought of her harboring no feelings for him pierced his heart like 1,000 needles. Perhaps he should not return her to the pouch. He tightened his grip around the bamboo strip, and finally, gazing at the myriad pouches adorning the tree, he closed his eyes and shoved the strip into the pouch. Upon reopening his eyes, he hung the pouch back in its original place. This was her wish. He should not pilfer or destroy it. He resolved to act as though he had seen nothing. Song Hengyue, pretend you did not witness this. Taking a few steps away, he halted, standing solitary for a moment before striding forward, never glancing back. Upon returning to the manor, he felt his legs weaken, lying upon his bed, his eyes wide open until dawn's light broke. He listened to the sounds from outside. Song Hengyue sat up and gently gathered the 2 pouches, placing them beneath his pillow. Almost immediately, he had a change of heart and opened the pouches, meticulously examining the red fabric within, as if he sought to etch every detail into his memory. Ultimately, he returned the pouches to their original box, tenderly caressing the crown, hairpin, and belt nestled inside. He took a cloth and meticulously wiped away every speck of dust from the box, then positioned it on his desk. After processing only 2 official documents, Song Hengyue abruptly set down his pen and called out in a low voice, Fenglei, take this box and place it in the storeroom. Perhaps he should not have seen it. Perhaps curiosity was unwarranted, for after all, Shuyi remained as virtuous and devoted as ever, which was indeed commendable. Was this not precisely the mutual respect he had once desired? Chapter 26. A toast to the invitation. Has Lady Chui sent an invitation, my lady? Bai Lu inquired. Yes, Lan Shi replied. Let me see it. Chui Lan Shi, her intimate friend, was now wed to the Zhao family in the Minister of Right's household, her husband being the second son of the minister. He was still pursuing the imperial examinations, having already attained the status of a provincial scholar. The note read, in the northern part of the city, at Hengyue, I wish to invite you to a delightful gathering. Kui, lan undicesimo. Shuyi chuckled softly, shaking her head at the antics of Chui Lan Shi. Bring me pen and paper, she instructed. Long have I missed the fragrance of friendship. The thought of being invited to revelry is indeed irresistible. Is the messenger still here? Guyu asked, stifling a giggle. Yes, came the reply. Lady Chui never specified a time for her invitations. She awaited the host's consent before the messenger would reveal the appointed hour. Shuyi set down her pen with a gentle shake of her head. Let her in, please. Greetings, esteemed lady, daughter-in-law of the king. The messenger bowed. Rise. Did your lady mention the time? As for the location, Hengyue in the north is renowned, while in the west, the finest wine is found at Shuyi Manor. In response to the esteemed lady, my mistress has stated the date, the 20th of July, during the hour of Shen. Shuyi pondered for a moment before nodding. Take this message back to your mistress. Chui Lan, she was truly the epitome of elegance. At the Grain and Ear Festival, we bid farewell to guests. The young maid nodded repeatedly and, upon exiting, produced a small pouch to give to the girl. Take this and buy some delicacies. You must be weary from your journey. Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed lady. Today is already the 15th of July, Shuyi remarked. I imagine I am not the only one summoned. Zhou Fuyin, Jin Xiudi, and Tang Jijian are likely invited as well. These ladies were her closest confidants, all of similar age and having shared classrooms during their studies, thus fostering a deep bond. Yet, they were now all married, no longer enjoying the freedoms of their youth. Once she had informed the king's consort, Shuyi was free to venture out, as the consort had never imposed restrictions upon her. Go and enjoy yourself. Do not worry about home. I shall keep an eye on things for you. Thank you, mother. The prospect of venturing out filled Shuyi with elation, her smile genuine and radiant. The carriage swayed as they approached the northern part of the city. Shuyi Manor was a quintessential tavern, its private rooms resembling quaint courtyards, each with its unique charm. The young attendant, upon seeing the guests, hurried to assist with the horse, bowing his head in deference. Another young woman emerged to greet them. May I pay my respects to the esteemed lady? Shuyi dismounted. Has Lady Chui arrived? Indeed, she is already here, waiting in the Shanyu Pavilion. Upon reaching Shanyu Pavilion, two young ladies awaited their arrival, their voices melodious and inviting. Is this not our esteemed lady? It has been too long. You remain as enchanting as ever. The first to speak was Chui Lan Shi, adorned in a white scarf and emerald sleeves, exuding an air of ethereal grace. The other, laughing softly behind her hand, was Tang Jijian, clad in simple attire, embodying warmth and subtlety, with an aura of literary elegance. Shuyi, it has indeed been a while, she greeted. With a smile, Shuyi stepped forward to clasp their hands, acknowledging the truth in her words. It had been far too long since they last met. The last time they met was during her most awkward moment, specifically on the day when Song Hengyue missed Mingxuan's first birthday banquet. Lan Shi, will you create a painting for me today? Chui Lan Shi discreetly rolled her eyes, thinking it best to decline, promising to consider it another day. Then why do you still say? Chui Lan Shi quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. All right. Even praising you seems to be a mistake. Shuyi shook her head with a light chuckle, choosing to let it go, her gaze then turning to Tang Jijian. How is it that you have lost so much weight? Upon seeing her, Shen was taken aback. Tang appeared so gaunt, as if a gust of wind might carry her away. Upon hearing this, both Chui Lan Shi and Tang Jijian fell silent, the latter's complexion turning suddenly pale and distressing. Before any further conversation could unfold, two others strolled in side by side. Why are you standing here? Are you afraid the mosquitoes won't be satisfied? The voice was bright and the appearance captivating, belonging to Jin Shuyi. Like Shuyi, hailed from a family of warriors and possessed considerable martial prowess. However, Shen had always been the more delicate one, her martial skills akin to that of a novice. The one who smiled shyly, yet to speak, was Zhou Fuyin, her frail figure evoking a sense of protective affection. Let us all go inside. The food and drink have long been prepared, Cui Lanqi interrupted. Once seated in the room, Jin Shuyi cast a glance at Tang Zijian, sighing inwardly. Let's eat first. Only after we have dined shall we have the strength to converse. Otherwise, who could possibly have an appetite after discussing matters while famished? Once the dishes were nearly cleared, Zhou Fuyin inquired, "Where's the wine?" We agreed on drinking. Yet there is none here. Though Zhou appeared gentle and delicate, she was, in fact, a genuine connoisseur of spirits, surpassing even the seemingly hardy Jin Shuyi in drinking capacity. Shen Shuyi, with a moderate tolerance, poured a cup and remarked, "So, what is happening with Zijian? It seems I'm the only one in the dark." Dan Zidian, having downed several cups, now felt the effects of the alcohol clouding her senses, and with tears streaming halfway down her cheeks, she slammed her hand on the table. "I wish to divorce." Zhou Fuyin supported her. "Divorce does sound appealing, but please continue sitting and speaking." Shen Shuyi pondered for a moment, recalling that in her past life, this gathering of drinks had not occurred, but she had also not been in the capital at that time. She had been in the countryside, escaping the summer heat. Those years had been tumultuous for her, and while she had heard that Tang Zijian's situation was not favorable, she had never come across the matter of a divorce. What exactly happened? Cui Lanqi observed the silent Tang Zijian, taking the initiative to steer the conversation. It is all due to her husband. He possesses little capability, yet harbors disdain. He claims that the family's lack of income these past 2 years is entirely because Zijian, the head of the household, cannot manage affairs properly. Most importantly, his mother has embezzled Zijian's dowry, and he is aware of it. Yet Chen Cheng, that scoundrel, has tacitly approved. Shen Shuyi was taken aback. Embezzling the dowry? This is utterly outrageous. A mother-in-law appropriating her daughter-in-law's dowry while her son remains complicit. What more could be said? Jin Shuyi set down her cup. Let me elaborate. It was I who uncovered this matter initially. As you know, I run a pawn shop. One day, the shopkeeper brought several exquisite pieces of jewelry and ancient texts to the residence, asking me if I wished to keep them. Upon observing 2 familiar pieces of jewelry, I stumbled upon an ancient tome that Zijian had previously cherished as a treasure. Initially, I suspected she had fallen victim to theft, only to discover that the culprit was none other than Chun Cheng's mother. Tang Zijian, her face concealed, spoke with a voice laced with anger and sorrow. Subsequently, I scrutinized my own storeroom, only to find that a significant portion of the dowry was missing. Upon inquiry, I realized that his entire family had taken me for a fool. Shen Shuyi's expression was grim, her fury palpable. And what more? Once exposed, that old woman threw a tantrum, while Chun Cheng, feeling humiliated, retorted that Zijian only immersed herself in those 2 books, neglecting household affairs, which led to our impoverished state, thereby forcing his mother to resort to such measures. After hearing Cui Lanqi's words, Shen Shuyi shook her head in silence, choked with disbelief. If this was indeed a desperate measure, then what might constitute a more cunning strategy? Chapter 27. The blessing of separation. Shen Shuyi felt a profound sorrow for Tang Zijian, observing her disheveled state, marred by an aura of injury. Is your decision to part truly resolute? At this juncture, continuing the marriage seemed utterly devoid of meaning. Chen Cheng could offer no value whatsoever. A bitter smile etched itself upon Tang Zijian's lips. Indeed, it is true. She never anticipated that her life would reach such a dismal point. For the past couple of years, she had been under the delusion that all was well, only to realize she was but an oblivious fool. She had believed that her husband shared her interests and that their souls harmonized beautifully, though her mother-in-law occasionally posed challenges. The absence of children after nearly 3 years of marriage weighed heavily on her conscience, prompting her to refrain from grievances. Yet, Chun Cheng's revelation struck her like a thunderbolt. All the affection had been merely an illusion of her own making, and he had long since harbored dissatisfaction. He blamed her for her lack of management, for her ignorance of worldly affairs, for failing to bear children, and for her perceived lack of warmth. Tears streamed down Tang Zhijian's face, a cruel irony as the sweet nothings of yesteryears dissipated into the ether. Perhaps he had deceived her from the very beginning. Shuyi massaged her temples and relaxed against the rosewood chair, contemplating the plight of women. What does marriage ultimately bring? Zhou Fuyin consoled Tang Zhijian. Discovering the truth early is indeed a blessing. Realizing it only after being stripped bare of everything would be far too late. Shuyi nodded in agreement, her voice turning grave. Since you have resolved to separate, you must clarify all matters. Your dowry is documented, with a copy stored at your familial home. Ensure you retrieve your belongings. Your father and brother are in the capital. Should you choose to part, inform them promptly. I advise you to make preparations swiftly, for delays yield no benefit. It is best to act before that family is ready for this eventuality. In such matters, it is invariably the woman who bears the brunt. Jean Xiaodi slammed her cup onto the table, fuming. Not a single one of those men is worthy. Cui Lanqi offered her a handkerchief to wipe away the wine she had just spilled, her tone unperturbed. We all knew from the outset that he possessed merely a modicum of talent, and nothing more. Yet you stubbornly insisted on marrying him. Chun Chung was nothing more than a rustic bumpkin. Had he not possessed a slightly sharper intellect, he would never have graced the presence of ladies like them. To call him clever was generous. He was merely a second-place scholar. There were countless such individuals in the capital. Shen Shuyi sighed. Indeed, Tang Zhijian had been blinded by infatuation. Chun Chung had neither wealth nor fortune, only a widowed mother. His talents were scant, yet he had a knack for self-promotion. Shen Shuyi had initially offered a few words of caution to Tang Zhijian, but ultimately relented, respecting her decision, for Tang Zhijian had been wholly consumed by her emotions. Tang Zhijian wiped away her tears, her breath unsteady, her voice hoarse. At first, I believed he shared my passions, sensing a profound connection. What did money matter? I merely sought a kindred spirit, and, with his lower status, I thought I would surely find happiness. Yet, I never imagined I would end up with a wolf in sheep's clothing. From a young age, she harbored a disdain for household chores, growing up in a family that embodied the ideals of integrity and refinement. Her passion for literature was nurtured without excessive demands from her parents. However, as the time for marriage approached, families sought daughters-in-law who were adept at managing domestic affairs and displayed social grace, rendering her less desirable in the eyes of suitors. She resolved to marry a man who would truly understand her. By a stroke of fate, she met Chun Chung, and she sensed a profound connection between them, sharing similar interests and values. Although his family was modest, she was not one to despise poverty for the sake of wealth. When Chun Chung succeeded in the imperial examination, their union was seamlessly arranged. Cui Lanqi and her friends exchanged glances, aware of Tang Zhijian's sentiments. As women, who wouldn't yearn for a genuinely understanding partner? Cui Lanqi sipped her drink, resting her forehead on her hand, and disdainfully remarked, "What use is an understanding partner? They can't provide sustenance or clothing. Today's understanding may not endure into tomorrow." Zhou Fuyin sighed, acknowledging that Zhijian and her mother were rather short-sighted. It was evident that, being from small town, they felt entitled to Tang Zhijian's dowry. Frankly speaking, given Tang Zhijian's nature, if they lamented their poverty, she might even be inclined to offer them financial assistance. Jean Xiaodi, with her fiery temperament, bluntly suggested, "In my view, it would be best to take them to court." Shen Shuyi shook her head, stating, "It's easy to say. That family can certainly maintain their pride, but what about Zhijian? If they utter even a few disparaging words about her, the public sentiment could shift dramatically. The most prudent course of action would be a swift and silent strike. It would be wise to finalize the divorce quickly, ensuring that by the time others were aware, it would have already been established, leaving them with little to say. Later, a method could be devised to expel the mother and son from the capital. Though she contemplated this, Shen Shuyi refrained from directly suggesting it, instead advising, if you are truly resolved to divorce and are prepared to face all consequences, you should promptly inform your parents. The Tang family would handle the matter adeptly. After all, Chun Chung was merely a low-ranking official, a far cry from Tang Fu, the Minister of Rights. Moreover, The Tang family had more than one official serving in the court. Tang Zijian forced a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. I have decided to divorce. Seeing her expression devoid of pretense or reluctance, Shuyi felt reassured. In that case, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to send word. I have ample capable individuals at my disposal. She had a significant number of retired soldiers under her command, and dispatching a few dozen to handle the situation would be feasible. Cui Lanshi, Jin Xiodi, and Zhou Fuyin all expressed their support. After a few rounds of drinks, Jin Xiodi cautioned, Zijian, please be cautious and do not let yourself be swayed again. Tang Zijian replied earnestly, I will not. I have seen through it all. Zhou Fuyin gazed at her drink, feeling a sense of anxiety wash over her. It is said that only Shuyi's husband and Chun Sheng lack others. Now that Chun Sheng has become such a man, I truly wonder if there are any decent men left in this world. Jin Xiodi scoffed, thinking too much. My own husband, who fights with me every few days and still wishes to take 2 concubines, is hardly any better. Zhou Fuyin also shook her head, acknowledging that while my husband treats me with respect, he still has others in his life. Even if he harbors no feelings for that person, the taint remains. Jin Xiodi sneered, warning that should he provoke my anger again, I might just cripple him and return home with my son. Cui Lanshi listened to their conversation, gazing at the scenery outside, letting out a soft sigh. How wonderful it would be to be able to part ways. Shuyi, her cheeks flushed from the wine, leaned against the railing. Indeed, they still have the option to retreat while we are overshadowed by this grand honor of being bestowed in marriage. Chapter 28. May I assist you? The matters discussed today weighed heavily on her heart, and even the composed Shuyi found herself somewhat inebriated. She remained oblivious to the man standing on the second-floor balcony, his expression dark and conflicted. He glanced up at her flushed visage, feeling both helpless and relieved. However, it wasn't long before he overheard her words, tinged with profound regret. Song Hengyue, who had hurried over to fetch her after his shift, felt a sudden tightness in his chest, and his body stiffened as his heart plummeted. Shuyi actually envied others who could part ways? Unconsciously, he clutched the pouch resting against his chest. It was merely drunken ramblings. He wouldn't take her words to heart. She was his wife, and that status would remain unchanged for a lifetime. Cui Lanshi, swaying slightly, approached them. Women must never allow themselves to become emotionally entangled, lest they face a dismal fate. She too was a product of a marriage arranged by imperial decree, a favor her father had sought from the emperor, proclaiming it a tremendous honor. Who could have foreseen that this very honor would bind her to an unbreakable union? Fortunately, from the outset, she had never allowed her heart to waver. She paid no mind to the childhood sweetheart who had captured the affections of another. The man preferred the allure of a flirtatious companion, and she remained indifferent. Her only concern was ensuring her own well-being and safeguarding her possessions. Shuyi gazed up at the gradually ascending moon, exhaling softly and revealing a smile. If she could not attain what she desired, then she would secure other aspirations. Thankfully, her family was affluent, and she was not beholden to the whims of others. Zhou Fuyin, though she received a meager dowry, did not care for her husband, but had to ingratiate herself with his family to ensure a stable life for herself and her child. Cui Lanshi smiled as well, feeling fortunate that her parents still cherished her. Shuyi nodded. Escaping the depths of despair was indeed a blessing. If not, one must think positively, for marrying anyone does not equate to true companionship. Jin Xiodi approached, wrapping her arms around both women as shoulders. You two are simply overthinking it. Cui Lanshi pushed her away. I hardly think too much. Isn't it Shuyi who is the epitome of charm? She is renowned in the capital as the perfect wife and mother, beloved by many household matriarchs as the ideal daughter-in-law. Shuyi smiled. Are you insinuating that my charm is a compliment or a slight? The 4 women exchanged knowing smiles and settled down at the table, instinctively raising their glasses. The road ahead remained resplendent. As long as one does not abandon oneself, there are myriad paths to traverse. Once Jin Xiodi and Tang Zijian succumbed to intoxication, Shuyi found herself persuaded to drink copiously, her head growing heavy. Don't drink anymore. I'm reaching my limit. Guyu, support me. Just as she descended the stairs, she noticed a figure standing on the winding stone path, his brows furrowed as he gazed at the supported Shuyi. He hastily approached. Let me assist you. With a strong arm around her, Shuyi looked up. The hazy moonlight illuminated his face. The visage she had once adored so dearly, still remarkably refined and striking. My lord. Song stole a glance at her, his heart softened by her hazy yet affectionate gaze, which dissipated the lingering discontent within him. It is I. He regarded his wife, who was barely able to stand, and let out a sigh. Bending down, he lifted her into his embrace, concealing her face against him as he approached the few men who had just arrived at the courtyard. I shall take my beloved home first, farewell. He placed her gently into the carriage, observing the feeble struggles of Shuyi, and with a deft motion, drew her back into his arms. Do not resist. We shall be home shortly. He admired her delicate features, rosy cheeks, and the faint scent of wine that lingered on her lips. Shuyi felt a sense of dizziness and weakness, gazing at Song Hengyue, her rationality urging her to push him away. Yet, her hands merely grazed his broad, firm frame. My lord, please move aside. Hearing her soft murmurs and sensing her frail hands, he closed his eyes and held her tighter. After settling Shuyi onto the couch, Song Hengyue instructed Guyu and the others, prepare some water. Shuyi is particular about cleanliness. She cannot rest without washing up. Also, send someone to inform Mother Empress that the young lady has returned. Once the water was prepared, Guyu and Bai Lu discovered that their young lady was now utterly limp and they could hardly assist her. Listening to Shuyi's gentle protests, Song Hengyue sighed and entered the room. Leave. I will help her wash up. The maids exchanged glances before reluctantly exiting. Approaching Shuyi, he lifted her effortlessly, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. He removed her outer garment, but felt helpless thereafter. Hearing her soft whimpers and witnessing her displeasure, he resorted to coaxing her. Shall we wash up? You'll feel better. Shuyi winced at the flickering candlelight, her ears buzzing, and instinctively raised her hand. Song Hengyue felt her delicate weakness against his face, suppressing his own urges as he peeled away another layer of fabric. Overwhelmed by sensations, Shuyi complained of discomfort, insisting, Do not move me. I wish to wash up. Song Hengyue sighed silently, cradling her and leading her into the bathing chamber. The warmth enveloped Shuyi, prompting her to gently part her garments. It is hot. As she revealed her smooth skin, Song Hengyue's heart raced, his body rigid with restraint. Shuyi, feeling an increasing warmth, struggled in discontent. The heat was unbearable. Regaining his composure, Song Hengyue averted his gaze and placed her on a nearby chair. Yet whenever he attempted to assist her with a final layer, he hesitated. Shuyi, enveloped in steam, braced herself to rise. Song Hengyue stepped forward to support her. Release me. I must wash. As she swayed, nearly tumbling into the tub, he could no longer bear it and caught her. Shuyi disliked feeling confined, yet found herself unable to escape, her other hand slipping into the warm bathwater. Subconsciously drawn to enter, Song Hengyue, fearing for her safety, could only support her. However, Shuyi, feeling the heat, stumbled backward, inadvertently plunging herself into another fervent realm. Unable to control her own body, Shuyi instinctively erupted in frustration. No more washing. No more washing. Observing her other sleeve, already damp, Song Hengyue gently coaxed. May I assist you? Shuyi replied, No, I want to sleep. Witnessing her alluring and flushed visage, with a displeased pout, Song Hengyue sighed once more and lifted her back to the bed. As she writhed, revealing her delicate, damp form, Song Hengyue struggled to maintain composure. In a moment of distraction, he found himself enveloped in the soft embrace of the quilt alongside Shuyi. As he felt the gentle warmth pressing against him, he stood frozen in place, all restraint crumbling to ashes. Chapter 29. She is merely Shuyi. As he pressed his lips against her crimson ones, he savored the intoxicating sensation, momentarily lost in the haze of inebriation. Who was truly intoxicated? Shuyi, feeling the warmth and moisture upon her lips, found herself too weak to resist. Her fleeting clarity quickly succumbed to the waves of passion. Song Hengyue. He steadied himself, gazing at the enchanting scene he had conjured, responding gently, "Yes, it is I." He was astonished by the beauty of the moment. Through the gauzy curtain, Shuyi's languid body felt discomfort, and she let out a dissatisfied hum. "Hurry up." Song Hengyue paused, a tremor running through his heart. "What did you say?" He had suppressed his desires to the utmost, recalling her previous avoidance of him, yet he could not restrain himself any longer. In that instant, he felt all reason shatter with her words. Or else, Shuyi was enveloped in a sense of discomfort, instinctively seeking solace. She reached out, pulling him closer. Her delicate brows furrowed, her breath warm and intoxicated, fragile and feeble. In the stillness of the night, intertwined like mandarin ducks, the red waves surged, the clouds parted, the rain ceased, and the moon ascended to herald the dawn. Shuyi felt a heaviness in her body. She wished to rub her temples, but realized she was cradled in a broad embrace. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she sighed, but ultimately accepted it with equanimity. She had relished the experience. Other considerations were trivial. As long as Song Hengyue had no other women, such a situation was hardly surprising, for she too was a woman. She had not been devoid of reason the night before. Song Hengyue held Shuyi tightly, sensing her awakening, his heart fluttering with nervousness. Yet, as he beheld her silent yet composed gaze, he exhaled in relief, the lingering tension from the previous night dissipating entirely. "Awake? Are you tired? I have sent someone to the main courtyard. You need not pay your respects today." As Shuyi withdrew her hand, she discovered her voice was hoarse as she replied, "All right." Upon hearing her voice, Song Hengyue hastily rose, offering her a glass of water, his gaze falling upon the exposed skin where she tilted her head to drink, noting the faint red marks, and he averted his eyes with restraint. He had never anticipated such recklessness from himself. "Put on your clothes." Song Hengyue, clad in a light robe, realized her maids could not enter. After she was dressed, he opened the wardrobe and selected a gown of misty violet, gently assisting Shuyi, who was still languid on the bed. With a look of surprise, she watched as he helped her don the dress. He then knelt at her dressing table, retrieving a box that had never been opened, taking out a bracelet and delicately sliding it onto her wrist. "I knew this would suit you perfectly." Shuyi smiled, though the joy did not reach her eyes. Men were indeed peculiar. In the past, when she had sought to please him after their intimate encounters, Song Hengyue would return to wash up before coming back, let alone sharing a bed. Now, having shown him indifference, he appeared suddenly addicted. Upon hearing Shuyi's soft gasp, Song Hengyue quickly inquired, "Did I hurt you?" Last night, he indeed indulged recklessly, experiencing an unprecedented fervor that rendered him insatiable, especially after several months of abstinence. Shuyi nodded leisurely and remarked, "Well, next time, be gentler." Observing her countenance, which reflected the satisfaction of being well-fed yet ungrateful, Song Hengyue felt a mix of anger and amusement. "Understood. As long as there is a next time," he replied, for he certainly did not wish to endure another solitary month in an empty house. Shuyi summoned Bailu to assist her with her adornment. Gazing into the mirror at her own rosy, alluring visage, she recalled the figure seated motionless upon the imperial concubine's chair. "Where's Mingxian?" she inquired. "With the Empress Mother," came the response. "Upon his return yesterday, he was ensnared by my wife's whims and did not bring Mingxian back." At this thought, Shuyi felt a sudden flush. The Empress Mother was none other than. She remembered it was Song Hengyue who had gone to fetch her, and they had returned safely yesterday. She had been so intoxicated that she had scarcely had time to reflect. She had never been so inebriated before. Perhaps it was a release from the pressures they had endured for so long. "She's asking about whom?" "Young Master Zhao, Commander LV, and General Long have all gone to retrieve their respective charges." Shuyi nodded, suddenly recalling what of Tang Zijian. Noticing a change in her expression, Song Hengyue spoke up. "I instructed Yundian to personally escort Madame Tang back to the Tang residence. He clarified matters yesterday and would certainly not deliver her to the Chen household." As she completed her preparations, adorned in garments of her own choosing and wearing delicately selected bracelets, Song Hengyue felt a warmth envelop his heart. He had always recognized Shuyi's beauty, yet it was only now that he could truly appreciate the impact of her allure, especially as it pertained to him. He silently resolved to have Yundian procure some exquisite jewelry, which he would then carefully select for her. As he beheld the rising sun outside, Song Hengyue reluctantly departed from Mingwei residence. Observing his contentment and lightness, Yundian could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had finally reconciled, and the burden of anxiety was lifted. Summer swiftly transitioned into the chill of autumn. Shuyi had now been reborn for half a year. Watching Bailu open the wardrobe, she frowned. How was it that Song Henyue's garments occupied such a large portion of the closet? Ever since that night of her drunken escapade, he had altered his routine, spending most of his time at Mingwei residence. Initially, Shuyi would attempt to shoo him away, but after realizing the futility of her efforts, she grew weary of protesting. She simply continued with her own affairs, fulfilling her role as the heir's consort, while in the remaining moments, she was merely Shuyi. As the grain bud season approached, she penned a letter to the Huayin Marquis's residence, inquiring when her father would return home so that she might welcome him. With the weather turning colder and the court officials beginning to return to the capital for duty, her father, the Marquis of Huayin, had been away for a full 2 years. This year, he should be able to enjoy a respite. As her memories indicated, he would be able to remain in the capital for 3 months upon his return. Glancing at the package perched atop her wardrobe, Shuyi sighed. That garment was originally intended for Song Hengyue, yet before it could be tailored to his form, she had been reborn. Later, she decided to tailor the garment according to her father's measurements, yet it remains unpresented to this day. With a sigh, Mangzhong stepped out of the door. Dongji entered, carrying a bowl of soup. "Esteemed lady, please enjoy this warming soup I just prepared," she said. Shuyi accepted the bowl gratefully, expressing her appreciation for Dongji's efforts. "If there is any surplus, please send some to the main courtyard and to Liuguang courtyard as well." "Indeed, I have already arranged for some to be delivered," Dongji replied. The esteemed lady had never forgotten to honor the princess of Qing and to cherish the county princess. Such acts had become second nature to them, and any surplus good fortune was always shared with them. After observing that the esteemed lady had finished her soup, Dongji hesitated before speaking again. "Esteemed lady, the young master's birthday is approaching. Shall we prepare a banquet as we usually do?" Shuyi placed the bowl back on the tray, responding nonchalantly. "Let everything be handled as in previous years. The banquet arrangements can be left to the great kitchen." Chapter 30. The Son-in-Law's Mistake. On the 9th day of October, it was the birthday of Song Hengyue. As soon as his shift ended, he rushed out into the cold wind. This year, the prince of celebration was home, and since there were no pressing matters, the entire family gathered to celebrate together. After escorting the prince and princess back to their courtyard, Song Hengyue followed Shuyi back to Mingwei residence. Mother. "Ah, Mingxian, I'm here." Unfortunately, Mingxian could only call for his mother, unsteady on his feet and needing support. Observing Mingxian clinging to his wife's embrace, Song Hengyue shook his head and clapped his hands. "Mingxian, come to father." Mingxian, eager to please, reached out his hands upon hearing the familiar voice and seeing the familiar face. Taking the child, he carefully assisted him in walking. Shuyi glanced at the father and son, shook her head, and returned to her study as she still had unfinished business. By the time she finished organizing all the ledgers, Mingxian had already been taken back to sleep, leaving only Song Hengyue waiting in the inner chamber, engrossed in a book. After some contemplation, Shuyi retrieved a small box from the cabinet. "My lord, happy birthday." Song Hengyue immediately rose to take it, though he noted the box was rather small, unable to contain the outfit he had anticipated. Had the birthday gift been changed? Opening the box, he discovered a hairpin inside. Upon closer inspection, he had to relinquish his hopes, for the craftsmanship was clearly not that of Shuyi. It was a purchased item. He had initially believed his birthday gift to be the outfit she had painstakingly sewn stitch by stitch. Observing his silence while staring at the box, Shuyi's eyes narrowed. "Do you not like it?" Song Hengyue hesitated for a moment before responding, "I do like it. I just preferred the one you gave me 2 years ago." His voice was low, tinged with an imperceptible hint of disappointment. Upon hearing this, Shuyi could not help but raise an eyebrow, a cold smile forming in her heart. The hairpin from 2 years ago had been meticulously carved by her own hands, enduring countless injuries, only to vanish from sight after being gifted to him. To now claim a preference for that was indeed a grand jest. This one is quite nice, with mature craftsmanship. Noticing her displeased expression, Hengyue quickly added, I like this one too. You should have felt content. Yet, reflecting on the heartfelt effort of the past compared to the current indifference, his heart always ached with bitterness. As night deepened, Hengyue still did not receive the traditional longevity noodles that had graced his birthday every year prior. Watching Shuyi drift into slumber, he gently embraced her, sighing quietly. I don't know what to do with you. In December, snowflakes danced through the sky. Shuyi waited at the city gate with her brother. Shen Guanqi looked at his sister, bundled warmly, and advised, why not sit in the carriage? Father may take a while. We wouldn't want you to catch cold. Shuyi shook her head. Brother, worry not. I am dressed warmly. I wish to wait here, so I can see father at the first opportunity. Seeing that she could not be persuaded, Shen Guanqi stood at the wind's edge to shield her from the chill. The siblings exchanged pleasantries as the sound of hooves resonated from the city gate. Hengyue nimbly dismounted from his horse. Elder brother, he greeted Shinguichi before turning his gaze to Shuyi, gently taking her hands and noticing their warmth. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shinguichi, observing this gesture, withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. Your Highness, he remarked. After waiting for approximately another quarter of an hour, they saw 40 to 50 horses galloping from the distance, the thunderous sound of hooves shattering the falling snow. Shuyi's eyes brightened as she caught sight of a majestic figure ahead. Father, we're here. The Marquis of Huayin heard his daughter's voice from afar and halted his horse before it reached them, cautiously advancing to avoid startling his beloved daughter. Shinguichi approached to lead the horse, while Hengyue assisted him in dismounting. Father-in-law. The Marquis of Huayin patted each of their shoulders before striding toward his daughter. Be careful, Shu. Shuyi's eyes glistened with moisture. Father, she exclaimed, truly overwhelmed with joy at seeing him after such a long time. The Marquis gently ruffled her hair, saying, Father is back now. Do not cry, for it would not do to ruin your beautiful eyes. He inquired, why did you wait outside? You could have waited in the carriage for me. He understood her eagerness to see him. After exchanging a few words with his daughter, the Marquis turned to his son and son-in-law. Guichi and Ahung, do you have no official duties today? Shinguichi mentioned that he had taken a leave of absence, while Hengyue noted that he could return to his duties after escorting his father-in-law home. The Marquis nodded. Guichi, take your sister back to the residence. Ahung, you may return to your duties. I also need to visit the palace to pay my respects to the Emperor. Time is of the essence. The Emperor, aware that the Marquis of Huayin had just returned to the capital, did not detain him for long. Upon returning home, the Marquis first glanced at his wife, he's sure, before turning his attention to his children and grandchildren. Ding and Mingxian, he called, picking up one child in each arm, eliciting peals of laughter from them. He sure chided him playfully. Put the children down quickly. You must not let them fall. The Marquis laughed heartily, but obediently set the children down. He remarked this year, the Tingxin family cannot join us for the reunion. He sure nodded, expressing her helplessness at his insistence on being assigned away from home. Speaking of their second son, she sighed in resignation. Their eldest son, as the heir, naturally followed his father into military service. However, both their daughter and youngest son were not in robust health and had only learned rudimentary martial skills. Fortunately, both possessed exceptional literary talents. Tingxin had indeed earned his degree through his own merit. Eldest sister Chun Shi pulled Ding in closer, while Shuyi embraced Mingxian. Father, let us go inside now. Very well. When Hengyue arrived at the Marquis of Huayin's residence after his duties, he suddenly noticed that his father-in-law was wearing the garment crafted by Shuyi, one he often saw her embroidering. Initially, he thought it was intended for him, only to realize it was meant for his father-in-law. Noticing his gaze, the Marquis smiled and remarked, Shushu's skills are ever improving. Hengyue smiled in agreement, remarking that the garment had taken Shuyi 5 months to tailor, and it fit his father-in-law perfectly. The Marquis of Huayin was indeed pleased. However, His expression shifted abruptly. I have heard you missed the auspicious moment during the Mingxian birthday banquet. Song Hengyue stiffened, but promptly offered an apology. It was my fault. His sincerity was evident, prompting a cold huff from the Marquis, yet he chose to let it slide. After all, he was a son-in-law. Had he been his son, he would have broken his legs without hesitation. While he could not reprimand this man directly, he could certainly mention it when he encountered Prince Qing. Shu is my only daughter, cherished beyond measure since childhood. She must not endure even the slightest grievance after marrying you. Do not imitate your father's youthful indiscretions, he admonished. Song Hengyue nodded earnestly, assuring his father-in-law not to worry. He was eager to cherish Shuyi, yet ironically, she seemed indifferent to him. Chapter 31. Do not expect others to always consider you as the year-end festivities abound. Shuyi, as the crown prince's consort, finds herself obliged to attend several gatherings. In the floral hall of the Duke's residence, after exchanging pleasantries with the Duchess, she is beckoned by the ever-anticipating Cui Lanqi and Zhou Fuyin. I knew you would come today, Cui Lanqi remarks, gently brushing the moisture off Shuyi's cloak. Taking a seat beside them, Shuyi sets down the hot water pot. Of course, I must be here to celebrate the Duchess's birthday. Adjusting her cloak and surveying the surroundings, she inquires, where is Tang Zhijian currently residing? Tang Zhijian successfully divorced in August. It has since been persistently pressured by her parents to consider new matches. Shuyi has received her letters of complaint, expressing a desire to move out. Cui Lanqi, dabbing her handkerchief, responds softly she is currently staying in a villa on the outskirts of the city. She has been quite cornered, and anyone who has undergone a divorce would understandably hesitate to enter another marriage. Zhou Fuyin lets out a quiet sigh. Aunt Tang deeply regrets not having compelled her to learn household management back then. Now, she is determined to teach her. Acknowledging her shortcomings, Tang Zhijian has finally committed to learning earnestly. Acquiring knowledge is beneficial, if not for managing a household. At least her dowry should be well overseen. With so many shops and estates in our possession, it is crucial to remain vigilant to avoid being deceived by subordinates. Shuyi is well aware of this, having her own share of shops and estates. She reflects on how she was once deceived by Chunsheng and his mother, a consequence of Tang Zhijian's indifference toward her dowry. Had she shown any concern, such brazen deceit would have been unlikely. Cui Lanqi suddenly squints her eyes, observing two women approaching from outside the floral hall. Shuyi, isn't that the current Duchess of the Duke of State? Shuyi focuses intently and nods. Indeed, I have never seen her in social gatherings. This is my first encounter with her in person. This Duchess is a stepmother, having only married earlier this year. Zhou Fuyin chuckles derisively, her voice low. How can she socialize, appearing in public with a 3-month pregnancy right after marriage? Watching the frail woman who sways with every step, Shuyi sighs, feeling a sense of pity, not for her, but for the woman who, despite her illness, continues to scheme for her husband. Little does she realize that merely 3 months have passed since her husband's death, with the grass on his grave yet to sprout, while he has already taken another bride. Zhou Fuyin turns away, scoffing and lowering her voice as she ensures no one is within earshot. I heard from my husband that the former Duchess was so distraught she died from grief. Already in poor health, she unexpectedly caught her husband in infidelity, and just days later, she was gone. It is a pity that her family never suspected foul play due to her long-standing illness. Cui Lanqi feels a discomfort settle within her. Misery loves company. Just as the banquet is about to commence, the second young mistress of the host family hurries over, inviting the guests from the floral pavilion to the back garden to admire the plum blossoms. As Shuyi and her companions moved along with the crowd, they soon overheard another lady speaking loudly, clearly unafraid of offending anyone. Did not the heir's wife give birth to a daughter? Where is she today? Cui Lanqi suddenly covered her mouth, though a smile had already betrayed her amusement. A group of noble women exchanged glances, surprised by the unexpected remark. But upon realizing the speaker was related to the former heir's wife, it all made sense. After all, everyone was well informed. The heir's wife had given birth to a daughter in August. Although there had been no grand celebrations, those familiar with the family had already paid their respects. It was said to be a premature birth, But who could induce a child to arrive 3 months early? They merely maintained a superficial veil of modesty. The former heir's wife had passed away at the end of December, and by the following spring and March, the heir had remarried, leading to the birth of a child in August. Clearly, the Duke of Zhengguo's household understood that they could no longer conceal the truth. But as long as there was a thin layer of fabric covering it, it sufficed. The young lady leading the way smiled slyly, remarking, "My dear niece is frail." Given the cold, she did not come to greet the esteemed ladies. Despite her words, it was evident to all that sarcasm adorned her expression. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they proceeded towards the back courtyard and soon encountered a group of young ladies. Shuyi exchanged a few words of courtesy before being pulled along by Cui Lanqi and Zhou Fuyin. Upon reaching the expansive plum garden, Cui Lanqi's spirits lifted. Her smile genuine. She had long heard of the plum garden at the Duke of Zhengguo's estate, and seeing it today, it truly lived up to its reputation. Shuyi nodded in agreement, saying, "If you truly admire it, I recall a villa outside the city filled with plum blossoms. In a few days, I shall send you an invitation to visit." Cui Lanqi was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Why did you not mention such a delightful place sooner?" She had always known Shuyi was affluent, but she had not anticipated that a villa devoted to cultivating plum trees could exist. There are also 2 natural hot springs there. Upon witnessing that picturesque scenery, I transformed the area into a dedicated recreation spot. I lack for nothing in terms of land," she added, as they strolled among the blooming plum trees. Zhou Fuyin observed the genuinely cheerful Shuyi and felt compelled to speak. "Shuyi, the couple from the Marquis of Rongyang returned to the capital yesterday." Shuyi paused, glancing at her 2 friends who looked at her with concern, and she gently chuckled. Her clear voice filled with delight. "Fear not. Not only did Ji Jian emerge from shadows, but I too have let go. If I cannot break free, I shall actively seek a better living environment, especially since the Prince of Qing's residence is entirely unrelated to my past sufferings. The bitterness she once endured was of her own making. Had she not invested so much emotional energy in Song Hengyue, treating him as merely a partner, everything would have flowed smoothly." Zhou Fuyin's lips parted slightly in surprise, while Cui Lanqi could hardly contain her laughter, saying, "I suspected something was amiss with you before. Indeed, I was right. I told you, you must have seen through it all." Shuyi inwardly smiled wryly. She had once perceived the truth, yet she had also descended into despair, struggling and healing simultaneously, yearning while enduring pain. Only the ultimately tragic conclusion had allowed her to relinquish her emotions entirely. Yet some remnants still lingered in her heart. Alas, it is not a grave fault that he does not hold affection for me. At the very least, he possesses a degree of respect towards me. Yet, this respect is tinged with a hint of arrogance. However, it is inherent in human nature to act in one's own interest, to instinctively pursue what one desires, and to engage in pursuits that are advantageous to oneself. What is wrong with that? She is of a similar disposition. Thus, she does not expect others to constantly prioritize her needs. Her grievances do not stem from a lack of response, but rather from his insufficient regard for their child. The birth of Mingxian was overlooked. The first birthday celebration was missed, and despite their prior agreement to accompany her in bearing a second child, he ultimately broke his promise. She cannot find closure, yet she refuses to dwell on the past. Instead, she focuses on the present, making all the decisions that are beneficial to her. She still has Mingxian, her family, and her friends. Chapter 32. Another admirer of Song Hengyue. Observing her carefree and radiant demeanor, Zhou Fuyin and Cui Lanqi felt a sense of joy for her. A suitable partner is indeed hard to find, and one cannot merely wish for it. Yet a fulfilling life must be crafted by oneself. Being consumed by unattainable desires has never been their way. The snow crunched softly beneath their feet. "Sister, please do not reprimand me any longer. It has been so long, and I have already endured 3 months of confinement." A charming yet haughty voice echoed. Shuyi was taken aback. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Another voice, gentle yet firm, chimed in, "I am walking on eggshells as it is. You should be more self-aware and refrain from causing trouble. I could protect you once, but can I do so a second time?" "Sister." The word sister twisted and turned. "All right, All right, I have finally managed to bring you here. But it is not for you to stir up trouble. The wife of the heir to the Duke of Hengyue, though smiling, bore a look of sorrow in her eyes. Despite having been married for some time, she had yet to grasp any authority in managing affairs. Everything was monopolized by that old woman and the second branch of the family. She was the rightful wife of the heir, after all. But you were warned by the Prince of Qing's residence for your indiscreet remarks before. Please be mindful in the future. She did not wish for her sister to offend anyone in the Duke of Zhangguo's household. Zhou Fuyin and Cui Lanqi were about to step outside when they exchanged glances, drawn by Shen Shuyi's calm expression. What's going on? Shen Shuyi furrowed her brow. Though her expression remained unchanged, she had already discerned that the one referred to as sister was the young lady she had encountered in the Fangqiao garden, who had claimed that her marriage to Song Hengyue was due solely to her family background. The conversation continued. Today, the wife of the Prince of Qing has also arrived. You should be wise and keep a low profile. Hiding is one thing, but what does it matter if the Prince of Qing's parents reprimand me? I believe that woman is simply envious. Shen Shuyi's smile grew increasingly dignified, while Cui Lanqi gasped and quickly turned away. Each word struck a nerve with Shen Shuyi. She felt pity for that young lady. The Prince of Qing is distinguished, charismatic, and possesses exceptional talent. How could he act in such a manner? It is all that woman's fault, using the heir's name to suppress me. Perhaps my words struck a chord with her, but I spoke the truth. Had it not been for my cousin's marriage to the Earl of Rongyang, she would have had no part in this at all. At least she is fortunate. The wife of the Prince of Qing is the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Huayin. Cui Lanqi huffed angrily, and Shen Shuyi grasped her hand, urging her to leave. Once is forgivable, but to think she can act with such impunity twice or thrice is absurd. Zhou Fuyin was pulled along, but cast a cold glance in that direction. Shuyi, that lady's family, is merely a minor official of the 6th rank. They hold no renown in this capital. Shen Shuyi nodded, indicating her understanding. Zhou family, is it? Cui Lanqi confirmed. Yes, is the Zhou surname. Today marks the birthday of the Duchess of Zhangue, and Shen Shuyi holds her in considerable esteem, wishing to avoid any disturbances during the celebration. As for Miss Zhou, despite her incessant claims that her cousin's marriage has deprived her of her own prospects, her tone betrays a palpable bitterness. She is yet another admirer of Song Hengyue. Cui Lanqi scoffed softly, a mere frog at the bottom of a well. A daughter raised in a modest family of a 6th-rank official, pampered and ignorant, knows nothing of the true finesse possessed by the distinguished ladies of the capital. Shen Shuyi, once a preeminent figure among the young ladies, was more than suitable for a prince, if not for the exalted status of the Prince of Qing's residence. Song Hengyue would scarcely have had the chance to court Shen Shuyi. How utterly dull. However, Shen Shuyi felt no real anger. Her heart was far too magnanimous for that. Not only did she disregard Miss Zhou, but even her own sister held little significance in her thoughts. Upon returning to the front, she encountered the Duchess of Zhangue, greeting her with a warm smile. Noticing the attentive Zhou clan member beside her, she inquired, "Is this the wife of the heir?" Zhou, trembling slightly, raised her gaze, captivated by the elegance before her, yet felt a sudden chill at the coldness reflected in the eyes of the prince's consort. "It is I. I pay my respects to the esteemed consort," she stammered. As the wife of a mere heir, with no official title, she could only humbly offer her greetings to someone of the consort's rank. Shen Shuyi, seated beside them, took a sip of tea before saying, "You may rise." Turning to the Duchess, who appeared displeased with Zhou, she remarked, "Your daughter-in-laws are all exceptionally talented. I still remember Sister Wang's grace and charm. How time transforms all is truly poignant." Before the Duchess could respond, Shen Shuyi deftly addressed the astonished Zhou. "By the way, why is your esteemed daughter not present? I heard she has given birth prematurely. Such a pitiful child. It truly evokes sympathy." The Duchess cast a discreet glare at the timid Zhou, then smiled as she spoke. "The child is frail and carries a lingering illness. Had it not been for the fear of disturbing the consort, she would have come to pay her respects." Shen Shuyi, feeling a twinge of compassion, remarked, "Indeed, it seems she has inherited her mother's frailty. Perhaps the heir's wife ought to take better care of herself." With that, she chose not to elaborate further. Observing her leisurely tea drinking, the Duchess realized that Shen Shuyi had reached her limit for the day. Her smile, now more genuine. It appeared that the inept Zhou had offended her, for the Prince of Qing's consort was known for her grace and rarely troubled others. One could say it was time for someone to provide Zhou with a proper lesson. Shuyi smiled again, showing no intention of mentioning Miss Zhou further. Xiao, trembling in trepidation, watched as those around her engaged in lively conversation, feeling a pang of bitterness within her. She was not foolish. Moments ago, the Prince of Qing's consort had been amiable, yet now, after a brief visit to the plum garden, she seemed to turn against her. The words spoken by her younger sister, which had seemed inconsequential at the time, now filled her with dread as she observed the consort's composed demeanor. The coldness in her mother-in-law's eyes sent a shiver down her spine. Her younger sister had brought her to this miserable predicament. As dusk descended, delicate snowflakes danced gracefully in the air. Upon exiting the gates of the Duke of Zhang's residence, Shuyi encountered Hengyue, who stood resolutely in the midst of the swirling snow, clad in a dark cloak. Amidst the bustling crowd, Shuyi could only make her way toward him. Hengyue extended the warming pot in his hands to her and took hold of her arm. "Let us board the carriage," he urged, his demeanor composed as though he had performed this act countless times before. Shuyi, equally accustomed to the interaction, turned to glance at her friend who had just emerged behind her. "I shall take my leave first." Hengyue assisted her into the carriage, exchanged pleasantries with familiar faces, and then followed her inside. "Is it cold?" he inquired, swiftly brushing his hand against Shuyi's face before drawing the curtain to shield her from the wind. Shuyi offered no response, choosing instead to close her eyes and retreat into the soft warmth of the cloak, seeking solace in quietude. Chapter 33, Madam? With his head bowed low, Hengyue pondered whether she had suffered any grievances today. The night was thick with darkness, and a cold wind howled. Within the Mingwei residence, the candlelight flickered, illuminating the bright charcoal fire. "Mother, Mingxian, I miss Mother." After warming herself against the chill, Shuyi finally lifted Mingxian into her arms. "Mother longs for you too, my dear. Were you well behaved today?" The child, who just a while ago could only utter mother, had now begun to articulate simple phrases. Mingxian, so obedient. Gazing at the plump and adorable child, Shuyi felt her heart swell with tenderness. "My sweet baby Mingxian." She playfully pinched his chubby cheeks, and the mother and son basked in their bliss. Through the candlelight, Hengyue caught a glimpse of the uncomplicated joy shared between his delicate wife and their child, and his face broke into a broad smile. "Father, carry me." Hearing Mingxian call out for his father, Shuyi laughed and handed the child over to him. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and harmony. "Zhou Shi, perceiving your shallowness, I have deliberately allowed you to venture out today to witness the world. And this is how you repay me? You dare to offend the crown prince's consort?" Zhou Shi, terrified, quickly knelt down. "Mother, it was not the daughter-in-law who offended her." The Duchess closed her eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She understood the sequence of events, but was utterly disappointed to see Zhou Shi in such a state. Indeed, Zhou Shi had only uttered one unkind remark, yet her sister's every word was an affront to others. However, it was Zhou Shi who had brought her into their midst, and she was indeed her own sister. Today, they were in the very heart of the Duke of Zhangguo's residence. If she could only admit her responsibility and say that she had failed to discipline her sister, yet she could not even do that, opting instead to evade accountability. Regret washed over her. How could she have permitted her to enter their home, bringing ridicule upon the Duke of Zhangguo? That ungrateful child was indeed a disappointment. "Send your sister away. Our Duke of Zhangguo's residence does not welcome her." Zhou Shi nodded earnestly. "I understand, Mother." Zhou Shi felt as though she had narrowly escaped disaster, oblivious to the disdain and disappointment etched upon the Duchess's face. Having been dismissed from Mingwei residence, Hengyue returned to his study in frustration. He pondered what he had done wrong today. It seemed he had committed no offense at all. Fenglei, send someone to investigate what transpired at the banquet today. By the time Shuyi finished her evening rituals, Guyu and the others expressed their indignation. The consort of the heir must be dealt with accordingly. How dare she conspire against the heir's consort? Such audacity! Did she not claim it was all my doing? Then I shall oblige her. A lack of proper upbringing is the father's fault. I believe her father has occupied his position for far too long without merit. so he should relinquish it. Send word to my father. There is no need for her to take any additional action. As long as her father expresses dissatisfaction, there will be plenty of people to assist her. The officialdom is a vast crucible. Even if we, the families of officials, cannot offer assistance, we must tread carefully with our words and actions to ensure the peace of our households. As the year-end approached, the capital grew increasingly lively, and the Prince of Qing's residence was busy preparing for the festivities. Are the seasonal gifts ready for delivery to each residence? Meng Zhong looked up from the ledger. Everything is prepared. All trendy items for this year, including those from Jiangnan, have been packed. Rubbing her weary, sore eyes, Shuyi instructed that all necessary provisions must be acquired for the household. This winter was particularly harsh, with supplies already scarce and the population of the capital abundant, leading to inevitable competition. Preparations must be made in advance to avoid shortages. Although the prince's residence had only 6 masters, hundreds of servants and attendants were at hand, and it was imperative that their sustenance was not compromised. She arranged for her estate to deliver additional vegetables to the household, knowing it was customary to share with favored residences. Her estate featured a warm greenhouse, ensuring a modest supply of vegetables each winter. While the various households were not critically lacking in produce, such gestures were nonetheless appreciated. Hengyue took note. Following tradition, in the 12th month, all servants in a household would receive double the monthly wage. The steward under her command would also disburse double wages, with other staff receiving their customary amounts as well. After the distribution, they were to submit their lists. Shuyi felt her mind becoming overwhelmed with tasks. Moreover, the items sent to the royal residence from the palace must be handled with utmost care. Guyu, you're to oversee this personally. There must be no discrepancies with these items. Even if these tasks were habitual, diligence was paramount. Dongji offered to massage her temples, suggesting that she take a moment to rest, as she was to attend a banquet at the palace the following day, and her health was of the utmost importance. Shuyi nodded resignedly. The 24th of the 12th month was approaching. She instructed that a warming pot be prepared for her before entering the palace, for it would not be convenient there. Guyu and Bai Lu were to accompany her, while Dongji would stay behind to care for Ming Xian. Ngzh needed to expedite the organization of all accounts. Understood, replied the maidservant. Upon returning to Mingwei residence, Song Hengyue observed the brightly lit study cluttered with ledgers, and shook his head as he entered. He suggested she take a moment to rest, as it appeared she had been busy all day, the ink stains evident on her fingers. He took the brush from her hand, gently kneading her fingers. These matters can be delegated to the servants, he remarked. Shuyi, closing her eyes, replied softly that there were always matters requiring her attention. It was never so simple, whether household or external affairs, all required her oversight. Despite the efficiency of the staff, she needed to be informed to have a clear understanding. With no retort, Song Hengyue embraced her. Settling into the chair she had just vacated and massaged her forehead. Shall I assist you? He inquired, noticing the faint shadows beneath her eyes, filled with concern. Shuyi, without hesitation, pushed the ledgers towards him. Here, take them, she urged. Amused, Song Hengyue picked up a pen, but retained her on his lap. Just stay here, and if you do not understand something, I shall inquire further. A slight shiver ran through her, and Shuyi pouted, asking him to refrain from such address. Song Hengyue chuckled softly, his laughter resonating in his chest. And what of Madam? Shuyi fell silent, choosing not to engage further. The imposing palace loomed like a colossal beast within the capital, a place where countless souls longed to tread. As she and Song Lingxi supported the princess of the Prince of Celebration on either side. In the Kunning Palace, I have had the honor of encountering the Princess of Qing, the Crown Prince's consort, the young princess, and Her Majesty the Empress, who is currently in the hall. I express my gratitude to the matron. The Empress occupies the foremost seat within the hall, exuding an air of authority that has intensified as she surpasses the age of 40. Please rise. There is no need for excessive formalities, she commands. The Princess of Qing engages in a familiar and natural exchange with the Empress, while the younger ladies, Shuyi and Song Lingxi, bow their heads and listen in silence. Please take your seats, the Empress invites, prompting the Princess of Qing to lead Shuyi and Song Lingxi to their places. They begin to greet the Princess of Rome and the various other consorts. Shuyi, finding her place behind the Princess of Qing, respectfully acknowledges the Crown Prince's consort, Lady Zhao. Before long, the spacious main hall is filled with members of the royal family, princesses, and consorts. Chapter 34. A profound sense of panic arose. With ample time remaining before the banquet, the queen suggested that everyone take a moment to rest. She had a few more words to say and then would proceed to meet with the noble ladies. The Princess of Qing and the Princess of Rome, accompanied by Shuyi and a few others, adeptly found a floral parlor to settle in. The banquet promised to be grand, with the Prince and Princess of Qing, Song Hengyue, Shuyi, and Song Lingxi seated together, all of whom belonged to the royal lineage. The next tier was reserved for court officials and noble dignitaries. Shuyi exchanged a brief glance with her parents before taking her seat calmly. The emperor appeared spirited, and the queen wore a bright smile. The atmosphere soon grew lively. Shuyi felt a mixture of complex gazes upon her, and when she turned to seek their source, her expression faltered. She could not help but mock herself inwardly. She had resolved to disregard it, yet the sight of Juan Baurix still left her heart heavy. It was not a matter of romantic affection, but rather something deeper, as she effortlessly grasped that which eluded her. In her previous life, although she suffered, she maintained normal interactions with Juan Baurix, for that was the nature of the noble ladies in the capital. The Earl of Rongyang, Chun Xiuqi, remained friends with Song Hengyue, and there were some exchanges between their families. At the time, she believed that the coldness she experienced had little to do with Juan Baurix, so despite her heartache, she managed those affairs with poise, and they could still engage in casual pleasantries when they met. However, after the experiences of her past life, she could no longer harbor such thoughts. She admitted to herself that Song Hengyue did not love her, nor did she care about whom he held dear. Yet she could not ignore the reasons that led her to such a state. Shuyi maintained a serene facade as she nodded towards Juan Baurix, who seemed on the verge of speaking, and then averted her gaze. Even though it was Song Hengyue who ultimately sought to go to battle, he had also received a plea for help from Juan Baurix. She could never believe that this matter was unrelated to her. Even if she became useless and was driven to an early labor in a fit of anger, all her rationality could not convince her that she should not feel resentment. Song Hengyue, keenly aware, sensed the chilling atmosphere surrounding him. What is the matter? Shuyi forced a smile, a cold laugh escaping her lips without a word. Indeed, some things could be forcibly rationalized away, yet others remained firmly embedded in her heart, a perpetual thorn. In the dilemma of choices, she and her child were forsaken. Perhaps Song Hengyue had not anticipated such an outcome, yet the result was undeniable. He was weighing his options, or perhaps there was no weighing at all. He had simply chosen to abandon her during childbirth. A single letter of distress had cost her the companionship she deserved. To speak of state affairs, matters of urgency, there were countless capable generals within the court, and Song Hengyue was not irreplaceable. It was merely that the Earl and his wife of Rongyang were trapped in Shiyuan City, and he was anxious, fearing that others might forsake their lives. Shuyi understood everything. The darkness within her churned ceaselessly, as Mingshuan's cries for father went unanswered, her tears swelling with the burden of her pregnancy, disregarded. What Shuyi and Mingxian witnessed was merely a callous silhouette. She bowed her head, finally realizing that she had relinquished her feelings for Song Hengyue. Yet, the resentment still lay buried deep within her, piercing her very being, ready to emerge at specific moments to torment her. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself. Shuyi remained composed, reminding herself that those events were now in the past. A profound sense of solitude enveloped her, as she was the sole bearer of those memories. The pain forever entrenched in her heart. As she observed Song Hengyue bringing over grilled lamb, she could not help but let out a silent scoff, resolving from that moment forth to not touch her chopsticks. The banquet was alive with the clinking of cups and the exchanging of pleasantries. But when Shuyi exited alongside Princess Qing, she found upon her return that Song Hengyue was nowhere to be seen. Princess Qing furrowed her brow and quietly inquired of Song Lingxi, "Where is your brother?" Song Lingxi, taken aback, replied, "You've been gone for quite some time. I sent him out to fetch you." Princess Qing nodded, then glanced at the slightly inebriated emperor on the elevated platform, suggesting, "Shuyi, please go and look for him. The gathering may soon be concluding." Shuyi promptly acquiesced, recognizing that it would be quite unfavorable if Song Hengyue was absent at the dispersal of the event. Cautiously retreating from the banquet hall, she rubbed her temples, pondering where she might begin her search. The banquet hall was situated within a garden, and having just strolled out with Princess Qing to dissipate the effects of the wine, she had no particular destination in mind. "Guyu, find someone to inquire if anyone has seen the young master," she instructed. The garden was teeming with palace maids, and surely someone would have glimpsed him. Meanwhile, in a pavilion, Song Hengyue stood facing Wanbaru, a small distance separating them. He unconsciously wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. "Lady Rongyang, what brings you here?" he inquired. Wanbaru's smile was warm as she raised her gaze to the refined figure before her. Recalling the tender attentiveness he had shown Shuyi, "Young master, I seek your assistance with a matter." Though it was not her place to speak, considering her cousin had turned to her, she felt compelled to lend a hand as a relative. Song Hengyue's expression remained impassive upon hearing her words. He merely raised an eyebrow and subtly took a step back. "What matter?" His tone was notably frigid, having already surmised her intentions, especially since he had a hand in the affair. The Zhou family was Wanbaru's maternal uncle's household. With that thought, a chill settled in Song Hengyue's heart. Were it not for their past acquaintance, he would not have bothered to stand there awaiting her request. Wanbaru sensed his indifference. She hesitated, contemplating her words. But seeing his impatience, she pressed on. "You know the Zhou family is my maternal uncle's family. My cousin may have spoken harshly, but surely her parents can discipline her. It is not a matter to burden my uncle. I humbly ask you to intercede with the young mistress on behalf of my uncle." Song Hengyue's brows knitted together, a flicker of annoyance crossing his otherwise stoic features. "Why should I offer leniency? Your cousin has repeatedly displayed a lack of upbringing, which casts doubt on the Zhou family's values. Furthermore, I am the one who acted. Why should I approach your cousin for reconciliation?" Wanbaru was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such a response. Biting her lip, she spoke urgently. "My lord, my cousin is still young and speaks without restraint. Please spare my uncle. I assure you I will ensure they discipline her properly. I am not one to cause chaos without reason, and there is no need to dwell further on this matter. If Lord Zhou were truly innocent, there would be no other issues at hand." As he spoke, Song Hengyue began to turn away. But Wanbaru hurriedly took a few steps forward and implored, "Song Hengyue, given our relationship, I beg you to let him go." Her words resonated with weight. Song Hengyue's expression turned icy. He intended to voice further remarks, yet the wind and thunder seized his garment. Poor Feng lay blinked rapidly in distress. When Song Hengyue turned around, he beheld Shuyi standing on the small bridge, gazing intently in their direction. A wave of profound panic surged within him. Chapter 35. He could not let go. Observing him hastily retreating in that direction, Wanbaru stamped her foot in frustration. How could trivial matters escalate to such an extent? Was her uncle's career truly doomed? Her cousin, too, spoke without any restraint. "Madam, it appears that the heir does not seem entirely indifferent towards the heiress," whispered Wanbaru's maid. She had just witnessed the flustered expression on the crown prince's face upon catching sight of the heiress, his previously unchanging countenance turning pale in an instant. Wanbaru withdrew her gaze and turned to leave. Her steps hurried. He was already married with children. How could he possibly treat his wife poorly? Following the direction indicated by the palace maid, Shuyi approached and observed the two individuals from distance. Unable to discern their conversation and lacking interest in eavesdropping, she did catch the phrase about their past acquaintance. Guyu looked at her mistress with concern, but Shuyi did not feel as disheartened as her maid imagined. "Forget it, let's head back," she decided. There was no need to interfere with his affairs. Although displeased, Shuyi was not the type to ingratiate herself. As long as Song Hengyue did not undermine her position or Ming Xian's, there was little reason to meddle further. Just as she was about to turn away, She noticed Song Hengyue's expression shift dramatically as he dashed towards her. Breathing lightly, he stood before Shuyi, his face tense. "Shushu, you must believe me. She followed me, and I encountered her afterward. I did not arrange to meet her." Shuyi nodded, her smile failing to reach her eyes. "There is no need for further explanation. My mother instructed me to find you. The gathering is about to conclude." She led the way back. An inexplicable surge of emotions rushed through Song Hengyue: panic, urgency, sorrow. Instinctively, he sensed the need for complete honesty. Otherwise, he would be lost. He intercepted Shuyi, slightly bowing to meet her gaze. "Lady Rongyang instructed me to speak with you and persuade you to spare the Zhou family." Observing the sarcasm flicker across Shuyi's face, he quickly added, "I refused. I stated that this matter was my doing, that I initiated the investigation. If the Zhou family is innocent, they shall face no repercussions. However, rest assured, even if they are blameless, I will ensure they do not cross your path again." Reflecting on the fury that had surged within him upon discovering the situation, he felt an acute sense of guilt, especially knowing Shuyi had personally heard these words. He lamented his earlier inaction. He should have taught that woman a lesson back in the fragrant grass garden, but he had hesitated and missed his chance. Were he in her shoes, subjected to such disdain while those close to him remained unresponsive, he would undoubtedly feel heartbroken. "Shushu, please believe me." Shuyi nodded, her smile devoid of warmth. "The Count of Rongyang and his wife are your friends. Is it truly appropriate to reject them in this manner?" Song Hengyue shook his head, yet nodded in agreement. "I am friends with Shuyi, but this matter concerns you, and no one else's opinion holds weight." He added further clarification. "I am not friends with Lady Rongyang." Undeniably, he once held an admiration for Wan Baoru, for she was lively and charming, unlike the decorous noble women he had encountered. Their initial acquaintance was due to Shuyi, with whom Wan Baoru had never shared a friendship. Shuyi scoffed at this notion, but chose silence, continuing her forward stride. Perhaps Song Hengyue remained oblivious to the fact that Shuyi had once witnessed his tolerance and admiration for Wan Baoru. There was indeed affection, yet alas, Wan Baoru's heart belonged to Shuyi. As for now, Shuyi found no desire to speculate on Song Hengyue's thoughts. He followed her back into the hall, feeling a pang of sorrow. Moments ago, he had sought a glimmer of concern or jealousy in her eyes, but found only openness and indifference. He feared Shuyi's anger and jealousy, yet equally dreaded her lack of both. Upon returning to Mingwei residence, Song Hengyue enveloped Shuyi in his embrace, disregarding her struggles, compelling her to face him. "Shushu, what are your true thoughts? Why this demeanor towards him now?" The tenderness of their past lingered vividly in his memory. Shuyi felt a surge of irritation. What did he wish to convey? She could not fathom his intentions. Is our current state not sufficient? Do you believe I must quarrel with you daily for it to matter? All the words exchanged in the past seemed forgotten. Had she never caused a scene or felt jealousy? Did it serve any purpose? Initially, all she perceived was Song Hengyue's impatience, dismissing her with a mere, "You think too much." Shuyi refrained from pressing further, for she too possessed pride and dignity, unable to endure such disparity. Song Hengyue shook his head. "It is not like that, Shushu. I merely feel sorrow. Sorrow for not cherishing the good we once shared, and for my previous coldness towards you." Now, enamored by her, he deemed his former self despicable. Yet, Shuyi had no intention of entangling herself with him. "My lord, let us adhere to your wishes. I shall fulfill my role as your consort, and you shall be the esteemed heir. That is sufficient. I will manage our affairs well. You focus on being Mingshuan's father. This is enough." She did not require him. From her words, Song Hengyue gleaned this conclusion, his body momentarily frozen, his heart plunging into icy depths. After a pause, he managed to utter, "But we are husband and wife." Shuyi nodded. "Yet we are also the heir and his consort, the parents of Mingxian. These roles hold greater significance." The marital bond had become the least important aspect between them. Shuyi had always believed that true couples resembled her parents. Mutual affection, exclusive devotion, shared pain, and joint upbringing of their children. What did her relationship with Song Hengyue amount to? Beneath the flickering lights, Song Hengyue's expression darkened. his embrace around her delicate waist faltering, yet he hesitated to release her. His body and spirit were in turmoil, but he could never muster the courage to express a single word of affection to Shuyi. He has finally come to understand that the once distant Shuyi never uttered a single word of affection towards him, choosing instead to conceal all her love within the intricate details of everyday life. He also realizes that whenever he glanced back and caught sight of her solitary figure, her face would light up with a smile upon meeting his gaze. It dawns on him that unreciprocated feelings must remain hidden within one's heart, for pride is easily wounded. The one who feels more vulnerable, the one who yearns for acknowledgement, becomes increasingly conscious of their own dignity, as it is the only thing that sustains them. Observing him with his head bowed in silence, Shuyi felt a surge of irritation. She wished for no one to disrupt her mood, gently nudging him. "Could you please let me go?" Song Hung raised his eyes and pulled her into his embrace. Just a little longer. He could never bring himself to release her. Chapter 36. Serving the crown prince's consort to Atenwan for sins on the eve of the new year, as countless lanterns illuminated the night. Prince Qing and Princess Qing exchanged a few tender words, observing Song Lingxi's head nodding gently. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned his gaze towards Song Hengyue and Shuyi. "You both should return or rest. It is getting late." As Song Hengyue shifted his attention to Shuyi, he noticed a hint of fatigue in her expression and rose to his feet. "Father and mother should retire early as well. We shall take our leave." Upon hearing this, Shuyi also stood, gently grasping the nearly swaying Song Lingxi. Very well. They escorted Song Lingxi back to Liuguang courtyard, and the unusual couple strolled back to Mingwei residence. Song Hengyue dismissed the maidservants and withdrew a small box from his pocket. "Shu, this is a New Year gift." Shuyi paused momentarily, then smiled lightly as she accepted the box and opened it. Inside lay a jade hairpin. Observing the somewhat rough craftsmanship, she furrowed her brow slightly. Lifting her chin to glance at Song Hengyue, she spoke slowly, "Thank you, Crown Prince." Song Hengyue's gaze remained fixed on her face, his emotions shifting from anticipation to tension, and ultimately to disappointment with the change in her expression. "I carved this myself. It features gardenias." Shuyi nodded, acknowledging the effort. "You have worked hard, Crown Prince." Although she recognized the sentiment behind the gift, her heart felt no joy, only a slight restlessness. She disliked this feeling. Initially wishing to refuse, she reconsidered, recalling that it was New Year's Eve and understanding all too well the pain of rejection. She cherished tokens of others' affections, even if the giver was Song Hengyue, which diminished the value of her appreciation. Yet, seeing his earnest demeanor, she swallowed her intended refusal. "Let it be. It won't take up too much space in the storeroom." Song Hengyue, suppressing his desire to embrace her, tucked his hands behind his back. "Tomorrow, wear it. It's lovely." Unable to restrain himself, he uttered these words. He had entrusted his heart to Shuyi's hands. Shuyi's eyes flickered with surprise and chill as she softly declined. "This is the crown prince's intention. It should be treasured well. If it gets damaged while in my hair, it would be a loss." Song Hengyue's fist clenched suddenly, his teeth grazing his tongue. Faced with her rejection, he could only reply, "If it breaks, it matters not. I can carve it anew." He still struggled to accept Shuyi's indifference. Since the palace banquet, he had sensed her growing coldness towards him. Once, there may have been a semblance of warmth, but now her aloofness was overt, as if only a final veil remained unlifted. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his heart, Song Hengyue's frustration deepened, burdened by countless concerns. Once the New Year's Eve festivities had passed, time flew swiftly, and Shuyi noticed Mingxian changing more with each passing day. Now, he could walk several steps on his own. Watching Mingxian play joyfully without companionship warmed Shuyi's heart. Being part of his growth was a fulfilling experience. "Guyu, in a few days, the academy will resume classes, and I must prepare the items for the princess." Guyu nodded swiftly, acknowledging her understanding. As she basked in the radiant sunlight, the invigorating essence of spring enveloped Shuyi. She took Mingxian to frolic in the rear garden. Before long, Bai Lu hurriedly approached, displaying a countenance fraught with concern and indignation. Shuyi, puzzled, inquired, "What troubles you?" By Lu bit her lip. "Esteemed lady, the wife of Lord Rongyang seeks an audience." Shuyi paused, astonished. "The wife of Lord Rongyang?" Bai Lu affirmed with a nod. "Indeed, she has sent an invitation requesting to meet with you. In that case, please escort her to the reception room." What business could Wan Baoru have with her? Could it be related to the affairs of the Zhou family again? Recently, she had heard her father mention that Lord Rongyang had sought him out. However, as the matter was conducted openly without any malicious intent, Shuyi felt no guilt. If everyone could speak ill of her, what dignity would remain for her as the lady of the Heir? Wan Baoru sat in the rose chair, quietly observing the elegantly arranged reception room, yet a sense of melancholy lingered in her heart. Her husband had declared that their efforts were in vain. Her uncle had been suspended from duty, and her aunt had sought out her mother to lament their misfortunes. She felt utterly helpless, compelled to pay a visit to Shuyi directly. Contemplating her aunt's suggestions, she found herself in a state of indecision. Although Shuyi was 2 years her junior, they had never interacted closely. She was well aware that Shuyi was the premier choice among the noble ladies of the capital. Graceful and poised, adept in household management, and exceptionally talented, she truly embodied the essence of refined elegance. In the past couple of years, the two families had exchanged gifts during festivals, with the offerings from the Prince of Qing's residence always being novel and remarkable. Wan Baoru, upon her arrival at the prince's residence, felt compelled to express her apologies for not having received Shuyi properly. "Please do not hold it against me," she said, rising to perform her greetings, pondering how she could dare to cast blame, given Shuyi's esteemed status. As it was an unexpected visit, she hoped it had not disturbed the lady of the Heir. And how could she even think of reproach? Shuyi could not help but scrutinize Wan Baoru. While she could not be deemed an unparalleled beauty, her countenance was pleasantly refreshing, emanating a vibrant and youthful aura. "Madam, please take a seat." "Thank you, lady of the Heir," Wan Baoru replied, noting that Shuyi wore a simple purple dress without any ostentation, yet she exuded an elegance that subdued the flamboyance often associated with such a color. Shuyi settled down. "What brings you here today, madam?" Wan Baoru sighed before speaking. "Lady of the Heir, you may not be aware, but the Miss Zhou, who recently offended you with her inappropriate words, is my cousin. I should not be the one to mediate, yet now that my uncle has been suspended, their lives are still fraught with difficulty. My uncle and aunt, having no recourse, have urged me to approach you for reconciliation." Shuyi furrowed her brow. "Oh, is that so? I indeed heard some unpleasant remarks, and this is the second time they have come from the same individual. Such affronts are indeed disconcerting. Surely, madam, you are aware of the discomfort that arises from being the subject of gossip." Wan Baoru's expression grew increasingly remorseful. "I have comprehended the matter you mentioned regarding the young lady. It is simply that my cousin, in her youthful exuberance, momentarily lost her ability to restrain her tongue." Shuyi could not help but smirk inwardly. The inability to restrain one's tongue implies that what has been said bears an element of truth. It merely reached her ears at an inopportune moment. "Your visit today must pertain to more than just this issue, wouldn't you agree? The prospect of reconciliation seems unlikely, as we are all acutely aware. Unless, of course, Wan Baoru possesses some leverage." Upon reaching this point, Wan Baoru hesitated for a moment but ultimately spoke. "My cousin has learned her lesson and recognizes her mistake. She is willing to serve the young lady in the household as a means of atonement." Chapter 37. I will not take a concubine. Upon hearing these words, Shuyi lightly tapped the tea table beside her. This statement was intriguing. "I am surrounded by numerous servants. There is no need for a clumsy maid who lacks decorum." Noticing her direct shift to the topic of maidservants, Wan Baoru's expression subtly changed. "Your Grace has misunderstood. That is not my intention." Shuyi furrowed her brows, then calmly regarded her, her smile tinged with an icy detachment. "Oh, then what does madam mean?" Wan Baoru slightly raised her head, but did not meet Shuyi's gaze, her voice steady yet tinged with anxiety. "My cousin wishes to enter the household as a concubine, serving you, the noble consort, as the head of the household, repaying her debt daily." Though her words were spoken, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned frigid, The maids serving tea exchanged glances filled with disdain. Gu Yu and Bai Lu even glared, as if ready to throw Shuyi out at the slightest provocation. Shuyi elegantly lifted her teacup and struck it against the table, producing a resounding thud, followed by a cold laugh escaping her lips. Huh. I was unaware that Madame harbored a penchant for matchmaking. Does her position as the head of the household require validation from someone so oblivious of her own worth? Must she marry this Miss Zhou to affirm her status, or does that diminish her standing as the noble consort? How utterly absurd. Shuyi had never encountered such an outrageous notion of atonement. Did Madame indulge in spirits before stepping out today? Surely, one would not become this intoxicated without a good measure. Wan Baoru, undeterred, pressed on with a hint of dissent in her tone. Your Grace, my uncle's career has reached its end. Naturally, my cousin's family must resort to such measures for redemption. Shuyi scoffed. Is it I who urged your uncle to accept bribes and embezzle public funds? How increasingly amusing your words become. The air thickened with tension. After a brief silence, Wan Baoru said, Your Grace, you might want to contemplate this matter further. Contemplate what? Hupa, escort this ungrateful lady Rongyang out of the Prince of Qing's residence. A voice, laced with anger, rang out. Shuyi quickly rose and approached the door. Mother, why are you here? The Princess of Qing reached out to pat her arm, turning to regard the pallid Wan Baoru. What? Do I need to personally request your departure from the Prince of Qing's residence? Wan Baoru stammered, her face ashen, feeling weak in her limbs. Your Highness, I. The Princess of Qing snorted derisively. You know not your place. Just a mere lady of the nobility, meddling in affairs that do not concern you and daring to intrude upon my household. One might mistake you for the empress of the realm. Wan Baoru, terrified, fell to her knees, her pallor turning to a sickly hue. Your Highness, I beg for your forgiveness. I would never harbor such thoughts. In that moment, Wan Baoru felt that the Princess of Qing was far more formidable than the Empress herself, her authority rendering her unable to rise. Her heart was a tumult of fear and anger. It was merely a matter of taking a concubine. How could it escalate to such an extent? Observing her expression, the Princess of Qing turned away, scoffing coldly. How tiresome. I'd thought it took immense audacity to come forth with such matters. I never imagined you would possess even less courage than a mouse. I had assumed that over the years, you, as the lady of the Bo family, had made some progress, yet you remain as short-sighted as ever. It seems the old matriarch of Rongyang Bo has failed to educate you properly. Hupa, escort her out and ensure she never darkens the door of my Qing residence again. Hupa summoned 2 maidservants, who promptly pushed aside Wan Baoru's attendant, addressing her with a polite yet icy demeanor. Madam, please. Once they had exited, the Princess of Qing, infuriated, slammed her teacup to the ground. What sort of filth dares to enter my Qing residence? All of Shuyi's previous gloom dissipated. Mother, there is no reason for you to be angry over this matter. The Princess of Qing took a seat, massaging her temples, and let out a cold snort. Angry? How could I not be? To enter the household as a concubine, what intentions could she possibly have? Redemption? I suspect it's merely a thief's unrelenting ambition. Songheng, you wretched son, how can you not handle such a trivial matter? What use are you? Shuyi felt a surge of satisfaction, her smile radiating. Mother, I know you care for me the most. The Princess of Qing, both exasperated and amused, took her hand. I believe you should have driven her out. Shuyi nodded in agreement, but understood it was impossible. While the princess could certainly take such action due to her esteemed status, as a peer and the heir's wife, she could not afford to act in such a manner. At least not without considering the face of Rongyang Bo. The Princess of Qing sighed. I thought Wan Baoru had made some progress over these 2 years. Yet it appears to be nothing but superficial. Her vision remains as limited as ever. When I first learned of her existence, I did observe her. Though I did not express my disdain outright, I certainly did not hold her in high regard. A matriarch worthy of the Qing residence cannot be someone so myopic. Small family, small world is one thing, but character flaws are a far graver issue. Shuyi smiled and spoke candidly. Though I am angry, it is not due to the matter of taking a concubine. Rather, it is the blatant disregard for my standing. The Princess of Qing nodded. Today, she has truly overstepped. It is acceptable to discuss matters, but to suggest taking a concubine, one must admire her audacity and ignorance. Outside, Song Hengyue hurried back, feeling a chill in his heart. Yet there was no time for contemplation as he stepped through the door. I will not take a concubine. Although Shuyi's demeanor toward him had shifted, he constantly recalled his vow to her that there would be no one else. Even if he still harbored feelings for her, he could never entertain the thought of taking another. Upon seeing him, the Princess of Qing's expression turned cold. I hope you truly mean what you say. Song Hengyue did not rebut his mother's words. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on Shuyi, an undeniable urgency evident in his face. I will uphold my promise. In the presence of the princess consort of Qing, Shuyi found it rather difficult to refute him, merely offering a smile and a nod. She contemplated that, despite her absence of feelings for this individual, the notion of him taking a second wife was utterly intolerable. Even though divorce was not an option, her sacrifices were not made for others to reap the rewards. She held on to the hope that one day she might find herself widowed. It was not a matter of jealousy. Her stay in the Qing prince's residence had already subjected her to considerable indignities, and there were certain principles beyond compromise. While she could accept that Song Hengyue held no affection for her, she could never acquiesce to the idea of him taking a second wife. She wished to avoid becoming ensnared in a tedious struggle. Her foremost desire was to ensure that the entire estate of the Qing prince would undoubtedly be passed on to her children in the future. Chapter 38. Is she mad? Shuyi and Song Hengyue faced each other, appearing serene to the outside world. Yet within Song Hengyue, a growing turmoil brewed. Shu, I had no inkling she would come to speak of such matters today. I will handle this appropriately. Little did he know the urgency that flooded him upon receiving the message from the doorman, prompting him to rush forth. He was acutely aware of Shuyi's feelings towards Wanbaoru. After a moment of silence, he finally mustered the courage to explain. Shu, my initial acquaintance with her was solely due to Xiuqi. There was mutual interest between them, and I could never have entertained any notion with Wanbaoru. Had he truly harbored such intentions, he would never have allowed those two to wed. Hearing these words for the first time stirred a pang of bitterness within Shuyi. Yet more significantly, she felt indifferent. Had she received such reassurances in the past, perhaps she would not have suffered in silence so often. However, she had no desire to delve into Song Hengyue's affections any longer. Her feelings for him had long since evaporated, and their marital bond had begun to dissolve from the moment she faced complications in childbirth. There is no need for you to share this with me, my lord. These matters belong to the past, and I need not be informed. Song Hengyue was rendered speechless by her indifference. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Too many responsibilities awaited her. She had no wish to linger in this entanglement. As she gracefully departed, Song Hengyue clenched his fists and struck the table in frustration, his expression growing cold. At the government office, Feng Lei spotted a tall figure approaching and immediately went to greet him. Lord Rongyang, my lord requests your presence. Shuyi paused, a smile breaking across his face. Ah, where is he? Following Feng Lei into the private room, he beheld his tall friend seated by the window and chuckled. Ahung, you have been avoiding me these days. What prompts you to summon me now? Song Hengyue turned, his lips forming a flat line. It is not avoidance. Why would I need to hide? Shuyi shrugged, taking a seat with a radiant smile. All right. You're not avoiding me. I cannot refuse this matter. If it succeeds, splendid, but if not, I shall not hold you accountable. Song Hengyue lifted his gaze, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You do not blame me, yet I must hold you responsible. Shuyi, taken aback, set down his teacup. Confusion etched on his face. Why? What does this concern me? Noticing Shuyi's bewilderment, Song Hengyue's icy demeanor softened. Are you aware that your wife visited the Prince of Qing's residence today? For reasons unknown, Shuyi felt a sudden jolt in his heart and quickly inquired. I was unaware. Did Baoru visit today? Song Hengyue fixed his gaze upon him, recalling the earlier incident, his expression intricate. Yes, she came today to request that my consort take Miss Zhou as a concubine. It was the first time he learned of Wanbaoru's folly. Shuyi stood up, taking a few steps, his face a canvas of astonishment and confusion. How could this be? Is she mad? Let it not be said that Song Hengyue harbored any thoughts of infidelity. Even if Song Hengyue wished to take a concubine, it was not for her to intervene. It was the young lady of the family, who had a deep-seated aversion towards Miss Zhou, that paid an uninvited visit. However, upon witnessing the cold expression on her friend's face, he discerned the truth of the matter. Hung, rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation. Given the circumstances, Wan Bro was indeed his wife, and he felt compelled to take responsibility for the situation. Shun Xiuqi rubbed his head and sat down dejectedly. Tomorrow, I shall accompany her to apologize to my sister-in-law. Observing his demeanor, Song Hengyue finally averted his gaze, his tone stern. There is no need. My wife does not wish to see her, and moreover, my mother has already declared that your lady need not set foot in the Prince of Qing's residence henceforth. If you wish to apologize, so be it, but I do not want to see the Zhou family in the capital. You and your wife may handle it. Once resolved, it will be a matter settled. Shun Xiuqi opened his mouth several times, only to finally let out a heavy sigh. Hung, how could it come to this? The Zhou family is hardly significant. Were it not for Wan Burua's uncle's family, I would never concern myself with such trivial matters. Yet Wan Burua has already sought my help, and for the sake of my wife, I must make an effort. Thus, he had approached both the Marquis of Huayin and Song Hengyue, but the outcomes were unsatisfactory. Nonetheless, he believed he had fulfilled his promise to his wife. Little did he anticipate that Wan Burua would act so foolishly. The thought alone made him feel despondent. As a man, he could endure, but his wife had been expressly forbidden from entering the Prince of Qing's residence by the princess, leaving her to navigate the social circles of noble women in the capital. All of this turmoil was incited by a distant uncle's family. Furthermore, for them to unite in expelling the Zhou family from the capital, Wan Burua might have to confront her own feelings. A cold smile crept across Song Hengyue's face. You know my stance. Had it not been for our friendship, I would have acted with far greater resolve. His relationship with Shu had already plummeted to new lows. He had tried to salvage it, yet countless others continued to disrupt. Enduring personal grievances was one thing, but Shuyi was his wife, the young lady of the Prince of Qing's residence. How could he allow outsiders to trample upon her dignity? There was no room for negotiation in this matter. Shun Xiuqi remained silent for a moment, exhaling deeply, his smile rigid. Very well, I understand. Although they were friends, each held their own boundaries. The Zhou family was indeed at fault. A warning had already been issued, yet they had dared to transgress a second time. Wan Burua had made a grievous misstep, and now they had offended the entire Prince of Qing's residence, inevitably incurring the ire of the Marquis of Huayin as well. Hung, I sincerely apologize. Song Hengyue nodded. Once you handle this, the matter will be resolved. He would not concede, and Shun Xiuqi comprehended this. After their discussion, they could reminisce about old times. But the residence of the Earl of Rongyang was now engulfed in turmoil. Wan Burua's eyes were swollen from weeping. The mere thought of being expelled by the Princess of Qing left her feeling utterly humiliated. To make matters worse, her aunt and mother awaited her return, inquiring whether she had succeeded. Upon learning of her failure, their displeasure only intensified, leading Wan Burua to angrily dismiss them. Yet, the situation was far from over. After the passing of her husband, the venerable Lady Rongyang single-handedly raised her son to adulthood. Now, her son has successfully inherited the title and holds a commendable position, albeit stationed at the frontier for many years, a tradition upheld by the Rongyang family for generations. In recent years, her life has flourished, though there remains a single point of discontent. The daughter-in-law is not one she would have chosen. However, her son is resolute in his choice, leaving her with no recourse but to acquiesce. Old madam, the Princess of Qing has sent a matron, came the announcement. The venerable Lady Rongyang placed her incense stick into the burner and, upon hearing this, quickly replied, Please, let her in. I shall attend to her in the reception hall shortly. Xiuqi shares a close friendship with the son of the prince, and the two families have maintained a modest rapport. It is uncertain what business has prompted the Princess of Qing to send someone today. Chapter 39. Are you concealing something from me? Upon meeting the esteemed matriarch of the Rongyang Marquis family, The old lady immediately discerned that this maid was the most capable attendant of the Princess of Qing. No need for excessive formality. Please take a seat, the matriarch invited. The maid, named Hua, modestly shook her head. Esteemed lady, I have come today because my master wishes to discuss a matter with you. Observing her poised demeanor, the matriarch decided against further coaxing. What does the princess require? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. A radiant smile illuminated Hua's face as she responded. The princess has sent me to seek a suitable match. Even if the Rongyang Marquis' residence had maintained a veneer of secrecy, the Princess of Qing was well aware that the matriarch was not particularly fond of Wanbaru. The young lady was deemed lacking in both social grace and worldly knowledge. It is not to say that individuals of humble origins cannot possess admirable qualities. However, the attributes of discernment and conduct are often innate. Alas, Wanbaru was devoid of such qualities, while she was undeniably charming and vivacious. Such traits were hardly rare in the capital. The matriarch of Rongyang was taken aback by Hua's words, yet her interest was piqued. Does the princess have a suitable candidate in mind? Marriage may be out of the question, but taking a concubine remained a possibility. Hua's smile remained unwavering as she swiftly produced a portrait from her bosom. Please take a look, esteemed lady. This is the daughter of the 5th-rank official in the Ministry of War's Bureau of Military Selection. Although she is of illegitimate birth, she is the only daughter of the esteemed Shen, raised in the main household and truly cherished. The matriarch's eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, Hua's expression shifted to one of slight concern. There is one matter to consider. Miss Qian was previously betrothed, but the engagement was left unfulfilled due to her fiancé's untimely demise, leaving her still unmarried at the age of 19. After a moment of contemplation, the matriarch inquired, what caused her former fiancé's demise? Hua chuckled softly, reassuringly. Rest assured, esteemed lady. Her former fiancé concealed a medical history and deceived the Qian family. He passed shortly after the engagement was announced. The matriarch then took the portrait in hand, examining the young lady's gentle features and dignified demeanor, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Is the young lady agreeable to this arrangement? Despite the implications of taking a concubine, the matriarch did not perceive it as a detrimental decision for her son. Surely she would be willing, for the Rongyang Marquis is a rare talent, and to become a favored concubine would be even more desirable. Noticing the matriarch's continued contemplation, Hua added, I have heard that this year the Qian official received an excellent performance rating and is likely to be promoted. Instantly, the matriarch's gaze sharpened. She truly is a remarkable young lady. Her mind began to weave calculations. A marriage alliance with a 5th-rank official from the Ministry of War, particularly one from the Bureau of Military Selection, would indeed be a splendid match. After all, wasn't Wanbaru's family merely of the 6th rank? Hua, unhurried, remarked, our princess has urged you to consider this matter carefully. Reflecting on her mistress's fiery temperament and deliberate provocation, Hua silently mourned for the matriarch. Of all people to provoke, why the daughter-in-law of the heir apparent? The princess regarded the heir's wife as her own kin, burdened with various sentiments of guilt, and could hardly bear to witness her suffer indignities. Moreover, although the princess consort did not voice her discontent, she was indeed unwilling to accept the young lord's taking of a concubine. Wanbaru, rolling a chicken egg in her hands, felt a sense of vexation. Before long, she was informed by a maid, Madam, the Princess of Qing has sent a wet nurse, who is currently in the old lady's chamber. Wanbaru's fingers trembled, causing the egg to drop to the floor. What? What did you say? A sudden chill gripped her heart. She sensed trouble. How could she be unaware that the old lady disapproved of her actions? However, she had just recently married and accompanied her husband to the border, living apart from each other, thus she hadn't given it much thought. Yet, if the old lady were to learn of her actions today, she would undoubtedly face her wrath. After all, the old lady valued her husband's future above all else and would never tolerate her offending the royal family. Regret washed over her, though there was no remedy for her remorse. Wanbaru paced restlessly in the flower hall, her mind in turmoil. When the wet nurse returned home, her heart sank further. However, after waiting for quite some time, without hearing the old lady summon her, she breathed a sigh of relief. She mused that since her husband and the young lord were close friends, he would likely let her off this time. When Shuyi returned home, he noticed her slightly swollen eyes and gently inquired, "What has happened to you?" Baoru feigned ignorance and smiled. Yenner fell and hurt herself. "It pains me greatly, but it is nothing serious." Upon hearing her response, Shuyi's expression grew cold, his smile fading. "Is that so?" "Shuyi, of course it is true. What is troubling you today? Do you not believe my words? Are you no longer concerned for me and the child?" Suppressing his growing discontent, Shuyi pressed on. "Is there something you are concealing from me? I heard that your mother and aunt visited in tears." Baoru's smile faltered as she carefully crafted her response. "Yes, it is all about my cousin's situation." At this, Shuyi's expression darkened further, a bitter laugh echoing in his heart. Even now, she still wished to keep secrets from him. She was his beloved wife. He was willing to share the burden with her, yet she chose to hide the truth. "Baoru, what were you truly thinking when you went to the Qing prince's residence today?" Baoru, taken aback, disregarded her thoughts and quickly raised her head, only to find her husband, who was usually so warm and smiling, now shrouded in darkness. I, Shuyi, please let me explain." Shuyi sat down, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. "Then explain, I am listening." But upon seeing his demeanor, Baoru felt all the humiliation she endured today surge within her. "What do you mean by this? I am your wife. Is this how you choose to treat me?" Shuyi looked into her tear-filled eyes, feeling a sense of helplessness. "Do you not know how I feel about you? You are my wife. Yet I wish for us to be open with one another. How could you conceal such matters from me? Do you know how incredulous I was when a hung sought me out today? You yourself have implored me not to take a concubine, yet you have the audacity to send a hung to seek one. As if that were not enough, you have even involved the noble consort." Tears streamed down Baoru's cheeks as she picked up a pillow and hurled it directly at Shuyi. "Am I wrong for forbidding you from taking a concubine?" Shuyi did not evade the pillow. Instead, he retrieved it from the ground, feeling a profound weariness within. "Is this truly a matter of significance? Can we not grasp the crux of the situation?" With a deep sigh, he gazed at Baoru's distressed and aggrieved expression. "Given the circumstances, the princess of the Qing kingdom would not permit you to approach her again. There is no place for apologies. The heir apparent has decreed that we must work together to expel the Zhou family from the capital, and then this matter shall be resolved." He felt compelled to remind Baoru that Aheng is the heir to the Qing kingdom. Chapter 40. Why should my husband take a concubine? Baoru's tears hung halfway down her face, her gaze suddenly vacant. After a moment of reaction, she lunged forward. "What did you say? That we should personally drive my uncle and aunt out of the capital? How is that even possible? They're my uncle and aunt." Shuyi felt a twinge of disappointment at her response. "What else do you propose we do?" Wiping her tears away, Baoru suggested, "Shall we plead with Hengyue? Surely, he will acquiesce in consideration of our relationship." Shuyi gazed at her with incredulity and after a pause, replied, "What leverage do we possess? Let me ask you this. If someone were to speak ill of you and I feigned ignorance, would you feel pleased?" But Baoru suddenly turned her head aside, biting her lip, and murmured, "My cousin didn't say anything incorrect." Shuyi straightened up in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words could come from a wife he regarded as just. Startled, Baoru trembled, feeling a sting of humiliation in her heart. Although her cousin spoke disparagingly, her words held some truth. After all, Shuyi had indeed leveraged her family background to marry Hengyue. She was acutely aware of her cousin's faults, yet Shuyi was too overbearing. Observing her countenance, Shuyi struggled to muster a smile, his face remaining rigid. "Huh, Baoru, you truly are something else." As she abruptly raised her head, seemingly scolding herself, Shuyi felt a sense of futility wash over him, his tone growing cold. "Do you think Shuyi is someone of significance? And who do you believe yourself to be?" Baoru had never encountered such belittling words from him. For a moment, the world felt as if it were collapsing around her. "Shuyi, what are you saying?" Shuyi scoffed. "I elevate you, and you assume everyone should elevate you as well? I am merely a minor count. After my father passed, our family's retainers scattered. Do you think I was able to ascend to my title effortlessly? It was only through Song Hengyue's intervention that I gained any recognition from the emperor. I once thought you were astute, but I did not expect you to be so blind. What you have done today is far more offensive than your cousin's actions. The heir's wife may not care about the nature of your cousin, yet she is likely to remember you quite well. Wan Baoru was taken aback by his indifferent demeanor and began to feel apprehensive. What shall we do then? Seeing her attitude shift, she rubbed her forehead and spoke again. If we expel the Zhou family, we can handle it with a lighter touch. When Ah Heng takes action, Hm. Wan Baoru fell silent for a moment, pondering if there truly was no other way. Chen Xiuqi gritted his teeth. Oh, there's a way indeed. Noticing her eyes light up with hope, Chen Xiuqi nonchalantly waved his hand, leaving her with the parting words as he exited. Is there no way? Our entire family will follow the Zhou family out of the capital. Left alone in her chamber, Wan Baoru wept until dawn. The following evening, the matriarch of the Rongyang Marquis summoned the two of them to her quarters. She appeared stern and resolute. I am preparing to take a concubine for Xiuqi. Both of you return and make the necessary preparations. Wan, you shall tidy up a courtyard. This proclamation stunned the assembly. Wan Baoru gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief at the old matriarch. Chen Xiuqi frowned. Mother, what are you saying? Why must we take a concubine? The old matriarch of the Rongyang Marquis chuckled coldly, asking, whom should I inquire about this? She was perplexed as to why the Princess of Qing had sent someone to their door yesterday, and later learned that the couple had been quarreling. Upon further inquiry, one could only conclude that marrying into such a family was akin to inviting misfortune. Shen, the daughter of a fifth-rank official in the Ministry of War, was dignified and courteous, possessing a measured demeanor. It would indeed be a disservice to her to become a concubine. However, I believe this household requires someone discerning to oversee matters. Wan Baoru's eyes reddened with indignation, yet she dared not contradict her mother-in-law, only glancing at Chen Xiuqi. Chen Xiuqi replied, Mother, I shall not take a concubine, nor shall I hinder a virtuous maiden's future. The old matriarch of the Rongyang Marquis merely scoffed. Is it within your power to refuse? This was a direct request from the Princess of Qing. One has already offended her, and now you would reject her good intentions? Do you deem this appropriate? Wan Baoru could not help but exclaim, what sort of good intentions are these? The old matriarch rose from her seat, her face adorned with a mocking smile that dripped with sarcasm. You understand that urging someone to take a concubine is hardly a benevolent act. What audacity do you possess to suggest that the heir should take a concubine with that insufferable face of yours? Mother, at her son's descent, the old matriarch bellowed, silence. In the capital, there were numerous virtuous young ladies, yet you chose the daughter of a sixth-rank official, who contributes nothing to your career and only seeks to drag you down. Consider how much you have cleaned up after them over the years. The old matriarch was so incensed that she resorted to unrefined language. Now, for the sake of a distant relative, one had directly offended both the Princess of Qing and the heir's wife. I truly commend you, Wan. Chen Xiuqi hurried forward to support his mother, who was flushed with fury. Mother, do not be upset. I shall resolve this matter. Please do not let it affect your health. The old matriarch pushed him away. How will you resolve it? Tell me. The heir's wife is the daughter of the Duke of Huayin, the only beloved child of her father. Do you not see how much they dote on her? Moreover, her maternal family is of the Li Guogong lineage, and her grandmother is a prominent princess of the current reign. I ask you, how do you intend to manage this with your so-called wife? Wan Baoru trembled, questioning if they were truly so unreasonable. Did her husband not wish to take a concubine, yet was being compelled to do so? Upon hearing her words, both Chen Xiuqi and the old matriarch fell silent, gazing at her with incredulity. The old matriarch first shot an unexplainable glance at her son, then turned to Wan Baoru with a smile that was neither sincere nor mocking. Having lived for over 40 years, I have encountered individuals of remarkable folly, yet never one so lacking in self-awareness and exhibiting such blatant double standards. Were this person not the daughter-in-law of my family, she would surely be the subject of ridicule elsewhere. Regrettably, that is not the case. Wan Baoru is undoubtedly aware of the underlying reasons for the situation. However, she perceives her involvement as merely a matter of stating her case, without any coercion on her part. Yet, How did matters descend to such a lamentable state? She feels nothing but grievance and discomfort. Just yesterday, she was cast out by the Princess of Qing, only to return home and be chastised by her mother and aunt for her perceived inadequacies. That evening, she quarreled with her husband, and now she is being compelled to persuade him to take a concubine. Yet, the heir has not consented. Why should her husband be forced into such an arrangement? I refuse to accept it. Should he choose to take a concubine, I shall leave with Ayin and Amin. Chapter 41. Lend a hand to my brother. It was not until the following evening that Shuyi learned of her mother's remarkable deed, which filled her heart with warmth and amusement. Song Lingxi shared her sentiments, united in their disdain for the lady of Rongyang. How presumptuous of her to consider herself significant. In the estate of the crown prince, the concept of concubinage was unheard of. From her grandparents to her father and mother, each union was one of lifelong fidelity. It was inconceivable that her brother would deviate from this tradition, as his wife was irreplaceable. Mother, was Miss Qian truly willing? The crown princess nodded. Of course she was willing. Am I to compel someone? She sought this opportunity eagerly. Besides, this matter may not come to fruition. I intend to teach that one a lesson. If she cannot fathom others' perspectives, I will grant her the chance to learn. The crown princess shook her head, pondering the concerns of others' daughters-in-law. Rest assured, even if this does not succeed, it will not tarnish Miss Qian's reputation. Should it ultimately fail, I shall find her a suitable match. She had not embarked on this venture without due consideration. Miss Qian harbored genuine affection for the Earl of Rongyang, and it was only with his consent that she visited his residence. Song Lingxi, her cheeks round with indignation, found it incomprehensible that the Earl, who himself did not take concubines, would allow such a statement from his wife. Why should women wish for another's husband to take a concubine? Despite the prevalence of polygamous relationships in this world, there were indeed men who chose fidelity. Why must they disrupt the lives of others? Shuyi had no time to contemplate Wanbaru's thoughts. The deed had been done, and henceforth, the Earl of Rongyang's household should not expect any further association with her. If Song Hengyue wished to maintain contact, he could do so independently, without entangling her in the matter. Oblivious to the situation, Song Hengyue was once again dismissed from the bedroom, feeling the chill of spring seep into his heart. Yet, the matters he had set in motion remained unresolved, leaving him without the opportunity to seek credit for his efforts. Yundian, tomorrow procure the finest treasures from all the shops in the capital. Understood, young master. Feng Lei mused silently, pondering the substantial sum required for such an endeavor. Thus, one should never offend one's daughter-in-law. Otherwise, the expenditure may yield no tangible results. Gazing at the plethora of jewels and assorted trinkets, Shuyi was taken aback and turned to the silent Yundian. Is your young master opening a shop? Yundian honestly shook his head. This is for the young master to atone to the young mistress. To atone? Is he offering hundreds of items as an apology? Has Song Hengyue no other place to spend his money? Take it back. What need have I for so much? Is it merely to clutter my space? Yundian silently retreated. However, upon seeing the abundance of items, Shuyi reconsidered. If it's free, I might as well accept it, though I may have no use for them now. They will belong to me and could be a delightful gift for my future children. Very well, keep the items, and you may leave. Yundian quickly departed. In the government office, Song Hengyue watched Yundian return and felt a sense of relief wash over him. He understood that Shuyi was not one to be swayed by trivialities, yet he felt both guilty and remorseful. Mere verbal apologies paled in comparison to tangible gestures of goodwill. Did the young lady leave any message? Meeting the prince's slightly expectant gaze, Yundian cleared his throat and replied none. Observing the young lady's demeanor, which suggested she had no desire to leave a message, he felt a surge of gratitude when she ultimately changed her mind. After his shift, Song Hengyue longed to return home swiftly, eager to accompany his wife and children on a leisurely stroll. However, just as he exited the office, he encountered Chun Xiuqi, who had been waiting outside. Noticing the weariness etched on his face, Song Hengyue furrowed his brow. Do you have matters to discuss with me? Or has everything been settled? Chun Xiuqi glanced at him with a complex expression, silently nodding before wiping his face and saying, "Let us find a place to sit and talk. I cannot express it here." Recognizing Chun Shiochi's discomfort, Song Hengyue did not decline. The two found a tavern and took a seat. Chun Shiochi wasted no time in stating, "I do not wish to take a concubine." Taken aback, Song Hengyue found his friend's declaration puzzling. Why would Chun Shiochi feel the need to share such a personal matter with him? Observing Song Hengyue's indifferent reaction, Chun Shiochi couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. "Do you know? The Princess of Qing sent someone to propose that I take a concubine just the other day. Last night, my mother confronted me alongside Wan Shi, instructing her to prepare a courtyard." Song Hengyue's surprise was palpable, his previously composed demeanor shattered. "What? My mother? Surely this cannot be true." He recalled how much his mother despised concubines, and even more so, the men who took them. Chun Shiochi nodded silently, opting to refer to Wan Shi directly. "Yes, it is indeed the Princess of Qing, and the candidate is a young lady from the family of a minister, holding a higher position than Wan Shi's father." This was clearly intended to humiliate Wan Shi, yet they were undeniably in the wrong. Chun Shiochi found himself at a loss for words of reproach. Lifting his teacup, Song Hengyue took a sip and fell into silence for a moment. "There is nothing I can do." It was absurd to think he could intervene. His mother treasured Shuyi, and he was far less significant than a blade of grass. How could he dare refuse Chun Shiochi on her behalf? The moment he spoke, he anticipated dire consequences. Moreover, there was also Shu to consider. Should she think he harbored ulterior motives in assisting Chun Shiochi, it would be impossible to clear his name. Seeing the expression on Song Hengyue's face, Chun Shiochi hurriedly interjected, urgency lacing his tone. "You must help me, my brother. You know, although one sure has erred, she is still my wife, and I once promised her that I would not take another." Song Hengyue was rendered speechless for a moment before finally responding. "Are you aware that I also pledged to my wife that I would not take second?" The air between them grew heavy with silence. Chun Shiochi, in a fit of frustration, downed several cups of wine and sighed, compelled to concede. "You must comprehend my sentiments. Having pledged my word to her, it is inconceivable for me to engage in any wrongdoing." Yet Wawan Baoru, he recalls having informed her of Song Hengyue's proposal to Shuyi. How could she possibly forget? Or is it that she chooses not to remember? Alas, Song Hengyue abstained from alcohol and offered no counsel, merely casting intermittent glances outside. Chun Shiochi, rendered speechless and choked with emotion, remarked, "I am in such dire straits, yet you seem so detached. You hardly resemble the indifferent nobleman others claim you to be." Song Hengyue abruptly turned his head. "Who claims I do not care for her?" A chilling intensity flickered in his gaze. Chun Shiochi flinched, placing a hand over his heart. "Well, how shall I put it? It is said by many in the capital that you rarely accompanied her in social engagements. In truth, it is more than mere rumor." Chapter 42 is his fault. Emerging from the tavern, Song Hengyue was engulfed by a profound sense of melancholy. The image of Shuyi, hesitating to speak, lingered incessantly in his mind. The soft hues of the spring twilight typically evoked comfort, yet as he observed the throngs of people returning home, he felt an oppressive weight in his steps. He had initially intended to stroll with his wife and child upon returning, yet now a flicker of trepidation gripped him. He feared confronting Shun Shuyi's indifference, a chilling realization that had gradually seeped into his heart, not a sudden transformation. He remembered her tears and the myriad expressions that adorned her face in that moment, previously unnoticed. They now pierced his heart like a blade. It was he who had unwittingly pushed Shen Shuyi further away. The lanterns of Mingwei residence illuminated the darkness that followed dusk. Yet as Song Hengyue stood at the entrance, his legs felt burdened by 1,000 pounds, rendering him hesitant. "Father, father!" A small figure stumbled towards him, and he instinctively stepped forward to embrace the child tightly. Mingxian, cradling his son in his arms, Song Hengyue felt his heartbeat gradually steady. "Mingxian, stop bothering your father. Come wash your hands. Look at how dirty they are." Song Hengyue instinctively glanced down, and indeed his son's hands were smudged. Upon hearing his mother's words, the boy rubbed his hands on his own clothes. Song Hengyue sighed. "What a good son you are." Nonetheless, he did not express disdain. He carried his son over and took the handkerchief from Shuyi. I shall handle it. Shuyi did not refuse, reaching out to playfully touch Mingxuan's small face. Little flower cat. Mother, Mingxian is not a flower. Shuyi's smile radiated warmth. No, dear, that is just your mother misunderstanding you. Our Mingxian is not a little flower cat, but a good baby. Is that all right? Mingxian nodded uncertainly, not fully grasping her words. After washing his hands, he exerted himself to stand on his own, prompting Hengyue to lower him gently. Turning back, he beheld Shuyi crouched on the ground. Watching Mingxian proudly display his clean hands, her countenance bright with affection, her eyes sparkling like stars. This moment, meant to be filled with warmth and joy, only deepened Hengyue's self-reproach and sense of impotence, as if any attempt at amends would prove futile. The wounds had already been inflicted. The negligence and indifference would not transform into sincerity. Shushu, today I encountered Shuyi. He mentioned that the Zhou family has already departed the capital. Shuyi looked up, surprised. So soon? She had previously heard from Hengyue that the couple, Lord Rongyang and his wife, would personally see to the expulsion of that family. Yet, she had not anticipated such swift action. Contentment washed over her. She was no saint, but with Hengyue and the princess of Qing taking up her cause, she would relent. Hengyue's expression turned peculiar, and Shuyi surmised he might be aware of the actions taken by his mother. However, this fleeting thought dissipated almost as quickly as it had formed. The candlelight of the night filtered through the thick curtains, casting a faint glow as Hengyue gazed at his wife, who was on the verge of slumber. Words swirled within him until, at last, they found release. In bygone days, I confess I have been neglectful towards you, and for this, I am truly remorseful. Shuyi opened her eyes, her typically tranquil gaze appearing even more merciless in the dim light. She felt a mix of helplessness and absurdity within her heart. Why must such matters be brought up again? They belong to the past, and she wished not to hear them nor allow them to disturb the fragile equilibrium of her emotions that she had so painstakingly restored. Reflecting on the countless apologies she had heard over the past days, a wave of impatience surged within her. How many more times must the heir utter these words? Let the past remain buried. Must he continue to exacerbate her distress? Did he truly believe those memories were pleasant? They were merely instances where she had cast aside her dignity, engaging in acts that received no acknowledgement, and now, bringing them to light only filled her with shame for having subjected her former self to such humiliation. Hengyue recognized the displeasure in her eyes, his body stiffening, his tone growing somber. But I merely wished to apologize. Shuyi suddenly scoffed. Why apologize? In the past, he was oblivious to the issues at hand. She had grieved. Yet after numerous self-healings, she had granted herself forgiveness. Now, he returned to utter apologies. What outcome does he seek? Can he not articulate his desires plainly? There is no need for this incessant entanglement. Hengyue, suddenly unable to meet her gaze, responded to her inquiry with earnestness. I wish to reconcile. Shuyi, taken aback, straightened her posture, her countenance a mix of astonishment, and then a cold laugh escaped her lips. Reconcile? Who is to reconcile? Is it I who is to revert to the tender, gentle demeanor of the past? Or shall I return to the state that you found so irksome? Witnessing her fury, Hengyue hastily embraced her. That was not my intention. You have misunderstood. When I spoke of reconciliation, I meant a harmonious union as husband and wife. Though the words left his mouth, he was filled with trepidation, his heart icy yet clinging to a flicker of hope. Shuyi could not suppress the urge to part the bed curtains, gazing at his handsome yet expectant visage. After a prolonged silence, she shook her head, her expression laden with ineffable emotions. Heir, does our current state not already embody harmony? The phrase harmonious union dripped with unwarranted irony when uttered from his lips. Hengyue's complexion paled. He grasped her wrist, feeling the steady rhythm of her unchanged heartbeat. He yearned to speak, yet an overwhelming darkness seemed to engulf his spirit, rendering him mute. Perhaps the foolishness of his past had come back to haunt him, clouding his mind and silencing his voice. His previous understanding of marriage was, indeed, akin to the present, both intimate and distant. Shuyi remained indifferent. while Song Hengyue appeared wan and powerless. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. The events of the past are irrevocable, and I can no longer alter them. I admit my past mistakes, and though reparations may seem futile, the future still holds ample time for change, and I shall endeavor to show you my transformation. Confronted by Shuyi's perplexed and sarcastic gaze, Song Hung compelled himself to utter these heartfelt words. The memories of the past were both a thorn embedded in Shuyi's heart and a dagger piercing his own. Winning back Shuyi's affection was a pursuit he felt compelled to undertake, even though he was acutely aware of the steadfastness residing within her heart. In times gone by, he failed to recognize his feelings for Shuyi. Yet, she is his wife, the one he solemnly married with great ceremony, and he ought to treat her with utmost care. His failure to fulfill even this basic obligation is a grave error on his part. He mistakenly believed that the dignity and respect he afforded Shuyi as his wife carried an air of superiority. The myriad sacrifices she made went unreciprocated, a fault of his own, as he neglected to acknowledge the true essence of their marital bond. Chapter 43, The End. Shuyi gazed at his earnest assurance, feeling a mix of sarcasm and melancholy within. It seemed that the paths of the two could never truly intersect, their thoughts and desires perpetually misaligned. She yearned for genuine affection, a profound marital bond, while he sought a union that conformed to societal expectations. When she finally resigned herself, wishing merely to be the crown prince's consort, he began to reminisce about the emotionally charged person he once was. They were perpetually caught in this cycle, bickering until silence enveloped them, as if words had abandoned them entirely. In the past, it was Song Hengyue who wore an air of haughty tolerance. Now, it was she who bore an expression of impatient bewilderment. The candle flame left behind from their respite had dwindled to its last flicker, extinguished abruptly in the somber atmosphere, leaving only Shuyi's quiet declaration, "I believe I require nothing." Regardless of any compensation or future promises, she desired none of it. What she longed for was a tranquil existence. Initially, she had hoped that if he were to return to his former self, they might coexist harmoniously, each attaining their own desires. Alas, she felt no emotion now, only the memory of countless times she had admonished herself not to weep for him until dawn. The chill of early spring, once sharp, had gradually retreated with the gentle spring breeze, moving towards colder realms. The morning dew was no longer as frigid as it had once been. "Your Highness, today Lady Rongyang has come to visit the princess," came the announcement as Shuyi held a book in hand, nodding in acknowledgement. "Please prepare a meal in the kitchen." She was uncertain whether the elder would stay for dinner, but it was prudent to be prepared. Soon after, Amber arrived at Mingwei residence. "Your Highness, the princess requests your presence." Shuyi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the situation. "All right, I shall go." In the main courtyard, Lady Rongyang beamed as she saw the elegantly adorned Shuyi enter, eagerly exclaiming her admiration. "The princess is truly fortunate to have a daughter-in-law of such caliber. I find myself quite envious." Shuyi, hearing this, gracefully adjusted her handkerchief and smiled. "Thank you for your kind words, Lady Rongyang." The crown princess gestured for Shuyi to come closer, her tone laced with appreciation. "Indeed, Shuyi was the daughter-in-law I first set my sights upon." Lady Rongyang chuckled. "The crown princess has an eye for talent." The crown princess took Shuyi's hand, urging her to sit. Lady Rongyang, with a natural demeanor tinged with a hint of regret, addressed them. "Your Highness, Princess, regarding the recent events, it was my disappointing daughter-in-law's doing. I feel deeply ashamed and have come specifically to apologize." Given the gravity of the situation, she was at a loss with Shuyi, while Wanbu wore a perpetual frown, appearing as though she were perpetually ready to return to her maternal home with her children. It pained her to witness this. Shuyi could not even meet the crown princess, leaving no avenue for reconciliation. She could only lament her misfortune in having such a child and such a daughter-in-law, feeling compelled to come here and bear her shame. She hoped the crown princess would be forgiving. Naturally, the crown princess would not allow her daughter-in-law to speak, interjecting instead. "The lady of Rongyangbo visited, hoping to persuade my son to take a concubine. Naturally, I appreciated her intentions and felt compelled to offer a token of gratitude. Yet I never anticipated that my goodwill would be met with such rejection. However, it is understandable. Which woman would willingly accept her husband taking another wife? I had initially thought that the lady of Rongyang might be an exception. After just a few exchanges, a flush of embarrassment crept onto her face, a mixture of shame and annoyance. It was utterly mortifying. Fortunately, the Princess of Qing did not widely publicize this incident. Otherwise, I would have found it impossible to hold my head high in the capital. Hastily, I rose to apologize. Your Highness, please forgive me. The Wan family was incited without discernment, and I have failed in my guidance. The Princess of Qing sipped her tea, letting out a soft sigh. Please, do not stand on ceremony. She held no ill will towards the lady of Rongyang. Her intent was merely to teach Wan Baoru a lesson. Thus, the matter of matchmaking was laid to rest. The princess then shifted the conversation, that said, I must emphasize, dear lady, you should return and properly instruct the younger generation. Her leniency stemmed from two considerations. First, her respect for the lady, and second, the friendship between Song Hengyue and Chen Xiuqi. Moreover, my daughter-in-law possesses a kind heart. Had it been anyone else, such a transgression would not have been so easily overlooked. As women, we ought to understand that encouraging a husband to take a concubine is akin to sowing discord, recognizing the distress that such matters bring to a primary wife. How could one advocate for another's husband to take a concubine? The lady of Rongyang nodded earnestly, repeatedly assuring, Thank you, Your Highness. Rest assured, I will diligently instruct her upon my return. What head of a household could afford to offend others as casually as one? Without proper guidance, who knows what troubles may arise in the future? It seems that the years spent at the border have led to a certain laxity. As for Wan, she should refrain from accompanying Shuyi back to the border. It would be better for her to learn the ways of the world here in the capital. Upon exiting the gates of the Qing Wangfu, the lady of Rongyang let out a deep sigh. She observed her son rushing towards her, eager to assist, and dismissively waved him away. Do not act so. Seeing that her mother had calmed somewhat, and that the matter seemed resolved, Chen Xiuqi quickly donned a flattering smile. Mother, you are the best. Ah, if you could refrain from irritating me for a few more years, I would be even better. The mere thought of Wan's audacity, fully aware of her wrongdoing yet so unrepentant, left her feeling exasperated. This daughter-in-law of yours should remain in the capital this year. She ought to reflect on the mountains of challenges looming over her head, yet she seems to believe she can reach the pinnacle of success. Noticing her son deep in thought yet silent, she continued, Rest assured, Shuyi, she is your wife, and I am not the type of mother-in-law to torment my daughter-in-law. I will guide her well. With I nearing the age to seek a mentor, where could one find a suitable instructor at the border? Pondering her 4-year-old son, Chen Xiuqi sighed and nodded. Thank you, mother. In the Zhengue Gongfu, the lady of Zhengue took a sip of tea and looked up to inquire of the maidservant beside her. Did the venerable lady Rongyang personally visit? Indeed, madam. She smiled with relief, saying, Fortunately, I kept her confined within the estate. Otherwise, with her current daughter-in-law's intellect, she might have turned out to be yet another Wan family member. And this one is merely a niece. The one in my household is a biological daughter. The matron beside her chuckled lightly. It is the madam's foresight that prevails. From the moment the banquet concluded, the madam foresaw the impending misfortune for the Zhou family and promptly confined the heir's wife, forbidding the heir from assisting the Zhou family. Had it not been for such measures, it may well have been the venerable lady Rongyang herself paying a visit to offer apologies. Chapter 44. No Tolerance for Fools. Upon returning to the residence of the Rongyang Marquis, the old matriarch cast a glance at her carefree son, her expression noncommittal. She simply instructed, Summon the Wan family. Wan Bao, currently in a state of disquiet, hurriedly rushed over at the news of the matriarch summons, filled with anticipation for favorable tidings. As soon as she entered, she eagerly inquired, Mother, how fares my husband? Noticing her impatience, the old matriarch turned away, feeling averse to her demeanor. It was Chen Xiuqi who spoke up. The Princess of Qing has acquiesced. Instantaneously, Wan Bao's face lit up with joy, and she felt a buoyant lightness within. How splendid! It is truly wonderful that my husband need not take a concubine. It seems this matter was indeed an overreach by the Princess of Qing. Now that both mother and husband have declined, she surely will not press the issue further. The old matriarch, who had single-handedly raised her son amidst life's tempests, was not blind to the implications of her daughter's words. A chill washed over her. She had anticipated foolishness, but not to this extent. One family. Relinquish any naive hopes that this situation is merely someone else's doing. Have you considered that had you not acted so foolishly, none of this would have transpired? The Princess of Qing initially intended to offer you a lesson. She did not insist on this course of action, but left room for negotiation. Otherwise, how could she have resolved the matter so swiftly upon her arrival? Surely, her stature cannot surpass that of the pampered heir's wife. Wan Bao, taken aback, stammered for a moment, then replied with a hint of impatience, "Mother, I understand." It was not only the old matriarch who grasped the gravity of the situation. Even Chen Xiuqi furrowed his brow, increasingly convinced of his mother's judicious decision. The old matriarch was not one to indulge her daughter. "This year, you shall not accompany Xiuqi to the frontier. Remain here in the capital to tend to the children and accompany me on outings. Do not squander your bright, discerning eyes without recognizing those of worth." In an instant, Wan Bao was taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically. "Why? We can take Yin and Min with us to the frontier. They were born there. Why can't they go?" She believed their return was merely to fulfill duties and visit family. The old matriarch raised her teacup and glanced at her son. Chen Xiuqi continued, "Yin is growing and should seek a suitable mentor. There are none fit for the task at the frontier." Wan Bao's countenance grew cold. "Is that so? So I must remain in the capital?" The old matriarch suddenly scoffed. "Now you show cleverness. Yet when you intended to seek forgiveness from the Princess of Qing days ago, where was this insight? Why was it absent when you went to plead for leniency? Now that the matter concerns you, you grasp the rationale immediately. How laughable! You commit a blunder, yet expect others to clean up after you, lacking in accountability. You create your own misfortune, yet blame others for their lack of understanding and tolerance, failing to discern right from wrong. Chen Xiuqi initially harbored a tinge of guilt, but his mother's words illuminated the situation. Suddenly, his emotions became tumultuous, and his gaze towards Wan Baoru grew increasingly complex. Wan Baoru, feeling anxious, caught sight of her husband's expression, and tears welled up in her eyes as she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. What was wrong with desiring to be with her husband? Now that matters had been satisfactorily resolved, she had hoped to return to the harmonious past. Yet unexpectedly, her mother-in-law insisted on keeping her in the capital, which was utterly unacceptable. The old matriarch of the Rongyang Duke's residence coldly snorted, dismissing any further discourse on the matter. The decision was final. There would be no more discussion. "Xiuqi, should you disregard my counsel, not only will she, Wan Baoru, depart with Yin and Min, but you shall follow suit," she declared. The Rongyang Duke's household could not accommodate fools. Observing his mother's imposing figure retreat, Chen Xiuqi felt a profound sense of guilt. His own inadequacy had compelled his mother to come and apologize, which was a grave injustice. She had painstakingly raised him, considering his every need. He could not be selfish. Gazing into Wan Baoru's hopeful eyes, he uttered but one sentence: "Either you remain in the capital, or we shall stay together." If Wan Baoru could accept it, he too could remain in the capital, albeit as a count with power or as a count without resources. She could choose. If Baoru were wise, she would learn from his mother for a time. Surely, his mother would soon send her to the frontier to reunite with him. The old matriarch indeed harbored such thoughts. She was not one to deliberately make things difficult for her daughter-in-law. Otherwise, she would not have managed all household affairs alone in the capital for years, allowing the couple to strive outside. However, she could no longer turn a blind eye. A countess without any sense of propriety was too much for her to bear. Returning from the main courtyard, Shuyi felt lighthearted. Gu Yu and Bai Lu were also in high spirits. The princess consort is truly wonderful. Over the years, the princess consort had consistently protected Shuyi, for which they were immensely grateful. Shuyi beamed, "Of course, my mother's wonderful." In the 3 years since her marriage, Shuyi had never faced any grievances under the care of the princess consort. She was equally protected outside. By the way, send invitations to Lady Chui, Lady Zhou, Lady Jean, and Miss Tang, inviting them to enjoy the hot springs outside the city. The invitations had long been prepared. Guyu nodded eagerly. Although the weather had warmed, a slight chill remained, perfect for soaking in hot springs. Shuyi thought the same. The estate also had dew collected from the plum blossoms and wine brewed from the flowers, which would surely pique Lanqi and her companion's interest. Shuyi delighted in such elegant pastimes, though not to the extent of being obsessed like Cui Lanqi. By evening, Shuyi received replies. Cui Lanqi, Zhou Fuyin, Tang Jijian, and Jin Xiodi had all accepted. Elated, Shuyi began to prepare for the upcoming outing. After spending an extended period in the capital, she longed to behold the scenery beyond. Inquire whether my mother and Lingxi are interested in joining us. Before long, a young maid returned with the answer. The crown princess mentioned that you should enjoy yourself, as she will not be attending. She also remarked that the young lady has not been performing well in her studies lately, hence she cannot join either. Shuyi nodded in agreement, indicating her willingness to proceed with preparations for Mingxuan's ceremony. This time, she specifically requested that everyone bring their children along, as she had not seen those little ones for quite some time. Gathering together would provide the children with companions to play with. When Hengyue returned, he found the Mingwei residence still bustling with the packing of luggage. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind, quickly followed by a self-deprecating chuckle. Shuyi was engrossed in handling two ancient texts, instructing Mangzhong to wrap them up. Noticing the tall figure, she merely glanced over before turning her attention back. It was no surprise to her to see him, as he had been a constant presence at the Mingwei residence, appearing punctually and proving difficult to dismiss. Chapter 45. Have you seen enough? Where are you planning to go, Shuyi? Shuyi responded only after Mangzhong had packed up their belongings. I intend to visit a villa in the outskirts of the capital tomorrow. I have made arrangements with Madame Cui and the others. Hengyue let out a sigh of relief and added, then I shall accompany you tomorrow. Shuyi shook her head, not wishing for anyone to be an impediment. There is no need. We will meet up and leave the city together. After a moment's contemplation, Hengyue inquired, to which villa? Noting his persistent curiosity, Shuyi took a seat, propping her head on her hand as she glanced at him. The one with the hot springs. Hengyue, puzzled, was aware that Shuyi had several villas in the outskirts, but was not familiar with their specifics. She gazed at him, her eyes betraying an indescribable sentiment, and with a half-smile, remarked, it seems the heir is prone to forgetfulness. After all, she had once brought the injured him to that very villa for treatment, though that was before their marriage. Seeing her indifferent expression, Hengyue felt a jolt in his heart. After a moment's reflection, he recalled the place. Is it the one with the plum blossoms? Shuyi merely hummed in acknowledgement, refraining from elaboration. Hengyue's mind was unsettled. He remembered how he had been injured and how Shuyi had rescued him. The following day, he had hurriedly departed, and when he sent his token of gratitude, she had already returned to the capital, leaving the gift at the Duke of Huayin's residence. They had not crossed paths again until their encounter at the academy. Shuyi's thoughts drifted back to when she had saved him at the tender age of 14, while Hengyue had been 17 at the prime of his youth. Although she had not been struck by love at first sight, she had developed an enduring interest in him later on. They both attended the same academy, albeit in separate divisions, yet there were times when their paths would cross. More often, however, she would see Hengyue and Chun Shochi waiting at the entrance of the girls' academy for Wanbaoru. In her youth, with Hengyue being a rare talent, his serious demeanor contrasted with his striking features, which were undeniably captivating. As a young girl in the throes of adolescence, she found herself drawn to him, and unbeknownst to her, she had fallen in love. Reflecting on it now, she considered it rather superficial. Yet, this ephemeral affection had sustained her interest in him for several years. At times, she pondered whether her youthful naivety had limited her perspective, as she had not encountered many people. Thus, her feelings remained steadfast. Later, when she abruptly stepped into marriage, this sentiment intensified. With the weight of her new identity, she felt liberated to express her emotions without the rational deliberation she had exercised before marriage regarding their compatibility. Meanwhile, Song Hengyue merely contemplated how they had met so early on. He had not forgotten, but had not placed significant value on their initial encounter. "How many days will you be gone?" he asked, eager to ensure he could retrieve her upon her return. Shuyi considered. "The duration is uncertain, perhaps more than 3 days. I have arranged for 3 days, but I cannot guarantee my return. This outing is not solely for leisure. I also have matters to attend to at the villas outside the city." In total, she had 5 villas, and she intended to inspect them all during her visit. Song Hengyue furrowed his brow, wondering if he would be gone for that long. "Then I shall have Yundian accompany you." Shuyi couldn't help but frown. "Is it necessary? Just let Yundian follow you. We are well prepared for this outing. My mother has also arranged for assistance, and I have many capable subordinates." Ultimately, Song Hengyue could only nod, requesting, "When the time comes, please send word for me to fetch you." Confused about his intentions and why he insisted on picking her up, she pondered if she lacked the ability to return on her own. However, after considering Ming Xian, she chose not to refuse, although she did not promise to send message. "As you wish." After freshening up, Shuyi sat at the dressing table, slowly combing her hair. Song Hengyue emerged from the bathroom, clad in a white robe, his hair cascading freely, adding an ethereal quality to his appearance. As Shuyi gazed at his slightly exposed skin, she beckoned him. Without understanding her intent, Song Hengyue approached her swiftly. "What is it, Shu?" As he drew near, Shuyi's eyes sparkled momentarily before she spoke calmly. "Come a little closer." Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Song Hengyue found himself momentarily at a loss, though his body instinctively moved closer. Shuyi, now mere inches from his porcelain skin, reached out her finger to part his garment, her gaze devoid of desire. Song Hengyue felt a shiver run through him as her fingertip grazed his skin, a soft groan escaping his lips. He felt like a statue, surrendering to her whims and succumbing to her allure. However, upon glimpsing his firm chest, Shuyi's eyes brightened with a hint of admiration before she turned away. "All right," she declared, merely having satisfied her curiosity. Song Hengyue, taken aback by her nonchalant demeanor, stared in astonishment as she resumed combing her hair, her expression unchanged. Her calm gaze and delicate hand movements stirred his heart, yet she turned away as if nothing had occurred. Amused yet exasperated, Song Hengyue bent down to embrace her, gently taking the comb from her hand and placing it on the dressing table. "Shu, was that merely a fleeting glance?" They exchanged glances through the clear mirror, and Shuyi honestly replied, "Was it just 2? I distinctly remember looking 3 or 4 times." She was unabashedly forthright about her recent actions, attributing her interest to Song Hengyue's earlier allure, insisting it was simply admiration. Suddenly, he reached out to caress her delicate face. "Is that so? Have you seen enough?" Shuyi nodded, feeling slightly flushed as she became aware of the heat radiating from his body. "Perhaps step back a bit." Song Hengyue, noticing her calm and seemingly dispassionate demeanor in the mirror, clenched his jaw. "If you wish to see more, you can look again." Confused, Shuyi found herself unable to discern his expression in the mirror, turning to meet his penetrating gaze. I don't wish to see. I'll call for you when I'm ready." With both hands cradling her face, he prevented her from turning away, crouching slightly so their eyes locked. "Then do you want to see now, Noticing a touch of color on his face, Shuyi suddenly felt a flicker of interest. "What? Has your entire body turned as red as your face?" Song Hengyue, caught in a moment of impulsiveness, replied, Shu, you truly have a way with words." Shuyi pushed him away with determination and leisurely returned to the bed. Once she lay down, she noticed he was still gazing at her intently, and then she asked, "Do I still need to invite you?" Song Hengyue strode forward confidently and drew the bed curtains. "Are you satisfied with what you see?" Feeling the unadulterated expanse around her, Shuyi quietly remarked, "Now that the curtains are drawn, what can I possibly see?" Song Hengyue's rationality crumbled. He gently loosened his robe, languidly sighing. Chapter 46. Zhuangzi. The following day, Shuyi set off for the Zhuangzi with Ming Xian, her face aglow with delight. Left behind, Song Hengyue appeared like a spurned lover. gazing longingly at the departing carriage. The memory of last night's comfort followed by her abrupt shift in demeanor evoked a blend of joy and melancholy within him. Yet, upon reflection, he found himself uplifted. After all, Shuyi still held him in regard. "Shuyi, over here!" The call of Hengyue echoed from afar. Shuyi gracefully drew back the curtains, revealing a radiant smile as she waved casually. The two parties converged and leisurely made their way toward the estate situated outside the capital. The spring light shimmered, and verdant hues gradually emerged from the earth, infusing their spirits with a sense of elation. Upon arriving at the Zhuangzi, Shuyi instructed Gyu to arrange accommodations. Lanshi, Zhijian, Fuyin, and Chiodi all displayed genuine smiles, as if they had just escaped from confinement. Cui Lanshi surveyed the elegantly arranged estate and playfully chided Shuyi with such a splendid place. "You ought to have invited me sooner." Shuyi, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, chuckled softly. "Previously, I only planted plum blossoms. These arrangements were made later." "You're the first guest here." Cui Lanshi nodded in satisfaction. "You are indeed affluent and generous." Shuyi merely shook her head, disregarding the comment, and turned to the children behind them. "Do you still remember your aunt?" Cui Lanshi had a son and a daughter. Her eldest son, though small, exuded a mature demeanor. He bowed respectfully and chirped, "Aunt, greetings." Her little girl, just over a year old, with bright and expressive eyes, gazed around curiously. Zhou Fuyin presented her twin sons, urging them to greet their aunt. The two boys, somewhat mischievous, peered at Mingxian, who was being held by Mangzhong, their eyes sparkling with curiosity before they obediently chimed, "Aunt." "Greetings." Hengyue's daughter was charming and bold. Without waiting for her mother, she stepped forward with outstretched arms. "Aunt, embrace me." Hengyue was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Shuyi could not bear to decline. She stepped forward a couple of paces and lifted Wang, hanging in her arms. "Good little one." Next, she affectionately ruffled the hair of the twins, LV and LV Xiao, and gently tousled the still bewildered Zhao Fongjin's hair. Finally, she took Mingxian, who had been struggling to be held, into her arms, prompting him to call out, "Aunt." His little eyes twinkled as he attempted to mimic the greeting. Cui Lanshi and the others took turns holding and cuddling Mingxian for a while, only ceasing after a considerable time. "The last time I saw Mingxian, he couldn't even speak," Shuyi remarked. "Time indeed flies swiftly. Before long, Mingxian will be 2 years old." She calculated based on his actual age. Otherwise, according to current reckoning, he should already be 3. Tang Zhijian looked on with a mixture of envy and bittersweetness at the children. Shuyi, perceptive to her sentiments, promptly shifted the conversation. "I have arranged courtyards for all of you. Please let the servants know if anything is amiss when you go to inspect them." The courtyard had been tidied up days ago, awaiting the master's arrival. It was not far from the capital. Their leisurely carriage ride out of the city took merely an hour. The adults were not particularly fatigued, yet the children were already drowsy, prompting Shuyi to urge them to rest. She decided to send Mingxian to rest as well. Although Mingxian had a dedicated nursemaid, Shuyi often instructed one of her trusted maids to keep an eye on her whenever she was occupied. After a while, Gyu arrived with the steward of the estate to pay their respects. "I have seen the master," said the servant. This steward, surnamed Tao, was one of Shuyi's dowry servants. After sipping tea to soothe her throat, she spoke, "Rise. I took a casual glance earlier, and the estate has been well maintained. Bailu, bring forth the reward." Bailu handed a purse to Steward Tao. "Here are 50 taels. 20 taels are your reward. There are over 100 people at the estate, so you may distribute the remaining 30 taels accordingly." Upon hearing the master's words, Steward Tao respectfully accepted the purse. This servant thanks the master for the generous reward. Before her marriage, these individuals referred to Shuyi as Mississippi. After her marriage, she requested them to call her master, as this was her personal property, and it was inappropriate for them to call her Duke's consort. Just manage your duties well. The guests who have come today are of noble status. Instruct the staff to serve them diligently. She was always generous with rewards for loyal and capable subordinates. Yes, this servant understands. Before taking his leave, Steward Tao left all the account books behind. Though these had been reviewed by Shuyi earlier in the year, it was still necessary to check the accounts upon arriving at the estate. After poring over the ledgers until the afternoon, Shuyi raised her head and rubbed her neck. Dongji, you go to the small kitchen and oversee the preparation of some trendy and interesting dishes. You can manage that yourself. Earlier, Lanchi mentioned wanting a hot pot. Have someone prepare some beef and mutton along with seasonal vegetables. Also, send for some plum blossom wine brewed from last year and retrieve the 2 jars of preserved plum dew. Don't forget to bring out the tea we brought from the residence. Dongji promptly acknowledged and exited. Guyu offered a damp handkerchief, which Shuyi accepted, gently applying it to her face to alleviate her fatigue. Have Bailu check if the others have awakened. If they are awake, let them go to the garden's warm shed. She had constructed a warm shed filled with flora at the estate. Although there were no flowers in bloom at the moment, the scenery was pleasant and not prone to chills. Understood, consort, Guyu replied. This servant will go at once. Noticing Shuyi stand up, Guyu hurriedly gathered the account books, speaking as she organized them. Consort, shall I awaken the young master? Shuyi nodded, estimating that he was likely awake. Mingxian had a consistent nap schedule, and it seemed he had already roused. Guyu nodded. Then you may rest a while longer. I shall have Mengzhong bring the young master to you. Indeed. Let Mingxian rest with me at the cottage. Have them prepare Mingxuan's belongings to bring over. It is not suitable for Mingxian to occupy a room alone at the cottage. Guyu sighed lightly and stepped out with a spring in her step. Before long, Guyu and Mengzhong returned with a spirited Mingxian. Mother! Mingxian exclaimed upon seeing Shuyi scampering towards her with his little legs. Shuyi quickly knelt down to receive him. Mother is here, Mingxian. If you wish to be held, come here. Mingxian wriggled with anticipation, his small eyes gleaming with hope. How could Shuyi bear to refuse him? She simply laughed and playfully tapped his nose, saying, Why are you being so adorable again, my precious Mingxian? Cradled in her arms. Mingxian snugly wrapped his little arms around Shuyi's neck, murmuring, Mingxian is the best. Chapter 47. The words of wolves and tigers, the spring sunshine, though not excessively harsh, has softened as dusk approaches, casting a gentle glow. In the warm greenhouse garden, an abundance of exotic flowers and plants flourish, complemented by 2 bubbling springs. Shuyi surveyed the surroundings, ensuring several windows were open to reveal the picturesque views, while also allowing for a pleasant breeze. Dongji, are all preparations in order? She inquired. Dongji nodded repeatedly. Everything is ready, my lady. I even had someone prepare 2 pans suitable for grilling. As her words faded, soft whispers and the cheerful laughter of children wafted in from outside. Mingxian darted forward, and Shuyi followed closely behind. Jin Xiudi effortlessly scooped up Mingxian into her arms, exclaiming, Oh, where did this little darling come from? Mingxian, devoid of fear, giggled heartily, responding, Annie, hold me. Danziyan ap, okay. VCBD and Jan. May I hold him too? Mingxian, not recognizing anyone, eagerly extended his arms. Tang Zijian cradled him, speaking tenderly to coax laughter from him. Shuyi shook her head, calling out, Feng Rue, Feng Jin, ACUN. Aishio Haning, come inside. As Cui Lanchi and others entered the greenhouse, they marveled. This misty ambience feels like a realm of immortals. Shuyi chuckled lightly, explaining, It is just those 2 hot springs creating the mist. I have arranged to shield that area, allowing the children to play freely. Zhou Fuyin watched as the 2 children, who had just spoken, vanished in a flash, feeling speechless. Truly, they're a pair of mischievous monkeys. Shuyi reassured her, Rest assured, any hazardous items have been removed. With so many servants and attendants present, nothing untoward will occur. Zhou Fuyin sighed. Those 2 are likely only afraid of their father, though he indulges them. Shuyi smiled knowingly, imagining the scene. Commander L is tall and imposing, often wearing a stern expression, unlike Song Hengyue, who emanates an aura of danger. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile, and Cui Lanchi squeezed in, embracing one child in each arm. Come on, I can already smell the delicious food. Shuyi turned to call for the lagging Zhao, Feng Rue, and Wang Haining. Zhao Jin was still unsteady on her feet, necessitating her nurse's support. They settled into the beautifully arranged area. Cui Lanchi sighed in contentment. This place is truly delightful. The open window nearby offered a splendid view of the outside scenery. Shuyi arranged seats for them and prepared a table for the children as well. The previously rambunctious El Xiao and El Ciyuan obediently returned to sit, drooling at the sight of the food before them. This time, Shuyi had prepared a lavish spread, featuring stir-fried vegetables, unique fruits, soft and glutinous pastries, alongside a spicy hot pot and a mushroom soup pot, with a grilling station nearby. The children's table was also well-stocked, though the adults enjoyed a larger table with a flowing water centerpiece. Jin Xiodi sighed, this is truly the essence of life. Tang Zhijia nodded, his previous frown now replaced with a genuine and expansive smile. Zhou Fuyin observed the two lively monkeys comfortably seated, attended by others, and thus turned her attention elsewhere. Upon hearing the conversation, she remarked, when I return, I shall have someone construct a warm shelter similar to this in the estate. Cui Lanchi nodded in agreement. I too wish to have one, but I feel it would be more appropriate to place it in the village. The estate is not solely occupied by their household. There are also my mother-in-law, the elder matriarch, and a managing sister-in-law. As merely a secondary wife, it would be inappropriate for me to even suggest such a thing. Shen Shuyi sat down and interjected, if you wish to proceed, simply contact me, and I will arrange a discount for you. My people are already quite adept. She intended to install a similar structure in the back garden of the estate, as her mother loved to admire flowers, but was sensitive to temperature changes. Thus, such a shelter would be ideal. The back garden of the Prince Qing's estate was larger than the entire front courtyard combined, boasting even a lake. So space was certainly not a constraint. With only 6 masters residing in the entire estate, it was rather spacious. Tang Zhijian shook her head. There is no need for me to install one. Jin Xiodi nodded in agreement. I too shall forego it. Our esteemed gentlemen have no inclination towards such pursuits. For them, abundant food and drink are far more appealing. Providing them with a shelter would be akin to playing music to a cow. Zhou Fuyin and Cui Lanchi, however, had firmly decided to proceed with the installation. Shen Shuyi, glancing occasionally at Tang Zhijian, whose gaze lingered on the well-behaved children at the adjacent table, sighed and inquired, Zhijian, are your uncle and aunt still seeking potential matches for you? Tang Zhijian set down her teacup, nodding with a sense of resignation. Indeed, my mother is nearly driven to madness, searching daily for suitable candidates. She smiled ruefully, yet none of the prospects are fitting. It's not merely unsuitable, they are downright undesirable. Either they are middle-aged widowers with children, merely waiting for me to step into the role of a stepmother, or aimless young rakes, content to squander their lives. Not only did this frustrate her parents, but it also pained her eyes to witness. As she spoke, she cast another glance at the well-behaved children. Placing a hand on her abdomen, she lamented, and yet they still complain that I cannot bear children. Jin Xiodi let out a long sigh. Hearing that makes my heart ache. She too had only one daughter, whom she adored dearly, yet her mother-in-law was already discontented. Most of the women in their circle had married before Shen Shuyi, and Jin Xiodi had been married for 4 years. Although she had given birth to a daughter in her first year, the subsequent 3 years had yielded no further pregnancies, causing even her strong-willed nature to feel a twinge of anxiety. Shen Shuyi smiled gently. Do not fret. Fate will find its way in due time. She recalled that during last year's New Year's Eve, Jin Xiodi had given birth to a son, and it would not be long before a second child would come. Regarding Tang Zhijian, observing her despondent demeanor, Shen Shuyi pondered for a moment and asked, have you consulted a doctor? Tang Zhijian nodded, of course, I have sought help, but they all assure me there are no issues. I've taken countless remedies to no avail. Shen Shuyi then smiled knowingly. Have you considered that perhaps the problem does not lie with you at all? Cui Lanchi and Zhou Fuyin exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement. Indeed, despite consulting numerous physicians without any findings, could the issue possibly lie with that scoundrel Qinsheng? Upon hearing these words, Tang Zhijian widened her eyes, her mouth agape. And after a moment, she inquired, is that possible? Shen Shuyi, with a resigned nod, replied softly, why wouldn't it be? If childbirth were solely a woman's domain, then what purpose would men serve? Jean Shuyi erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Shuyi, you've taken a turn for the mischievous." The sisters stifled their giggles, sharing in the jest. "Indeed, you have a point. Why must we bear all the blame?" Chapter 48. His eternal bond with Shen Shuyi. The sun shone gently. The spring breeze caressed their faces, and the air was filled with the aroma of fireworks and the sweet scent of wine. As the hostess, Shen Shuyi naturally refrained from indulging excessively in alcohol. She observed her companions, each with a glass in hand, while children frolicked around them, their innocent chatter endearing. It felt as though time could pause in this moment. As daylight gradually dimmed, the dishes on the table dwindled, and a chill began to rise. Today, after drinking, make sure someone brings you a hangover remedy when you return. Remember to drink it all, she reminded. Tomorrow, we shall venture into the fields for a spring outing. Although the greenery has yet to fully bloom, the experience will still be delightful, allowing us to savor the vibrant essence of spring. Chui Lanshi, in high spirits, nodded in agreement, exclaiming it was a splendid idea. Jean Shuyi also concurred, suggesting, "We passed a river on our way here. There should be fish. It would be wonderful to bring fishing rods tomorrow." "Rest assured, everything has long been prepared," she assured them. The joy of nature would undoubtedly include the thrill of fishing, though it was a pity that spring fruits were scarce. Fortunately, the weather was pleasant. After seeing the guests and children back to their respective quarters and ensuring they were well attended, Shen Shuyi finally returned to her own abode. Bai Lu, who had stayed behind, hurriedly approached her. "My lady, the young master has arrived." Shen Shuyi paused, her brow furrowing. "Song Hengyue is here." Meanwhile, Ming Xian, nestled in her arms, was all excitement. "Daddy!" Shen Shuyi snapped back to reality, shaking her head. "I knew he would be thinking of you." Noting the innocent, radiant smile on Ming Xuan's face, she decided against saying more, welcoming his presence. It was just right to have him around for the child. Hearing the commotion outside, Song Hengyue quickly stepped out. "Shoo shoo." Shen Shuyi maintained a composed smile, though a hint of curiosity lingered in her voice. "What brings you here, young master?" Noticing her social smile, Song Hengyue hesitated before explaining, "I wasn't quite at ease." Upon hearing this, Shen Shuyi chose not to respond further, merely nodding to indicate her understanding. A flicker of disappointment crossed his heart, quickly mended by the soft coos of Ming Xian calling for daddy. The couple returned to their home with a tranquil demeanor. Shen Shuyi rubbed her slightly heavy head, glancing at the neatly prepared bed. "Young master, I did not bring your belongings today, but Ming Xuan's room is ready for you. You may rest there." Song Hengyue, cradling the child and facing away from her, replied nonchalantly, "No need. I have instructed Fomlei to retrieve my things from the residence. You should arrive shortly." Shen Shuyi raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly, yet her heart remained undisturbed. "As you wish." Fomlei arrived at the estate, weary but diligent, delivering the items to Guyu and the others for arrangement. Shen Shuyi cast a glance at the father and son, who were engrossed in their playful antics, then retreated to the bath to wash away her fatigue and the lingering smell of fireworks. Upon emerging, she found them still engaged in their merriment and sighed. "Young master, please take Ming Xian to wash up." Initially taken aback by his wife's command, Song Hengyue then looked at the giggling Ming Xian, raising an eyebrow. Convinced he was capable of the task, and carried Ming Xian into the bathroom. Shen Shuyi sat on the bed, gazing at Song Hengyue's quilt, feeling a sense of speechlessness, as if he had meticulously planned this situation. She could not fathom why he had recently transformed into such a peculiar version of himself. Just as her curiosity began to stir, it was swiftly extinguished. Listening to the continuous laughter emanating from the bathroom, she rose to her feet, however, barely taking 2 steps. She overheard a voice from within. "Shoo shoo, could you please open my bundle and bring me a set of undergarments?" Shen Shuyi paused at the door, only to find that Fomlei had hurried away, and Yun Jian was nowhere to be seen. Wait a moment. Was this person being intentionally vexatious? With no other option, she reluctantly retrieved the undergarments from the bundle. The garments, worn and tattered, evoked a sense of indifference in her as she recognized the familiar stitching. Without faltering, she opened the door and stepped into the bathroom. Ming Xian was already clad in his attire, seated on a soft couch, giggling joyfully, while Song Hengyue sat in the bathtub, his broad shoulders tapering elegantly, his physique distinctly defined. Shuyi's expression remained unchanged as she approached and handed him the garments, then picked up their son and sauntered out. Song Hengyue observed her retreating figure, suddenly enveloped by deep silence. He pondered whether it had been unwise to bring Mingxian into the bathroom. Perhaps he should have washed Mingxian first and then entered himself. A miscalculation. When he finally emerged, he found Mingxian happily playing in his place, while Shuyi sat beside him, looking upon their child with tenderness. A flicker of contentment crossed Song Hengyue's eyes as he approached. "Are you ready to rest?" Shuyi looked up. "Indeed, it's time to rest. Today has been tiring." Song Hengyue nodded silently. "All right." He then scooped up the exuberant Mingxian and began to stride toward the exit. "I will return Mingxian to his room." Observing his fluid motions, Shuyi parted her lips slightly and immediately interjected. "Where are you taking him?" With his pace quickening as he neared the bedroom exit, Song Hengyue replied without turning. "Returning him to his bedroom." Hearing his response and witnessing his hurried steps, Shuyi couldn't help but find amusement in her irritation. "Bring Mingxian back." How could he rest alone at the estate? Noticing the hint of urgency in her tone, Song Hengyue halted, facing the bewildered Mingxian in his arms. His gaze filled with resignation and disappointment. He had no choice but to turn back. Mingxian was already 2 years old, no longer a mere child. Shuyi rolled her eyes silently. He has 3 months until he turns 2. If he's not a child, then who is? Do not be absurd. Even with guards surrounding them, she could not trust Mingxian to rest alone. After all, he was still a toddler with limited mobility. Song Hengyue sighed internally, gently patting Mingxian's bottom before placing him back in his original spot. Well, if I had known, I would have moved faster. Mingxian, filled with excitement, lay between his parents, momentarily disinterested in sleep, playing from side to side. "Daddy, Mommy, Mingxian." He. Originally somewhat melancholic, Song Hengyue's mood has improved considerably. He shifted closer to Mingxian, who was pulling him towards the center. "Mom and Dad are both here. Mingxian, are you happy?" Mingxian clapped his hands excitedly. Happy? Perhaps he did not fully comprehend what his father meant, yet his joy was palpable. Shuyi's gaze softened as she felt reassured in her decision, with Mingxian present. Enduring Song Hengyue's existence was not as arduous. Mingxian is the most obedient. Mother will always be by your side. Through the candlelight, Song Hengyue discerned the warmth and beauty of the smile on Shuyi's face. Yet there lingered an inexplicable cruelty in her laughter, as if she had abandoned something profound. "Mingxian, both your father and mother will always be with you." This too was a form of eternity, his and Shuyi's eternity. As long as Shu and Mingxian were by his side, it would be forever. Chapter 49. A visit to my cousin. Shuyi awoke with bleary eyes, only to be gently lulled back to sleep, feeling a warmth upon her forehead. When the dawn broke, she was softly roused by Guyu's voice. Glancing at the still, slumbering Mingxian, she quietly tiptoed past and lowered the curtain. "Has the heir departed?" Guyu nodded, holding a handkerchief, explaining that he had left early to spare them from disturbing her. It struck Guyu as peculiar. The heir had never been unkind to the princess, yet one could hardly claim he was affectionate. Material comforts had always been plentiful, but warmth was scarce. However, in the past 6 months, not only had the princess undergone a significant transformation, but even the usually stern heir had become gentle and considerate towards her. This reminded her of the past dynamics between the heir and the princess, where the heir exhibited indifference while the princess was brimming with warmth. Now, their roles seemed reversed. The princess maintained her demeanor, negotiating with the heir as usual, yet her attitude towards him remained distinctly aloof. Meanwhile, the heir had shed his former coolness, seemingly content to linger at Hengyue Pavilion daily, unperturbed by the princess's indifferent treatment. Was it true that love must oscillate between warmth and coldness? Returning her thoughts to the present, she assisted the princess in her morning routine. Shuyi, inspired by the delicate morning mist, took a stroll outside. Upon her return, she found Mingxian awake. After ensuring Mingxian was ready, she set off to find Cui Lanqi and Tang Zhijian. Upon reaching the intersection, they encountered Zhou Fuyin. who approached with her 2 sons in tow. Shuyi. The clear, youthful voices chimed in unison. "Aunt, hello." Ming Xian mimicked, calling out to Zhou Fuyin, "Aunt, hello." Their playful antics elicited laughter from the adults. "Did you sleep well last night?" Zhou Fuyin asked, linking arms with Shen Shuyi. What could possibly be wrong with a high bed and soft pillows? It's just that these 2 rascals refused to sleep for half the night, giving me quite the headache. Shen Shuyi nodded in agreement, recalling Ming Xian's inexplicable excitement the previous night. It was likely the joy of reuniting with so many peers after a long absence. Gathering Cui Lanxi, Jin Xiodi, and Tang Zhijian, the group boarded a soft sedan chair and made their way to the riverside. The spirit of spring was palpable, with vibrant green shoots emerging from the ground and leaves on the branches reaching for the sun. The gentle sunlight danced upon the clear stream, creating a shimmering spectacle. The children scampered excitedly towards the water under the watchful eyes of their attendants. Seeing the shallow water brought relief to Shen Shuyi. The fishing gear was prepared, but it seemed there would be no opportunity to use it today. Unexpectedly, the stream was indeed shallow, with only tiny fish of palm size swimming about. Yet, Jin Xiodi remained undeterred, exclaiming joyfully, "As long as I'm with you all, any game is delightful." Shen Shuyi quickly instructed her attendants to set up makeshift tables and benches. The group settled down, their conversation sparse, yet imbued with a sense of tranquil contentment. As the sun reached its zenith, they erected a tent and began to prepare a meal. By the time they returned to the village, the afternoon had waned. Observing the darkening clouds above, it appeared rain was imminent, prompting the decision to prepare for dinner early. As evening approached, the sky darkened ominously, and the winds hinted at an impending storm. Before long, heavy rain began to pour down, reminiscent of summer storm rather than the gentle drizzle of spring. However, Shen Shuyi remained unperturbed, for the terrain in the vicinity was flat and the river wide, ensuring no accumulation of water. Ming Xuan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he seized the opportunity to dart beneath the eaves and play with the falling droplets, eliciting a sigh from Shen Shuyi. "Oh dear, young master," she remarked, her brow furrowing as she observed him already drenched halfway through. "Ming Xian, are you still my good boy?" Ming Xian, with his damp hands hidden behind his back, offered an endearing smile in hopes of appeasing her. The sight of his guilty demeanor nearly broke Shen Shuyi's stern facade. "Alas, what shall I do? Ming Xian, your disobedience saddens your mother." Upon witnessing the sorrow on her face, Ming Xuan's demeanor shifted, and he rushed over, stumbling in his haste. "I'll be good, I'll be good." At this, Shen Shuyi could no longer maintain her serious expression. She reached out to touch his sleeve, now thoroughly soaked, shaking her head in exasperation. It was necessary to take the young master to wash up and change his clothes. The rain continued unabated, shifting from a light patter to a torrential downpour. By evening, there was no sign of it letting up. Bailu, holding an umbrella, rushed in. "Young lady, I have checked on the several madams. They are all well." "That is good to hear. By the way, Bailu, Steward Tao asked me to inform you that individuals from the Dali Temple wish to stay for the night." Bailu's eyes flicked. "Dali Temple? How many are there? Have their credentials been verified?" "They claim to be 4 or 5, bearing the Dali Temple insignia. 4 or 5 is manageable. Given the number of women and children in the estate, an influx would be inappropriate. Let us welcome them and arrange accommodations in the outer courtyard, treating them with utmost hospitality." Bailu nodded and hurried out to make the necessary arrangements. Yet, it wasn't long before she returned, her steps hurried. "Young lady, the leader of the group is surprisingly the young Master Su from the Su family." Shen Shuyi was taken aback. It must be Su Linran from the Dali Temple. Since he was a cousin, it became all the more essential to extend proper hospitality. "Have a ginger soup and other preparations been made?" "Everything is ready." After a moment's thought, she realized she ought to pay him a visit, especially since he was family. "I shall go see my cousin." As she readied her umbrella, Ming Xian clung to her, insisting, I want to go." With no alternative, Shen Shuyi acquiesced and took him along. Su Linran cleared his throat. His fists clenched, feeling a whirl of emotions as he thought of his cousin Shen Shuyi, whom he had not seen in ages. He had not anticipated that this estate belonged to her, nor that she would be present today. He contemplated expressing his gratitude, yet hesitated, remembering Song Hengyue. He was acutely aware that Shuyi held no romantic notions about him, perhaps even oblivious to his feelings, and he feared their meeting might cause her discomfort. His only wish was for her happiness. "Master, the young lady has arrived," came the announcement. Su Linran sprang to his feet, thoughts scattering as he stepped outside. His cousin, the one he had longed to see, stood before him, her smile radiant, causing his heart to race. "Mother!" The soft and tender voice of a child resonated as Su Linran entered her embrace, cradling a little one. "Come in quickly," Shuyi urged with a nod, "cousin." Holding Mingxian, she stepped inside, with Su Linran following closely behind, gently pushing the door open. Noticing the damp hem of Shuyi's dress, he furrowed his brow. "Cousin, with such heavy rain, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Su Linran's disapproving tone, Shuyi merely smiled. "Cousin, we are siblings. Your presence naturally compels me to visit." Su Linran said nothing further, pouring her a cup of warm tea before turning his gaze to the chubby child in her arms, who was curiously observing him. "This must be Mingxian," he remarked. Shuyi set Mingxian down and nodded. "Indeed, this is my son, Mingxian. Mingxian, greet your cousin." The little one executed a wobbly bow, obediently calling out, "Hello, cousin." Chapter 50. A long-awaited reunion with Lord Su Linran crouched down, feeling at a loss as he addressed Mingxian, who was behaving charmingly. However, upon realizing he had nothing on him, he could only say to Shuyi, "I was unaware that I would encounter my cousin and Mingxian today and did not bring a gift. I hope my cousin will not take offense." Shuyi beamed with a sincere expression. "Cousin, Mingxian has already received your gifts for both his full moon and first birthday. How could he possibly request more from his uncle now?" Mingxian, seizing the moment while Su Linran was engaged in conversation with Shuyi, suddenly leaped into his embrace. Su Linran steadied himself, taken aback by the warmth of the little bundle in his arms, unsure of how to react. Mingxian instinctively wrapped his arms around Su Linran's neck. Shuyi was quite surprised herself. While Mingxian was generally shy around strangers, he was not typically so effusive with just anyone. "Cousin." Mingxian Su Linran interrupted Shuyi as he lifted Mingxian into his arms. "He is truly delightful." He had not anticipated Mingxuan's unreserved affection, yet it filled him with joy. Mingxian bore a striking resemblance to Shuyi, with features that mirrored hers perfectly, though his facial contours slightly resembled those of Song Hengyue. Observing that Su Linran was unfazed, Shuyi refrained from further comment. Initially intending to exchange a few pleasantries and depart, she found herself captivated as Mingxian became increasingly engrossed in play, sitting in Su Linran's lap and tugging at the book he had been reading. Su Linran, unperturbed, began to read aloud to him, enunciating each word clearly. Mingxian, though not articulating perfectly, attempted to follow along. As Shuyi watched their interaction, she pondered that it was perhaps time to arrange some educational pursuits for Mingxian. The rain masked the warmth of the home, yet it could not obscure Song Hengyue's murderous gaze. Today, a torrential downpour accompanied by thunder and lightning urged him to stay away, yet he was resolute in his desire to see Shuyi braving the storm. Upon entering the courtyard, however, he found neither Shuyi nor Mingxian. Inquiring further, he learned that Su Linran had arrived, and the mother and son had gone to meet him. Initially pleased to hear that Mingxian insisted on accompanying them, he was taken aback to discover that the one enjoying himself the most was his mischievous son, who seemed utterly transformed, sitting obediently in Su Linran's embrace. Anger bubbled within Song Hengyue, his teeth clenched in frustration. The sudden chill in the air and his resentful gaze were impossible for Shuyi to overlook. Seeing Song Hengyue, drenched yet holding an umbrella, she rose and approached the door. "Young master, what brings you here?" She had intended to respond coldly, but reconsidered, recalling their previous quarrel over Su Linran and adjusting her words. "I missed you and Mingxian." Shuyi was astonished, her demeanor aloof. Su Linran emerged from within, holding the book and cradling Mingxian. Upon seeing his father, Mingxian initially reached out joyfully, but upon closer inspection, he withdrew his hands. Song Hengyue bit his teeth in silent frustration. Despite being soaked to the bone, did Mingxian truly have to display such disdain? The young master has arrived. Song Hengyue looked up to see the three of them standing at the door, with Su Linran holding the book and embracing Mingxian. One might mistakenly believe they were a happy family of three. He suppressed the melancholy within. "Ah, esteemed Lord Su, it has been quite some time. What brings you here today?" As Shuyi listened to his tone, laced with a hint of inquiry, her brows furrowed slightly. Su Linran's smile was gentle. He had ventured out on official business, and, caught in an unexpected downpour on his way back, sought refuge nearby, unaware that it was his cousin's estate. Song Hengyue wished to say more, but upon noticing the frostiness on his wife's countenance, he suppressed his sorrow. "So, it is how fortuitous indeed. It would be impolite to disturb your rest further. We shall take our leave." Glancing at the little Mingxian still nestled in Su Linran's embrace, and recalling his own damp attire, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Shuyi seemed to perceive something amiss. She reached out and took Mingxian from Su Linran's arms, then spoke, "Cousin, please rest well. I have brought a doctor with me, and I shall summon him shortly to tend to you." Su Linran graciously acquiesced, expressing gratitude to both the young lord and his cousin. He then lowered his gaze, locking eyes with Mingxian. "Goodbye, Mingxian." Unaware of the peculiar atmosphere between the adults, Mingxian cheerfully replied, "Uncle Reed." Su Linran's smile transformed into one of genuine warmth as he reassured the child. "Let us save reading for later. It is time for you to rest." Mingxian, in a manner reminiscent of a little adult, pondered briefly before nodding. "All right." After their interaction concluded, Shuyi emerged, cradling the child. Song Hengyue promptly extended the umbrella, sheltering the mother and child while allowing himself to be drenched in the rain. Once back in the courtyard, Shuyi turned to the soaked Song Hengyue and advised, "Go wash up. Be cautious of catching a chill." Guyu summoned the doctor to attend to cousin, then returned to check on the young lord. "Dongji, bring in the ginger soup." She pushed the ginger soup toward Song Hengyue. "Drink this." He gulped it down in silence, his heart heavy with discomfort. Even Su Linran, her cousin, received her concern, while he, her husband, felt treated as a mere stranger, receiving no more than a polite word or two. Once in the bathing chamber, Song He submerged himself in the warm water, feeling the discomfort of his body meld with the chill in his heart, amplifying his unease. Meanwhile, Mingxian, as if suddenly enamored with reading, toddled over to Shuyi's desk, requesting Guyu to fetch him a book. He then meandered back to his mother. "Mother, read." Shuyi opened the book, revealing an account ledger, and a smile broke across her face. Hearing the laughter outside, Song Hengyue felt even more despondent, as though he were a person devoid of care. Although it was impractical to read the ledger to Mingxian, he could not resist the allure of the child's enthusiasm and began reciting the three-character classic instead. Mingxian mimicked him, his phrases unclear, yet his earnestness was undeniably endearing. As Song Hengyue stepped out and saw his son still engrossed in reading, jealousy and helplessness churned within him. When Shuyi entered the bathing chamber, he seized the drowsy Mingxian and made his way to the door, handing him over to Feng Lei. "Tonight, you shall accompany the young lord and take him back to his quarters to sleep." With that, he closed the door behind him. Feng Lei, cradling the young lord, exchanged bewildered glances with Bai Lu, who stood at the door. He was to take the young lord to bed? He has never coaxed a child. Bai Lu glanced back at the tightly shut door, biting her lip and stamping her foot, casting a fierce glare at Feng Lei before turning towards the bedroom prepared for the young master, which had gone unused. Shuyi had just emerged from the bathroom when she was enveloped in Song Hengyue's embrace, her words silenced before she could utter a sound. Feeling the harsh yet tender nature of his actions, Shuyi could only endure in silence, as all her struggles seemed to invigorate him further. As dawn broke, Shuyi found herself tossed and turned, her body aching, as if the beating had only added to his amusement. Song Hengyue gazed at her tear-streaked face while she slept, placing gentle kisses upon her, and all the pent-up frustration dissipated. Chapter 51. Not to my liking. Shuyi rarely slept until dawn, feeling a pervasive soreness throughout her body, and couldn't help but curse internally. That wretched Song Hengyue, was she merely a bone for him to gnaw on endlessly? The thought alone ignited her annoyance. Last night, a torrential downpour had swept through, and this morning, The village was shrouded in mist, with the sun just beginning to rise. Cui Lanqi and a few others arrived with children, bursting into laughter. The heir truly cannot bear to part with you, Zhou Fuyin teased. The spring radiance was as vibrant as blooming peach blossoms. Shuyi internally scolded Song Hengyue again and rolled her eyes. In the face of her friend's playful banter, she felt no embarrassment. Mingxian is here, Jin Shuyi laughed, observing Shuyi's nonchalant demeanor, which lifted her spirits. Seeing you like this brings me joy, she remarked. Shuyi nodded and sighed, contemplating the celestial bodies and the complexities of relationships. Where in this world could one find a couple as harmonious as the sun and moon or the convergence of heaven and earth? She had come to a realization. Ultimately, marrying anyone was still marriage. Once wed, one should not become infatuated with love. It merely transforms one into a supplicant among spouses. Presently, she felt content, understanding her desires and focusing her heart solely on matters that intrigued her. To her, marital intimacy was merely a means to satiate desire, devoid of any deeper emotional significance. Standing at the pinnacle of her own spirit, every choice she made followed her heart's guidance. Hearing her words, Tang Zhijian let out a slight sigh and interjected. It's good that you've come to understand. Don't be like me, lost in a fog, wholly absorbed in your own world without opening your eyes to the reality outside. That leads to an unfortunate end. Regret, in her case, was not quite accurate. Her earlier decisions had been made in accordance with her heart, but she had simply chosen the wrong person and lacked the right mindset. This was their third day out together, allowing the servants and maids to take the children out for some amusement while the ladies gathered to converse. After marriage, one becomes bound by various ties, leaving little time for leisurely gatherings akin to their days in the boudoir. Observing the laughter sparkling in Shuyi's eyes, Cui Lanqi pondered for a moment before her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask, I've heard that one Baoru approached you, requesting the heir to take her cousin as a concubine. Is there any truth to this? This matter had not been widely publicized by the Prince of Qing's residence, and the Earl of Rongyang's household preferred to bury it altogether. Yet, news in the capital traveled swiftly and accurately. Shuyi's smile faded slightly at the mention. This incident was now behind her, and she harbored no anger. In the past, she might have sulked with Song Hengyue over it, but indifference had replaced her affection. What irked her was not the proposal itself, but one Baoru's thoughtlessness and her own tarnished reputation. Noticing the intrigue in her friend's expressions, she replied, Indeed. Such a thing occurred. A playful smile danced across her lips as she added, The candidate is none other than that Miss Zhou, whom we overheard speaking ill of me at the Duke of Zhen's residence that day. Cui Lanqi smiled knowingly, while Zhou Fuyin wore a smile tinged with confusion. How could she dare to speak such words? The thought alone seemed absurd. Shuyi shook her head, stating that she had no idea. Yet she could not deny that it was amusing. Each time she reflected on how her mother had avenged her, she felt both laughter and warmth. Tang Zhijian, intrigued, urged her to elaborate on the incident and how she had sought retribution. On that day, the Empress Mother had been enraged, declaring that the Wang family of Wanbaru would no longer be welcomed at the Prince of Qing's residence. She sent Granny Hua to the residence of the Earl of Rongyang, claiming to present a candidate for a noble concubine. Cui Lanqi and the others were left speechless for a moment before finally asking, What happened next? Shuyi chuckled softly. Of course it came to nothing. At least the Earl of Rongyang was a man willing to shoulder the situation. Ultimately, the old lady of the Earl had to come personally, and the Empress Mother relented. Jin Shuyi sighed, noting that it was only fair for her to experience such a taste of her own medicine, even coming to suggest that the heir should take a concubine. Taking a leisurely sip of tea, she observed the indignant Jin Shuyi and the unexpectedly amused expressions of Cui Lanqi and Zhou Fuyin. As for the failure of this endeavor, Shuyi felt indifferent. The matter she spoke of had also come to naught, merely diminishing her own dignity. The Empress Mother's actions had imparted a lesson upon her. From now on, she would likely think twice before speaking recklessly. This incident had profound implications for Wanbaru. Moreover, with the Earl of Rongyang being a man of honor, willing to uphold his commitments, She saw no reason to play the role of the villain who would disrupt a married couple's bond. After all, genuine individuals were a rarity in this world. Despite her current disdain for Wanbaru, she appreciated the Earl's integrity, which did not succumb to the pressures of the prince of Qing's household. Tang Zhijin nodded thoughtfully, affirming her belief in Shuyi's kindness. The Earl of Rongyang and Wanbaru had once been a renowned couple. His steadfastness in supporting his wife proved that there were indeed good men in this world. Shuyi agreed, stating that she did not feel compelled to see this matter through. If the Earl consented, she would be pleased. If he did not, it would not trouble her. What has the heir done? Zhou Fuin's inquiry caught Shuyi off guard, prompting a smile from her. He has, but it does not align with my sentiments. Although she had not voiced her thoughts, it did not imply that she was swayed by Song Hengyue's actions. In her view, it was merely a matter of shifting responsibilities, allowing the Earl and his wife to confront that family, while he simply expressed his stance against taking a concubine. Fortunately, she remained unconcerned. Cui Lanqi scoffed lightly, then sighed, as if the situation was predictable. Men often believe they had made great sacrifices or efforts, yet, to women, their actions barely scratched the surface. Shuyi nodded in agreement. To undertake all that one ought to do independently is to truly place oneself at a dead end by hoping for assistance from men. The Empress Dowager avenged her, and she felt elated. Yet, the House of Huayin was not entirely oblivious to the situation. Her parents would certainly ensure that the Duke of Rongyang received a proper lesson. If he is willing to bear the consequences, then let him do so with diligence. Is it not unreasonable for the repercussions of his wife's misdeeds to fall upon him? Shuyi has never been a paragon of virtue. She did not actively pursue the notion that Xiuqi must take a concubine, but merely exhibited a modicum of kindness as a woman. However, this does not imply that she would refrain from repaying grievances in other contexts. The matriarch of the Duke of Rongyang extended an apology to the Princess of Qing, and Xiuqi also offered an apology to Song Hengyue. Yet she, the one who had been publicly humiliated, received no such acknowledgement of regret. Let us not delude ourselves into thinking that an apology to the Qing Duke's household suffices as an apology to her. Chapter 52. Why Can't I Come? 3 fleeting days passed swiftly. Cui Lanqi and her companions packed their belongings, preparing to return. Shuyi instructed Mangzhong to bring trays, presenting each child with a jade pendant, a gesture of affection from their aunt. The children expressed their gratitude, and after seeing them off, Shuyi asked Bailu and Dongji to escort Mingxian back to the prince's residence. In the following 2 days, she intended to inspect all the estates in the outskirts of the capital. The exertion was considerable, and she feared Mingxian might not withstand it. Upon returning to the palace to change his attire, Song Hengyue was just about to step outside when he was halted by the princess. "Are you going to find Shuyi?" she inquired. "Mother, I am uneasy about their well-being outside." He had contemplated not being so restless, yet upon returning to the empty courtyard of Mingwei residence, an overwhelming discomfort enveloped him. The princess remained unfazed, simply replying, "Then you may go." There was no attempt to retain him. Yet, as he ventured further away, the matron beside her spoke, "Your Highness, why did you not inform the young master that the young master has been returned?" Without lifting her gaze, the princess replied softly, "Why inform him? It is better for him to make a few fruitless trips. Shuyi is currently unaware of which estate she is at, without a trace of her whereabouts. How could he possibly find her? Let him experience some hardship. Does he truly believe that upon his return, Shuyi will be waiting for him in the same place?" She then gently taught her grandson, who was clamoring to read, completely indifferent to her son's impending feudal journey. Song Hengyue, leading the way, arrived at the estate to find the steward, Tao, with a look of surprise. "Greetings, young master. Hasn't the master already departed?" Realizing something was amiss from Tao's expression, Song Hengyue quickly inquired, "Where is the young mistress?" Tao bowed respectfully and replied, "Young master." The master departed after escorting several esteemed guests and the young master back to the residence this morning, stating she was to inspect other estates. Gazing at the brightly lit courtyard, Song Hengyue's countenance darkened, his tone heavy. "You say the young master has been returned to the residence?" Tao, bewildered, asked. Is the young master not at the palace? At this point, Song Hengyue could no longer cling to hope, realizing that his mother, who had been indifferent in recent days, was now eager to witness his plight. A wave of frustration washed over him, and he felt a weight in his heart, his hands wanting to clench into fists, yet feeling a tinge of weakness. Coldness enveloped his heart. Shuyi was unwilling to disclose her whereabouts. Was she truly so averse to him? Which estate did the young mistress go to? I do not know, young master. The master did not inform me of her destination. The steward replied. Despite his efforts to ascertain the locations of the various estates, Song Hengyue remained in the dark regarding Shuyi's whereabouts. Even if he searched all night, he might not find her. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as even a slight exhale might provoke the wrath of the young master. Ultimately, with a stern expression, Song Hengyue mounted his horse and commanded, "Let us return." Since she was so irked by him that she was unwilling to disclose her whereabouts to Tao Guan. Fearing he would follow her, she got her wish. He would not disturb her any longer. Meanwhile, Shuyi at the other estate was oblivious to his antics. It would be a falsehood to say she was being deliberate. She simply did not care whether Song Hengyue accompanied her. Nor did she feel the need to inform Tao Guan of her movements. With the spring plowing fast approaching, were the seeds for this year's planting ready? The steward bowed slightly. Returning to the estate, everything has been prepared, just awaiting the commencement of spring plowing. Shuyi, holding a rudimentary map of the estate, silently studied it without responding. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. There are still some woodlands on the estate that could be developed. We must not let them go to waste. Even if we cannot cultivate much, every little bit counts. I shall arrange for this upon my return. Observing that they were relatively obedient, Shuyi did not feel the need to oversee every matter. You may return for now, leave the account books behind, and tomorrow, once I have reviewed them, you may come back to collect them. Once the steward departed, Guyu hurriedly poured a cup of hot tea for Shuyi. My lady, the estate is rather modest, and the tea lacks sweetness. Shuyi took a sip and found it satisfactory. She was not so finicky as to require only the finest. Having only inspected one estate today, it seemed 2 days would not suffice. Tomorrow, please send someone back to the Wangfu to report to my mother. I may need an extra day, and I leave the affairs of the household and Ming Xian to her. Seeing the hot water being brought in, Guyu quickly agreed. I shall send someone back first thing tomorrow morning. My lady, you must be weary. It would be wise to rest early. Shuyi nodded, rubbing her aching waist. Very well. In truth, she had already finished reviewing the account books. The next day, as Song Hengyue completed his duties, spring rain fell gently. Upon returning to the entrance of the Wangfu, he directly inquired of the doorman. Has the young lady returned? The doorman, noticing the young master's grim expression, swiftly replied, The young lady has not yet returned. However, she sent word this morning, stating that she would need to delay her return by another day due to insufficient time. Song Hengyue's countenance grew increasingly frigid, yet as he gazed at the misty rain, a wave of concern surged within him. He found himself cursing his own helplessness while unavoidably asking, where is the person sent back by the young lady? Once he clarified Shuyi's location, he strode outside, with Feng Lei hastily following. Young master, the young lady is inspecting 2 estates today, and her whereabouts are currently unknown. Song Hengyue silently mounted his horse. It is not difficult to find out, is it? How could he possibly rest easy knowing Shuyi was alone outside in this persistent spring rain? The newly tidied courtyard was immaculate, with Shuyi peacefully asleep on her bed, while Guyu and Meng Zhong kept watch outside. Ding ding. Guyu opened the door and stepped outside, momentarily stunned. Young master? Meng Zhong also regained her senses, hastily dressing and stepping out. Young master. Only then did Song Hengyue enter the room, lowering his voice. Everyone, leave. Have Feng Lei prepare water for me. The rain of grain and the grain and ear have no need for further words. He closed the door and stepped out. Taking advantage of the dim candlelight, Song Hengyue entered, gazing at his wife who lay sleeping soundly within, a surge of anger swelling within him. He was vexed not only by her failure to leave a trace, but also by his own compulsion to approach her. Yet upon seeing her, it felt as though his heart had found its way back home, discovering solace. He initially intended to caress her rosy cheeks, but, recalling his own chilled demeanor, he turned and exited. After freshening up and returning to the room, he gently reclined beside her, embracing her warm, soft form. Suddenly, Shuyi spoke. "Why are you here?" Though she had been exhausted these past few days and slept deeply, it was unlikely that someone could climb into bed without her noticing. Hengyue was momentarily taken aback by her cool tone, feeling a swell of grievance and frustration, responding with a frosty demeanor. "Why should I not come?" Chapter 53. What does it have to do with her? Shuyi's face still bore the faint blush of awakening. Upon hearing his words, her long lashes trembled slightly, concealing the indifference lurking in her eyes. Her voice was as frigid as the wind on a chilly spring night. Matters concerning the heir were, of course, for him to decide. She had no inclination to meddle. Her only displeasure stemmed from his frequent interruptions. Through the dim light, he sensed the subtle chill in her gaze, feeling as though the warmth he had just embraced had transformed into ice. It was as if he held the snow from the mountain peak, the wild wind, which could not be retained. The torrential rain of the previous night and the restless hours seemed to mock his foolishness, deriding his unreciprocated feelings. He parted his lips, rendered speechless for a moment, his hand around her soft waist stiffening. Noticing his prolonged silence, Shuyi refrained from looking back, effortlessly shifting her position. Gazing at the figure turned away from her, Hengyue's long-suppressed anger surged forth, yet he struggled to contain it. The words he could barely suppress were laced with frustration. "Shuyi, you are truly ruthless. You profess not to love and simply walk away. Yet, having stirred my heart to such turmoil, how can you expect to leave unchallenged? That is absolutely out of the question." Irritation bubbled within Shuyi, her tone no longer as placid as before. "Heir, are you going to sleep or not? If not, please refrain from disturbing me." She was already exhausted and did not wish to expend additional time and energy dealing with him, which only added to her vexation. Hengyue felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. She was unwilling even to respond, merely wishing to dismiss him. He longed to voice his concerns, yet his words felt frozen upon his tongue. He finally understood her past hesitations. At times, it was truly impossible to speak. The dread of eliciting annoyance, of encountering incomprehension in another's gaze, and the fear of being derided were far more suffocating than mere arguments. The realization that their thoughts and desires were worlds apart was both pitiful and lamentable. Struggling to maintain his composure, Hengyue pondered, "Shu, what must I do?" Shuyi, seemingly oblivious, sank into a deep slumber. Some things are not rewarded by mere effort. She had long comprehended this truth, and it resonated even more profoundly now. The following day, Shuyi rose to find Hengyue still seated, his stern visage marked by dark circles under his eyes. She nodded at him calmly as a greeting, accepting the handkerchief from Guyu to cleanse her face before sitting at the bronze mirror, allowing Guyu and Mang Zhong to tend her hair. Once they finished, she glanced curiously at Hengyue, who remained silent with his head bowed. "Aren't you going to attend to your duties, Heir? We are quite distant from the capital. You might not make it on time." Hengyue slightly lifted his head, his gaze fixated on the white jade bracelet adorning her wrist, his expression heavy. "Huh, she truly seeks to avoid me, yet I refuse to yield. Today, I shall accompany you." With that, he stood and strode towards the door, turning back to signal Shuyi to hurry. There was no possibility of shaking him off. He was determined to follow her. He could not believe that Shuyi's heart was made of stone. Shuyi exchanged glances with Guyu and Mang Zhong, feeling speechless. "What shall we do, future consort? Let's go." He willingly followed her, but Shuyi remained indifferent. His burdens were not hers to bear. With a delicate and translucent veil adorning her head, Shuyi walked along the ridge, while Hengyue silently trailed behind her. How many tenants are there in the village this year? Returning to the home estate, there are a total of 230 households. Shuyi pondered briefly and nodded. How much land can each household cultivate? Those with ample labor and slightly better means can farm around 13 or 14 acres, whereas those with fewer workers may only manage 7 or 8 acres. The harvest from last year was quite satisfactory, so this year should offer some respite. The weather around the capital was favorable last year, resulting in bountiful crops, which improved the living conditions for the tenants. Song Hengyue cast a fleeting glance at Shuyi's face, observing her dignified and earnest demeanor, occasionally softened by a gentle smile. He found himself drawn closer, especially when she inquired about things she did not fully understand. The day's task of inspecting 2 estates was indeed laborious, given their locations were spread apart. As night fell, Guyu and Meng Zhong hurriedly prepared the bedding. Wind, thunder, and rain poured in as Shuyi sat at her desk, perusing the account books while jotting down figures with paper and an abacus. The crisp sound of the abacus echoed in the room, and Song Hengyue relaxed slightly against the chair's back. After sending everyone away, he approached Shuyi's side. Shu, you have worked tirelessly today. You should wash up and rest. Shuyi slightly rotated her wrist to relieve the strain from holding the pen for too long. Her gaze still fixed on the account book as she replied softly, I must finish these today. Tomorrow we move to another location. There is no time to delay. Song Hengyue leaned closer, resting his right arm against her chair's back while his left hand took the inkstone to grind ink gently. Very well. I shall keep you company. Shuyi continued her work, seemingly unconcerned as she remarked, You should retire early, Your Highness. There is no need to wait for me. Song Hengyue shook his head, determined to stay by her side for a while longer. With that, he turned away, adopting a posture that subtly communicated his refusal to engage further, as he did not wish to hear her decline again. Yet, Shuyi did not lift her head, neither rejecting nor elaborating on his statement, treating him as if he were merely Guyu or Bai Lu beside her. The following day, after completing the inspection of the last estate, Shuyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Spring is often marked by rain, and today was no exception. Song Hengyue opted to abandon horseback riding, instead sitting beside Shuyi in the carriage. Once the carriage reached the official road, it smoothed out, and the scent of spring rain enveloped them. Shuyi leaned against the soft cushion, her eyelashes fluttering. Song Hengyue, whose gaze had never wavered from her, revealed a faint smile as he quietly extended his hand to steady her gently swaying head. Once she fell into a deep slumber, he skillfully adjusted her position, resting her head upon his knee. Shuyi, caught between dreams and wakefulness, soon closed her eyes again. Watching her succumb to sleep, Song Hengyue finally permitted himself to gaze at her openly. Shuyi possesses a quintessential oval face, her complexion smooth and radiant. Upon opening her dignified yet gentle eyes, she embodies the ideal daughter-in-law favored by noble families. However, a hint of ethereal clarity resides between her brows, lending her otherwise exquisite demeanor a touch of elegance. Her lips, tinted a delicate cherry blossom hue, exude a subtle charm. As one gazes upon her lips, a smile dances in their eyes, whispering to themselves, cherry lips harbor hidden arrows. Silently, she closes her eyes, her countenance reflecting the serene comfort of deep slumber, allowing him to forget the recent chill of indifference he has endured. During these days spent outside, Shuyi's hair is adorned with minimal jewelry, presenting an appearance of understated grace. In his heart, Song Hengyue muses that she is indeed more suited to an array of exquisite adornments. Having already sent all the jewelry from his collection to Shuyi, he now ponders that it is still insufficient. The accessories from Jiangnan are consistently in vogue, and it seems he must arrange for a procurement expedition. Chapter 54. Truly your father's child. As the carriage gradually came to a halt, Song Hengyue intended to lift her into his arms. But Shuyi had already begun to slowly open her eyes. For a fleeting moment, her gaze appeared slightly dazed, yet she quickly regained her composure. She showed little reaction to finding herself nestled in Song Hengyue's embrace, gently pushing herself up while he offered her a steadying hand. In a soft voice, he remarked, "We have arrived home." Shuyi lifted the curtain to glance outside, a light smile gracing her features, though she offered no reply. She merely assisted Guyu down from the carriage, entering the estate without a backward glance. Watching the curtain fall and listening to the soft footsteps gradually fade into the distance, Song Hengyue lingered a moment before dismounting. Before him stood the vacant entrance of the estate. How impatient she must be. Shuyi hurriedly made her way into the main courtyard. Mother, I am back. Her ordinarily gentle voice now carried a hint of exuberance. Moments later, a small head peeked out from beside the door, a radiant smile lighting up the child's face. Mother, mother, mother. Upon seeing Mingxuan's adorable visage, Shuyi quickened her pace. Mingxian, mother has returned. Did you miss me? Mingxian instinctively extended his little arms. Shuyi embraced him, exerting a bit of effort to lift him up. With a gentle sigh, she remarked, Mingxian, mother is almost unable to carry you anymore. Mingxian, with a babyish lilt to his voice, tilted his head. Mingxian is good. Shuyi paused, then burst into laughter. Of course, Mingxian is good, but you have grown so much, and mother's strength is limited. Seeing Shuyi and Mingxian at the door, the Princess of Qing quickly interjected, Come in, it's quite windy today. Do not linger in the draft. After paying her respects to her mother, she expressed gratitude for the care her mother had provided to both the household and Mingxian during her absence. The Princess of Qing chuckled. This hardly counts as hardship. You have been bustling about these past few days. It seems you have endured quite a toll. I notice you have lost some weight. Shuyi instinctively touched her face and then laughed. How could that be? It is only because of your affection, mother, that you notice your daughter-in-law has slimmed down. The Princess of Qing took Mingxian into her arms. You should hurry back and rest well. Mingxian will stay with me today. Recognizing the princess's kindness, Shuyi did not decline. Then I shall return now. Thank you, mother. Mingxian, be sure to behave and keep your grandmother company. Do not play too roughly, she instructed, to which Mingxian nodded obediently. Upon returning to Mingwei residence, Shuyi exhaled softly, finally relaxing. Guyu Mengzhong, you should also take the opportunity to rest. You have worked hard these past few days. Bailu and Dongji quickly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, we shall take care of things here, lady. When Hengyue arrived at the main courtyard, he found only the Princess of Qing and Mingxian, frowning slightly. Where is she? The Princess of Qing rolled her eyes. Who? Shuyi, he replied. The Princess of Qing finally turned to look at him. I thought Shuyi had lost her name. I sent her back to rest. Hengyue nodded. Then, mother, The Princess of Qing interrupted him directly. Stay a while with Mingxian. Do not follow her back. She is a vexing little thing, just like her father. Faced with the disdainful expression of his mother and the eager demeanor of Mingxian, Hengyue swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Mingxian clutched a book of the three-character classic, exclaiming, Father, let's read. The sight of the book made Hengyue's teeth ache. The Princess of Qing chuckled. What? Don't you wish to teach him? How could he dare? He quickly shook his head, fearing a reprimand. Indeed, he had not anticipated that Mingxian would develop a fondness for reading in just a few days. Her disdainful silence confirmed that she was unimpressed. A martial man remains a martial man. Even Su Linran knew to teach Mingxian to read. Yet this father had not considered the matter of his son's enlightenment. Noticing his expression darken, the Princess of Qing laughed. What? Are you feeling indignant? I believe it is quite fitting for Su Linran to enlighten Mingxian. He is Mingxian's maternal uncle, an esteemed scholar and remarkably talented. Mingxian adores him. What a perfect match. Hengyue wore a blank expression as he raised his gaze to the princess. Mother, could you please refrain from complicating matters? His exasperation was palpable. Dealing with Shuyi was already challenging enough. It was one thing for his mother not to assist him, but to actively undermine him was quite another. The Princess of Qing let out a sharp huff, her voice ringing clear. Calling her mother was futile. She reminded him that she had long taught him the importance of being earnest with one's wife. I'm utterly weary of your family's foolishness. Do you think a mere reversal of actions will suffice? Can it truly mend the wounds of the past? If only you would open your eyes and observe the dynamics between your father and me, you would understand. The Princess of Qing's frustration was evident. She genuinely wished to distance herself from Hengyue. At least Shuyi had her affection. Had she encountered a wicked mother-in-law, her heart would have surely turned cold. You seem to lack vision, unable to see the state of affairs between your father and me. As the conversation progressed, the princess grew increasingly irate. You truly are your father's son. Despite my countless admonitions, it seems to have been in vain. The status of the king is insignificant in her eyes. What vexes her is that her own son mirrors this folly, leaving Shuyi to suffer. Ming Xian glanced furtively between his grandmother and father, quietly taking a seat on the floor with his book, seeking to diminish his presence. The Princess of Qing rubbed her forehead. Enough, you may leave. Your demeanor is quite irksome. After a moment of silence, Song Hengyue remained rooted in place. Mother, do you truly believe I am just like my father? The princess swiftly turned her head, her gaze piercing into him, filled with incredulity. Do you think you surpass your father? Song Hengyue nodded earnestly. The Princess of Qing was both amused and exasperated, her hands itching to scold him, her teeth clenched in frustration. Oh, so you take pride in the fact that your father had a concubine while you did not? Song Hengyue gritted his teeth, overwhelmed with helplessness. His father's situation was not as simple as that. Mother, that is not what I meant. The Princess of Qing sneered. If you truly reflected upon your actions, you would recognize your own excesses. Let us not even discuss other matters. Why did you miss Ming Xian's birth? Do not assume I am unaware. Was it not for that couple? Suddenly, a pang of anxiety gripped Song Hengyue's heart as he exclaimed, Mother, please do not speak recklessly. I merely agreed to deliver medicine to Shuyi along the way. The expression on the crown princess's face was laden with sarcasm. Along the way, do you lack servants or horses that you must personally deliver the medicine? Had you returned merely an hour earlier, you could have been by Shuyi's side during her labor. She had endured an entire day and night before bringing Ming Xian into the world. Even though Shuyi did not voice any grievances or blame him, what woman does not desire her husband to be present during such a momentous occasion? Song Hengyue instinctively covered Ming Xuan's ears, whose eyes gleamed at the mention of his name. Mother, I have braved the wind and rain. His words were abruptly cut short. Ah, so that is how it is, came the soft yet irate response. Never had Song Hengyue anticipated that one day he would hear Shan Shuyi's voice laced with such terror. Chapter 55. Do not speak such disgusting words. Upon returning to Mingwei residence, Shan Shuyi intended to rest, yet she realized she had forgotten to deliver the gift for Princess Qing. Thus she turned back, only to overhear such words. Shen Shuyi could accept Song Hengyue's past indifference toward her, for affection is often a one-sided affair. But Ming Xian? That was their child, a product of their shared bloodline. Ah, so that is how it is. Song Hengyue abruptly turned around, his face turning pale, devoid of color. He gazed at Shen Shuyi, whose expression was cold and laced with a hint of disdain, her lips slightly parted. Shen Shuyi stepped through the door, bypassing the bewildered Song Hengyue. Mother, daughter-in-law has come to bring you something. The expression on Princess Qing's face was one of urgency. Shuyi. She had not anticipated that Shuyi would overhear such words. It was not that she had concealed it from Song Hengyue. Rather, she feared Shuyi would be heartbroken. After all, Shuyi had once been very sensitive about Wanbaoru. Shen Shuyi offered a faint smile. Mother, do not worry. I am well aware of everything. She could not possibly be oblivious to those who treated her kindly. Seeing her maintain a semblance of composure and even smile, Princess Qing breathed a sigh of relief, pleased that Shuyi had genuinely moved on. The remaining anger she harbored was likely solely from Ming Xian. Princess Qing picked up the bewildered Ming Xian and walked towards the back. Shen Shuyi turned back, her gaze calm as she cast a glance at Song Hengyue, then a cold smile graced her lips. Song Hengyue, I truly wish to visit the ancestral temple. For your wife's name is inscribed as Shen Shuyi, and the line for offspring clearly denotes Ming Xian. Her words, tranquil yet brimming with wrath and severity, pierced the air. Song Hengyue clenched his fists, his lips trembling. Shen Shuyi snorted coldly and turned to leave. When it came to Ming Xian, she would not let it go easily. Song Hengyue stiffly followed her, but Shen Shuyi did not slow her pace as she headed towards the study. Outside the study, Yunjian hurriedly bowed. Greetings, young master, young mistress. Shen Shuyi remained silent, pushing open the door and striding directly to the desk, retrieving a sheet of paper. Young master, please draft a divorce letter. I believe you are unworthy of being my husband or the father to Ming Xian. Song Hengyue's heart stuttered. Absolutely not. Shen Shuyi's gaze was sharp as a blade, icy and penetrating. Impossible? What is impossible? If you fear the emperor's reproach, I shall shoulder it all. I will take Ming Xian with me. He shall forever remain a young master of the Qing royal residence. Song Hengyue's pupils trembled as he hastened forward. attempting to grasp her hand, only to be fiercely rebuffed by Shuyi. Do not touch me. Listen to my explanation, Shu. Initially, Marquis Rongyang entrusted me to bring him a medicinal plant. I simply passed by and delivered it without delay, hastening back immediately. Yet, I still could not make it in time. Shuyi, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with derision. Song Hengyue, I truly disdain you. A hint of panic flickered across Song Hengyue's face, his heart frozen by her indifferent words. I was speaking the truth. Shuyi laughed openly. Oh, I know. How could it not be the truth? It is precisely because it is the truth that it is so pitiful. A lack of sincerity is simply a lack of sincerity. You are reluctant to allow others to deliver medicine to Lord Rongyang, which reveals your intentions. Have you forgotten that there is a wife in the capital awaiting childbirth? Swiftly, my friend, as I and Mingxian are but secondary figures, should we then express our gratitude to you? Ah, Shu, what is it that I am at a loss for words, am I? Spare me your explanations. Truly, the more you speak, the more absurd it seems to me. Shuyi turned around, took up a pen and paper, and wrote 3 characters. Song stepped forward to grasp her hand, his tone laden with sorrow. Do not write, Shu. Do not mention separation. Shuyi regarded him with a cold glare, her eyes glinting like ice. Release me, she commanded, her voice frigid. Song Hengyue gently pulled her closer, murmuring, Shu, do not speak of separation. You know it is impossible for us. Shuyi scoffed. How can we know without attempting? My parents care for me, and the price the Huayin Marquis must pay is something they can endure. Yet, it is she who cannot bear it. She is unwilling to burden her parents because of herself, nor can she part with Mingxian. After all, aside from Song Hengyue, the Prince of Qing's residence offers nothing but advantages. I implore you, Shu, do not leave me. Shuyi closed her eyes and, after a long pause, spoke haltingly. Do not utter such distasteful words. I can forego writing the separation agreement, but transfer all your private possessions to Mingxian. I shall temporarily safeguard them for him. He possesses many valuable items. I do not desire what belongs to Song Hengyue, yet I must preserve these for Mingxian. Upon hearing this, Song Hengyue felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. I shall transfer them to you at once. Shuyi, weary of correcting him, replied, Tomorrow I will have someone take over. Do not attempt any tricks. I am fully aware of all your assets. My mother informed me of everything the day after our wedding. Bring me the land deeds and contracts immediately. I will ensure they are registered at the office. Commanded Song Hengyue, summoning Yundian. Hand over my private land deeds and the contracts of my servants to the future consort. Yundian was taken aback, but complied without hesitation. Shuyi returned to Mingwei residence with a box of items. Guyu hurried to assist her in sitting down and handed her a cup of tea. Consort, are you feeling better? Shuyi exhaled deeply. I am fine. Do not worry. Separation is out of the question. She will not allow her grievances to go unacknowledged. All her sorrow has passed. She is angry, yet not overwhelmingly so. Upon opening the box, Shuyi's anger dissipated further. The land in the capital is costly. Her dowry only consists of 10 shops, while Song Hengyue possesses over 20, most of which thrive in business, with only a few in less desirable locations. His estates, shops, and lands are countless, and he even holds shares in several renowned shipping firms in Jiangnan. Anger serves no purpose. She seeks tangible assets, for otherwise, she would be unworthy of the suffering she has endured. With these possessions, she can generate more wealth, ensuring Mingxuan's prosperity. As dusk approached, Feng Lei and Yundian arrived at Mingwei residence, carrying 20 or more boxes. Consort, these are gifts from the heir. Feng Lei instructed to open the boxes, revealing the contents of Song Hengyue's private treasury. Shuyi took the ledger, flipped through a few pages, and handed it to Mangzhong. Please verify the inventory. Yundian opened the box in his hands. The noble consort, this is the wealth that the heir has accumulated over the years, all for you. Shuyi's eyes flickered slightly, yet she accepted it with composure. Indeed, Song Hengyue proved to be affluently endowed. Upon their marriage, he gifted her 50,000 taels as household expenses, which amounted to half of her dowry in cash. Now, There lies an additional 100,000 tales within. Let it all be stored together. Yun Dian observed Shuyi's serene demeanor and felt a pang of sympathy for the heir. Look, despite such a substantial sum of silver, it failed to stir any emotion within the noble consort. He couldn't help but feel pity for himself. Once, he guarded a treasury filled with silver and rare treasures, and now he was left with an empty room. He pondered where the heir would procure funds for purchasing items for the noble consort in the future. Would it require him and Feng Lei to seek external work? Should he offer his services to the noble consort, considering he was quite adept at managing accounts and safeguarding valuables? Chapter 56. Letting the bitter cold wind bite the commotion in the study and Mingyue residence did not escape the notice of the Princess of Qing. Upon hearing the news, her heart felt a sense of relief. The Prince of Qing, observing his wife's cheerful demeanor, let out a sigh. Ian, a Heng is now utterly penniless. How does he intend to support his personal guards? He pondered to himself, secretly lamenting a Heng's lack of ambition. The princess shot him a cold glance. Isn't this to be expected? The palace is wealthy, and he shall not lack for sustenance. It is only fitting that he devise a means to provide for his own guards. If he cannot even earn such a trifling sum, what use is he? As they conversed, Hompa entered. Your Highness, the young master has arrived. The Princess of Qing raised an eyebrow and glanced at her silent husband, signaling him to allow their son entry. As Song Hengyue stepped inside, he bowed respectfully to his father and mother. What brings you here at such a late hour? The princess inquired, her words promptly echoed by the prince. You have duty tomorrow. It would be wise to return and rest. Your mother and I are quite well. Song Hengyue turned to his father. I have come to discuss a matter with you. The prince maintained a stoic expression, though his heart skipped a beat. The princess, detached, turned her attention to a glass of milk, sipping it leisurely. Seeing his wife remain silent, the prince reluctantly lifted his teacup, compelled to speak. What is it? Song Hengyue regarded the prince with a steady gaze, his tone resolute. Father, I have given my money to Shuyi. I can no longer afford to maintain my guards. I ask for your assistance. The prince sputtered. What did you say? A smile finally graced the princess's lips. Father, please help me support my guards. Observing his son's calm demeanor, the prince coughed lightly, a smile creeping back onto his face. Song Hengyue, you possess quite the audacity. At this, Hengyue merely raised an eyebrow, his gaze calm yet tinged with lingering hurt. There is no need for self-praise, father. Mother just mentioned that we share a strong resemblance. The prince suddenly coughed again, turning to his beloved wife with a look of feigned grievance. Ian, she regarded him with disdain. Stop pretending. You look quite revolting. The prince, taken aback by her words, quickly pressed his hand against his face, exclaiming, Impossible. He had always taken great care of his appearance, fearing Ian's disapproval. Lacking affirmation from his wife, he turned to his son. Heng, what do you think? Song Hengyue averted his gaze and remained silent, prompting the prince to pick up a mirror, sighing after a long pause. I'm still young. As the prince prepared to indulge in some playful banter with his wife, Hengyue interrupted. Father, I need money. The prince turned around, irate. You are foolish. You squander money to appease your wife, yet you expect me to support your guards? Do not even think of it. Hengyue, unperturbed, crossed his arms. You maintained a concubine when I was young. The prince, agile as ever, lunged forward, knocking over a rosewood chair in the process. You insolent child, do not speak such nonsense. Do not implicate me. With force, he grasped Hengyue, who did not resist, but instead cast a pained look at his mother. The Princess of Qing snorted disdainfully. Release Heng. What right do you have to strike him? Song Yuchuan, I have given you face, haven't I? With a shudder, King Qing cast a fierce glare at Song Hengyue, releasing his grip and standing upright. Yen. Her tone softened considerably. The Princess of King Qing felt a sense of shame, for even Heng understood the need to compensate Mingxian with money. Do not allow yourself to be outdone by your own son. But he is indeed not an outsider, she coldly retorted. Indeed, he is your cousin, who you have raised for a year. When discovered, you claimed you were preparing to find a suitor for her. King Qing, feeling embarrassed, turned to look at Song Hengyue again, his expression filled with menace. Go and ask the steward for it yourself. Song Hengyue nodded, expressing his gratitude to his father and mother. From the courtyard, Song Hengyue could still hear King Qing's admission of fault and his mother as silence. He did not look back, walking to the door of Mingyue residence, gazing at the tightly closed door, quietly leaning against it and closing his eyes, allowing the biting cold wind to envelop him. Shuyi was equally resolute. The following day, sending someone to the yamen to change the land deed and sell contract. As the grain and ear festival approached, arrangements were made to inform the shopkeepers in the capital, instructing them to bring their ledgers the next day. As for those in other regions, they could not be managed at the moment. Shen was tasked with checking accounts in distant places while also overseeing their own properties. Shen, her wet nurse's son, was capable and loyal, currently managing all of Shuyi's shops in the capital. I will find a suitable candidate among those in charge to accompany him tomorrow. The maidservant noted this down. Speaking of Shuyi turned to Dongji, inquiring about their current situation. Dongji, with a hint of shyness, replying to the lady of the air, he is already prepared to propose. Gu Yu and the others chuckled, and Shuyi felt quite pleased. It was indeed a good matter. Dongji was of a similar age to her, and Shen, being a year older, could be considered of marriageable age. It was time for him to wed. The wet nurse had watched you grow up, so you would not suffer after marrying him. Dongji nodded, acknowledging this. Shuyi added, once he brings it up, I will prepare a dowry for you. Having been sold at a young age, Dongji's marriage arrangements fell to Shuyi, her mistress. Shen was capable and had accumulated a considerable fortune, so Dongji would not face poverty. After saying this, Shuyi turned to Gu Yu and the others, asking them if they had any thoughts. Gu Yu smiled. Lady of the air, I wish to serve you for a lifetime and have no desire to marry. Mangzhong nodded steadily. So do I. Marriage holds little appeal. Following the lady of the air, my tasks are fulfilling, and I enjoy a good standing. So why seek the troubles of marriage? Bai Lu also smiled, stating, I have not found a suitable partner and currently have no such thoughts. When the time comes, I will let the lady of the air decide for me. Unlike Gu Yu, Mangzhong, and Dongji, she still had parents who were urging her to marry. If a suitable match were to present itself, she would not refuse. Shuyi understood their sentiments. Very well, Gu Yu and Mangzhong, do keep an eye out. If a suitable match arises, I will treat you all equally. She preferred not to interfere too much in matters of the heart. In mid-February, a letter arrived from the residence of the Marquis of Huayin, indicating his imminent return to the border. After a moment of contemplation, Shuyi summoned Gu Yu. She instructed him to have the young master visit Mingyue Pavilion once his duty concluded. It had been many days since Song Hengyue had last rested at Mingyue Pavilion. Shuyi sat in the pavilion within the courtyard, earnestly teaching Ming Xian to read. Upon hearing his words, she turned and handed Ming Xian to him, also casually slipping a copy of the 3-character classic into his hands. My father will be departing for the border in a few days. Tomorrow, after your duty, you should go directly to the Marquis of Huayin's residence. I shall take Ming Xian back with me in the morning. Song Hengyue nodded, embracing Ming Xian. I understand. I will escort you there tomorrow morning. Shuyi turned away coldly, her tone laced with impatience. Young master, it would be prudent to maintain a degree of distance between us. I would prefer not to see you at all times, as it repulses me. Chapter 57. Is there a day that is not auspicious? Upon returning to the study, Song Hengyue despondently sank into his seat, retrieving the pouch he had long concealed within his bosom, caressing it delicately. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. It was evident that her disdain was far more chilling than indifference. The deeds he had committed were beyond redemption, and the mistakes had long been inscribed in fate. His guilt and attempts at atonement now appeared utterly ludicrous. In the Huayin Marquis, he sure embraced Ming Xianding in her eyes betraying a tender affection. Elder sister Chun sure grasped Shuyi's hand. Sister, in a couple of days, it will be the Flower Festival, and Baiyun Academy will host a grand performance. Shall we attend together? Hearing her elder sister's words, Shuyi was reminded of the occasion. Certainly, Baiyun Academy had been their alma mater, a prestigious institution attended by many scions of officials in the capital. Song Lingxi, was currently studying there as well. I shall have someone take my name card to reserve our seats. The flower festival banquet at Bayun Academy was renowned throughout the capital, and the academy would also sell a limited number of tickets. Chunshi's expression relaxed as she reminisced about their carefree days at the academy. Gazing at the little ding and who had scampered to her side, a light smile graced Shuyi's lips. Indeed, Bayun Academy's female instructors taught them the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as the classics of poetry and etiquette. Whenever they desired to learn the 4 books and 5 classics, there were always instructors available. What the men could learn, they too could master, albeit with little practical application. Those were her brightest years of girlhood. Cui Lanxi, Zhou Fuyin, Tang Jijian, and Jin Xiodi were among those she had met at the academy, kindred spirits with similar interests. Reflecting on this, Shuyi playfully glanced at her elder sister. I recall your remarkable prowess in chess back then. It was how you met the illustrious Guanxi elder brother. Their families were well matched, and they smoothly wed. Chunshi covered her lips, chuckling shyly, a handkerchief gently brushing against Shuy's shoulder. You are rather mischievous. Your dance was unparalleled in the capital. No one today could rival your grace. The dream of Auspicious Times Literary Society you founded included the most talented young ladies skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. At the mention of Dream of Auspicious Times, Shuyi fell momentarily into a reverie, letting out a soft sigh. Back then, they were like-minded and youthful, their spirits soaring. Cui Lanxi and the others were also members of the society. Cui Lanxi excelled in drumming. Zhou Fuyin in the guqin, Tang Jijian had a beautiful hand for calligraphy, and poetry flowed effortlessly from her. Jin Xiodi, naturally, due to her name, had been proficient in flute since childhood. As for herself, her frail health had precluded her from martial pursuits, leading her to pursue dance to strengthen her body. Shortly after enrolling at Bayun Academy, she distinguished herself as the foremost dancer at the annual flower festival. She had spent 7 years at Bayun Academy, serving as the lead dancer for the same duration. The girl who once beamed with joy had transformed into the poised woman she was now, fluent in the language of social graces. Dream of Auspicious Times was the literary society she had established, where each young lady possessed a unique talent. Chunshi gently pressed her lips together and inquired, Sister, do you now hold any interest in resurrecting Dream of Auspicious Times? The once enchanting Jechi Ryue was unparalleled in the capital, and every young lady studying at Bayun Academy took pride in being associated with it. My younger sister was not merely favored due to her status, but rather because of her formidable abilities and charisma. This revelation astonished Shuyi, prompting her to ponder for a moment before responding. This is indeed a splendid idea. Unfortunately, the members of Jechi who are now all married, scattered across the capital and beyond, no longer carefree as they once were in their youth. Back then, the picturesque mountains and lesser-known natural wonders surrounding the capital were all captured in their gaze. How different it is now, confined within the square walls of their homes, where they can venture out but are tethered by various obligations. He sure had been listening intently and remarked, Shu, your sister-in-law is correct. Though you are now bound by marriage and lack the freedom you once had, it is essential to cultivate interests beyond the confines of domestic life. Being perpetually confined will surely drive one to madness. The mother's perspective brought joy to Shuyi, who smiled brightly, her face radiating with a delicate and luminous expression. Mother, I understand, she replied. Seeing her daughter's newfound clarity, he sure nodded approvingly. Your maternal grandfather owns a vast estate in the capital, which has now come into my hands. I shall bestow it upon you, and your Jechi Ryu can flourish anew, as long as your heart remains unburdened. Every day can be a celebration. Shuyi burst into a melodious laugh, her voice soft and charming. Mother, you often say that the winds carry the rain. Do I not possess my own estate? Why would I need to claim yours, which is a gift from my grandfather to you? He sure waved her hand dismissively. Accept it graciously. It was given to me by your grandfather, and now I give it to you. Should you have a daughter in the future, you may pass it on to her. Shuyi leaned in her mother's embrace, unconsciously displaying her affection. Mother, you are the best. He sure tenderly caressed her daughter's hair, her eyes revealing a hint of sorrow and love. While they lived a life of luxury, surrounded by servants and wealth, they were often ensnared by the weight of power. Her daughter was her greatest concern. Having known her husband since childhood, they had naturally grown into a loving couple. Shuyi had always witnessed her relatives as devoted pairs, making it difficult for her to accept a man surrounded by concubines. The emperor had previously shown interest in arranging a marriage, while Hengyue sought to marry her as his sole wife. Thus, the marriage was established. But her daughter had suffered in love and matrimony, often feeling she had wronged Shuyi. Sure watched the mother-daughter duo with a smile, exclaiming, "Mother, look how charming our younger sister is today." He gently patted Shuyi's back, reminiscing, "Your sister has always loved to act coy, though it has become a rare sight now." Shuyi propped herself up, a hint of shyness on her face, reflecting, "Now that I am a mother, how could I indulge in such childishness daily?" Ming Xian and Ding exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. He and the others soon joined in, their joyful laughter resonating throughout the courtyard. After a considerable pause, he finally embraced his beloved grandson, glancing outside to inquire about the time. "I wonder if your father and the others will be returning soon?" Chen also cast a look at the sky, estimating that they would be back shortly, as both her father and husband were expected to return early today. Shuyi withdrew her gaze from the two boys playing on the ground, reflecting that the heir would indeed arrive soon. As for Hengyue, he had never faltered in his visits to the Huayin Marquis's residence. It is only natural, considering her father's formidable reputation, who would dare to provoke a tiger by tugging at its whiskers. After all, her father was known to deliver on his threats. Throughout their upbringing, her two brothers had endured countless beatings, and when Hengyue wed her, he too had not escaped her father's lessons under the guise of sparring. Chapter 58. Yet he stands tall as night fell. The room was aglow with light. The Marquis of Huayin held his wife's hand as he took his place at the head of the table, then beckoned his two grandsons to sit beside him before turning his attention to his neglected children. "Please, take your seats." Shuyi and Shen sat closely across from Ming Xian and Ding and Hengyue, and Hengyue occupied the far end, sitting next to their respective wives. The seats opposite the Marquis and his wife remained unoccupied. "Let us eat. Any matters can be discussed after the meal." As a military man, he preferred directness and disdained discussing affairs at the dining table. Though seemingly brusque, he attentively served dishes to his grandsons, subsequently placing his wife's favorite food in her bowl. "Xiao, do enjoy your meal." The young ones at the lower end remained focused, their hearts unperturbed. They had witnessed such scenes countless times. However, after tasting a dish, the Marquis turned his gaze back to his daughter. Shu, I had the kitchen prepare your favorite dishes. Be sure to eat well. No need for formality at home." Shuyi smiled radiantly, her voice soft and sweet. "Of course, I want to be formal. Thank you, father." A flicker of a smile broke through the Marquis's stern demeanor as he nodded slightly, his eyes shifting. "And my eldest daughter-in-law has worked hard as well." Chen quickly responded, "Oh, not at all. It is the duty of a daughter-in-law." The two men at the far end remained silent. Once they had dined sufficiently, he and Chen prompted the servants to tidy up, while Shuyi observed her two mischievous grandsons. The Marquis settled back down with his wife. "In a couple of days, I must head to the border, and I intend to take your mother with me." He dropped this remark, causing Hengyue and Shuyi to look up in unison. "Father, why do you wish to take mother away?" They echoed, their voices filled with concern. The Marquis had initially intended to respond with a huff, but considering his beloved children, he softened his tone. "You're all grown now. Your mother deserves to accompany me. You all are so old, yet still cling to your mother. How embarrassing." For the sake of his children, he and his wife had been apart for several years. At this thought, he felt a sudden urge to reprimand Hengyue and Shen Tingqin for their childishness. Shuyi sighed softly, expressing her support. "Father, please take good care of mother. The border is quite cold." Hengyue glanced up at the Marquis, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. "Yes, father, I understand." He truly did not wish for his mother to suffer at the border, yet he knew she would go willingly. Shen remained silent, her eyes reflecting her reluctance. Hengyue observed quietly, keeping his thoughts to himself. "Here, he found little room to interject, enduring the relentless teasing from Ming Xian and Ding En. The two young boys treated him as a pillar, chasing around him in playful abandon. He noticed the reluctance in his children's eyes, but she too felt a strong desire not to leave her husband alone at the border. Now that the children had grown, she should also spare some time to accompany him. After settling matters, the Marquis directed his attention to the only outsider present in the room. It has been a year or two since we last met. I wonder if your skills have diminished. Come, let me test you. The summoned Song Hengyue raised his head, calm and respectful, clasping his hands together. Please, father-in-law, enlighten me. The Marquis of Huayin secretly smirked. What a clever boy. When you returned, I spared you a beating out of consideration, allowing your father to take care of it instead, yet you have sought trouble upon the new year. Taking a concubine? How utterly fanciful. Fortunately, he was aware of his own standing, and the Princess of Qing responded swiftly for her daughter. Otherwise, this punishment would not have lingered until now. Song Hengyue was oblivious to his father-in-law's thoughts. Had he known, he would have protested his innocence vehemently. He had no intention of taking a concubine. Mrs. He, without a hint of concern, gracefully stood up to adjust her husband's attire before advising, "Be cautious. Fists and feet have no eyes. You may strike but do not kill." Shun Guanshi lifted his son and nephew, placing them in the embrace of his wife and sister-in-law. "You may play here. I shall go have a look." Yet, the corners of his usually composed eyes betrayed a hint of glee. Shuyi pretended not to hear, wrapping her arms around her son. "Ming Xian, shall I read to you?" Ming Xian, who had been struggling to chase after, brightened at the mention of reading, completely forgetting his earlier intentions. "Yes, mother. Reading. Cousin will teach." Shuyi was momentarily taken aback, her brow twitching slightly. "Cousin? He has been quite occupied lately." She had not anticipated Ming Xuan's remarkable memory. Recalling the matter of being taught by Su Linran, even now, Mrs. He was also taken aback. "Cousin? Which cousin?" Shuyi rubbed her forehead, laughing through tears. "It is Su's cousin." After a moment's thought, Mrs. Chen remarked, "Su family? Is it the esteemed Su who currently serves as the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice?" The Su family, though once prominent, had now waned, with other descendants lacking ambition. Only this Vice Minister stood out. Upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Mrs. He recalled, "Is it that Linran child?" Shuyi nodded. "Yes, indeed, it is cousin Linran. I encountered him at the estate recently, and he taught Ming Xian a few things. Ming Xian remembered him, and now he wishes to read every day. I must express my gratitude to cousin. Otherwise, I would have never realized Ming Xuan's intelligence and eagerness to learn." Mrs. He appeared contemplative, harboring mixed emotions, yet seeing her daughter remain oblivious, she sighed. That child possesses talent, but it is a pity. The Yunyang Marquis truly lacks competence. A fine child driven to such a state, now reluctant to return to the manor, reflects no different from a separation. Shuyi had heard whispers about the Yunyang Marquis, yet they were often vague and ambiguous. Cousin Linran's decision to move out has indeed brought him some peace. However, Mrs. He disagreed, shaking her head. With a mother who cannot discern right from wrong, how much peace can one truly attain? When the sovereign initially lacked such intentions, she had indeed assessed the young men in the capital. Although Su Linran was slightly older than Shu, he possessed an admirable appearance, capability, and talent, rendering him quite suitable. Yet, there was a mother who, although becoming a stepmother is no easy feat, felt it unnecessary to sacrifice her son's future merely to enhance her own reputation. If she were truly heartless, it might be understandable, but she was also a feeble-minded and confused individual. How could she commit such a cruel act? Over the years, the matriarch, traveling with her husband, was furious upon learning of this matter, yet her anger bore no fruit. She had already become a married woman and could no longer intervene in her familial affairs. All that could be done was to discreetly support the unfortunate child, Su Linran. Chun, clearly aware of certain truths, displayed a mixture of regret and admiration on her countenance. Nevertheless, he had managed to establish himself. Chapter 59. Bearing the consequences of losing them, the Marquis of Huayin retained Shuyi, Song Hengyue, and Ming Xian, deciding it was too late for them to return home. Observing how fatigued Mingxian appeared, Shuyi held no objections. Yet, the thought of maintaining a facade of harmony with Song Hengyue in her maternal home troubled her momentarily. However, this concern swiftly dissipated, as she regarded Song Hengyue as almost invisible at present. "Very well, I shall send someone to notify the Prince of Qing," murmured Song Heng, clearing his throat gently. "I will have Yundian return." "All right then," Shuyi replied, appreciating the assistance. After bidding farewell to her parents, she led Song Hengyue and Mingxian back to the courtyard where she resided before her marriage. The Marquis of Huayin's residence still preserved her boudoir, allowing her to stay each time she returned. With familiarity, Gu Yu and Meng Zhong efficiently attended to all matters without requiring further instruction from Shuyi. They placed Mingxian on the bed for slumber, drawing aside the delicate curtains to shield him from the candlelight. Turning to Song Hengyue, who had been following her closely, she stated, "I will freshen up first, you watch over the child." Mingxian, having just fallen asleep, was prone to waking, necessitating someone else's watchful eye. Song Hengyue smiled and nodded, "All right." As she departed, he peeked through the curtain at his son, who lay sleeping soundly. A warmth filled his heart, intertwined with a twinge of guilt. How could he not love his son? In the throes of urgent matters, he had toiled day and night to resolve issues, hastening back to the capital. Yet, he had inadvertently missed the moment of Mingxuan's birth, and he bore the weight of that regret. Gently caressing Mingxian's face, the fissures in his heart began to mend, warmed by the love he felt. Henceforth, he would shower both mother and child with devotion and ensure that whatever Shuyi desired would be granted. However, a separation was utterly inconceivable. He could not endure the consequences of losing them. As Song Hengyue went to freshen up, Gu Yu entered. "Madam, the Marquis has just sent some medicine for the young master." Upon seeing the medicine, Shuyi gasped lightly but quickly regained her composure. "Place it on the table. It seems my father is quite stern." Song Hengyue emerged from the bathing area, cautious not to approach too closely, calling softly from a distance, "Shuyi, you should rest." Hearing his voice, Shuyi set her book aside and turned to see him in his undergarments, revealing no signs of injury. "This medicine was sent by my father." She indicated the vial, her demeanor calm, unaffected by any concern for Song Hengyue's well-being. Song Hengyue moved closer, feeling a bit awkward, and picked up the medicine bottle. "I am quite fine, truly grateful to my father-in-law." Shuyi's eyes sparkled with a smile. "With martial arts, injuries are inevitable during sparring. You should check for any wounds that require treatment." Song Hengyue lowered his gaze, lips pressed together, contemplating her words. He naturally would not blame his father-in-law for deliberately hitting him. There was no need for Shu to make amends on his behalf. He willingly endured the blows, for he felt they were deserved. Whenever he glanced at her and Mingxian, he was overwhelmed by guilt. After removing his inner garment, Shuyi took a fleeting look and indeed found bruises adorning his skin. Yes, it hurt somewhat, but since it was not her pain, it mattered little. "Your Highness, please apply the medicine." Observing her from a distance, devoid of any trace of sympathy or even delight in her gaze, Song Hengyue felt the veins in his hand tighten around the medicine bottle. He exhaled softly in response. With no choice but to apply the medicine to his arms and the front of his body, he found his back utterly unreachable. Meanwhile, Shuyi gently opened the wardrobe and the vanity, smiling tenderly at the myriad of items within, yet she offered him not a glance. He could neither seek her assistance nor dare to do so. Ultimately, he surrendered, donning his inner garment. "Shushu, I am well." Only then did Shuyi turn around, glancing at him a few times before stepping closer, her bright brows slightly furrowed, her delicate fingers covering her nose. "The scent is too strong. Mingxian will surely be unable to endure it. Perhaps you should sleep on the small couch." In her chamber was a small couch, ample enough for Song Hengyue to rest. As he gazed at her untroubled visage, listening to her words tinged with disdain, he felt as if he were split in two. One part of him insisted that Shuyi was merely speaking the truth without ulterior motives, while the other part reminded him to possess a modicum of self-awareness. He had never realized he could be so sensitive. After a brief pause, he replied, "All right, I understand." Shuyi nodded in satisfaction. "Then I shall summon someone to prepare your bed." "No need, I can manage myself." Seeing that he truly had no intention of yielding, Shuyi relented, turning to the couch and embracing Mingxian to sleep. This left Hengyue alone in the dimly lit room, filled with the essence of Shuyi, as he despondently arranged the small couch. The following day, upon returning to the Prince of Qing's residence, Shuyi summoned a maid, instructing her to inform her once the princess had returned. She needed to inquire whether Song Lingxi would participate in the upcoming Huajiao banquet, so she could arrange her schedule and seating accordingly. Speaking of the Huajiao banquet reminded her of her mother and sister-in-law's mention of the dreamlike gathering as revival. To be honest, she felt quite tempted. Contemplating this, she penned letters to Cui Lanqi and others, intending to make decisions once their responses arrived. Baiyin Academy was located in the northern city, sprawling over a vast area, with the venue for the Huajiao banquet being a grand circular space surrounded by a tiered arrangement of seats. Shuyi arranged for a prime location, offering a broad view and a clear sight of the stage. "Mother, take care." Shuyi supported the Princess of Qing as she sat down. The princess grasped her hand. "Go greet your mother and sister-in-law." "All right, mother, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." The Princess of Qing held Mingxian close. "Be good. Soon your grandmother and uncle will arrive." Shuyi had not walked far when she encountered he and Chun, who were approaching together. "Mother, sister-in-law." Chun wiped her brow. "Little sister, what brings you here? There are so many people today. It's a bit crowded, which caused a delay." He, holding Ding'an, added, "Let us go. We mustn't keep the princess waiting." Ding'an paid her respects to her aunt. Shuyi gently caressed Ding'an's small face, intertwined her hand with her mother's, and smiled. "There's no need to rush. We still have ample time." He sure glanced sideways, admonishing her lightly. One must not be disrespectful. Upon reaching their destination, he sure prepared to pay her respects to the Princess of Qing, but was swiftly assisted by the princess, who playfully chided, "Why are you behaving this way? We agreed to forego formalities." He sure's eyes sparkled with familiarity as she replied, "Indeed, a yin." Only then did the princess smile. "You are truly incorrigible. I heard from Shuyi that you were heading to the frontier." He sure nodded, her tone effortless and her face radiating joy. "The children have grown up. I can finally take a moment to breathe. After all these years in the capital, separated from my husband, I wish to seize this opportunity while still youthful and admire the scenery of the frontier." Chapter 60. Aside for the years gone by, Princess Qing lightly hummed a remark and leaned closer to Mrs. He. "What beauty lies in the borderlands? Merely the relentless winds and sands. I dare say you are simply reluctant to part with your husband." Mrs. E burst into laughter, her tone buoyant. "Indeed, as I grow older, I yearn to spend quality time with him. Since our youth, we have never been so distant from each other." Over the years, as their children married one after another, she had no choice but to return to the capital. When Shushu was 10 and returned to the capital for her studies, she had entrusted her to her mother-in-law's care. Alas, in recent years, her mother-in-law had departed alongside her father-in-law. Unsettled about Shushu, she found herself needing to bring her daughter-in-law along, which resulted in her lingering in the capital for several years. Princess Qing smiled brightly. "Oh, I know you well, Mrs." He glanced at her daughter and daughter-in-law, then turned to inquire of Princess Qing, with the prince frequently stationed at the borders these past few years. "Why do you not accompany him?" She found the outside world appealing, free and unencumbered, and could not fathom how Princess Qing could remain in the capital without moving. With a soft chuckle, Princess Qing replied, "Does he truly deserve my company? He has been back for over half a year, and I am already quite exasperated. He did suggest I accompany him to the borders, but I simply cannot endure the arid conditions there, nor the prospect of seeing him every day." "Mrs." He stifled a laugh. "Are you still bickering?" After sipping her tea, Princess Qing lazily remarked, "I have long since lost the energy for that. At my age, I wish to live well for myself. I have sons and daughters, a virtuous daughter-in-law, and a beloved grandson. Such trivial matters have long been cast aside." In her youth, she had a fiery temperament, but now she had found a sense of tranquility. "You, with your passionate nature," she noted, although they had not been close friends in their youth. One being the eldest daughter of the Duke of Ligua, and the other the second daughter of the Duke of Anghua. Their similar ages naturally fostered a familiarity. Princess Qing nodded. "I cannot change my nature, yet I find contentment in it. Alas, how could I ever have been attracted to someone who amuses himself with trivialities, and who harbors an infatuation for a cousin, were it not for the late emperor's decree regarding the youthful escapades of Prince Qing? Princess Qing did not shy away from discussing them, for who did not know of such matters? She felt no need to conceal them, for it was only the current youth who gazed upon them with envy. Had I known, I would have followed your lead and nurtured a childhood sweetheart. Such a miscalculation. Mrs. E chuckled in exasperation, her tone light. Nurturing such a relationship does not guarantee happiness. In today's world, where the barriers between men and women are not as stringent as in previous dynasties, many have childhood sweethearts, yet still. Princess Qing, Madam of Huayin. Long time no see. Both Princess Qing and Mrs. E looked up, rising to greet Princess Rong. Madam Rong, it has indeed been a while. The younger generation also hastily stood to pay their respects to Princess Rong. Please rise, she urged, having been slightly delayed on her journey. Following her was Zhao, the wife of Prince Rong, who upon seeing Shuyi, revealed a smile in her striking peach blossom eyes. Sister-in-law, Madam of the Heir. Shuyi and Shen also returned the greeting, sister-in-law, Madam of the Heir. Princess Rong took her seat. The crowd was bustling today, and I had no intention of venturing out. However, Su Yun insisted otherwise. Although her tone was tinged with complaint, her smile was genuine. Princess Qing remarked, "The Hua Zhao banquet is quite lively. You ought to come out and enjoy some leisure, rather than remain cooped up in a manor." Princess Rong sighed, then smiled in agreement. "Indeed, you are right. Lady Huayin still appears as youthful as ever. The two princesses are the same." Princess Qing chuckled heartily. "Let us refrain from mutual flattery. We are all but seasoned old vegetables now." As they exchanged a few words, the smile on Zhao's face began to wane. Princess Rong lowered her gaze, lifting her teacup for a sip, observing the girl who rushed towards her, a forced smile on her lips. "Mother, you are all too eager. Despite my best efforts, I could not arrive in time and had to rely on the carriage from the manor to bring me here." The corners of Princess Qing's mouth curled into a subtle, icy smile as he turned to glance at the two children playing alone, her expression unchanged. Shuyi and Lady Chan instinctively raised their teacups, strategically diverting their gaze. Zhao chuckled lightly and approached. "Sister, what brings you here? Did you not say you would be transcribing scriptures in the manor?" Song Chuyin pouted, looking at Princess Rong with a feigned sense of innocence. "I completed all the transcriptions last night. It is just that Mother did not see me. Mother, I truly only wish to catch a glimpse of my sister's performance. I'm not here to play." With that, her eyes wandered towards Princess Qing and Lady Huayin. Princess Rong's temples throbbed as she spoke coldly. "Is that so? Since you are here, do sit properly and refrain from running about without restraint. This foolish girl is just like her mother, thinking that such antics would charm a gentleman. She is naive enough to believe that a gentle demeanor suffices. I cannot fathom why the prince holds her in such high regard while remaining indifferent towards my Su Yun. Just look at her actions today. Song Chun never mentioned attending the Hua Zhao banquet, and naturally, I could not bring her along. Yet, she has come on her own accord, even subtly belittling me in front of Princess Qing and Lady Huayin. What audacity! I shall ensure she faces the consequences upon our return to the manor. Were it not for the multitude present, I would have sent her back immediately." Upon hearing Princess Rong's words, Song Chuyin revealed a delicate smile. "Thank you, Mother." However, instead of heeding Princess Rong's advice to sit down, she instead approached Princess Qing and Lady Huayin. Autumn Cloud has come to greet Aunt Qing and Lady Huayin. Princess Qing, speechless, flicked her handkerchief with a mocking tone. "Sister Rong, which concubine of your manor gave birth to this one?" Princess Rong, taken aback by her remark, nearly burst into laughter and clarified. "This is the daughter of consort's son, Autumn Cloud." Only then did Princess Qing offer a faint nod, acknowledging the explanation without further comment. Lady Huayin, unlike Princess Qing, was not as dismissive, merely offering a gentle nod. Zhao approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Sister, do rise quickly. Do not disturb Aunt Qing and Lady Huayin's enjoyment." Now, her smile radiated sincerity as she exerted force, pulling Song Chiuyun up gently, seemingly tender as she pressed her into her seat, turning her back to the crowd. Zhao's countenance was austere, her tone frigid. "Sister, you must remain obedient." She seemed to believe that the past still lingered. At present, her husband was capable, while the Prince of Rong had grown old and ineffectual. Who in the household did not rely on her husband? Only Song Qiuyun and her mother failed to grasp the situation. Shuyi restrained the restless Ding and Ming Xian before her, admonishing, "Do not run about. Be cautious not to fall." She chose to ignore the commotion nearby. The great drum resounded 28 times, akin to a startled swan, as vibrant blossoms unfurled upon stage. In an instant, their gazes were drawn to the performance, and Shuyi, with the perspective of one who had experienced it all, expressed her approval. Another year of fleeting youth had passed, yet she lamented the passage of time that had brought them to this moment. Chapter 61. The joy of youth. A radiant and charming young maiden led the way, her dance flowing gracefully, her figure ethereal. From the elevated platform on the eastern side, a voice, imbued with authority yet tinged with admiration, resonated. This year's Huachao banquet at Baiyun Academy is indeed a remarkable spectacle. Beside him, a beautifully adorned noblewoman stifled a giggle behind her hand. Baiyun Academy consistently presents novel delights each year, unmatched by any other academy in the capital. A middle-aged man with a square jaw nodded in agreement. Zitong speaks the truth. Who might this leading lady be? The Empress gestured towards the stage, inquiring of the accompanying female tutor. Your Majesty, that is the third young lady from the Minister of Justice's household. The Empress nodded slowly, and upon hearing this, the Emperor turned to her, remarking, Indeed, she is impressive, but I recall a more exceptional one from a few years back. The Empress chuckled softly, tilting her body slightly, her tone laced with playful sarcasm as she glanced at the young men attending her. That would be the Crown Prince, the Fifth Prince, and Song Hengyue. I remember as well. That young lady was unparalleled in the capital, and now she is Hengyue's wife. The Emperor nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I recall she is the granddaughter of my aunt, the esteemed daughter of the Marquis of Huayin. Turning to look back, he continued, Hengyue, the wife I chose for you was indeed without peer at that time. Song Hengyue swallowed hard, his lips parting slightly as he bowed in gratitude. I am deeply thankful to your Majesty for bestowing such a wonderful spouse upon me. He had always known of Shuyi's illustrious reputation. Yet this was the first time he truly comprehended the extent of her renown. It was not merely an appreciation based on status. He could perceive the genuine admiration reflected in the eyes of the Emperor and Empress. The Emperor, stroking his beard, laughed heartily. My matchmaking was surely done with due consideration. The union between you and the Shen family is a match made in heaven. A smile crept on Song Hengyue's typically stern visage. After more than half an hour, Shuyi finally witnessed the appearance of Song Lingxi. Dressed in the official attire of Baiyun Academy, she formed a team with the spirited youths beside her, vividly showcasing the exuberance and refined demeanor of their youthful years. Auntie, Ming Xian clapped his hands and called out excitedly. The princess consort of Qing embraced his squirming form, her tone affectionate and her smile radiant. Yes, dear, it is indeed your aunt, but do remain still. Grandmother might find it difficult to hold you. He sure also held onto Dingen, watching the youthful performers on stage with a sincere smile. Youth is truly a treasure. Each person seated here had once been young, and the beauty of their youth, even when reminisced upon in old age, evokes pure smiles. As the performance concluded, Shuyi exchanged a glance with her sister-in-law, and they instinctively stepped forward. Mother, we wish to explore. The princess consort of Qing responded with an encouraging all right, children, we shall watch over you. Chen Shi and Shuyi descended the platform with light steps, eager to discover what delightful novelties might be displayed at this year's festival. Each year, students present their handcrafted creations, wooden contraptions, self-made instruments, and various calligraphies and paintings abound. Having walked only a short distance, they encountered the approaching Chui Lanchi. Young lady, greetings to the esteemed young madam. After greeting the two individuals, she rose with a cheerful tone. I knew our hearts were in sync. Shuyi observed the smile on her face and jested. Today, I am fortunate to bask in the glow of my sister-in-law, to receive your courtesy. Kui Langxi chuckled softly. Shall I then offer a courtesy to the noble lady? Quickly waving her hand, she replied, That won't be necessary. Shunsure smiled as she watched the playful exchange between the two before suggesting, Let us proceed. I am eager to see what awaits us. As they navigated through the various stalls, they encountered spirited youths. Chui Lanchi's gaze was drawn to a scroll of painting at a nearby stand, her eyes sparkling with delight as she pulled Shuyi towards it. The misty, distant mountains, the meandering brook, and the hazy red sun created an atmosphere of natural beauty. What a splendid artwork. Shuyi, too, examined it closely and concurred. The meticulous brushwork is both mature and ingenious. Chui Lanchi delicately traced the painting with her slender fingers before turning her attention to the young men standing by the stall. Whose art is this? The leading scholar bowed slightly. This humble piece is my modest creation. Your compliments flatter me. Chui Lanchi politely acknowledged him with a glance before returning her focus to the painting. What's the price for this masterpiece? Since it was displayed for sale, she felt no hesitation in inquiring. It is reasonably priced at 20 taels. Chui Lanchi nodded and instructed her maid to retrieve the silver, declaring, I shall take this painting. One of the young men collected the payment, while another hurriedly rolled up the scroll. Chui Lanchi kept her gaze fixed on the artwork, reluctant to part with it. The scholar, noticing her infatuation, felt a blush creep onto his face. Sister-in-law that you are, I have been searching for you. Upon hearing Song Lingxi's voice, Shuyi turned, her smile radiant. Slow down, Lingxi. Song Lingxi, holding back her companion Song Shuyun, moderated her pace, excitement evident on her face. All right, I understand. Sister-in-law, did you see my performance today? Shuyi tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and adjusted her hairpin, her tone gentle. Of course, Lingxi, you danced splendidly. Song Lingxi nodded repeatedly, pride shining through her expression. I practiced for a long time. Observing the group at the stall, she inquired, Are you purchasing a painting? Shuyi responded affirmatively. It is Mrs. Chui who is acquiring a piece. The young scholars buying the paintings quickly bowed in respect. There is no need for formalities here at the academy. Song Lingxi tightly clasped her sister-in-law's arm, a playful pout on her face. Sister-in-law, I spotted a most exquisite piece of jewelry, crafted by the artisans at the workshop. Understanding her implication, Shuyi gently patted her. All right, I comprehend. I shall buy it for you. Song Lingxi likely realized she had not brought sufficient funds. As the group turned to leave, another scholar breathed a sigh of relief. I thought these noble ladies would not have an interest in such things. Hanging another painting, the scholar who sold the artwork remarked, We are all human. What differences are there? The Baiyin Academy is not solely comprised of the offspring of officials. It also includes several exceptionally talented special recruits, and among them are these few. Not having walked far, they soon encountered several familiar figures. A startled Shuyi gently tapped her companions beside her and hurried forward. However, upon seeing the attire of the leading individuals, she retracted the greeting that was on the tip of her tongue. She paid her respects to the lord and lady and greeted the eldest and fifth young masters. The empress observed Shuyi, adorned in delicate pink and white with a neckpiece of crimson gold, exuding an air of elegance tinged with brightness. She glanced at the others nearby, who also appeared familiar. Rise. There is no need for excessive formalities. The emperor chuckled warmly. Do not be constrained by etiquette. Go and enjoy yourselves. Shuyi and her companions breathed a sigh of relief, affirming, Indeed, we shall take our leave now. Chapter 62. The Spring Hunt. As several individuals withdrew, the emperor cast a joyful glance at Song Hengyue, who remained steadfastly focused ahead. Hengyue, we just spoke of your wife and lo, here she is. It seems fate has intertwined your paths. Suppressing the bitterness within, Song Hengyue managed a faint smile. Today, Lingxi was performing. She must have come to witness her. Yet, he had not garnered even a fleeting glance from her, unaware that she would be present at Baiyin Academy until he entered the venue alongside the emperor and then spotted her amidst the viewing platform, accompanied by his mother and mother-in-law. After navigating through the artificial hills, Chui Lanchi exhaled softly. She had not anticipated encountering the emperor and empress today, nearly failing to comprehend the moment. Her only previous encounter with the sovereign couple was in her youth when she accompanied her parents to a palace banquet. Since her marriage, such opportunities had eluded her, especially as her husband had yet to earn any official accolades. Shen wiped the perspiration from her brow, silently sighing. Fortunately, Song Lingxi and Song Shuyun were faring better. As princesses, they had the chance to see the emperor and empress 4 or 5 times each year. Today, the sovereign and empress were incognito, so there was no need for alarm. Once she regained her composure, Cui Lanchi brightened. Shuyi, the other day you wrote to me about reviving a dream of a beautiful time. Is that true? Her expression sparkled with excitement. Shuyi nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting delight. Indeed, I merely wish to gauge your thoughts. If there are no objections, I shall initiate it. Many former members of the literary society had since departed the capital. She did not aim to recreate a dream of a beautiful time in its entirety. Rather, she sought to infuse some joy into their lives beyond the quotidian. They had once shared like-minded aspirations, and reviving it now would allow each individual to rediscover some amusement, preventing them from languishing in solitude. Cui Lanchi spoke eagerly. Then let us hasten. She cherished elegance, yet found few kindred spirits in her household. While self-entertainment was feasible, prolonged solitude inevitably led to melancholy. Observing her urgency, Shuyi's smile radiated clarity, her spirit soaring. My mother has just gifted me an estate within the capital, making future gatherings convenient. I have arranged for it to be tidied up, and in due time, I shall send word to you. Sister-in-law, will you join the society? This idea had indeed been proposed by Shen, thus it was only fitting to inquire if she was amenable. Shen shook softly, saying, my dear sister has finally remembered me. I would be most delighted. She was several years the senior of Shuyi, having married into the Huayin Marquisate when Shuyi was still part of a dream of a beautiful time. Song Lingxi hastily grasped Shuyi's arm, her gaze filled with anticipation, while Song Shuyun regarded her with gentle eyes. Sister-in-law, what of me? Shuyi raised her chin slightly, her tone bright. As for you, dear, while you are still young, why not seek out like-minded friends within the academy to establish your own circle? It is not to say that Song Lingxi is lacking. However, the joyful occasion resembles a dream. It appears that most attendees are married women like them, making it somewhat inappropriate for Song Lingxi and Song Shuyun to participate in the society. Song Lingxi mused thoughtfully. Very well, then I shall establish a new gathering with Shuyun. The spring season has ushered in vibrant greenery, as the chill gradually dissipates, giving way to warmth, and the gentle spring breeze carries the invigorating scent of blossoming flora. The trees are lush with greenery, and apricot and pear blossoms compete to bloom. The Prince of Qing's residence is busy preparing for the journey. Shuyi is tasked with managing the entire household's affairs. Despite the assistance she receives, the organization remains orderly, yet overwhelming. This spring hunt cannot accommodate many participants. Only Gu Yu and Dong Ji will accompany me, while Ming Xian will bring along a nanny and a maidservant. Mang Zhong and Bai Lu will remain in the residence, and the head steward will not attend either. Any matters requiring attention are to be communicated via messenger. The royal hunting grounds lie in the distant mountains near the capital, a journey that could be made in half a day on horseback. Mang Zhong and Bai Lu nodded in understanding. We shall obey. The carriage swayed gently as Shuyi, with Ming Xian, pulled back the curtain to relish the earthy aroma of the spring breeze outside. Ming Xian's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he pointed outside. Mother, what is that? That is an ox, she replied. And what is that? He inquired again. Those are apricot blossoms, Shuyi patiently answered, recognizing that children who have just learned to speak are often filled with a multitude of questions. Upon arriving at the royal hunting grounds, Shuyi accompanied the Princess of Qing to the accommodations designated for the prince's residence. It consisted of 3 grand dome tents, each meticulously organized with a living room, bathroom, and bedroom, ready to be furnished with their belongings, thus creating a fully functional living space. The spring hunt is not an event that every household can partake in. Only officials of the 4th rank and above who can attend court meetings are privileged to join, and they may only bring 3 companions. Noble marquises can bring 5, While the royal family may bring 7 individuals, it is destined to be a tight fit, yet the prince's residence comprises only a few masters, making the 3 tents just sufficient. One for the prince and princess, one for Song Lingxi, and one for Shuyi, Ming Xian, and Song Hengyue. The space remains quite ample. The innermost circle is reserved for the emperor, the empress, and the princes, while the next circle accommodates the royal family. Following that are the marquises and nobles, with the outermost circle designated for officials of lower ranks. The very exterior is where all the imperial guards and soldiers reside. Moreover, aside from the royal family, who can bring their own maidservants, others are assigned palace maids. Gu Yu and Dong Ji can set up a small tent nearby to rest, as can the other maidservants and attendants. With incense arranged, soft mats and carpets laid down, and a few vases filled with wildflowers placed within, the tent has become quite exquisite. The young master's wife, Yun Dian, requests an audience, announced a voice. Shen Shuyi lifted her head and instructed Gu Yu, let her in. Ming Xian joyfully slipped from her embrace and, with a quick glance, darted toward the door. Shen Shuyi stifled a laugh in her heart, but did not impede him. As Yun Jian entered, she and Ming Xian exchanged glances. Ming Xian looked at him curiously, then peered behind him, discovering no one else present, his plump little lips forming a slight pout. He turned to Shen Shuyi with a look of discontent. Mother. Shen Shuyi rubbed her forehead and shook her head. Pausing for a moment, judging by his demeanor, he was likely to seek out his father. However, everyone had just arrived at the hunting palace, and the troops from the 5 cities' military command were led by Song Hengyue, making it improbable for his father to be available. Yin Dian, is there something amiss? Yin Dian bowed respectfully. Esteemed lady, the young master has sent me to inform you that he may return later today, so there is no need for you to wait. Shen Shuyi did not even furrow her brow. What a joke! She had long ceased to wait for him, hadn't she? Yet, appearances must be maintained. Very well, I understand. Observing Ming Xian's hopeful gaze, Shen Shuyi smiled helplessly and inquired, is the young master currently occupied? Yin Dian, noticing the little master's eager eyes, felt a softening in his heart. The young master is not particularly busy. The little master may accompany him, along with Feng Lei. Chapter 63. The allure of beauty. Shen Shuyi, observing the nearly organized items, felt a sense of relief. Turning to the industrious Gu Yu and Dong Ji, she proposed, let us venture outside for a stroll. She recalled the abundance of pear and apricot blossoms neighboring the camp, and had even brought along several vases to collect some blooms for display, finding it quite delightful. Mother, Lingxi, do you wish to join me in gathering the apricot and pear blossoms? The princess of Qing, noticing Song Lingxi's eagerness to rise, nodded in agreement. Very well. Since we are here, we should enjoy ourselves. Song Lingxi, unable to contain her excitement upon hearing her sister-in-law's words, quickly supported the arm of the princess of Qing. Mother, sister-in-law, let us go. Though the camp was bustling with people, it was surprisingly tranquil. As the 3 traversed to the east, they beheld a sprawling expanse of pear and apricot trees, their branches intertwined, showcasing a delightful blend. The vigorous limbs bore clusters of snow-white buds, hinting at the tender green beneath. Surrounded by numerous noble ladies, each cradling budding flowers, Shen Shuyi took the scissors from Gu Yu and gently snipped an appealing branch, with Song Lingxi mimicking her actions. Meanwhile, the princess of Qing observed with a warm smile, trailing behind them and occasionally interjecting with light-hearted comments. Slow down. Mother, would you like to give it a try? With her arms full of blossoms, Shen Shuyi turned back, her enchanting smile illuminating her delicate features. The princess of Qing shielded her face from the dappled sunlight and gracefully approached. Hand me the scissors. She carefully trimmed 2 buds and, after a glance at her daughter-in-law's elegant coiffure, slowly inserted one into it, stepping back to admire her handiwork. With blossoms adorning her hair, Shen Shuyi radiated charm and grace, evoking the essence of beauty beyond words. A soft giggle escaped her lips, a blend of shyness and joy painting her fair complexion with a rosy hue. Mother, she uttered, her voice melodic. The princess of Qing teased, what? Feeling bashful now? She relished seeing Shen Shuyi in such a delightful and charming state. The remaining branch found its way into the hair of her daughter, who had eagerly leaned forward. Song Lingxi blinked her round eyes, which sparkled with excitement. "Mother!" The princess of Qing laughed at her daughter's playful demeanor, asking, "What, do you also desire a verse?" Song Lingxi feigned a sorrowful gaze towards the princess and Shuyi. The princess of Qing gently brushed off the remaining petals from her hands, suppressing her mirthful words and revealing a smile that radiated warmth. "Let your sister-in-law compose a poem for you." Shuyi, cradling the blossoms, inhaled their fragrance and glanced at the apricot blossom nestled in Song Lingxi's hair. With clouds misting the snow-laden branches, the rosy cheeks bare dew, fragrant and enchanting in spring. She then snipped a flower branch, and as Song Lingxi twirled gracefully, she delicately tucked it into Shen Shuyi's hair, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, what a pity this form is not that of man. 3 individuals laughed together, their voices as melodious as silver bells. This delightful moment was abruptly interrupted by the sudden sound of a child's voice. "Grandmother, mother, and little aunt." The flowered head swayed gently. Shen Shuyi turned around. "Ming Xian?" Song Hengyue approached, holding Ming Xian, gently patting the squirming child's bottom. This little fellow, despite Yin Dian's clear assertion that he was yearning for his father, insisted on seeking him out, yet once found, he could not remain, longing instead for his mother. After paying her respects to the royal consort, the smile on the face of the princess of Qing had yet to fade when she merely nodded in response. "What brings you here?" Song inwardly scoffed, yet had long since grown accustomed to the preferential treatment his mother bestowed. Ming Xian was adamant about finding his grandmother and mother. Song Lingxi murmured softly, in what she believed was a discreet tone. "I think it's you who misses your sister-in-law." Faced with Song Hengyue, Shen Shuyi maintained her composure, but could not suppress a light cough upon hearing Song Lingxi's remark, shaking her head in resignation. "Then why not hand Ming Xian over to me?" Song Hengyue did not relinquish his hold, responding, "There's nothing pressing at the moment. I'll accompany you for a stroll." The princess of Qing cast him a disdainful glance. "No, you should attend to your official duties instead of lingering here and being an eyesore. It's exhausting to look at." The joyous atmosphere, which the mother and daughters had been enjoying, was thoroughly marred by his presence. Observing him, the princess of Qing could not help but think of his father. She had been living quite comfortably, yet somehow that man had managed to avoid duty at the frontier this year. Although he was not a general leading troops in a battle, his noble status required him to oversee military affairs at the border. For the past several years, she had mostly been alone in the residence, relishing her independence. Noticing her mother's disdainful gaze, her wife's impassive expression, her sister's gleefulness, and her son's relentless tugging to get down, Song Hengyue could only smile bitterly and sigh. "Very well, I shall take my leave." What else could he do? Remaining here would only invite disdain. It was better to depart, as out of sight meant out of mind. He set Ming Xian down, watching as the child scampered towards his mother. Song Hengyue turned away. Ming Xian clung to Shen Shuyi with one hand while wrapping the other around the leg of the princess of Qing. "Grandmother, let us play." The princess of Qing patted his head. "Grandmother will play with us, Ming Xian." The group led Ming Xian through the small grove of flowers until the child finally grew weary. Children are indeed full of energy. They had only just arrived at the hunting palace after a long journey. Ming Xian had been exuberant along the way, and after much play at the palace, he yawned. The princess of Qing pinched his cheek. "Let us head back. Ming Xian is tired." On the way, the princess of Qing turned to Shen Shuyi and said, "You really ought to learn to let go. This rare opportunity to unwind should be cherished. Do not burden your mind daily with trivial matters." Reflecting on her years managing the vast royal residence, she recognized that while she was not devoid of strength, the thought of being mired in mundane affairs was simply exhausting. "I sincerely appreciate the kind intentions of the Empress Mother, and I shall indeed take ample rest." Shen Shuyi does not endure the hardships perceived by the princess of the Qing Wang, for she is surrounded by many capable individuals. The Qing Wang Fu possesses a certain degree of assets. However, half of these communal assets remain under the control of the Qing Wang, entirely allocated for the maintenance of his personal guards. As a prince of royal blood, the Qing Wang commands a retinue of 800 loyal soldiers. Subsequently, When Song Hengyue was granted the title of heir, the Qing Wang apportioned 300 of his 800 soldiers to him. Currently, she is tasked with managing the portion intended for household expenses, alongside her own dowry and the private property bestowed upon her by Song Hengyue. Furthermore, the Qing Wang Fei, upon her marriage, generously allocated 1/3 of her own dowry to her. These various assets, intertwined with personal connections and numerous affairs, render any notion of idleness utterly unattainable for her. Chapter 64. Do not mistake his kindness for a flood of beasts on this moonlit night. Song Hengyue returned to the tent to find Shuyi still seated at her desk, engrossed in her writing and sketches. Observing her delicate figure, a wave of concern washed over him. The night was cold. She ought to wear more layers. When Shuyi turned to meet his gaze, she noticed the disapproval and worry reflected in his eyes. The ink paused in her hand as it dripped onto the paper. Her finely arched brows furrowed slightly, and her tone was inscrutable, a blend of emotions that was hard to decipher. I am well aware of my own circumstances. Seeing her unwillingness to even feign the gentleness she once exhibited, Song Hengyue's lips curled in a faint smile, though he refrained from further speech, instead gently draping a cloak over her shoulders. I do not intend to lecture. I merely fear for your health. Do not misconstrue his kindness as a monstrous flood. He is sincere. Though he offered this explanation, he dared not expect a response. Since their last encounter, their relationship had plunged into icy silence, devoid of even the pretense of courtesy that had marked their interactions for the better part of the previous year. In stark contrast to the attentiveness and gentle words of the past, their current exchanges were filled with silence, leaving him uncertain of what was truly good between them. He could only lament his failure to cherish what he had. Shuyi did not turn away nor reject the cloak. She accepted what she could while gracefully declining what she did not desire. With a clear mind and a tranquil heart, she continued her work. What are you drawing? The paper bore designs of architecture, pavilions, and ornate structures, complete with specific furniture arrangements. Shuyi had intended to tease him, but the words felt unnecessary. Her thoughts drifted to Ming Xian's eager expression from earlier that day. She pondered deeply. As Ming Xian grew, she wished for a warmer environment, yet she was reluctant to compromise her own comfort. Perhaps maintaining a facade of tranquility was the solution. My mother gifted me a manor, and I am merely arranging it. As for its purpose, there was no need to disclose that to him. She had long outgrown the need to share every detail of her life. Observing her indifferent profile and focused demeanor, Song Hengyue felt a bittersweet smile tug at his lips, refraining from breaking the silence. He quietly settled beside her at an angle where she would not notice, captivated by her presence. Feng Lei quietly called from outside. Song Hengyue glanced at the peacefully sleeping Ming Xian and the absorbed Shuyi before gently lifting the curtain to step outside. He motioned for Feng Lei to lower his voice and inquired, "What is it?" Feng Lei appeared awkward, hesitating before delivering his message. "Your Highness, the young mistress did not bring you a change of clothes." Song Hengyue inhaled deeply and closed his eyes, feeling little surprise at this revelation. It had become a familiar occurrence. He replied coldly, "Isn't this to be expected?" He had been too preoccupied at the time to instruct Feng Lei. Yet, he had not anticipated that Feng Lei would neglect to prepare, as anyone with eyes could see Shuyi's indifference towards him. How could he expect her to pack his belongings? Feng Lei helplessly rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. That servant will return to fetch them. As Song Hengyue gazed at the solitary moon hanging high in the sky, he thought to himself, "Tonight, I shall rest well. Tomorrow morning, I must return." The spring hunt would last at least half a month, and it was unfathomable for him to wear the same attire throughout these days. After making do with his morning ablutions, he returned to the room, where Shuyi had already nestled herself on the inner side of the bed, while Ming Xian occupied the center. The outermost space was clearly reserved for him, yet Ming Xian's carefree sleeping posture took up a significant portion of it. As he lay down, he could only turn to his side. He glanced at Shuyi and suggested, "Shall I have someone prepare another bed for you?" There was a chaise lounge outside, but Song Hengyue knew he wouldn't fit comfortably on it. However, it could suffice in a pinch. With a raised eyebrow, he quickly replied, "No need. Let us sleep as we are." Not probing further into his thoughts, Shuyi closed her eyes. The following morning, the princesses and noble women were to pay their respects to the empress. The court gathered together, the wind howling, horns blaring, banners fluttering, and horses galloping, with bows and arrows at the ready. The womenfolk sat poised in the encampment. At the head sat the empress, the virtuous second princess, and a few concubines, all adorned in palace attire, while the princesses maintained a dignified and serious demeanor. The noble women eagerly awaited the proceedings. The young ladies of the capital donned hunting attire, poised for action. After half an hour had passed since the men departed, the empress, with a smile, declared, "Those wishing to hunt may proceed, but do not venture too far." The noble women joyfully mounted their horses and rode off. Princess Qing turned her gaze toward Shuyi. "Shuyi, why not join us?" Shuyi shook her head, replying, "It is the first day. I shall refrain from joining." It was said that the mountains had already been scoured by the imperial guards and the troops of the 5 cities. But the presence of the main force would inevitably startle some game. Moreover, arrows and blades do not distinguish between friend and foe. Although the spring hunt was primarily ceremonial, the men were filled with exuberance on this inaugural day, hardly mindful of the risks. She had no desire to join the fray. Princess Qing sighed lightly. "In my youth, I was skilled in archery and horsemanship. Now, even with a bow in hand, I lack the finesse I once possessed." Noticing the hint of regret on her face, Shuyi chuckled softly. "Mother, you jest. The skills ingrained in one's very bones are not easily forgotten. I recall there are still some targets available. If you are interested, shall we give a try?" Princess Qing's eyes brightened. "Very well. Amber, fetch my bow and arrows." Observing Princess Qing hitting the target with precision, Shuyi felt no surprise. Most daughters of noble families had military backgrounds, and given that the late empress was a valiant heroine, it was no wonder they all possessed some degree of skill, with many excelling in their pursuits. She herself also had a modicum of aptitude. She praised Mother. "You could take down enemies at the frontier with a single arrow. Each shot would surely strike true." With one eye squinted, Princess Qing aimed carefully. After releasing an arrow, she turned back, saying, "Now that I am older, my heart is willing, but my strength is lacking. In my youth, I had such aspirations, yet the opportunity eluded me." Had it not been for the kindness bestowed upon her by her mother-in-law, she would have longed to unleash her arrows upon Song Yuchuan, sending his soul to the netherworld. Grateful for her mother-in-law's affection, she resolved to treat her future daughter-in-law with utmost kindness even before her marriage. When Shuyi wed into the Prince of Qing's residence, her joy knew no bounds, for she had envisioned her as the ideal daughter-in-law. Moreover, with the disappointment of her son Song Hengyue, a twinge of guilt crept into her heart, compelling her to offer all that was good to Shuyi. Unbeknownst to Shuyi, her mother-in-law harbored such fierce sentiments. "Alas, I recall my childhood spent at the borders with my parents, where the people were robust and skilled in martial arts. Regrettably, my frail constitution rendered me unable to pursue such training." Chapter 65. Ayin, do you also feel pity for me? The dusk of March bore a warmth that enveloped the returning hunting party. Each member bore 1 or 2 trophies of the hunt. The middle-aged emperor remained fierce, his robust steed carrying 3 or 5 pieces of game. Were it not for the ritualistic nature of the spring hunt, which emphasized ceremony over slaughter, one could surmise that the bounty would have been far greater. Presenting myself before the emperor. "Haha, rise, all of you." The emperor dismounted first, casually brushing off the dust from his attire, moving with a light step as he assisted the empress in rising. "Zidong, I have personally hunted a rabbit for you. It shall be sent to your tent shortly." A hint of a smile graced the empress's usually stern visage, her lips curving with a touch of elusive shyness and happiness. "I am most grateful, your majesty." The emperor laughed heartily, taking the empress's hand as they made their way to the main seat. The princess consort of the king of celebration and Shuyi were seated nearby, watching the flickering flames of the bonfire. The palace servants had already prepared the game, now roasting it over the fire. The king of celebration had changed into fresh attire and approached his seat, lifting his grandson, who was nestled in his wife's embrace. "Mingxian, you are growing up. Do not cling to your grandmother so." Mingxian pouted, his chubby body wriggling as he mumbled inarticulately, Mingxian is the best. He isn't clinging to grandmother. He is the best baby. Hearing his grandson's words, the king of celebration let out a hearty laugh. Sitting down with the child in one arm, gently patting his discontented little face. Of course, our Mingxian is the best. Finally relenting, Mingxian pointed at the delicacies before him, insisting, eat, grandfather, eat. Leaning forward, the king of celebration picked up a piece of apricot blossom cheese and handed it to the princess consort. Ayan, have a bit to fill your stomach. The princess consort lazily turned her head, meeting Ming Xuan's eager gaze, and with a smile, accepted the cheese. She then handed a piece to Mingxian, gently coaxing, you eat too. The bonfire of the hunting palace blazed brightly, dispelling the solemnity brought by the night, and the bustling crowd alleviated the sense of unease that lingered outside. Shuyi gazed across the gathering, spotting Zhou Fuyin diagonally opposite. Zhou Fuyin raised her hand slightly in greeting, and the two exchanged calm nods. The tall, aloof man seated beside her followed her gaze before turning back, lowering his voice to speak to his wife. With so many people these past few days, these two little rascals are hard to manage. I shall take them with me, allowing you some time to enjoy yourself with the princess consort of the king of celebration. Zhou Fuyin glanced at the two boys competing for pastries and sighed silently. Watching her husband separate the two, she replied, all right, thank you, my dear. Lu Zhe gently pulled apart his two sons and patted Zhou Fuyin's back. You always hold back at home. Now that you finally have the chance to enjoy yourself, do not be too tense. Understanding his concern for her, Zhou Fuyin smiled and poured him a cup of tea. Drink more tea and less wine. Thus, the two enjoyed a harmonious moment together. Once the food was prepared and arranged on the table, Song Hengyue strode in with great confidence. His father and mother, along with Prince Qing and Princess Qing, casually nodded in acknowledgement. Please take a seat. Following their invitation, Song Hengyue settled beside Shuyi. Noticing her complexion was fair, he allowed a smile to grace his lips and lowered his voice. Shushu, today I hunted a pure red fox. I shall craft a scarf for you upon my return. Shuyi turned her head, her bright, round eyes reflecting the glow of the campfire, yet exuding an air of cool detachment. Witnessing her indifferent demeanor, as if nothing held her attention, Song Hengyue felt an increasing sense of melancholy. Thank you, young master, she replied. He could present it to her, yet it was not imperative for her to accept it. Should she truly cherish it, it would serve as a fine accessory for winter. If not, it could simply be left aside. She had grown weary of engaging in futile disputes with him and chose to remain aloof. Seeing her acceptance, a flicker of joy appeared on Song Hengyue's face. If you like it, I shall hunt a few more in the coming days. If I manage to create a cloak, that would be splendid. Shuyi glanced at him, noting the joy and eagerness etched across his features. She felt compelled to speak. It is unwise to excessively hunt during the spring season. Perhaps we should refrain. Princess Qing cast a sideways glance at her son's unremarkable expression, feeling somewhat speechless. She quickly turned her gaze elsewhere. Upon seeing her husband, her heart sighed in resignation. Prince Qing, sensing her mood, inquired with a hint of solicitousness, what troubles you, Ione? Princess Qing shifted her body to glance at the emperor and empress seated at the dais, her tone light. Why not request the emperor's permission to visit the border? Prince Qing's lips curled into a smile as he firmly replied, that is not feasible. It is a struggle to remain here. And I've already agreed to several inequitable treaties. How could I easily return? After all, I'm not a general who leads troops into battle. Ione, do not dwell on it. This year, I can take you around the capital. Princess Qing rolled her eyes. Will it bring me any joy? Prince Qing found her eye-rolling demeanor quite charming, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Do not act like that. Ione, have some sympathy for me. Observing his playful yet earnest expression, Princess Qing suppressed her irritation and refrained from further comment. The third day of the spring hunt lacked the previous grandeur, allowing all the ladies to roam freely. Song Lingxi, now keenly interested in the spring hunt, eagerly sought out Song Shuyun to accompany her. However, her sister-in-law, Chun, along with Zhou Fuyin, approached, providing Shuyi with companions. Princess Qing, noticing the group, suggested that they look after the children and take a stroll together. Ming Xian was initially reluctant, but Princess Qing employed her trump card. I shall summon your cousin to read to you. Shen Shuyi, unaware of this last remark, cheerfully followed Chen and Zhou Fuyin outside. I heard that the crown princess is hosting a small banquet tomorrow. Did you receive an invitation? Chen inquired quietly, glancing around. Shen Shuyi chuckled lightly. Sister-in-law, there is no one around, so there is no need for such discretion. The invitation from the crown princess to the banquet is not particularly clandestine. Others may hear of it without concern. However, Zhou Fuyin displays a hint of hesitation. I too have received an invitation. Yet, her husband is the commander of the Imperial Guard, directly appointed by the emperor. In recent years, the emperor has been vigorous, and the crown prince is maturing. As a result, these noble women are becoming increasingly cautious, fearing entanglement in undesirable matters. Though some may consider this to be excessive worry, prudence is not without merit. Shen Shuyi, on the other hand, harbors no reservations and speaks candidly. The crown princess's invitation is a summons one must heed. After all, the crown prince is the legitimate heir, and neither the sovereign nor his subjects have exhibited any signs of discontent. Why then should others be overly apprehensive? It would be far better to attend the banquet with grace and poise. Chapter 66. That would be my younger sister. Zhou Fuyin exhaled a breath of stale air and nodded slightly. Indeed, since her husband had not voiced any concerns, it was likely that no issues existed, as long as she remained cautious. Moreover, to refuse the invitation of the crown princess would undoubtedly offend her. One must not lose sight of the greater picture. Chen had no reservations. She merely recalled some gossip that prompted her inquiry. I have heard that the crown princess's sister has reached the age of maturity, and this banquet may carry some ulterior motives. The crown princess was not born into a family of nobility, yet her father held the esteemed position of the prime minister. Shen Shuyi raised an eyebrow. Is it that particularly renowned Miss Lu, known in the capital as the foremost talented woman, Lu Shiqing? Chen smiled and nodded. Indeed, it is she. Every few years, an exceptionally gifted woman would emerge in the capital, and during Shen Shuyi's time, Lu Shiqing was undoubtedly the most outstanding, possessing a remarkable family background, talent, and beauty. Now, she was the second daughter of the prime minister and the sister of the crown princess. This indeed held some significance. Lu Shiqing's status ensured that she would not marry an ordinary man. However, the choice of her suitor would likely involve extensive deliberation. After all, she too had once been in a similar position. The Marquis of Huayin wielded military power, commanding respect in the southwest, while her maternal grandfather presided over the Duke of Ligua's estate in the southeast, and her grandmother was the current grand princess. It could be said that she was entangled with two families of nobility. Though she harbored feelings for Song Hengyue, she had never considered marrying him, partly due to his peculiar attachment to Wan Baoru, and partly because she was determined to marry someone more manageable. Yet unexpectedly, the emperor seemed inclined to arrange a marriage for her. The current emperor was a formidable ruler, exerting influence over the realm, and paid little heed to the alliances formed among the nobility. The first prince of Qing was the second son of the founding emperor, while other princes had long descended to the status of dukes through generations. Only the prince of Qing remained steadfast, still holding the title of prince. The prince of Qing's lineage traditionally maintained a single heir, with each growing up to oversee military postings. When conflicts arose, they would lead troops alongside the commander. Though they lacked actual military authority, they were all valiant warriors, making them excellent candidates for balancing various military factions. To facilitate cooperation, each prince of Qing typically wed into noble families, as did Shen Shuyi. This practice was not exclusive to the Prince of Qing. Many royal families adhered to this custom. Since the founding of the dynasty, each generation of rulers had focused on territorial expansion, leaving little room for the proverbial birds are hunted and the bow is hidden. Zhou Fuyin seemed to possess some insider knowledge, remarking, "It's rather difficult. Suitable candidates are scarce in the capital. Being the sister of the crown princess, the matter of marriage is not so simple. It requires uniting interests." Shen Shuyi pondered for a moment before recalling an important detail. There were indeed suitable candidates, but it all depended on the prime minister's choice. She remembered that Lu Shiqing ultimately married into the kingdom of Donghai, becoming its queen. That kingdom was a vassal of the Great Xia, wherein all royal successions adhered to the decrees of the Great Xia, and a portion of the national revenue was required to be remitted, rendering it semi-autonomous. It is evident that Lu Shiqing's marital alliance carries a profound political significance, and shortly after her marriage, within merely half a year, Lu Shoufu resigned and returned home. The intricacies of these considerations elude Shuyi. The crown princess, hosting a banquet, would naturally not summon her elders to attend. Thus the attendees primarily comprised the young ladies and wives of various noble families. Early in the morning, Zhou Fuyin sought out Shuyi, who in turn informed her sister-in-law, Madame Chun, that now, with her mother away at the border, the responsibilities of the Huayin Marquis's household rested upon her. The three ladies proceeded together. The crown princess had chosen a spacious and picturesque venue, where the palace attendants had already prepared an array of tables and chairs, adorned with a variety of delicacies and beverages. The crown princess, a dignified beauty in her mid-20s, with a round and amiable visage, upon seeing Shuyi and her companions, slowed her pace, her bright eyes shining with warmth and a broad smile gracing her face. The ladies hurried over to pay their respects to the crown princess. With a beaming countenance, the crown princess, Lu, quickly stepped forward, urging Shuyi, sister-in-law, please rise. There is no need for excessive formalities. The two other ladies, Chen and Zhou, also stood slightly behind Shuyi. Thank you, crown princess, they expressed in unison. The crown princess nodded graciously, taking Shuyi's hand, and said, come, let me show you. That young lady over there is my younger sister. With the other hand, she gestured toward a graceful and charming girl nearby. Shuyi followed her gesture, meeting the gaze of the enchanting young woman, and exclaimed, Miss Lu's poise undoubtedly upholds her reputation as the foremost talented lady in the capital. In my humble opinion, crown princess, you ought to keep Miss Lu sheltered within the confines of your home, now that she stands before everyone. It is not merely to make us feel ashamed. The crown princess chuckled heartily. Indeed, I have always claimed you to be rather mischievous. Yet others insist you possess grace and wisdom. They exchanged playful banter, and the crown princess did not forget to acknowledge Madame Chun and Zhou Fuyin. Ladies, please take a seat. The banquet shall commence shortly. Exchanging glances, Madame Chun and Zhou Fuyin sighed with relief as they observed Shuyi being led away by the crown princess. The crown princess, with her elegant demeanor, maintained a cordial yet slightly distant air toward them, revealing a more intimate disposition solely toward Shuyi, who was introduced to the wives of the second, third, and fourth princes. Look who I have brought along, she announced playfully. The sister-in-laws conversed with a hint of familiarity. The wife of the second prince chuckled. I knew our crown princess was adept at charming others. Look, she has brought forth the beauty of the heir to the Qing Wang. The wife of the third prince teased lightly, Sister-in-law, are you not tooting your own horn? Unlike the others, the wife of the fourth prince stepped forward, fixing her gaze upon Shuyi. Ah, Shuyi, I hear your long-awaited nuptials are to be held once more, yet you failed to send me an invitation. After performing her salutations, Shuyi responded to the wife of the fourth prince with a radiant smile, laced with a touch of jest. How could I possibly speak up? I recall that the fourth prince's consort once remarked that Jiechi Rumo was merely a child playing house. Even if invitations were to be extended, they ought to be addressed to your cherished jewel. Upon hearing this, several individuals erupted into hearty laughter. The fourth prince's consort laughed so heartily that she nearly lost her composure, her beauty shimmering like a flower in the breeze. Ah, you remain as you always were. I had thought that after marrying, you might have gained some composure over the years. Yet, upon closer inspection, you seem unchanged from the past. The fourth prince's consort, of the Qiu family, shares the same age as Shuyi, and the two once attended Baiyan Academy together. Her demeanor is somewhat bold and proud, and she delights in competing with Shuyi. It is difficult for her to refrain from exchanging barbs when they meet. Chapter 67. Growing up, the crown princess gestured for several people to take their seats. Although I am the host of today's banquet, I must ask for your assistance in attending to our guests. Though spoken lightly, It was merely a ploy to foster intimacy, and the others were not to take it earnestly. The second prince's consort sighed softly. It seems my sister-in-law knows how to delegate tasks. I had thought today would be a respite as a guest, yet here I am, toiling for my meal. Noticing more guests arriving, the crown princess gracefully stood, stating, "In this family, we do not speak of divisions. You must eat and help as well." After she departed with her maidservants, the third prince's consort smiled and beckoned to Lu Shiqing. "Come here, let me have a good look at you." The crown princess had no immediate intention of selecting a suitor for Lu Shiqing today, or else the banquet would not be filled with noble women. Yet, it served as a subtle signal that her younger sister had reached a suitable age for marriage. As the first and third princes were of the same mother, the current empress, the third prince's consort naturally felt a greater sense of urgency. As Lu Shiqing approached, she was pulled aside before she could pay her respects. "No need for formalities. We have already exchanged greetings." Lu Shiqing smiled gently, yet she had yet to meet the heir apparent's consort. The third prince's consort did not stop her, while Shuyi seemed ready to speak, but Lu Shiqing was quick to act. "Greetings to the heir apparent's consort," Lu Shiqing offered. Shuyi exclaimed and immediately helped her up. "Why are you so formal? Please rise." Lu Shiqing lifted her gaze slightly, her tone light. "It is only proper. The crown princess is my elder sister, not I. I must not lose my decorum." The third prince's consort's words were not to be disregarded, and thus Lu Shiqing overlooked the previously acknowledged consorts, offering them only a smile. The third prince's consort urged Lu Shiqing to sit. "The last time I saw you, you were still in your youth, and now you have reached the age for marriage. How swiftly time passes." Lu Shiqing cast her eyes downward, a blush tinting her cheeks as she shyly replied, "Time flies. We all must grow up." The fourth prince's consort scrutinized Lu Shiqing with a radiant smile. Yet Shuyi could discern a hint of sorrow on her face. She reached out gently to touch her. "What's this? Are you dazzled by beauty?" The fourth prince's consort masked her sadness with a playful glance. "Am I not allowed to admire others? Must my eyes only rest upon you?" Shuyi strategically stepped back, clicking her tongue. "Be normal. You frighten me." The second and third prince's consorts, along with Lu Shiqing, burst into laughter. Before long, the crown princess returned with the heir to the Duke of Ding. "I pay my respects to the second, third, and fourth prince's consorts." "Please rise," they replied. "Indeed." Then, she turned her gaze to Shuyi's face. "Sister-in-law, it has been a while." Shuyi responded, "When did you return to the capital?" "I had not received any news." The young lady Zheng, the daughter-in-law of the Duke of Ding, smiled brightly. Having arrived just yesterday, she was eager to attend the crown princess's banquet today. After years of accompanying her husband away from the capital, she had not returned for quite some time. This splendid opportunity was not to be missed. Upon her return, she would not be heading back to the frontier. The crown princess gently patted her hand, reassuring her that the palace physician had already come to the residence and that the elderly Duchess of Ding would be fine. The Duke of Ding held a unique position among the royal family, being the head of the clan, and the emperor had always respected him. Recently, with the elderly duchess gravely ill, it was only natural for the duke and his wife to return to the capital. After exchanging a few pleasantries, a messenger from the crown princess announced that the banquet was about to commence. Shuyi found herself seated among several other princesses, alongside the Duke of Ding's young lady and the Duke of Rong's young lady. Lu Shiqing obediently took her place behind the crown princess. The trees were lush, the grass verdant, and the landscape was a vibrant tapestry of spring hues, with silks and brocades weaving through the scene. By the time Shuyi found a moment of leisure, it was already noon. The sun shone brightly overhead, casting a warm golden light that made her jewels sparkle like rippling water. Zhou Fuyin approached her and suggested they take a stroll. After 1 or 2 days of being there, they had yet to truly explore their surroundings. Shuyi readily agreed, feeling a bit drowsy in the spring air and believing a walk would awaken her senses. Lu Shiqing, meanwhile, walked alongside the crown princess on a woodland path. "Sister, I truly envy the young lady of the Prince of Qing," she remarked. The crown princess smiled at her words, adjusting her sister's hairpin gently. "Each person has their own fate. Do not covet what others have. You are my sister, and your own good fortune will come in due time." Lu Shiqing lowered her head, her tone tinged with melancholy. Yet I still envy her. Born into a noble family, with loving parents, no half-siblings, and a husband who does not take concubines, cherished by her mother-in-law. The crown princess turned to face her directly, placing her hands on her shoulders. Shiqing, in our position, nothing is ever perfect. To desire one thing often means relinquishing another. You must consider what you truly want. If you seek power and status, then do not expect love in return. Can one truly have both and expect a favorable outcome? Even if you find a kindred spirit, who knows what the future holds? You still have the luxury of choice, so do not let confusion cloud your judgment. Though she felt compassion for her sister, she knew some things were beyond her influence. Even as crown princess, Lu Shiqing, seeing her sister's earnest concern, chuckled softly. Sister, you think too much. I am well aware of my circumstances. In my current position, it is impossible to pursue love, especially since there is no one I would wish to pursue. It would be better to assist you. If not, I will choose someone I can manage. She did not seek power or status, but rather the tranquility of her own heart. The crown princess gently tousled her hair, her voice tender. It is good that you understand. Shiqing, we share the same mother, and she is only us. It is our duty to ensure her well-being. As for our half-brother, who is being groomed by our father as his heir, we, as sisters, may not voice our disdain, but we certainly hold him in contempt. Approaching the age of 30, yet still relying on our father's support, he dares to claim the title of brother to us, despite his inadequacies. Mother has endured much hardship over the years. In her youth, she vowed to provide a better life for herself, free from the judgment of others. Not even our father would dare to speak against her, for the mere fact that she bore 2 daughters is sufficient for her to stand her ground. Mother, the remarkable woman who nurtured one daughter into a future princess and the other into the most talented lady in the capital, has suffered countless injustices simply for giving birth to 2 daughters. Chapter 68. The Book, the Horse, and Departure. Shuyi returned to the tent, where Mingxian trotted over with small steps. Mother, I have been studying, he exclaimed. What have you read? Shuyi inquired. Mingxian gently patted his chest and recited. At the beginning of man, nature is inherently good. Shuyi watched his little head bobbing with enthusiasm, her eyes gleaming with warmth. Mingxian is the most obedient and the best, she praised. Mingxian nodded proudly. Cousin taught me, he added. Princess Qing, observing Mingxuan's prideful display, chuckled softly and remarked to her daughter-in-law, Today, he will study with you, so I had your cousin invited to teach him for an hour. With a hint of nostalgia, she continued, Your cousin is exceptionally talented and a true gentleman. It is no wonder Mingxian recites his praises daily. Shuyi smiled in response. Cousin has always been diligent. I recall he is of the same age as my second brother, yet my brother never applied himself as much. Su Linran was indeed a clever child, speaking little but exuding a comforting presence. Occasionally, he would visit their household for a few days, leading to a semblance of familiarity, albeit limited. Princess Qing nodded, acknowledging. That child possesses remarkable abilities. He achieved the highest honor and only stayed in the capital for a year before securing an official position elsewhere, where he excelled, thus returning to be appointed as the deputy minister of the Court of Judicial Review. At that moment, the prince entered, prompting Shuyi to quickly pay her respects. Your Highness, I have returned with Mingxian, she announced. The prince smiled, playfully teasing Mingxian before instructing, You may return now. The attendant, Dongji, promptly brought forth warm water. Your Grace, wash your face to refresh yourself, he suggested. Shuyi welcomed the idea, as she had donned full makeup for the banquet, which now felt cumbersome. Guyu quickly located a small bow, an arrow for Mingxian to play with. Despite his size, Mingxian exhibited considerable strength, adeptly drawing the tiny bow. It was at this juncture that Song Hengyue returned. Observing his son skillfully handling the bow, a smile crept across his face. It appears he has the makings of a martial artist, he mused. Shuyi set aside her handkerchief and turned to him, her tone light with amusement. Mingxian, do you prefer studying or practicing martial arts? Without lifting his head, Mingxian replied, studying. Song Hengyue's smile faltered slightly. That won't do. You must both study and practice martial arts. Your grandfather, father, and maternal grandfather all possess martial skills. If you do not, how will you become a great general in the future? Mingxian finally looked up, asking, "What is a great general?" Hearing his son's innocent question, Song Hengyue chuckled softly. "A great general is someone like your grandfather and maternal grandfather. Do you not wish to be like your grandfather, maternal grandfather, and father?" Mingxian blinked his large eyes, contemplating for a moment before responding, "I do." Song Hengyue squatted down, taking the bow from Mingxuan's hands and lifting him into his arms, grasping his arm to draw the bow. "Shall I teach you martial arts?" The excited voice of Ming Xian echoed, "All right." Yet, scarcely had this sentence been uttered when another followed, "Uncle taught me to read." Song Hengyue's expression darkened as he cast a glance at the seemingly amused Shuyi. "Shu." Shuyi replied with a scoff, articulating each word deliberately. "It is not impossible. Su Linran possesses remarkable talent. What cannot he achieve?" Rising to his feet, Song Hengyue asserted, "I can teach him too. His studies are commendable. However, as a member of the royal family, he is not obliged to participate in the imperial examinations." Shuyi, unfazed by his rebuttal, merely remarked, "The heir apparent is exceedingly busy with state affairs. How could he possibly find the time?" Upon hearing this, Song Hengyue lowered his head, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. "I will carve out some time." That evening, Ming Xian fell asleep first, curling up to the innermost side, leaving Shuyi to occupy the middle. Song Hengyue gently embraced her, and though Shuyi attempted to shift away, she ultimately relented, unwilling to expend her energy. "By the way, I encountered the crown prince's consort today. It seems the old princess is not in good health." Song Hengyue mused after a moment's contemplation. With the spring hunt merely half a month away, and having already spent 4 or 5 days here, the crown prince's consort must be able to manage the hunt. Upon our return, I shall accompany you to pay our respects. The crown prince's consort, being an elder, warranted their joint visit. Shuyi shared this sentiment, hence her mention. Moreover, during today's banquet, the crown princess seemed inclined to select a suitor for Miss Liu. I am curious about the intentions of Minister Liu and the crown prince regarding this matter. After pondering for a while, Song Hengyue advised, "This matter does not concern us directly, but it is prudent to remain observant. Although it may not be of great consequence, vigilance is never misplaced. Tomorrow, when I am free, I shall take you and Ming Xian out for a stroll, shall we?" Glancing back at Ming Xian, who was sleeping in an unrefined manner, Shuyi nodded in agreement. "Very well." Song Hengyue tightened his embrace, his face alight with joy. "Excellent. Tomorrow morning, I shall personally select a horse for you." Early the next morning, Shuyi rose to prepare, donning a refined blue hunting outfit, both elegant and practical. She dressed Ming Xian in simple attire as well. As Song Hengyue entered, drawing back the curtain, he observed her meticulously shaping her eyebrows. He approached and took the eyebrow pencil from her hand, gently refining her brows. Having long admired Shuyi's features and knowing her preferred eyebrow shape, he executed the task with remarkable speed and precision. Shuyi gazed into the bronze mirror at her beautifully arched brows, lifting her chin slightly, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Song Hengyue fixated on her reflection in the mirror and, lowering his voice, inquired, "Are you pleased?" Shuyi did not respond. Instead, she pushed his lowered head aside and beckoned to Ming Xian. "Ming Xian, come quickly. We are leaving to ride horses." Song Hengyue stood firm, effortlessly lifting Ming Xian, who was preparing to leap into Shuyi's embrace, into his arms. "Let us go. Riding awaits." The scent of earth wafted through the forest, the terrain relatively even. Song Hengyue intended to lead them on a leisurely circle around the outskirts, wary of startling his wife and son amidst the various game deeper within the woods. Shuyi rode gracefully on a gentle horse, while Song Hengyue sat atop his steed, cradling the exuberant Ming Xian. He reveled in this serene and intimate moment shared among the three of them, devoid of any other presence. Observing Shuyi as she occasionally leaned in to tease Ming Xian, the joy radiating from the mother and child was infectious, and Song Hengyue found it impossible to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Upon reaching a small stream, he carefully lifted Ming Xian down and then extended his arms to assist Shuyi as she prepared to dismount. "Let us take a moment's respite here," he suggested. The banks of a stream were adorned with delicate yellow flowers, and Ming Xian eagerly dashed towards them. However, sensing a disturbance, Song Hengyue instinctively reached for the sword at his waist, his ears alert to the presence of several shadowy figures. In a hushed tone, he urged Shu, "Mount your horse. We must depart from here." Chapter 69. Fear not. Mother is here. As he grasped the sword, Shuyi sensed the tension in the atmosphere and swiftly mounted her horse. Song Hengyue seized Ming Xian and leapt onto his steed, producing a signal flare from his pocket and casting it into the air. The two horses galloped fiercely, yet time was running out. Song Hengyue glanced back, his expression grave. The assailants were all masked, their identities concealed. At such a moment, those appearing in the hunting palace clad in such disguise could not be well-meaning. Shu, it's too late. I will hold them off. You take Ming Xian and flee, he urged. Shuyi nodded, cradling Ming Xian close to her chest as she charged forward on horseback. However, within mere moments, their path was obstructed. Song Hengyue engaged in combat with the pursuers, only to notice that Shuyi was also besieged. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself toward her. Shuyi turned her horse, not seeking an escape, but rather to create a distraction. With one hand securely grasping Ming Xian, she pulled her cloak over him, attempting to shield him from view. The group pursuing them consisted of approximately 11 or 12 individuals. Song Hengyue moved with remarkable speed, soaring into the air, his sword striking fiercely as he engaged the foes blocking Shuyi's path. Yet, more were closing in from behind. Shuyi tugged at the reins, maneuvering in every direction in a desperate attempt to find an escape route. However, atop the horse, she was a target, especially while holding Ming Xian. Dismounting was not an option. Without her steed, she would be rendered weaponless, becoming a burden to Song Hengyue. Amidst the fray, Song Hengyue remained observant, maintaining his ground against the throng of attackers, occasionally checking on Shuyi. The encirclement tightened around them. With a fierce determination, he exploited a gap in their defenses, creating an opening for Shuyi to break free. At that moment, he was immensely grateful for her exceptional horsemanship. With fierce resolve, he struck swiftly and mercilessly, his blade aimed southeast. Without hesitation, Shuyi galloped through the opening he had created. However, his feigned vulnerability led to a cut on his left hand. The advantage was fleeting. After all, Shuyi and Ming Xian on horseback presented a significant target, marking Song Hengyue's greatest vulnerability. About a dozen pursuers split off, relentlessly chasing them. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt struck the hind legs of Shuyi's horse, followed by a barrage of arrows. Song Hengyue's heart raced with alarm. Shu, get down. Shuyi clutched Ming Xian tightly, rolling off the horse. Before she could regain her footing, she darted behind a nearby tree for cover. Her heart raced, and Ming Xian's soft sobs filled the air. Mother, father. Shuyi had no time to console him. Now dismounted, she felt like a trapped beast, instinctively seeking a way to survive. She fervently prayed for the swift arrival of Feng, Lei, Yun, and the others. Holding Ming Xian close, she positioned herself to shield him from the harsh elements outside. Fear not, mother is here, Song Hengyue observed as the mother and child found themselves on the verge of being encircled. With a fierce grip on his sword, he dashed towards them, seemingly indifferent to the peril lurking behind. His martial prowess was formidable, causing many of those pursuing him to meet their demise or suffer grievous injuries. Yet the remaining assailants pressed on relentlessly, as if it were imperative to ensnare them within the confines of the forest. Utilizing the towering trees as her shield, Shuyi evaded her pursuers, her condition increasingly disheveled. As the assassin's blades drew perilously close, she exerted all her strength to leap and tumble down the slope, clutching Ming Xian with both hands and feet to ensure his safety. Song Hengyue pursued with a swift stroke, piercing through the fray before engaging in combat with the assailants behind him. Shush! Mount the horse. We must depart, he urged. A sigh of relief escaped Shuyi as she spotted the horse that had reached her side. She swiftly mounted it. Song Hengyue's steed, his trusted companion, galloped with grace. Determining the direction, she sped away, not daring to glance back. Song Hengyue positioned himself as a barrier, resolute in preventing any adversary from advancing. Not long after her departure, she encountered Feng, Lei, Yun, and Dian, who were hastening towards them with a sizable contingent. Lady Shitsi, they called out, proceed straight east. There may be around 10 formidable opponents ahead. With urgency, Yun and Dian raced onward, while Feng and Lei safeguarded Shuyi as they made their way back to the hunting palace. Just as they burst forth from the woods, they were met by the Yulin guards. The forest concealed masked assassins, all highly skilled. Shuyi barely had time to utter these few words before they plunged into the thicket. Fearful of dismounting, she gently parted her cloak, revealing Mingxian, who was weeping inconsolably. As she rode, she checked for any signs of injury, and upon finding him merely distressed and unharmed, her racing heart began to steady. With a deep exhale, Prince Qing charged forth from the encampment upon his horse. Upon seeing the two of them, he hastened over, his tone laced with urgency. Shuyi, are you and Mingxian unharmed? After a moment, he took the child Mingxian from her arms, examining her with great care before finally exhaling in relief. Mingxian, do not cry. He cast a restrained glance at his daughter-in-law, noting her disheveled appearance, and upon seeing no apparent injuries on her, he nodded. He entrusted Mingxian to Feng Lei. I should go take a look. He mounted his horse and rode off with his companions. Shuyi observed the imposing military guards before her, and only then did she feel at ease enough to dismount. She tenderly gathered the sobbing Mingxian into her embrace, soothing her gently. Mingxian, do not cry. Mother is here. Mother is right here. Seeing the child's flushed face, still streaked with tears, Shuyi's heart ached profoundly, wishing she could exact vengeance upon those who had caused this distress. Feng Lei dared not stray far, despite his own worries for the heir. He understood that for the heir, the safety of both the young master and the young mistress was paramount. He remained vigilant, ensuring their protection. Yet, not long after, he witnessed a smoke bomb ascend, and Shuyi felt a wave of dread wash over her. Such events had not transpired in her previous life. It was possible they had occurred without her knowledge, for she had not accompanied Song Hengyue while caring for the child. The princess of Qing rushed forth, embracing the mother and child with urgency. Shuyi, are you and Mingxian unharmed? Mingxian had ceased his crying, though his face was a disheveled mess of tears and snot. The princess of Qing, with a handkerchief in hand, tenderly wiped his face, her heart aching for him. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet the fierce intensity in her gaze was undeniably captivating. Observing her mother's demeanor, Shuyi hastily reassured, neither Mingxian nor I are harmed. The heir has shielded us from our pursuers. A trace of worry crept into her voice as she continued. Song Heng's martial prowess is indisputable, yet the numbers on the opposing side are daunting. The princess of Qing paused momentarily, offering only a comforting remark. He possesses formidable skills. He shall be fine. As long as you and Mingxian are unharmed, he'll be safe as well. A mother knows her son. Although he may sustain some injuries, they ought not to be severe. Despite her words, the princess of Qing's gaze remained anxious as she frequently soothed Mingxian, her eyes steadfastly fixed on the direction of the camp entrance. Chapter 70. Where are you hurt? Before the two women could exchange many words, a eunuch approached the emperor. The crown princess of the Prince of Qing has been summoned by His Majesty. Shuyi nodded promptly and spoke to the crown princess. Mother, please take care of Mingxian. I shall return shortly. The crown princess nodded, casting a glance towards the camp entrance before cradling Mingxian and heading towards the tent, advising Shuyi. I will fetch a physician to examine Mingxian. Since His Majesty has summoned you, he likely wishes to inquire about today's events. You should go. Shuyi did not delay. Despite her disheveled appearance, still adorned with leaves and dirt, the summons took precedence. Upon entering the grand tent, she bowed. I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Rise, the emperor replied, taken aback by her disarray. What happened to you? Quickly, summon a physician. Shuyi stood. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. I am unharmed. What transpired? I just saw the signal flare from Hengyue. Who were those individuals? The emperor's usually serious demeanor shifted to one of cold contemplation. Your Majesty, we encountered approximately 11 or 12 individuals, though I did not count precisely. As I was preoccupied with escaping, she explained. They were all clad in masked black attire. It seemed they came directly towards us, yet it appeared more like a chance encounter for them. Their actions were reckless, targeting vital areas with no hesitation. She recalled hearing a few shouts from the assailants. Although they spoke in the official language of Daxia, the accents differed slightly, a distinction she could not discern. Song Hengyue has expertise in this area. Perhaps we shall wait for his return for clarity. The emperor lightly tapped his fingers on the nearby table, contemplating for a moment, his gaze icy. You have done well. You may return. Under such fright, you managed to recall so many details, which speaks to your caution. No wonder you are the granddaughter of my aunt, the daughter of the Marquis of Huayin. Shuyi quickly curtsied. Yes, I take my leave. Once she departed, the emperor turned to the crown prince beside him. What is your opinion? The crown prince clasped his hands. I find it rather peculiar. They seemed intent on killing anyone they encountered. Yet their demeanor did not suggest a desire to conceal themselves, indicating a lack of intent to assassinate. But what could be their purpose? Perhaps merely to kill a few for demonstration? Not only did the crown prince signal, but there were also 2 or 3 other flares. However, the flare from the crown prince was unique to the Prince of Qing, as each royal house or military unit possesses its own distinct signal flare color. The emperor snorted softly. In recent years, the Western Rong have been increasingly bold, with neighboring small nations following suit. There is likely some connection. As he spoke, the emperor squinted, akin to a tiger awakening from slumber. Since they have come before me, I must take the opportunity to observe. Issue a decree. This winter marks my 50th birthday, and we shall host a grand celebration, inviting surrounding nations and vassal states to come to the capital in commemoration. As Shuyi approached the entrance of the tent, she was met with the tear-filled eyes of Guyu and Dongji. Your Highness, are you hurt? They inquired anxiously, pulling her to look in various directions. A gentle smile graced Shuyi's lips. I am fine. Let's go see Ming Xian. She had returned just in time. The imperial physician was already within the tent. Ming Xian had changed into fresh garments and appeared clean, though his eyes were swollen and he was still sniffling, calling out for his mother. Upon seeing Shuyi, the tears that had been hidden in his eyes cascaded down, and he reached out for an embrace. Shuyi quickly enveloped him in her arms, offering soothing words. She then turned her attention to the physician. Is the young master injured in any other way? Rest assured, Your Highness, the physician replied. The young master is merely frightened. He bears no physical injuries. The Princess of Qing nodded in agreement. Do not worry. I have examined him closely. You have protected him well. He bears not a single wound. Observing her daughter-in-law's disheveled appearance, the Princess of Qing grew anxious. You too should have the physician examine you. Given Shuyi's state, it was likely she had sustained some bumps and bruises while safeguarding Ming Xian. Though Shuyi had not suffered from any sword wounds, she had stumbled several times while protecting Ming Xian and had later fallen from a small incline. Despite the fall being minor, her legs and arms were scraped, with her knees and elbows particularly bruised. The Princess of Qing's heart ached at the sight of her injuries, and fresh tears welled up in her eyes. Those vile bandits, they deserve to be punished in the most excruciating manner. Guyu Dongji, please assist your mistress back to rest and tend to her wounds. Just as Shuyi finished applying her ointment and changing her clothes, news arrived that Song Hengyue had returned, capturing several live foes, while the rest had perished by the sword. After hastily reporting to the emperor, Song Hengyue rushed to the tent, without pausing to tend to his own injuries. He lifted the curtain and locked eyes with Shuyi. Seeing her in scathed form, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, as he took a few steps inside, the scent of medicine reached him. Suddenly alarmed, he rushed forward. Shu, where are you hurt? Noticing the makeshift bandages on his own arms and abdomen, Shuyi's tone softened. I am quite well. I merely have a few scrapes. Song Hengyue gazed at her solemnly before gently pulling back her sleeve to inspect the scratches on her arm and the bruising on her elbow, then lifting her skirt to reveal similar injuries on her calves and knees. His expression hardened, and a murderous intent flickered across his face. Tenderly, He adjusted her clothing and murmured, "I am sorry, Shu Shu. I failed to protect you," in Ming Xian. Shen Shuyi raised an eyebrow, yet she refrained from speaking untruths. "Given the suddenness of today's events, your ability to ensure our safety in our escape is commendable." Song Hengyue shook his head slightly. "This is my fault. I should not have allowed you both to venture out. Had I known it would result in your injury and Ming Xian's fright, I would never have suggested it." Upon observing his demeanor, Shen Shuyi furrowed her brow in mild astonishment, on the verge of uttering something, yet she refrained. "Never mind. Let him think as he wishes." Though she did not believe this to be Song Hengyue's fault, she saw no necessity in offering him solace. As for the wounds he bore, were they not to be expected? It is the duty of a husband to protect his wife and child from adversaries. This is Song Hengyue's responsibility. She could not harbor sentiments of profound gratitude for actions that were inherently his obligation. Thus, she merely remarked, "You too have been injured. Hasten to seek the physician's attention. And afterwards, remember to comfort Ming Xian." The sight of Ming Xian in such distress pains her heart. Considering that Song Hengyue had managed to remain lively until now, it seemed that the blades had been devoid of poison. These were merely superficial injuries, not life-threatening, and did not warrant an exaggerated display of suffering. Chapter 71. A testament to Su Linran's intentions. Song Hengyue did not seek accolades. Rather, he was profoundly concerned for her well-being. Yet, witnessing her nonchalant demeanor regarding her own injuries stirred a pang of sorrow within him. He did not blame her. It merely reminded him of the past, when even the slightest injury to him would send her into a frenzy of worry. Now, she offered naught but a fleeting glance. Clearing his throat, Song Hengyue lowered his head slightly and spoke. "Very well, I shall attend to it at once." Shen Shuyi interjected with a sharp intake of breath. "Please tidy up before you go. We cannot frighten the child." Turning back, Song Hengyue noticed the disapproval etched on her face. He wished to assert that he had indeed intended to prepare himself before leaving, as he too feared alarming the child. However, upon observing the coldness in her eyes, he could only manage a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Understood. The day's turmoil had cast a shadow over the hunting palace, prompting his elder brother, Shen Guanxi, and sister-in-law to arrive shortly. Chen, witnessing the terrified Ming Xian, muttered curses under her breath aimed at the assailants. Shen Guanxi, relieved to find no visible injuries on his sister, exhaled a sigh of relief. "Your sister-in-law will stay with you. I shall investigate the matter further." The usually lively Dingen, observing his lethargic cousin, displayed remarkable gentleness, leaning over the bed to amuse him, even offering his cherished wooden horse. Before long, Zhou Fuyin hurried in, having studied medicine during her time at the academy. Although not an expert, her keen sense detected the scent of medicine immediately. "Shuyi, are you injured?" Chen turned sharply, her eyes filled with concern for Shen Shuyi. "Younger sister?" A smile graced Shen Shuyi's lips, accompanied by an inward sigh. She had not intended to burden her sister-in-law with worry, for her injuries were minor and of no great consequence. Her elder brother had refrained from getting too close, thus allowing her to conceal the truth. Yet in an instant, Zhou Fuyin had seen through her facade. "It is nothing, truly. I merely stumbled while evading someone and scraped my knee. I have already tended to it." Zhou Fuyin had more to say, but upon seeing Chen's expression, she chose to hold her tongue. That is a relief. Initially unaware that the incident involved them, she had only learned of it through her husband's admonition to remain indoors, realizing that it was Shen Shuyi and the heir Ming Xian who were in peril. Shen Shuyi sighed. "Today has been quite unfortunate." Zhou Fuyin echoed her sentiment. "Indeed, but you are not alone in your misfortune. I have heard of several others who have sustained injuries, including two." Glancing at the children in the room, she refrained from elaborating. Shen grasped Shen Shuyi's hand, her heart still racing. "Thank goodness you and the others are safe." Their visit was brief. Both women recognized that Shen Shuyi and Ming Xian had yet to recover from their fright and needed rest rather than further socializing. Song Hengyue cradled Ming Xian, soothing him until he drifted into slumber. He then turned to Shen Shuyi, whose own weariness was evident, his eyes reflecting guilt and trepidation. In a hushed tone, he urged, "Shu Shu, you should also rest. I must step out once more." Today, the emperor was filled with uncontrollable fury, and Elze, could not escape culpability either. After all, the defense of the hunting palace was primarily entrusted to the imperial forest guards, with the assistance of the 5 cities' military command, complemented by the outermost military camp in the capital suburbs. Now that an incident had occurred, none of them could evade responsibility. Shuyi was well aware of this. She chose not to offer any further admonitions. Although this incident transpired, the spring hunt would not be easily disrupted. However, the guard at the hunting palace were increasingly vigilant. What brought Shuyi some comfort was that children had short memories. Within a few days, Mingxian was once again lively and energetic. As for the aftermath of the incident, Shuyi did not inquire further. She only knew that Song Hengyue and Elze had each been penalized with a half-year salary deduction. This information was relayed by Song Hengyue himself, who lamented that he would be without funds for the next 6 months, but assured her he would swiftly seek a means to earn money, ensuring that she and her son would not face financial hardship. Shuyi found herself speechless. Did they truly rely on him alone for their sustenance? Xiaoxiu, you know that is not my intention. What I give you is yours, but I should also provide for both of you. Observing his earnest demeanor, Shuyi merely smiled, her eyes concealing emotions he could not comprehend. If he was willing to give, she would not refuse. Yes, strive diligently. It would be best if you could earn a little more and realize your own potential. Rest assured, I will save everything for Mingxian, Song Hengyue replied, his expression darkening as he masked his disappointment. I hope you will use it, rather than merely saving it for him. Mingxian has enough as it is. Shuyi smiled silently. By the time they returned to the capital from the hunting palace, it was already early April. Watching Mingxian, who was lively and full of energy, Shuyi felt her worries dissipate as she affectionately ruffled his hair. Mingxian, your birthday will soon arrive, and you'll be 2 years old. What gift would you like? Upon hearing the word gift, Mingxian promptly looked up. Uncle, he exclaimed. Ah, Mingxian, your uncle cannot be given as a gift. He is an elder. Since you like your uncle, you must show him respect. Nevertheless, to fulfill Mingxuan's wish, Shuyi penned a letter to be delivered to Su Linran's residence. Naturally, Su Linran could not be treated as a gift for Mingxian. However, she could request some calligraphy from her cousin, seeking a few volumes of the books he had read in his youth to satisfy Mingxuan's desire. Upon receiving the letter, Su Linran stood up, her voice soft and gentle. Of course, there's no harm in that. Mingxian adored him, and while it was indeed perplexing, Su Linran gladly accepted. After all, he was the child of his cousin. Not only would he procure a few books, but even if the request were for rare treasures, he would go to great lengths to fulfill it. He rummaged through his study, retrieving several early childhood books he had read as a child, and took out paper and ink to write a note for Mingxian. With a flourish, he penned the words with vigor and warmth. Jade lies in the mountains where the grass and trees flourish. A deep pool gives birth to pearls without running dry. Mingxian had a profound love for reading, and Su Linran believed he would appreciate this quote from On Learning, even if he did not yet understand its meaning. The following day, Shuyi received the books and elegantly framed calligraphy sent by Su Linran, along with a calming incense. This gesture clearly demonstrated Su Linran's thoughtfulness. She intended to keep these treasures safe until Mingxuan's birthday to present them to him. Guyu, please store these items in the cabinet. Make sure to place them high enough so that Mingxian cannot reach them. At present, Mingxian had developed a habit of rummaging through every drawer, driven by an insatiable curiosity to discover what lay within. He would inspect each item, eager to ascertain whether he recognized it. This incessant exploration was a source of frustration for her, though she was relieved that he only sought to observe and did not cause any chaos. Guyu promptly complied, selecting a cabinet to place the items out of reach, and turned back to say they must be well hidden. The young master holds great affection for Lord Su, and he will undoubtedly be delighted to receive such gifts on his birthday. Chapter 72. He is merely a ridiculous outsider. On the 8th day of April, the weather was bright and gradually warmed as summer approached. Today marked the 2nd birthday of Mingxian, and although it was a modest celebration, the entire residence of the Prince of Qing regarded it with utmost importance. Early in the day, servants and attendants busied themselves preparing the banquet menu. A variety of meats, seasonal vegetables, fruits, assorted pastries, and delicacies from land, sea, and sky were all meticulously arranged. Although the Marquis of Huayin did not visit in person, he sent gifts well in advance. The parents stationed at the border also prepared offerings to be presented on this day. Song Lingxi returned early from the academy, while Song Hengyue displayed exceptional attentiveness, seemingly eager to atone for the previous year's birthday mishap. Opting not to attend to his duties today and instead spending quality time playing with Ming Xian. As Ming Xian darted around him, Song Hengyue felt warmth in his heart while also grappling with guilt. In the evening, the family gathered together, with the prince and princess of Qing beaming with joy. The prince gifted Ming Xian a sealed small sword and a deed to his shop, while the princess crafted a garment for him and bestowed a manor. Song Lingxi presented Ming Xian with a mechanical toy horse, having observed him fondly playing with his cousin's toy just days prior, prompting her to learn its craft. Shuyi also contributed a finely tailored outfit and specifically instructed a craftsman to create child-sized stationery. Finally, Song Hengyue revealed his gift, a month-old puppy, fluffy and pure white. Utterly adorable, along with a set of children's weapons and introductory books. Ming Xian's eyes sparkled with delight as he clutched all his gifts, cradling the puppy in his arms. Noticing Shuyi's slightly furrowed brow, he hurriedly explained that the puppy had been trained and would not bite. Shuyi's elegant brows relaxed, and a warm smile graced her face as she gazed at Ming Xian. Upon returning to Mingyue residence, Ming Xian joyfully embraced the puppy with one arm while manipulating the mechanical horse with the other, thoroughly engrossed in play. Shuyi watched him with a smile, her eyes radiating gentleness, teasing him. Ming Xian, aren't you yearning for your uncle? Before Song Hengyue could express his astonishment, Ming Xian's eyes lit up, his youthful voice chiming, "Uncle?" Shuyi gently shook her head, explaining that while his uncle could not be a gift, he had indeed sent books and even a treasured piece of calligraphy for Ming Xian. Gui was called to bring the items and set them before Ming Xian. Shuyi lifted the scroll, slowly unfurling it, and recited the characters line by line. Jade rests upon the mountain, nourishing the flora. Pearls emerge from the abyss. Yet the shore remains unyielding. Ming Xian nodded, gathering the remaining books into his embrace, expressing his affection. Ming Xian likes it. Song Hung maintained a smile on his face as he rose to hold the scroll, a bemused expression playing across his features. How intriguing. Jade rests upon the mountain, nourishing the flora. Pearls emerge from the abyss. Yet the shore remains unyielding. This line from Xuanzi's exhortation to learning suggests that a place enriched by remarkable individuals or things adds to its luster. What is this? An encouragement for Ming Xian to study diligently and bring honor to his mother? The atmosphere in his heart felt stifling. Gritting his teeth, he once again caught sight of the mother and son, perusing several old books, which were evidently the very texts that had once enlightened Su Linran in his youth. Song Hengyue could hardly suppress a laugh tinged with irritation. Did his own son truly require Su Linran's concern? After enduring the discomfort for some time, he could no longer restrain himself from uttering a sarcastic remark. Your cousin is quite thoughtful, isn't he? Shuyi glanced up, her dark pupils shimmering like stars in the candlelight, reflecting a brilliance that was both clear and profound as she observed his barely contained expression. With a cold smile in her heart, she earnestly clarified, "It was I who requested my cousin's assistance. He did not offer it voluntarily. The gift he provided for Ming Xian is not this." Earlier that morning, she had received a birthday present sent by Su Linran, a jade 9-link ring. Upon hearing her explanation, Song Hengyue felt even more unsettled. The mere suspicion that it was Su Linran who had sent it had already troubled him, and now the knowledge that Shuyi had actively sought it out left him in a state of discontent, caught between two emotions. The words hung in his throat, neither able to be spoken nor swallowed. Noticing his clenched teeth, Shuyi felt even more displeased and signaled to Gyu, who promptly took Ming Xian away. Seated on the chaise longue, Shuyi took a sip from her teacup and spoke nonchalantly. "What is it? Do you have any objections?" Song Hengyue sat down as well, replying, "What objections could I possibly have? Even if I did, would you heed them, Shuyi? Would you take them to heart?" He knew the answer was no. He was merely a ridiculous outsider. Shuyi observed his downcast lashes and scoffed. You certainly speak with a forked tongue. What do you mean by your veiled remarks? Do not project your sordid thoughts onto others. Mingxian desires his cousin. I may not be able to provide that, but I can certainly procure something he wishes for. Whatever he desires, I shall endeavor to fulfill. As for your opinions, I scarcely concern myself with them. Song Hengyue's face fell, revealing a bittersweet smile, steeped in sorrow that seeped deep into his very being. He retracted the sentiment that he harbored feelings for her. Su Linran had remained unmarried for so many years. To assert that he held no aspirations would undoubtedly be false. Yet he consistently presented himself as gentle and refined. To speak ill of him seemed unreasonable, especially since Mingxian admired him and his mother praised him endlessly, while Shuyi regarded him as a paragon of virtue. Meeting her gaze, which was laced with a knowing smile, Song Hengyue felt a tightening in his chest, followed by an uncontrollable surge of jealousy. Struggling to suppress his emotions, he managed to articulate after a prolonged silence, I feel a bit envious that Mingxian favors him. Shuyi burst into laughter, as though she had heard something preposterous. Even her usually gentle and composed demeanor bore traces of mockery. What is wrong with Mingxian liking him? Have you reflected on yourself? It is true that you have treated Mingxian well this past year, but what of the past? Young master, how can you even utter such words? Do you not feel a pang of guilt? Do you not feel ashamed? Ridiculous, truly absurd. Mingxian indeed harbors feelings for Su Linran. However, it is undeniable that Mingxian also has affections for Song Hengyue. After all, the bond between father and son is intrinsic. He simply does not dwell on it constantly, as he sees Song Hengyue daily. Yet, Song Hengyue still has the audacity to speak of jealousy. He cannot argue his case. It is not as though he is consumed by jealousy over Mingxian's fondness for Su Linran. Yet, she remains perpetually indifferent. He often contemplates what actions he must take to win her back, grappling with feelings of inferiority and self-reflection. The slightest disturbance from outside makes him acutely sensitive. Yet, this lack of composure only adds to his unexpressed turmoil. Shuyi scoffs, stop being unreasonable. It is quite pointless, isn't it? Remember the words you once spoke. Chapter 73. Yet I now find myself filled with regret. After the celebration of Mingxian's birthday, the lotus flowers in Mingyue's garden began to blossom, and the skies grew increasingly clear as late April approached. Outside the official residence, Song Hengyue walked with a steady gait, a subtle smile gracing his face. My lord, young Master Yunqi has returned to the capital and wishes to invite you for a gathering, reported Feng Lei eagerly as soon as he saw the prince emerge. Song Hengyue paused, and his smile brightened further. Yunqi has returned? Indeed, his mother has been urging him to marry for the past 2 years. He could hardly enjoy himself while away. Yunqi was a childhood friend and cousin, sharing the same age, and their bond was quite close. However, Yunqi, with his carefree spirit, had not attended Baiyun Academy, preferring to roam about freely. At the Ju Sheng Tavern, a dashing young man clad in blue attire and adorned with a white jade crown sat languidly by the window on the second floor, his gaze indifferent as he observed the world outside. Upon hearing the door creak, he leisurely turned his head, downed the contents of his wine glass in one gulp, and stood up gracefully. Long time no see. Ahung, he said, placing a hand on Song Hengyue's shoulder. Song Hengyue gently pulled away, taking his seat before finally turning to face him. Noticing the rosy glow on Yunqi's face, he could sense a strong aura of nonchalance emanating from him. He chuckled, so, you finally returned from your escapades. If you lingered any longer, your mother might come searching for you herself. At this, Yunqi rubbed his nose and sighed, I have no desire to marry just yet. What is the point of marriage? Song Hengyue raised an eyebrow at his words, poured himself a cup of tea, and sipped it lightly. At your age, it is time to consider marriage. Your mother has been fretting since you turned 17. How much longer can she bear the worry? Yunqi flicked the hem of his robe and settled back with ease, pouring 2 cups of wine from the jug on the table. Let us drink. Tea is rather dull. Suddenly, Yunqi's gaze shifted, and he inquired, Ahung, do you think if I told my mother that I fancied a girl, but alas, she does not return my affections, she might grant me some leeway? Hearing this, Song Hengyue lifted his chin slightly, scrutinizing Yunshi's playful demeanor, yet he could detect a hint of sincerity in his eyes. Narrowing his gaze, he asked, "Are you speaking the truth?" Yunshi cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed, and nodded. "Indeed, it is true. Unfortunately, it seems she does not have feelings for me. I was making an effort to pursue her, but my mother has inundated me with letters, drawing me back home." Song Hengyue swirled his teacup, pondering for a moment. "If you speak honestly and the choice is suitable, perhaps your mother might be amenable." He paused, however. "If that girl truly dislikes you, it may be best not to share this with your mother. It would spare her the disappointment of fleeting hopes." Yunshi responded with a hesitant, awkwardly lifting his wine glass. "I feel at times that she harbors some interest in me, yet I often sense the opposite." He was unable to decipher her intentions, which seemed to fluctuate unpredictably. Song Hengyue glanced at his own cup, ultimately opting for tea while Yunshi continued to drink. After pouring himself another round, he asked in a low voice, "I have heard that you have been devoted to your younger siblings this past year. Have you only just realized your affection for them?" Upon hearing this, Song Hengyue's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness, and a bitter expression graced his features. "I used to misunderstand. She is truly wonderful." She was genuinely astonished to hear him speak so candidly. "Ah, at last, you have let go of your stubbornness. It is indeed rare. Your cousin is quite astute, yet he has confined himself within a cage due to certain circumstances. It is good that you have come to this understanding. You ought to treat your younger siblings with more kindness. What purpose does your cold demeanor serve, if not to resemble your late aunt? I know that as a child, you were troubled by the quarrels between your uncle and aunt, which fostered your aversion to arranged marriages. Yet, this arrangement cannot be evaded. You sought to marry your younger sibling yourself. Even if you do not harbor feelings for her, you must still fulfill your duties as a husband." After a moment of silence, Song Hengyue turned to gaze out the window and spoke in a desolate tone. "I once believed that mutual respect meant maintaining emotional distance, allowing each person to lead their own lives. But now, I find myself regretting that perspective. Regret, however, is futile. I can no longer win her heart back, especially with Shuyi's beloved Mingxian intertwined in our lives. Missing the birth of Mingxian and the celebration of his first year weighs heavily upon me. Shuyi has long since ceased to harbor feelings for me. She likely no longer cares about matters of the heart. Yet, regarding Mingxian, I fear she will hold resentment towards me for a lifetime. I can only silently endeavor to atone for my mistakes, hoping for a brighter future, but I dare not speak of our emotional ties. I understand Shuyi well. If we refrain from discussing feelings in the past, we can maintain the current tranquility. However, the moment such topics arise, I am met with nothing but coldness. The boomerang of my actions has struck me deeply, causing me to ponder each decision meticulously, weighing my words carefully before uttering them. Naturally, I feel jealousy regarding Suliran, but I cannot, nor do I dare, voice it." She poured him a cup of freshly brewed tea. "You must strive harder." As the sky darkened, Song Hengyue glanced outside, noting the lanterns were now lit, and rose to his feet. "I shall take my leave now. Tomorrow, when you visit the manor, Mother often inquires after you." She nodded, watching him depart with keen interest, muttering to herself, "It seems I'm not the only one whose affections have been thwarted." As Song Hengyue opened the door to the private room, he sensed a gaze upon him. Upon turning, he quickly averted his eyes. A woman clad in red leaned against the corridor, her head bowed, making no further movements before descending the stairs. Once he had left, the woman in red lifted her head, revealing a strikingly beautiful face, pursing her lips in a moment of guilt. "What should I do?" Unconsciously, she brought her fingers to her mouth, biting them in anxiety. After a few moments, she hurried down the stairs, only to find that Song Hengyue had vanished from sight. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and ascended the stairs once more. Inside, She, slightly tipsy, felt warmth enveloping her as her thoughts grew hazy. The door was suddenly pushed open, and the person he had been contemplating appeared before him. Song Hengyue had only just mounted his horse when he felt a wave of heat wash over him, his face flushed with a rosy hue. There was a certain area that had begun to swell. He was utterly astonished. Surely he could not be so desperate. Recalling the tea he had just consumed, a cold expression crossed his features. Fenglei, Please escort young Master Biao back to the Jusheng restaurant, and while you're at it, investigate the establishment. I suspect I may have been poisoned, he instructed. Feng Lei was taken aback. How could this be? You, my lord? Song Hengyue replied. I shall return to the manor. There are physicians there. He then recalled the woman he had encountered at the entrance of the private room, and added, also, look into that woman clad in red. Chapter 74. This matter is quite difficult to assess. Upon returning to the residence, Song Hengyue restrained himself from dismounting, his face flushed and his steps unsteady. The doorkeeper was startled and inquired, Young master, what has happened to you? Shaking his head, Song Heng, who gritted his teeth and replied, I shall return to the study. Summon the physician. The doorkeeper hastily responded with an eye, rushing into the house, while another attendant supported Song Hengyue, cautioning him to watch his step. As Song Hengyue made his way back, it was inevitable that the doorkeeper would report to Shuyi. Shuyi paused, her brows furrowed, and hurried toward the study. Upon seeing her, Dian, usually composed, exhibited a rare smile, as if she were a beacon of hope. Young mistress, you have arrived. Entering the study, Shuyi discovered that Song Hengyue was not seated within. Only the sound of water from the adjacent bathing chamber could be heard. The physician, upon noticing Shuyi, bowed his head, his tone somewhat peculiar. The young master has been administered a potent aphrodisiac. It is remarkable that he managed to endure until his return. He pondered aloud, who could possess the audacity to drug the young master. A chill flickered in Shuyi's luminous eyes as she inquired of Dian. Where did the young master go after his shift? Dian could only shake his head, stating, Today, Feng Lei accompanied the young master, yet he has not yet returned. Shuyi tugged at the corners of her mouth, suppressing her anger, and turned to the physician. Is there an antidote for this drug? The physician hesitated before responding. Young mistress, the dosage is substantial. Even if an antidote exists, it will not take effect immediately. He raised his gaze to meet Shuyi's, adding, If too much time passes, it may become quite troublesome. Shuyi let out a cold scoff, recognizing the physician as merely an employed individual, and felt reluctant to express her disdain in front of him. Prepare the antidote. It must be administered to the young master. Song Hengyue had lowered his guard outside. Returning home, he would expect her to provide the remedy. How naive. Dian's expression grew troubled, exchanging glances with the physician. They remained silent for several moments before the physician bowed and exited. Clearing his throat, Dian addressed Shuyi. What do you propose, young mistress? Impatiently waving her hand, she pressed the physician further. Is there truly no way to counteract this drug? Dian silently shook his head. Shuyi inquired again, if we delay the antidote, will it be fatal? Dian hissed softly, then shook his head once more. No. A sharp glint crossed her bright eyes. Then there is no need for me to intervene. Let him endure. With that, she settled into Song Hengyue's chair, raising her gaze. Find Feng Lei and investigate where the young master has been and whom he met. It is unacceptable to suffer such a grave scheme without knowing the mastermind behind it. Dian turned to glance inside, rubbed his nose, and then exited, listening to the muffled groans emanating from the bathing chamber. Shuyi hesitated before eventually stepping inside and opening the door. Song Hengyue, his strikingly handsome face turned toward her, was flushed, veins prominent, yet upon seeing her, his expression softened slightly, his voice laced with an uncontrollable desire. In the dim light, he found himself ensnared in a predicament, unwilling to request an antidote from Shuyi, fearing that the potency of the drug might harm her. Despite his desperate struggle for restraint, his fists were clenched tightly. He sat in a tub filled with cold water and ice, his usual refined demeanor now obscured, his eyes betraying a tumult of desire and self-control. Shuyi, standing at the entrance, raised an eyebrow and observed him from a distance before inquiring after a pause, What has transpired today? Upon mentioning this, Song Hengyue gritted his teeth in frustration. He had encountered Yunshi earlier at the Jusheng Tavern, merely sipping tea, only to discover on his return that he had been drugged. He had instructed Feng Lei to take him back to his residence to investigate the matter. Shuyi instinctively tightened her grip on the doorframe, her brow furrowing in thought. Yunshi was Song Hengyue's cousin, making it implausible for him to be the source of the poison, and the Juxing Tavern, being the grandest in the capital, would never stoop to such treachery. Clearly, there had been some misunderstanding. Observing his flushed face, Shuyi remarked with irony, "Perhaps the young master should exercise a bit of patience." Song Hengyue nodded. Shu, you may leave now." Her presence was nothing short of torment for him, as his desire teetered on the brink of devastation. Shuyi said nothing further, closing the bathroom door behind her as she exited. Shortly thereafter, Feng Lei returned, accompanied by the physician from the estate. Feng Lei stood stiffly before Shuyi, his expression awkward. "Young mistress, we have ascertained the truth. The drug was administered by a friend of young Master Yin. I encountered him hastily leaving the tavern, and he informed me. Moreover, young Master Yin had also been affected by the same drug." Noticing Feng Lei's hesitation, Shuyi's expression turned curious, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Was this friend male or female? Feng Lei scratched his head. "Female." Shuyi frowned. "Is this friend reputable?" He recounted how the woman had realized her error upon seeing the young master emerge from the private room, and promptly informed young Master Yin. This situation was indeed complex. Shuyi felt a mix of exasperation and relief, grateful that there was no malicious intent towards the Prince of Qing. Nevertheless, the ordeal had consumed much of the night. As dawn broke, Song Hengyue emerged, his previously flushed face now restored to its usual elegance. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Where is the young mistress?" Yin Jian quickly replied, "She just saw you and then departed. She may not have reached Mingwei residence yet." Song Hengyue sighed in relief and asked Feng Lei, "And young Master Yin?" Feng Lei replied, Young Master Yin stated that he did not require my assistance. Hence I returned." Song Hengyue scoffed. "Is that woman the one we saw in red?" Feng Lei nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, that is her. I sensed an unusual connection between young Master Yin and her." With his eyes closed and his forehead throbbing, Song Hengyue muttered, "Truly, send someone to inform Yunxi to tidy up and come to the residence. This matter certainly requires his thorough explanation. Otherwise, he might find himself unfairly burdened with blame, a notion he would prefer to avoid." With that, Song Hengyue rose and declared his intent to visit Mingwei residence. Shuyi returned to her chamber, tidied up casually, and reclined on the couch, finding it increasingly difficult to endure a sleepless night. Song Hengyue gently lifted the bed curtain, leaning in closer, his long fingers caressing her face as he gazed at her with profound tenderness for quite some time before placing a kiss upon her forehead. Exiting the bedroom, he addressed Gu Yu and the others waiting outside, instructing them that today the young lady of the house should rest well and need not come to pay her respects. He would take Mingxian with him. Gu Yu and the others did not object, watching as the heir carried the drowsy little master away. Song Hengyue wrapped his cloak around Mingxian, observing as the child yawned and drifted back to sleep, his gaze filled with warmth and light. Mingxuan's boisterousness could disturb Shushu's rest. Chapter 75. The reluctant pursuit. Shuyi awoke to the midday sun on the Grain Rain Festival. Gu Yu lifted the beaded curtain and entered, exclaiming, "Your Grace, you are awake." She then gestured, and a young maid entered with a basin of warm water. Gu Yu took it, wetting a cloth, and offering it to Shuyi, who had already risen from bed. "Your Grace, please wash your face first." Gu Yu then instructed others to prepare lunch. Once Shuyi had refreshed and adorned herself, the midday meal was ready. "Where is Mingxian?" Gu Yu, arranging the dishes, quickly responded. "The young master has taken the little lord away and instructed us not to disturb you." Shuyi nodded. After they had partaken in their meal, another young maid rushed in, announcing, "Your Grace, young Master Yin from the Guogong residence has sent a note, stating he will visit this afternoon." Shuyi paused slightly, then instructed, "In that case, have the kitchen prepare a more lavish dinner tonight. Also, send someone to inform the young master," urging him to return early. With that, Shuyi stood again, saying, "I shall pay a visit to the main courtyard." The Princess of Qing sat in a rocking chair beneath the grape arbor and waved upon seeing Shuyi. "Shuyi, you've come. Pay your respects to Mother." "No need for formalities. Please sit," she replied gracefully as Shuyi settled on a cushioned stone bench. "Mother, I have just received a visiting note from Cousin Yin, stating he will come to our residence this afternoon." The Princess of Qing was momentarily taken aback, Then a smile graced her lips as she teased. Yunshi has returned? It seems your sister-in-law may soon see her wishes fulfilled. For years, my elder sister has been troubled by Yunshi's marriage prospects, but alas, that young man has roamed free, like a capricious cat, oblivious to home. Shuyi beamed with a lovely smile, gently responding, I fear this time, Aunt may truly attain her desires. Yesterday, Hengyue was mistakenly drugged, and Yunshi openly claimed the person was his friend, while Feng Lei mentioned it was a woman. I suspect a wedding feast will soon be upon us. The princess of Qing regarded Shuyi with a hint of surprise, turning to her with a look of curiosity. Do you know something we aren't aware of? Shuyi shook her head. It is merely speculation. Today, when cousin Yun visits, you may inquire further. The awkwardness of the previous day's events made it difficult for Shuyi to divulge her thoughts to the princess. In a second courtyard, Rong Yun's radiant disposition was marred by a hint of disappointment at the corners of her smile. What should I do? She lamented. Yuengxi, resembling a contented cat, grinned and jested. What is done. Why fret over it? Rest assured, I shall apologize to my cousin on your behalf. Observing her troubled expression, he added with a smirk, as for our matters, I shall report to my mother and propose a visit to your family soon. Rong Yun's eyes widened in surprise as she stammered. Isn't that a bit too soon? Yunshi chuckled lightly. Too soon? You've come all the way to the capital and even drugged me. You must take responsibility and not run away again. In the past, he had felt that this person was somewhat elusive, but after yesterday's events, it seemed she harbored her own sentiments. Otherwise, she would not have pursued him all the way to the capital, nor attempted to drug him and force his hand. Rong Yun's face flushed, and she scolded, Stop it. Just stop. Observing her flustered demeanor, Yunshi broke into a broad smile, exposing his pearly whites, delighting inwardly. Remember, you cannot escape this time. You must be accountable to me. Although he had been thoroughly taken advantage of last night, he was not the one who initiated it. Hence, Rong Yun's attempt to flee was utterly futile. Rong Yun remained silent, languidly seated in a chair. Yunshi glanced at the time and turned back to instruct her. I intend to visit my aunt and simultaneously offer an apology on your behalf. You should stay here for now. I will report to my parents tonight and return tomorrow with a proposal. Watching him stride away, Rong Yun let out a sigh of relief. Her maid, hesitant to breathe, entered. Miss, what shall we do? Rong Yun took a deep breath, her irritation palpable. How should I know? Initially, she had chased after Yunshi out of anger when he ran away, intending to seize the opportunity. Little did she know that events would unfold so differently from her expectations. Now, escape was no longer an option. She admitted to herself that she had indeed been captivated by Yunshi's visage, yet she genuinely did not wish for marriage. Unfortunately, she had embroiled another in this predicament. Did you not say he was alone in that box? Why were there others? The maid hesitated for a moment, but all I saw was young Master Yun. Who could have anticipated that another would appear? Rising with a hint of urgency, she paced, uncertain if anyone would blame Yunshi. I should have accompanied him to offer my apologies. This misfortune is my fault. Yet, Yunshi had prevented her from going. He had acted with her reputation in mind. But, fortunately, Yunshi had mentioned that his cousin had a beloved wife and had safely returned home. Otherwise, her transgressions would have been even more grievous. Upon arriving at the gate, Hengyue encountered Yunshi, who snorted dismissively. Is that not my cousin? What brings you here today, seeking forgiveness? Observing the embarrassment and guilt on Yunshi's face, he rolled his eyes and dismounted while holding Mingxian. He refrained from overly chastising Yunshi in front of the child. Mingxian, this is your uncle. Greet him. Mingxian glanced at the beaming uncle and sweetly called out, Uncle. Yunshi quickly replied with an O, and produced a box, extracting a delicate necklace to gently adorn Mingxian's neck. You are such a good child. Mingxian touched the necklace around her neck and exclaimed, Thank you, Uncle. Hengyue observed the smile on his son's face, ruffled his hair, and raised an eyebrow at Yunshi. Let's go inside. Your mother is likely already waiting. Yunshi cleared his throat and grasped Hengyue's arm. Ahung, I have a request of you. Hengyue seemed to have an inkling of what was about to be said, standing on the steps with Mingxian in his arms. He cast a sidelong glance at him, a smile lingering on his lips, ambiguous yet knowing. Pray tell, What is it that you wish to request from your cousin? Observing his arrogant demeanor, Yunshi cleared his throat twice and donned a smile that sought to appease. Ahung, I shall personally explain the matter to my sister-in-law shortly. You must not breathe a word of this to our aunt. I implore you, won't you? You know how fond I am of that sword of yours. I will gladly gift it to you. Such matters should certainly remain concealed from their aunt. Though she was quite open-minded, she would likely disapprove of such underhanded dealings. Despite Yunshi's belief in the justifications for his actions, he understood that, given it involved Rong Yun, their aunt would never view it in the same light. Chapter 76. There Will Never Be Another. Song Hengyue chuckled coldly, casting a few icy glances before benevolently stating, I understand. However, you must thoroughly explain the situation to Shuyi. I do not wish to bear the brunt of unfounded accusations. It was evident that he had not been to any disreputable establishment, nor had he been drugged. The delicate relationship between him and Shuyi could not withstand even the slightest upheaval. She nodded repeatedly. All right, I will certainly provide a thorough explanation to my sister-in-law. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, She finally followed Song Hengyue into the room. Upon entering the main hall, he flitted in like a butterfly, exclaiming, Aunt, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly. The Princess of Qing wore a pleased smile, but retorted, if you truly missed me, why have you not returned to the capital for so many years? Yunshi, hands clasped in a gesture of supplication, replied, the splendid beauty of our daxia captivated me. And besides, it has only been a year and a half. He pondered why it felt like years to his mother and aunt. After all, he had been writing monthly letters, maintaining contact. Seeing his cheerful demeanor, the Princess of Qing chuckled and chose not to press further. She quickly turned to Shuyi, who stood to the left of the princess. Sister-in-law, greetings, he said, his voice tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Shuyi remained poised and serene, her elegant features breaking into a smile. Cousin Yun, it has indeed been a long time. Suddenly, Song Lingxi leaped out from behind the princess. Cousin, did you bring a gift for Lingxi this time? Perhaps a stone from Mount Tai, or a monkey from a May? In response to his cousin's playful banter, She waved his fan with a light-hearted tone. Neither, I brought the air from the great rivers and mountains. Song Lingxi huffed in exasperation. Cousin, you always know how to jest. I distinctly remember that monkey from a May. And where is Uncle? The Princess of Qing inquired, taking a sip from her teacup. He has entered the palace and will likely be delayed for some time. There is no need to concern ourselves with him, she replied. Once they arrived in the floral dining hall, the Princess of Qing turned to Yunshi. Now that you have returned, do you have any intentions of courtship? You are of age, and it would be prudent to settle down rather than roam aimlessly. Seek a respectable position and find a wife who understands your needs. She was not urging him, merely conveying that his sister-in-law was quite anxious, though the Duke of an S household would not suffer from Yunshi's presence. He could not continue to drift without purpose. In these times, families often scrutinize the capabilities of their prospective sons-in-law. It was not that she was lacking, but the reality was that he had an elder brother who was a prince, while he himself held no official title. What family would willingly entrust their daughter to him? With no substantial emotional bonds formed, it was only natural for families to consider what a husband could offer in terms of honor, wealth, and status. Without these, why would a respectable young woman wish to marry? This time, She did not resist. Instead, he humbly clasped his hands together. Thank you for your guidance, Aunt. I understand and will diligently seek a suitable position this time. He knew he could not allow Rong Yun to wed a man who merely indulged in leisure. The Princess of Qing raised an eyebrow, as if she had grasped something, then glanced at her daughter-in-law. Meeting her daughter-in-law's dignified smile, she turned away. Yunshi, do tell your aunt honestly. Have you already taken a liking to someone? Yunshi nodded earnestly this time. There is indeed a young lady. The Princess of Qing became intrigued. Which family's daughter is she? Yunshi pondered for a moment. She was not from the capital, but rather a miss from a minor general's family in Liangzhou. However, the young lady had yet to express her feelings. Currently, it was solely her nephew's affection. Upon hearing this, Song Hengyue averted his gaze. The Princess of Qing did not press further, merely stating, since you have someone in mind, you must devote yourself more diligently to your affairs. As night descended, The Qing Wangfu was illuminated brightly, and several people took their leave from the Princess of Qing. Halfway down the path, Yunxi, with an apologetic expression, explained to Shuyi, "Sister-in-law, yesterday's incident was my fault, which led to a Hong being drugged. Please do not hold it against him." After saying this, he pondered for a moment, intending to visit her with apologies after their marriage. Shuyi smiled gently, showing no signs of displeasure, and understandingly replied, "Cousin, you are being too hard on yourself. Thankfully, the young master is unharmed. There's no need to dwell on it any further." As Yunxi was the Princess of Qing's nephew, she felt it inappropriate to say much more. "Then we shall await your marriage, cousin." Although she did not fully comprehend their actions, she respected and wished them well. Yunxi still felt somewhat awkward, a hint of guilt on his face, and quickly expressed, "Thank you for your understanding, sister-in-law." Shuyi nodded and ceased to speak, handing over Mingxian and suggesting to Song Hengyue, "You should accompany Yunxi." Song Hengyue glanced at Yunxi and silently accepted the arrangement. "All right." Once outside, Yunxi breathed a sigh of relief. "Your sister-in-law's demeanor is so imposing. I find her even more daunting than my aunt." Just moments ago, he had nearly been at a loss for words, feeling excessively ashamed for his behavior yesterday. Song Hengyue sighed. "You should resolve your marriage matters sooner rather than later. Do not prolong it." Yunxi's smile radiated happiness. "Yes, once I return to inform my parents, I shall send someone to propose." Song Hengyue observed the street outside. "You should hurry back." He was not particularly eager to see Yunxi at that moment. Upon returning to Mingwei residence, Song Hengyue found Mingxian already asleep. Shuyi held a book in her hands, slowly turning its pages. Song Hengyue approached and sat beside her on the same chaise lounge. "Shu, it was because of Yunxi yesterday that I let my guard down. Rest assured, it will not happen again." Only then did Shuyi raise her head, her eyes resembling clear water but imbued with a subtle distance. "Young master, although we share no feelings, do not forget that you once sought my hand in marriage with no one else in mind. Even with the emperor's decree, my marriage to you is motivated by a specific purpose." As she spoke, Shuyi fidgeted with the book in her hands, articulating each word with care. "If you were to breach your promise in the future." Before she could finish her sentence, Song Hengyue eagerly interrupted. "Shu, I assure you once again, in this lifetime, there will be no one but you. Such an incident shall never occur again." He had always held on to his promise to Shuyi and had never forgotten it, let alone now, when his heart was entirely devoted to her. Through the flickering candlelight, they both perceived the sincerity reflected in each other's eyes. Shuyi was the first to avert her gaze, picking up the book in her hands once more. In the warm glow of the candlelight, she appeared graceful and elegant, akin to a luminous pearl or a radiant jade. Song Hengyue unconsciously leaned closer, captivated by her beauty, and despite sensing the aura of distance that surrounded her, his gaze remained unwavering. Chapter 77. A Delusional Fancy. This year's Dragon Boat Festival, akin to last year's, was held on the Long River, albeit with a fresh selection of competitors. Shuyi crafted several 5 poisons braided cords for her family, while Song Hengyue observed her fastening a gold toad-shaped charm around her wrist. He too retrieved a golden toad from the assortment of cords. "Shu, please put this on for me," he implored. Shuyi cast a sidelong glance at him, then lazily shifted her posture, responding, "Such trivialities can be managed by oneself. Why must you trouble me for every little task? Is it truly the case that the heir can wield a sword and ride a steed, but cannot adorn himself with a simple braided cord?" Song Hengyue's hand froze midair, his long lashes drooping, a wry smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a subdued tone. "It's different." Shuyi, her gaze fixed on the dragon boats gliding like water serpents, remained spirited, entirely disregarding his words. Different or not, each heart knows its truth. The scene mirrored that of the previous year, yet for Shuyi, everything felt profoundly altered. Now, she reveled in the simple pleasures of her role as the heir's consort. Mingxian was growing day by day, free from the burdensome emotions that once shackled her upon her return to life. She regarded him solely as Mingxuan's father, their bond now akin to that of partners, jointly nurturing Mingxian and upholding the dignity of the Qing Wangfu. This year's Dragon Boat Festival banquet would also see Shuyi accompany Mingxian. Due to last year's events, Song Lingxi remained inseparable from the Princess of Qing. Upon their arrival at the palace, the Prince and Princess of Qing led their entourage to pay respects to the Emperor and Empress. It is merely a family gathering. There is no need for excessive formality, the Emperor remarked with a hearty laugh. The Prince and Princess of Qing lingered to engage in pleasantries with the various princes and princesses. Shen Shuyi and Song Hengyue guided Song Lingxi to join the younger crowd. Upon seeing the pair approach, the heirs of the Rong and Ding families turned to greet them. Hengyue Daimai, they acknowledged. Elder brother, sister-in-law, they responded in kind. Noticing Song Shuyun, Song Lingxi gently tugged at Shen Shuyi's sleeve, prompting her to lean down as she whispered, "Sister-in-law, I shall seek out Shuyun." Shen Shuyi nodded, softly advising, "The banquet will commence shortly. Remember to return on time." Song Lingxi acquiesced. Song Hengyue placed Mingxian amidst a group of unfamiliar children, observing them playfully interact and smiling with ease. Shen Shuyi settled down with the Princess of Rong and the Princess of Ding. I wonder if the health of the Princess of Ding has improved? The Princess of Ding appeared somewhat haggard, yet managed to smile. Mother has shown significant improvement. The physician advises continued rest and care. Shen Shuyi took her hand in comfort. That is indeed good news. During my recent visit with the Heir, I noticed some signs of recovery. The physician's words indicate she has weathered a storm. This is cause for joy. The Princess of Rong nodded, affirming, "Sister-in-law speaks wisely. You too must prioritize your rest and not overexert yourself." Three individuals sat together, their personalities harmonizing well, fostering a pleasant rapport. The princess consort of the Rong Wang grasped Shen Shuyi's hand, slightly leaning in closer, and whispered, "Sister-in-law, I have heard that the esteemed Princess Changxi is returning. Is there any truth to this?" The princess consort of the Ding Wang swiftly turned to gaze at Shen Shuyi. Shen Shuyi smiled gently. "Indeed, there is such news. My maternal grandmother has been recuperating in Yunzhou for 3 years now, and it is certainly time for her return, likely arriving in June. Her grandmother, the illustrious Princess Changxi, had been in poor health several years prior, and her grandfather, the Duke of Li, accompanied her for her convalescence, leaving the title of Duke to her uncle. Now, the elderly couple was poised to return to the capital. The princess consort of the Rong Wang's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "Will the esteemed Heir Gongzi, who has been accompanying the princess, also be returning to the capital?" At the mention of her cousin, Shen Shuyi's eyes narrowed slightly as she turned her head languidly. "Why you ask so, sister-in-law?" Confronted by Shen Shuyi's penetrating gaze, the princess consort of the Rong Wang cleared her throat gently. "There are but few eligible young men in the capital, and among them, Heir Gongzi stands out as the most remarkable." Shen Shuyi suppressed further inquiries, her slender fingers tracing her jawline as she pondered. "My second cousin is now 20, a year younger than I, and thus of marriageable age. However, he has spent these past years by the side of my grandparents, showing no signs of pursuing a match. With their return to the capital, it is likely that they will also attend to his matrimonial prospects. Yet, the princess consort of the Rong Wang's family lacked suitable candidates. Though one potential match did arise from the Rong Wang's household, the legitimate daughter, Song Shuyun. After all, Song Shuyun and Song Lingxi are of the same age, turning 16 by the end of this year, reaching the age of maturity. Shen Shuyi wore a subtle smile, acknowledging her cousin's remarkable talents. It was apparent that with their return, her grandparents would indeed be inclined to arrange a marriage for him. "Sister-in-law, do you have anyone in mind?" The princess consort of the Rong Wang coughed lightly, her expression slightly awkward. "It is not that I have a specific candidate in mind, but as you know, Shuyun is already 17 and still without a match. Recently, my father has insisted that I help her find a suitable partner. She truly did not believe that Song Shuyun was worthy of Heir Gongzi. In her eyes, no one would be deserving of such a match. However, the Rong Wang had made his intentions clear, and she felt compelled to comply." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Shen Shuyi's eyes. She understood the implications behind Zhao's words. This was the will of the Rong Wang, not a shared sentiment with the Rong Wang's heir. Yet, as she was not part of the Li family, she held no authority to refuse. By the end of the year, both Shuyun and Lingxi will reach maturity. as they are both cherished daughters of their respective families. It is only fitting that their marriages be arranged properly. The princess consort of the realm, Wang, deftly shifted the conversation, feeling a sense of relief while also lamenting her husband's insistence on her probing into such matters. She could not fathom how Song Qiuyan could ever be considered a match for Heir. Such notions were utterly fanciful. Song Qiuyan lacks even the title of a princess, merely a secondary daughter of the royal house, daring to aspire to be matched with the legitimate grandson of the esteemed grand princess. It is akin to a toad dreaming of tasting swan meat, a mere figment of imagination. The father-in-law is truly oblivious, holding Song Qiuyan in excessive regard. The crown prince's consort, after a lengthy silence, finally spoke. Indeed, time passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, both Shuyun and Lingxi are approaching the age of marriage. Shuyi sighed inwardly. In her heart, they remain children, and she cannot fathom their future as brides. As for Song Lingxi's marriage, there is no urgency. Surely, the prince and princess of Qing have their own considerations. She glanced over at Song Lingxi, who was engaging in cheerful conversation with Song Shuyun, her eyes radiating brightness and innocence. Who, indeed, is worthy of such a Song Lingxi? Chapter 78. A fortunate event. The brilliant fireworks soared high into the sky as Song Hengyue cradled the drowsy Mingxian in his arms, his right arm enveloping the radiant Shuyi. Shu, these fireworks are truly magnificent, he mused, finding her even more enchanting. Shuyi gently caressed Mingxian's small face, her gaze soft beneath her fluttering lashes. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Song Hengyue settled Mingxian comfortably before heading to the main chamber. Shu, I fear I must depart the capital for a while. Shuyi's expression shifted in surprise, her gaze lifting to meet his. Why? Song Hengyue took a seat, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting. Today, the emperor summoned me, requesting that I accompany the third prince on a tour of Jiangnan. It will likely take around 6 months. After a moment of contemplation, Shuyi replied, This is indeed a good opportunity, as it signifies the emperor's trust in you. This is beneficial for the entire Wangfu. Observing the contemplative furrow in her brow, Song Hengyue felt a pang of disappointment. Shuyi, sensing the melancholy in his tone, Shuyi lifted her chin slightly. What is it? Does the heir not wish to go? Not at all. He understood the significance of the assignment. Yet, he longed to see Shuyi express her reluctance to part, even though he was aware of her indifference. Shuyi softened her demeanor, recognizing that despite the hardships of a journey to Jiangnan, they paled in comparison to the trust bestowed upon him by the emperor. Indeed, the emperor placed his faith in the current prince of Qing, but such trust was contingent upon each prince earning the monarch's recognition to gain favor. Otherwise, even noble women connected through marriage would find themselves neglected, much like the current Prince Rong, who languished in the confines of his harem, ensnared in frivolity. Song Hengyue comprehended everything. He was fully aware. Yet, Shuyi's pragmatic evaluation of the situation wounded his heart. She too noticed the stirrings of emotion in his eyes, but remained unmoved. Her aspirations centered on the stability of her household and her social standing. If Song Hengyue could secure the emperor's unwavering trust, Mingxian's future would undoubtedly be much more favorable. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Song Hengyue managed a rueful smile. Shu, I shall be departing in a few days. I may not be able to celebrate your birthday with you this time. He genuinely wished to share a joyful celebration with Shuyi, yet fate had other plans. Shuyi's beautiful eyes remained steady as she gently set her teacup on the table. It is merely a small occasion. She did not yearn for Song Hengyue's gift. In their shared world, it was simply a minor celebration. With a lowered gaze, Song Hengyue fell silent. Shuyi offered him a nod before retreating to the bathing chamber. As she lay down in bed, her thoughts began to drift towards the impending journey to Jiangnan. The region was prosperous, and this inspection would undoubtedly be no trivial matter. Recalling memories from her past life, Shuyi remembered a significant event, the great upheaval of the Salt administration in Jiangnan. She possessed little knowledge of the specific matters at hand. Yet the significant overhaul of Salt officials had stirred considerable commotion, an event that transpired during this winter. It was said that the third prince returned to the capital wounded, which made her regard this assignment with heightened concern. After Song Hengyue had thoroughly dispelled the humidity brought by his bath, he lifted the curtain and reclined upon the couch, gazing at her tranquil visage, and spoke softly, Shu, why are you still awake? Shuyi turned her gaze, her eyes flickering before she finally offered a reminder. In the Jiangnan region, aside from its famed fish and rice, salt is the most notable commodity. Although this journey centers around the third prince, it is imperative that you approach it with diligence. Song Hengyue paused, a smile gracing his lips, his tone considerably warmer. I understand, Shu, observing his elation. Shuyi shook her head slightly. In her past life, the inspection of Jiangnan had never fallen to Song Hengyue. The intricacies of the salt administration were profound, and she feared that a moment's negligence on his part might lead to complications, which prompted her to issue this caution. As he watched the faint candlelight filter through the gauzy curtain and illuminate Shuyi's face, a halo danced upon her features. He extended his hand to embrace her waist, caressing her delicate form, his voice heavy with desire. Shu, may I? Shuyi was clearly taken aback, following his gaze to find his broad chest exposed, a hint of temptation upon his countenance. Ultimately, she merely uttered, extinguish the light. In a fit of joy, Song Hengyue promptly extinguished the flame. The red quilt, adorned with mandarin ducks, rustled as the night was filled with tender whispers. As dawn's mist enveloped the surroundings, the flora of Mingyue residence was refreshed by the dew, and the gentle sunlight pierced through the haze, heralding the arrival of a new day. Shuyi cleared her throat, prompting Guyu to swiftly present a cup of water, lifting the curtain to assist her. Madam, hydrate your throat. After swallowing the water to soothe her parched throat, Shuyi inquired, what time is it now? It is nearly the hour of sea, Guyu replied. Nodding, Shuyi rose from the couch. Today, I shall wear that pink gold dress, complemented by the red gold ornament I received a few days ago. Bai Lu eagerly nodded, acknowledging that the Madam's taste had always been impeccable. She opened the wardrobe to retrieve the garments and matching accessories. By the time everything was arranged, it was already the hour of sea. As Shuyi stood, she instructed the 4 maidservants who had gathered, in 2 or 3 days, the young master will depart for Jiangnan. Though it has been a while since we managed the young master's daily affairs, this occasion is different. It is destined to be tumultuous. I cannot allow Song Hengyue to falter over trivial matters, lest he be left with a reputation of incompetence, even if he possesses genuine capability. Shuyi resolved to do all that she could. You shall prepare the gifts yourselves this time. Ensure that 2 outfits befitting his status are ready, along with several sets of varying quality. All necessary medicinal supplies must be gathered, addressing various ailments, and most importantly, do not forget to bring the 2 bottles of superior healing ointment from the estate. Guyu will handle that, she concluded. Additionally, it is imperative to sew some silver notes into the garments, ensuring that these notes are of a national denomination, absolutely not to be exchanged for local currency in Kyoto. This task shall be entrusted to Bai Lu. Furthermore, procure 500 taels of broken silver, specifically broken silver. 200 taels are to be kept by the heir. 200 taels shall be awarded to the heir's attendants, and the remaining 100 taels are to be temporarily stored by the heir's attendants for future use. This should be arranged during the Mangzhong period. As for the winter solstice, prepare some durable and non-perishable food items, making certain they are those favored in the Jiangnan region. Shuyi continued to ponder what else might be necessary. After some contemplation, she produced a roll of fabric containing silver needles. This is to be taken by the heir. Although small in size, these needles possess significant lethality. Each silver needle is laced with poison, a precious gift from her grandmother. Chapter 79. Luggage. Upon arriving at the main courtyard, the Princess of Qing was already seated in her imperial chair, engrossed in a novel. The daughter-in-law approached to pay her respects. The Princess of Qing extended her hand to pat her shoulder, her eyes never leaving the pages of the book. Please sit. Shuyi, just wait a moment. I shall finish this shortly. Shuyi could not help but chuckle, gently nodding, Mother, take your time. There is no rush. The Princess of Qing had a wide array of interests, and reading novels was among her favorite pastimes. When she encountered a particularly enjoyable story, she would even reward the author. True to her word, after a brief quarter of an hour, she closed her book and addressed her attendant. Amber, have someone deliver 50 taels of reward to this gentleman. She then turned her attention back to Shuyi. You always so busy, never take a moment to relax. I see your grand event is approaching. In a few days, you should allow yourself some leisure. Shuyi's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, Mother, those matters hardly require much effort. I quite enjoy overseeing them. Watching the coins accumulate and the estate grow is a source of joy in itself. Though I am not particularly fond of socializing, the current elite ladies are not at all unpleasant, and our exchanges are rather enjoyable. The Princess of Qing shook her head, not fully comprehending her daughter-in-law's passion, and remarked, If you truly relish it, then I shall gift you 2 jewelry shops. You ought to adorn yourself. Do not remain so plain. Life is meant for enjoyment. This, she believed, was the utmost truth, yielding to one's desires while maintaining control, embodying a conscious and indulgent spirit. Shuyi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the essence of enjoyment ingrained in their luxurious upbringing. Mother, I have ample shops already, and you have bestowed upon me so much. How could I possibly ask for more? The Princess of Qing waved her hand dismissively. These possessions will eventually belong to you and Lingxi. Accept them now to spare me any worry. Unable to refuse, Shuyi silently accepted the 2 land deeds. Reflecting on the conversation with the heir of the Rong family from the previous day and thinking of Song Lingxi, she spoke up, Mother, Lingxi will turn 15 in November. We must begin preparations for her coming-of-age banquet. It is a significant event, and many items should be procured in advance to ensure Lingxi is not disappointed. The Princess of Qing exclaimed, Ah, indeed, how is it that Lingxi is nearly 16 already? You have taken on quite the burden, Shuyi. Feel free to make all the decisions. She had long relinquished authority and did not wish to reclaim it. Regarding Lingxi's banquet, she trusted that Shuyi would ensure everything was perfectly arranged. Shuyi responded calmly, Mother, once I finalize the details, I shall return to seek your advice. The Princess of Qing contemplated before saying, I have already made preparations for Lingxi's coming-of-age ceremony, so you need not concern yourself with that. Shuyi found this unremarkable and simply nodded. By the way, Mother, in a few days, the heir will be traveling to Jiangnan on official business. I doubt he has had the chance to inform you. The princess consort of the king was indeed perplexed and inquired, How long will it take? Shuyi replied, Approximately 5 months. I should be able to return before the Lingxi and Ji banquet. This inspection of Jiangnan with the 3rd prince tends to be quite time-consuming. The princess consort responded with a nonchalant indicating that it was not an issue. She intended to offer some comforting words to her daughter-in-law, but suddenly recalled that Shuyi likely held no concern for where Song Hengyue was headed. Upon returning to Mingwei residence, Shuyi suddenly remembered what transpired the previous night and summoned Dongji. Prepare me a contraceptive soup. Dongji hesitated, but then spoke, Yet consort, the contraceptive soup can be detrimental to your health. Shuyi interrupted her, Just once will be fine. Sighing internally, Dongji complied with Shuyi's wishes and brewed the concoction. When she presented it, Shuyi drank it down in one go, returning the empty bowl to her. All right, do not wear such a grim expression. It is merely a singular instance. If you truly feel uneasy, then prepare some nourishing supplement for me as well. Dongji, with a resigned expression, nodded, I understand. Today, Song Hengyue went to the Wuqing military command to handle some affairs and returned in the afternoon, where he encountered Yundian. With a beaming smile, Yundian approached him. Noticing this unusual display of cheerfulness from Yundian, who was typically composed, Song Hengyue raised an eyebrow and asked, What is it? Yundian, sensing the change in his lord's demeanor, suppressed his smile and awkwardly replied, Today, the consort sent someone to deliver your belongings. He believed this would bring joy to his lord, as it was the first time in over a year that the consort had shown concern. Song Hengyue was indeed delighted. Were they? He inquired, already stepping through the door. Upon seeing the items on the table, he gently began to open them. Yundian stood by, stating, The consort has prepared medications, clothing, and silver for you. As Song Hengyue beheld everything, a radiant smile spread across his face, which he could hardly contain. The consort mentioned that each piece of clothing has 100 taels of silver sewn within. Yundian continued, moreover, the consort granted rewards to each of your attendants and had them carry some silver for you. With a smile that reached his eyes, Song Hengyue felt the coldness within him dissipate entirely, replaced by an unrestrained joy. Is there more? He asked. Yundian paused, his tone slightly sycophantic. The items prepared by the consort are all fashionable from Jiangnan, likely to ensure your convenience. She expressed that should you require anything else, you should inform her, and she will arrange it. As for provisions, they may take a little longer to prepare, but will be ready before your departure. Song Hengyue nodded repeatedly, gently caressing the items before him, his heart brimming with happiness. Shushu is truly wonderful. He felt an overwhelming desire to return to the past and admonish his former self for not cherishing what he had. What is the consort doing now? He inquired. Yundian thought for a moment. Today, the consort called for the chief steward, likely to prepare for the upcoming banquet for the princess. He had overheard a snippet of their conversation. Song Hengyue's smile faded. Given this information, he decided that for the trip to Jiangnan, he would take 2 stewards along to procure some items to bring back. The items from the Jiangnan region possess a remarkable texture and are always innovative. This time, I shall bring some exquisite materials and jewelry for Shushu. Yundian nodded and added, this requires the approval of the young duchess. Whether to take these items and who shall accompany must be arranged by her, as all matters are ultimately at her discretion. He has come to understand that in the affairs of the Prince of Qing's residence, aside from the young duke, managing such matters is the last thing the young duchess desires. Everything else must pass through her hands. The young duke's words hold weight only outside. Once he returns home, he resembles a feeble cat, seeking favor from the young duchess. Within the residence, his authority carries no significance whatsoever. Chapter 80. Another letter from the heir. When Song Hengyue arrived at Hengyue residence, Shuyi was still comparing this occasion to her own coming-of-age banquet, meticulously jotting down a list. Naturally, Song Lingxi's celebration as a princess would be more extravagant than her own. Upon seeing Song Hengyue enter, she inquired, Lingxi's coming-of-age banquet is in November. Do you think the heir will return in time? After considering the timeline, Song Hengyue replied that it should be feasible. Provided everything went smoothly, he would likely return to the capital in October. Shuyi nodded in approval. That's good. With a beaming smile, Song Hengyue approached her to grind ink, his heart filled with joy. Shushu, I received the travel gear you prepared for me. You've worked hard. At this, Shuyi recalled the silver needles she had yet to send. She retrieved them from the cabinet behind her and handed them to Song Hengyue, explaining, these items are small in size. The fabric pouch is specially made, so you can carry it with ease. They are all poisoned, so be cautious when using them. Song Hengyue accepted them, nodding repeatedly. Rest assured, I understand. Thank you, Shushu. Seeing the happiness on his face, Shuyi remarked, I do this for Mingxian. After all, he is still young and cannot be without his father. She needed Song Hengyue to support Mingxian for the sake of the Qing princess residence and her own honor, rather than out of concern for Song Hengyue himself. A momentary silence enveloped them as Song Hengyue's cheerful smile faded, replaced by a bittersweet atmosphere. After a brief pause, he reassured her, Shushu, I will be fine. Regardless of her motives, he sensed her sincerity and accepted it as if it were for his own sake. He would return safely. Although Shuyi might not cherish him, he treasured her, wishing to be by her side at all times. On the 8th day of the 5th month, Song Hengyue was to depart early with the 3rd prince. After paying his respects to the Qing prince and princess, he stepped outside, with Shuyi and Mingxian following closely behind. Midway, Shuyi halted her steps. I want to see you off. It's closer to return to Hengyue residence from here. Song Hengyue gazed at her in silence for a moment before walking over to lift Mingxian into his arms, playfully pinching his little face. Mingxian, father's going to Jiangnan for a long time. You must be good at home and listen to your mother, all right? Mingxian wrapped his arms around his neck and replied, Father, Mingxian will be good and will miss you. Deeply touched, Song Hengyue rested his forehead against his son's. All right, father will miss you too. Finally, he pulled Shuyi, who had been watching, into the embrace, forming a tight-knit family unit. Shuyi looked at Mingxian. her hands ceasing their struggle, and sighed inwardly. Song Hengyue truly knew how to read her emotions. With his arm around her shoulder, savoring her breath so close to him, he glanced around and noticed Guyu and a few others immediately bowing their heads under his gaze. Suddenly, he playfully covered Mingxuan's eyes and gently pressed a kiss to Shen Shuyi's forehead. Shen Shuyi shot him a glare and took Mingxian back in her arms. "You may leave now." Song, undeterred, smiled brightly. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Mingxian cheerfully waved to Song Hengyue. As June arrived, the weather grew increasingly sweltering, with ice placed upon the table, filling the room with a refreshing chill. Shen Shuyi sat at her desk, reading with Mingxian. Guyu entered, announcing, "Your Highness, another letter from the Crown Prince." Observing the instant sparkle in Mingxian's eyes, Shen Shuyi could only shake her head in resignation. "Bring it here," she instructed. She was too weary to elaborate. Such letters arrived daily, and she found little to intrigue her. After skimming through the trivial content, she extracted the essence, merely noting his current whereabouts. "Mingxian, your father misses you," she said. Mingxian nodded in acknowledgement. "Write a letter," she continued. Shen Shuyi glanced at the sheets of paper on the table, took the ink tray, and gently placed Mingxian's hand upon it, then pressed it onto the paper. A small handprint emerged. "This will suffice. Your father will cherish it." At present, Mingxian had only learned to grasp a pen and could not yet write. Shen Shuyi had not pushed him to practice. After all, he was merely a 2-year-old child, and it was too early to worry about writing. So familiarizing him with a few characters would suffice. As for the line in Song Hengyue's letter expressing a longing for a reply, Shen Shuyi regarded it with indifference, finding it somewhat amusing. She recalled a time when 10 letters from her would yield not a single response. Barely half a year into their marriage, Song Hengyue had been dispatched to the border, and Shen Shuyi, unable to bear the thought of separation, insisted on accompanying him. Yet, shortly after their arrival, she became pregnant. The situation at the border was tumultuous, and once she was stable in her pregnancy, he sent her back to the capital. She endured the trials of pregnancy while constantly thinking of him at the border. Now, reflecting on those days, it seemed a lifetime had passed. Those memories had long since faded, buried deep within her mind, unable to stir even the slightest ripple in her heart. Shen Shuyi took up her pen and wrote a single line. "All is well at home." She carefully placed the note into an envelope. "Guyu, please send this out. Also, go to the main courtyard and convey our safety to Mother Empress, and inquire if she has any messages for the Crown Prince." The Princess of Qing had no words to share, but after a moment's contemplation, the Prince of Qing took up his pen and composed a letter. Once Guyu had departed, the Prince of Qing sighed. Aheng's situation seems quite precarious. The Princess of Qing raised an eyebrow at him. "If it is indeed precarious, then why do you remain idle?" The Prince of Qing set down his teacup, feeling a bit wronged. "Again, how could I not care for him? Before he left, I had already arranged for assistance, and just yesterday I sent another group. Rest assured, although the circumstances are somewhat dire, the contributions are tangible. Moreover, the third prince is also present, so the emperor will undoubtedly take heed. Even if there are risks, his life will not be in jeopardy." The Princess of Qing regarded him with a sidelong glance, her expression softening. "Well, that is reassuring." In Jiangnan, after completing his duties, Song Hengyue turned to Feng Lei. Feng Lei silently shook his head. Song Hengyue understood that he had once again not received a letter from Shen Shuyi. The third prince observed him for a moment, then teased, "Aheng, this won't do. How can you not even receive a letter?" Shaking the sheets of paper in his hands, he remarked, "Look at this. I have 5 or 6 letters here, and I can't even read them all." Song Hengyue cast a few silent glances his way. "And there are no letters from the third prince's consort, so you needn't flaunt," he said. The third prince, momentarily taken aback, retorted, "How do you know there aren't any?" Song Hengyue rolled his eyes, tugged at the hem of his robe, and replied nonchalantly, "Just a guess." The envelopes before them were quite diverse, yet the stationery used by the prince's consorts bore a distinct format. After a moment of silence, the third prince pondered, "It seems we have truly caught a multitude of pests this time." Song Hengyue replied with a cold smile, "The pests of the nation ought to be eradicated." The third prince's radiant smile concealed an undercurrent of chilling intent. "Indeed, you are correct," he acknowledged. Chapter 81. Have you suffered any injustice in recent years? In early June, the Grand Princess Changxi and her husband, Duke Li, returned to the capital from their recuperation in Yinzhou. Awaiting them at the city gate were the Duchess Li and the couple Shen Guanshi and Shen Shuyi, who eagerly looked on. Duchess Li, Madame Qin, inquired about the time, while Shen Shuyi gently supported her. "Aunt, there is no need to rush." Madame Qin turned back with a tender smile. "Shuyi, why don't you sit for a while?" Shen Shuyi, however, could not allow her elder to wait alone, insisting, "Aunt, please take a moment to rest. It is still early, and I estimate it will be a while longer. My brother has already gone to fetch them, and once they arrive, someone will send word to us." As she spoke, Shen Shuyi gently guided Madame Qin towards the awning that had been set up. Inside, they found Madame Qin seated. Seeing them enter, she quickly rose. "Aunt, please sit." Madame Qin, with a gentle demeanor, approached Madame Qin and said, "Dear child, there is no need for such formalities. You ought to sit more often." A teasing glimmer sparkled in Shen Shuyi's eyes, and her beautiful countenance blossomed into a smile reminiscent of a blooming lily as she settled them both comfortably. "Aunt and sister-in-law should rest." Madame Qin, blushing at Shen Shuyi's smile, nodded in agreement. Madame Qin sipped from the ice cream brought by the maid, alleviating some of the heat within her. "Shuyi, do have taste. Watterson, you should try yours as well. It has been chilled in the ice basin for a short while and carries a touch of coolness. You, having just entered your 3rd month, ought to be resting at home. Guanshi is rather careless. How could he bring you here?" Madame Qin quickly shook her head. "Aunt, you flatter me." A hint of embarrassment and sincerity graced her features. "This is not the first time. There is no need to be overly cautious. Moreover, the return of our grandparents to the capital is a significant matter. With my father and mother absent, as a younger generation, how could I remain at home in peace?" Madame Qin gently patted her hand. "We are all family. There is no need to speak of us as 2 separate households." The conversation turned to familial matters until a young servant galloped forth with news that the Grand Princess and Duke Li were but a mile from the capital. Madame Qin hastily arranged her attire along with Madame Qin and Shen Shuyi before stepping out of the awning to respectfully stand at the city gate. The procession of the Grand Princess appeared in the distance, and Shen Shuyi supported her sister-in-law as they moved forward along with Madame Qin. Before long, the procession halted, and the ornate carriage was unveiled, revealing the Grand Princess Changxi and Duke Li Hizhongyuan within. Beside the carriage stood Shen Guanshi and He Jianzhou. They dismounted, with Shen Guanshi waiting at the carriage while He Jianzhou approached. Madame Qin's hands trembled slightly. Her face bore a smile tinged with tears as He Jianzhou knelt before her. Shen Shuyi and Madame Qin gracefully stepped aside. "I am unfilial, having been unable to serve my mother these past few years." Madame Qin pulled him up, gazing at his face for a moment, noting that although he appeared haggard, he was nonetheless spirited. "My son, honoring your grandparents is the best form of filial piety." Having spoken, he made his way towards the stationary carriage. He Jianzhou exchanged slight bows with Shen Shuyi and Chen Shi, and soon the group gathered by the carriage. They knelt down, paying their respects to their grandparents and parents. The Grand Princess Changxi, now in her 60s, had begun to show some gray in her hair, yet she bore no signs of decline. A faint smile graced her dignified and authoritative visage. "No need for excessive formalities. Please rise," she urged. The elderly Duke of Li dismounted with agility and nodded at Qin Shi. "You have endured much these past years." Qin Shi promptly inclined her head, replying respectfully, "It is the duty of a daughter-in-law." Observing his grandson still in reverence, he gently shook his head and turned his gaze to the 2 kneeling sisters-in-law. "Qin Shi, you should rise as well. Your condition is not what it once was." "Shu, it has been years since you last saw your grandfather. Why do you become so formal? Stand up quickly. Today your grandfather has brought gifts for you." Shen Shuyi lifted her head, revealing a charming smile as she stood. Steadying Qin Shi, she took a few steps to stand beside her grandfather, softly cooing, "Grandfather, you have finally returned. Shu has missed you dearly. I was supposed to bring Mingxian to meet you and grandmother, but you sent word early on, forbidding them from coming out in the sun." He Zhongyuan chuckled heartily, affectionately ruffling his granddaughter's hair, his gaze lingering on her high bun, a sigh escaping his lips. Are you perhaps feeling envious of the children? He teased. Go now. Greet your grandmother. Once he had comforted his granddaughter, He Zhongyan raised an eyebrow and addressed Shen Guanshi. Why are you still kneeling? Shen Guanshi silently touched his nose and rose, inwardly lamenting the persistent preference for daughters over sons, though he respectfully replied, Grandfather, I wish you well. Shen Shuyi hurried to the carriage, where Qin Shi exchanged pleasantries with her mother-in-law before yielding her place to Shen Shuyi. The latter expressed her gratitude to her aunt, climbed into the carriage, and nestled into the embrace of Grand Princess Changxi, her voice tender. Grandmother, I have missed you so much. The Grand Princess wrapped her arms around Shen Shuyi's shoulders and leaned down slightly. Good child, your grandmother has missed you as well. Their last meeting had been at Shen Shuyi's wedding, when the Grand Princess was not in good health. After the wedding, she and her husband had gone to Yunzhou for recuperation. It had now been over 3 years. Shu, have you faced any grievances during these years? Shen Shuyi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently replied, Grandmother, who could make me feel wronged? Do not worry. I'm doing well. I simply miss you. Hearing her muffled voice, tinged with a hint of emotion, the Grand Princess's loving yet discerning gaze revealed a trace of steely resolve. Nevertheless, her tone remained gentle. Dear Shu, this time when I return to the capital, I will not leave again. If you miss me, come to see me. Children tend to share only their joys, concealing their sorrows. She believed Shen Shuyi was indeed thriving, yet she was certain that she had faced her share of trials. As an elder, she understood well that while children might think of her, they often spoke of missing her only when they had endured some hardship, but could not bear to cause concern. Shen Shuyi nodded, her thoughts meticulously organized as she lifted her gaze to behold the few strands of white hair that had begun to adorn her grandmother's head. A wave of bittersweet emotions washed over her. The Grand Princess, observing the Chun family and Shen Guanshi outside, promptly interjected, Shuyi, your concern is noted, but do take care of your health. You should rest now. Turning to Guanshi, she urged, hurry and assist your wife into the carriage. The group boarded the carriage, making their way back to the Duke's residence. The Grand Princess was supported by her husband as she descended from the carriage, with Shen Shuyi closely following. At the entrance, various maids, matrons, stewards, and servants awaited, accompanied by several children, bowing in respect to the Grand Princess and the Duke. They paid their respects to their great-grandparents as well. The Grand Princess instinctively quickened her pace upon seeing the 4 children kneeling at the door, gathering them into her embrace, exclaiming, My dear children of the great-grandmother. Chapter 82. The banquet. Once she had completed her fragrant greetings, Shen Shuyi approached Mingxian and led him through the gates of the residence. The Grand Princess Changxi and He Zhongyuan took their seats. In these past few years, while we have been away from the capital, you have borne much hardship, Qin Shi, especially with the eldest at the border. After this, she turned her gaze towards the 3 children. The eldest must be Yao Bai, while the most adorable and charming one is Yue Yao. And this mischievous lad in the middle is Dingyan, which makes the youngest Mingxian, correct? Mingxian, with a curious expression, drew closer to his cousins, incessantly chattering. Indeed, I am Mingxian, the most well-behaved one. This is my cousin, and my other cousins, they are also well-behaved. He Zhongyuan smiled gently, leaning down to tease him. And what makes you the most well-behaved? After a moment of contemplation, Mingxian replied, because I study and practice martial arts. Just like my great-grandfather. Shen Shuyi couldn't help but chuckle, while Dingyan nodded in agreement. Mingxian is well-behaved, and so am I. All of us cousins are well-behaved. Their playful exchange brought laughter to everyone in the hall. Having traveled a long distance back to the capital, the elderly couple were somewhat fatigued. Thus, Shen Shuyi took the children back to the Prince of Qing's residence, planning to return the following day. On the next day, when Shen Shuyi visited the Duke's residence again, Qin Shi accompanied the Grand Princess. They paid respects to their grandmother and maternal aunt. Please, rise and take a seat. Shuyi, today your grandmother has a matter to entrust to you. Surprised, Shen Shuyi raised her elegant eyes to meet her grandmother's gaze. Do not hesitate to speak, grandmother, she urged. Qin Shi interjected, not allowing her mother-in-law to continue, dabbing her lips with a handkerchief, a hint of mirth and earnestness in her demeanor. Shuyi, Now that your second cousin has returned, being merely a few months younger than you, it is time for him to consider marriage. We believe that if the residence itself were to host a banquet, it might come across as rather too direct, almost as if selecting a daughter-in-law. Therefore, your aunt wishes to seek your assistance. Since you are organizing the dreamlike occasion, why not extend invitations to several young ladies to evaluate for your cousin? The Grand Princess chimed in. At that time, your grandmother would also like to attend. Shuyi laughed. This is hardly a challenge. There is no need for such formality in asking. I will certainly arrange everything meticulously. However, the evaluation would require your aunt and cousin to be present as well. Qinshi, beaming with joy, gently grasped Shuyi's hand. This endeavor may prove taxing for you, yet I must insist that you should not bear any expense. I will have someone deliver the funds to your residence. Sensing Shuyi's inclination to decline, she quickly feigned displeasure. You absolutely must not refuse your aunt. Otherwise, I shall cease to seek your assistance. With a flutter of her eyelashes, Shuyi conceded, recognizing that this task was not particularly arduous. The estate her mother had bequeathed her from her grandmother was picturesque, with lotus flowers in the lake on the verge of blooming. By mid to late June, they would be ready to host a banquet. If such an event were to take place, a dreamlike occasion would not be entirely suitable. The guest list would differ. It would be preferable to organize a lotus appreciation banquet, extending invitations to the ladies of various households under my name. The Grand Princess nodded in agreement. That sounds perfect. Upon returning to the Prince Qing's residence, Shuyi received a delivery of 1,500 taels in silver notes from the Qing family. Before long, she was also presented with exquisite jewelry from her grandmother. Shuyi could only shake her head in resignation. The garden had already been adorned, the servants were well prepared. And organizing this banquet merely required sending out a few invitations and arranging some food and entertainment, surely not requiring such a substantial sum. The jewelry sent by her grandmother was all procured from the palace. Though some pieces bore the marks of age, they remained extraordinarily valuable. Hearing of these developments, the Princess Qing summoned Amber to bring forth a list. This is a roster of young ladies from respectable families yet to be married off, Amber informed her. It encompasses the daughters of various families in the capital. You may proceed according to this. Shuyi felt a wave of relief wash over her. With this list, many burdens have been alleviated. Please extend my gratitude to my mother, she requested. By mid-June, invitations to the banquet had been dispatched to every household in the capital from the Prince Qing's daughter-in-law. Those well-informed understood that this was an endeavor orchestrated by the esteemed Princess Changxi to find a suitable bride for her cherished grandson. Although young master, he was not the heir of the Leaguewood Duke's residence. He shared the same mother as the heir, and the Leaguewood Duke's family was indeed prestigious. With no concubines to be found amongst them, standing out in power and status within the capital. Young master, he was also renowned for his admirable character. His lack of an official position mattered little, for with the support of the Grand Princess and the Duke, how low could he possibly fall? Consequently, various households busied themselves with selecting garments and acquiring jewelry in preparation for the upcoming Lotus Appreciation Banquet. 2 days prior, Shuyi had invited Jiakarumo to host a gathering within the garden to experience the proceedings firsthand. Tang Zhijian was the first to arrive, marveling at the garden's exquisite and elegant decorations. Truly, this is deserving of the former abode of the Grand Princess, she mused. It was a rare privilege in the capital to possess such a flourishing and spacious estate, typically reserved for royal kin. Shuyi grasped her hand, observing that the furrowed brows had lifted, replaced now by a serene, scholarly demeanor. There were only 8 or 9 attendees today, as many others were occupied elsewhere. Not everyone enjoys the freedom I do, Tang Zhijian chuckled. Those in the capital are unlikely to join us. Zhou Fuyin and Jin Xiodi arrived together, prompting Shuyi and Tang Zhijian to rush forward to greet them, particularly noting the noticeable pregnancy of Jin Xiodi as she approached with confident strides. Xiodi, do take care. Consider your condition, Shuyi urged. With a bright smile, Jin Xiodi, observing their concern, replied playfully, Fear not. This little one has been quite gentle with me thus far. Zhou Fuyin approached with a soft sigh. I had hoped to enjoy myself today, but it seems I shall only be an observer. Shuyi was taken aback and quickly glanced at her, sensing a hint of melancholy on her face, though her eyes remained tender. "You two are not expecting, are you?" Zhou Fuyin nodded gently. "It has come as quite a surprise." Cui Lanshi emerged from behind, pausing for a moment before teasingly remarking, "It appears you two are quite the harmonious couple." Zhou Fuyin shot a reproachful glance at Cui Lanshi, remarking on her loquacity. Shortly thereafter, Chun Shi arrived, accompanied by other members of the Jechi Rumo society who were in the capital. Today was indeed lively. "Greetings, Lady of the Air." Shen Shuyi hastily ushered them in, noting how their prolonged absence had fostered a certain formality between them. "You must visit me more often from now on, so that our next encounter is less formal." Being part of the same literary society naturally fostered camaraderie, and despite the long hiatus, there was no sense of estrangement. After a day of revelry, as they exited the garden, each person's face radiated with joy. Chapter 83. The Lotus Appreciation Banquet on June 22nd. Shen Shuyi had already entrusted Song Lingxi to assist her in attending to the noble ladies. The princess consort of the king of celebration, though disinclined to engage, sent a few of her maids to aid Shen Shuyi. With a graceful smile, Shen Shuyi welcomed each guest, ensuring that they felt valued. As the guests gathered, the Grand Princess Changxi entered, accompanied by Madame Qin. The noble women exchanged glances, confirming the authenticity of the news. "Greetings to the Grand Princess," they intoned. Unfazed, the Grand Princess replied, "Please rise." She took her seat at the head of the table, and after some pleasantries, Song Lingxi led the young ladies to the pond at the rear for boating. For this occasion, Shen Shuyi had prepared numerous amusements: archery, horseback riding, tossing the pot, as well as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, ensuring that all guests could partake in the festivities. Observing the noble women frolicking in groups and the matriarchs engaging in conversation, each displaying varied expressions, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Guyu approached, lowering her voice to Shen Shuyi's ear. "Young lady, Miss Chiyun from the Rome Wangfu has arrived and is currently waiting outside the garden." Shen Shuyi's expression shifted subtly, her bright eyes cooling unexpectedly, and her smile grew somewhat forced. After exchanging a few words with those nearby, she stepped away from the crowd. "Is she alone?" Guyu nodded, responding yes. "She has brought only a maidservant, and her carriage is not from the Rome Wangfu. It appears to be rented." Shen Shuyi's demeanor turned frosty. "Invite her in. Although she is an uninvited guest, we still possess the grace to welcome her. Does she believe that her presence at this banquet will earn her grandmother's favor? Such dreams are futile. This behavior will only serve to displease her further." The news of the banquet had circulated throughout the capital days prior, and with the King of Celebration's residence in close proximity to the Rome Wangfu, had she requested an invitation, Shen Shuyi would have certainly obliged. However, her grandmother had informed her that there was no need to extend invitations to the royal family, hence she had not invited Song Shuyan either. While waiting at the drooping flower gate, Shen Shuyi contemplated and instructed Dongji. "Please find someone to go to the Rome Wangfu and inform the young lady of Rome Wang that Miss Chiyun is here, so they need not rush." Dongji nodded with a smile, delighted to carry out the task. Before long, Song Chiyun entered, adorned in a sky-blue dress and a pearl headdress, her delicate features appearing notably dignified. "Greetings to Sister Hung," she said. Observing her poised demeanor, Shen Shuyi smiled gently. "No need for excessive formalities, dear Sister Chiyun." With a slight lift of her chin, Chiyun replied, "Thank you, sister. I happened to pass by and heard that you were hosting a banquet with the Grand Princess in attendance. As a younger generation, how could I not pay my respects?" While her words seemed courteous, upon reflection, they revealed a certain lack of propriety. Shen Shuyi merely smiled, choosing not to delve deeper into the conversation. "Is that so? You are indeed thoughtful. Since you are here, why not join Lingxi in some recreation? There is no rush to greet grandmother. She is currently resting, and once she awakens, she shall undoubtedly call for you." "Longing to meet my grandmother? Indeed, it is possible, accompanied by all the young ladies. Now, the noble women of the capital are gathered, and it would be a fine opportunity to assess her worth." Song Qiuyun's expression stiffened slightly, her heart filled with unease. She had anticipated that Sister Hung would promptly take her to pay respects to the Grand Princess. After all, she belonged to the royal family. Sister, how can I indulge in leisure? I should attend to my esteemed aunt, she stated. Shuyi's smile grew increasingly genuine. Indeed, she is your esteemed aunt. However, not everyone possesses the privilege to address her as grandmother. Her grandmother is the Grand Princess, the sister of the late emperor and the aunt of the current sovereign. Even Song Hengyue could merely greet her as the Grand Princess. Song Lingxi only gained the right to call her esteemed aunt after Shuyi's marriage to Song Hengyue. As for Song Qiuyun, what standing did she have? The royal family is stratified, after all. Do not fret, Sister Qiuyun. There is no shortage of attendance for our grandmother. Since you are here, make the most of your time and enjoy yourself, she said, leading the way without waiting for Song Qiuyun's response. Gulme, I shall take you to find Lingxi. Song Lingxi was still joyously engaged with Lu Shiqing and others when she noticed her sister-in-law approaching. Standing up, she had scarcely smiled when she spotted Song Qiuyun following closely behind. Her expression instantly soured, prompting Lu Shiqing and the others to rise as well. We pay our respects to the son of the king. Shuyi quickly restrained them. No need for excess formality. I am merely bringing Qiuyun here. Lingxi, please entertain her. Song Lingxi beamed at her sister-in-law and nodded. I understand, sister. Rest assured. After exchanging pleasantries with the noble women, Shuyi took her leave. Once she departed, the atmosphere grew chilly again. Lu Shiqing and the others offered a slight greeting to Song Qiuyun before each returned to their books. Please take a seat. Song Lingxi gestured to a nearby chair. Had it not been for her sister-in-law hosting the gathering, she would have certainly disregarded Song Qiuyun's presence. After all, she was a princess. Aside from the elder princesses, whom else did she need to accommodate? Once Song Qiuyun was seated, Song Lingxi resumed her cheerful conversation with Lu Shiqing. Meanwhile, at the front, Shuyi instructed Bai Lu, find someone to accompany the princess and keep an eye on Song Qiuyun. Ensure she does not cause any disturbances. She never overestimated Song Qiuyun's decorum. Song Qiuyun had faced considerable setbacks under her watch, with so many young ladies in attendance, many of whom surpassed her in talent. She feared that Song Qiuyun might lack the wit to navigate the situation. Yes, I understand, my lady. Upon reaching the flower hall, Shuyi entered the partitioned area where the Grand Princess was resting. Grandmother, just now, the legitimate daughter of the Prince of Rome arrived. The Grand Princess raised her head after placing a black piece on the board. The useless fellow. Is it? Shuyi smiled subtly, unsure of how to respond. The Grand Princess remained impassive. Let her come. It is of no consequence. After all, I would never select a bride for Jianzhou from within the royal family. The house of the Duke of Li is far too prominent. When her brother intended to bestow the title of princess upon her daughter Ru Qiao, she had declined. Although it was a slight against her daughter, the emperor had provided a generous dowry for Ru Qiao's marriage. Their family did not lack for such superficial titles. Jianzhou is a man of 2 sons, and he cannot choose a woman who is quarrelsome and contentious. He longs for a lady who is well-educated, understanding, and exudes grace, someone who can harmonize with him. Shuyi nodded and simply remarked that she had expressed her intention to serve him, to which I replied that he was resting. It is worth mentioning that before your return, Prince Rong had sent his heiress consort to gather information. The eldest princess squinted her eyes, finding the situation foolish and predictably so. It is likely that Shuyi did not outright refuse. Yet in such circles, subtlety is often ineffective. Even so, Prince Rong dares to send his legitimate daughter to inquire. One wonders whether he is showing affection for her or inadvertently causing her distress. Not only would she be ill-suited to choose from among the royal family, but even if a union with nobility were possible, it would certainly not be from the Rong family, nor would involve a daughter of lesser status. Chapter 84. But I heard you were called Qiuyun. The sunlight shimmered over the lotus pond, where a young maiden danced gracefully. Shuyi presented the poems and paintings crafted by the noble ladies to her grandmother and the esteemed matrons. Grandmother, ladies, please indulge in the appreciation of these works. The Grand Princess was the first to take a few sheets, urging the others, come, let us see who will emerge victorious today and claim the rewards offered by all. Shuyi stood beside the Grand Princess, her gaze fixed on the few pieces in her grandmother's hands. After perusing several entries, The Grand Princess glanced at the exquisite creations submitted by the other ladies, her face beaming with delight. Having been away from the capital for so long, I'm amazed to see so many talented young ladies flourishing here. The poems and paintings before her brought a sense of joy. The Duchess of Anghua chimed in with a smile. Your Highness, to receive your praise is a blessing few can attain. With no daughter of suitable age in her family, she accepted the compliment with grace. The Grand Princess teased her. Ah, you remain as youthful as in your prime. Madame Qin of the Luwu Duke's household carefully examined the acclaimed poems and paintings, appreciating each one in turn. These children are indeed a source of joy, truly the pearls of their respective families. The Grand Princess observed the vibrant young ladies nearby and turned to Shuyi, instructing her, call the children over, so I may also become acquainted with them. Having played the role of a mere observer for long enough, Shuyi nodded and responded softly, smiling as she stepped outside. Approaching the lotus pond, she was greeted by a few young ladies who paid their respects. Please, no need for excessive formality. Grandmother wishes to meet you. Come along with me. The noble ladies followed her with poised and dignified steps towards the flower platform. Song Lingxi, pulling Lu Shiqing alongside her, was trailed closely by the inseparable Song Qiuyun. Lingxi secretly rolled her eyes, and although Shiqing wished to laugh, she restrained herself, her face radiant nonetheless. Noticing envious glances cast their way, Shiqing quietly shook her head. How could young master he ever be for me? From every perspective, the two families were not ideal matches. The Luwu Duke's household did not require a primary wife with overwhelming power or deep entanglements, and she too sought a husband who could support her sister without arousing the emperor's suspicion. She had come merely to play the part of an ornament, yet some failed to see her true role, mistaking her for a rival. Upon the flower platform, the Grand Princess regarded the approaching noble ladies with satisfaction. Salute the Grand Princess Changshi. You may rise. What delightful children you are. Your budding beauty reminds me of my own youthful days. With that, the Grand Princess shifted her tone. Your poetic and artistic endeavors possess great spirit. There are several pieces among them that I particularly admire. Shuyi, please bring forth the rewards I have prepared, along with the contributions from the other ladies. Shuyi promptly instructed Guyu to present several trays. The Grand Princess had prepared a set of exquisite Lingxi dual-color hairpins, a red tourmaline bracelet, and a green gemstone necklace. The Crown Prince's consort prepared a splendid set of pink gemstone and gold headpieces, accompanied by a plain silk and autumn jade bracelet and an exquisite beaded necklace. The wife of the Duke of Zhanghua added a delicate hairpin, while the wife of the Duke of Li Guo contributed a green jade bracelet. Additionally, the wife of the Duke of Hengyue provided a pair of blue jade earrings. Song Lingxi observed Song Qiuyun's eyes light up with excitement and stepped aside, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. After all, she was a young lady of a royal household. Such navette seemed unbecoming. One could not help but notice how the other young ladies maintained their composure, even in the face of astonishment, without displaying their feelings so overtly. Song Qiuyun felt a rush of desire, wishing fervently for such treasures to be her own, particularly the two exquisite headpieces prepared by the Grand Princess and the Crown Prince's consort, truly priceless items, with the others not far behind in value. The wife of the Duke of Hengyue was the maternal aunt of Song Hengyue, while the wife of the Duke of Li Guo was the maternal aunt of Shuyi. The wife of the Duke of Zhanghua, having previously sought to mend ties due to the recent Zhou family incident, ensured that these three duchesses added their contributions, prompting others to follow suit. By this count, there were already 9 splendid offerings, more than sufficient to bestow upon all the remarkable young ladies present. Lu Shiqing, renowned as the foremost talented woman in the capital, soon caught the Grand Princess's attention, who beckoned her forth. My dear child, you are indeed remarkable. This poem of yours has won my favor. The headpiece was a serendipitous find during my time in Yunzhou, and now I bestow it upon you. A maid approached, delicately carrying the vibrant double-bird headpiece. Lu Shiqing graciously expressed her thanks, her smile and demeanor exuding poise and intelligence, leaving no room for criticism. The Grand Princess beamed with satisfaction, noting her resemblance to Shuyi, though Shuyi had been sheltered and lacked such perceptiveness in her youth. Subsequently, The Grand Princess presented the pink gemstone and gold headpiece prepared by Shuyi to the second daughter of the Minister of Rites, Liu Yuan, praising her artistry, and distributed further rewards to the distinguished young ladies. Song Qiuyun watched as each precious item was presented, her handkerchief clenched tightly in her grasp. Yet, as the proceedings concluded, the Grand Princess still did not call her name. Observing Song Lingxi draw near to the Grand Princess alongside Shen Shuyi, she cast her gaze downwards, her hands slightly tightening as she gently followed suit. "Greetings, dear Grandaunt." Shen Shuyi, sensing Song Lingxi's agitation, gently shook her head, implying that there was no need to confront such individuals with urgency. The best approach was to simply disregard them. The Grand Princess maintained her serene demeanor, her smile unwavering. "Qiuyun? Which family do you belong to?" Shen Shuyi noticed the glance directed her way by Song Qiuyun, but merely returned a smile, resolutely refraining from intervening. Since she had gone to such lengths to arrive here, it was only fitting that she navigate her own circumstances. After all, Shen Shuyi was neither her sister-in-law, nor her sister, nor her mother, and had no obligation to assist her. With no other recourse, Song Qiuyun steeled herself to speak. "Dear Grandaunt, Prince Rome is my father." The Grand Princess replied in her gentle tone, "Oh, I see. But I had heard you were called Qiuyun. Why the name change? Your father is rather unreasonable. How could he keep altering the name he has bestowed upon a child?" Shen Shuyi could hardly suppress a laugh, and Lingxi, whom she was holding, could not contain herself any longer, bursting into laughter. Even the young ladies present lowered their heads to count the tiles, while the noble women fixed their gazes upon the scene. Song Qiuyun's complexion turned pale, trembling slightly, and it took her several moments to respond. "The name Qiuyun that my esteemed aunt mentioned belongs to my younger sister. I am her elder sister, Qiuyun." The Grand Princess would not impose difficulties upon her, merely acknowledging with a sound. "Now, do rise. Seeing you alongside Lingxi, I was led to believe you were Qiuyun, who shares a close friendship with her." Chapter 85. I should not be angry as the gathering came to a close. Shen Shuyi escorted the guests out of the garden and assisted the Duchess of Anhua into her carriage. "Aunt, forgive me for not being able to see you off any further," she said. The Duchess affectionately patted her hand and replied, "My dear child, why must you act so distant? Go attend to your own matters. I shall return now." Shen Shuyi watched the carriage disappear into the distance before returning to the floral hall, where her grandmother and aunt were still waiting. Aunt Qin gazed at a list with a gleam in her eyes, while her grandmother sipped tea, lost in thought. "Grandmother, aunt, where is Lingxi?" Shen Shuyi inquired. The Grand Princess looked up and said, "I asked her to take the child for a stroll." "You have worked hard these past few days, Shushu," she added. Shen Shuyi shook her head gently and approached her side. "Grandmother, it hardly counts as hardship. I was meant to organize the literary society, and merely had a few more attendees than expected. It was also a privilege to receive contributions from you both." Aunt Qin beamed with delight. "This cannot be dismissed lightly. You are simply too considerate." As Shen Shuyi glanced at the list in her hand, Aunt Qin promptly handed it over. "These are my niece's names. They will remain confidential." Observing the names, Shen Shuyi nodded in understanding. In truth, Aunt Qin had not been without her schemes over the years. She could not neglect her unmarried younger son's prospects in the capital. These were all fine young women, but what mattered most was her cousin. In an era where marriages were arranged by parental decree and matchmaking, the man's disposition held considerable weight. If a man possessed heart and responsibility, no matter which woman he wed, her life would not be too difficult. Conversely, if he lacked either, even the most accomplished of ladies would find no solace. The Grand Princess cast a glance at Shen Shuyi and gently remarked, "Do not worry. As elders, we must first express our intentions. Although it is unseemly to be too selective, matters of marriage are rarely straightforward. Hengyue has been by my side for many years without any frivolous distractions. He will simply choose whom he deems suitable. If she also harbors interest, then the match shall be made. I am not one to impose a forced union." With that, the Grand Princess brought up Lu Shiqing. "That girl from a Lu family is truly admirable. Just like her sister, she possesses clarity and ambition. Alas, our families are not well matched. Moreover, she is unlikely to find someone suitable among us, as her aspirations and ambitions are quite evident. After bidding farewell to her grandmother and aunt, Shuyi sought out Song Lingxi and Song Qiuyan. Upon seeing Shuyi, Song Lingxi rushed over as if she had encountered a savior. "Sister-in-law, can we go back now?" she exclaimed. Today had been particularly trying for her due to Song Qiuyan's antics. She already disliked her because of Song Qiuyan, and witnessing her various pretensions was utterly mortifying. Shuyi discerned her sentiments with a glance and gently tousled her hair, whispering soothingly, "Sister-in-law knows that Lingxi has endured much. Once we return, I will buy you the jewelry you desire most." Although Song Lingxi was delighted by the promise, she shook her head in refusal, saying, "I am happy to assist you. Sister-in-law, I cannot accept rewards." Observing the timid and sorrowful expression in Song Qiuyan's eyes, Shuyi suppressed her words. "Qiuyan, you should return with us, otherwise. I am at a loss as to how to explain to the Princess of Rome." As soon as the gathering dispersed, Song Qiuyan contemplated fleeing, but was swiftly pulled back by Song Lingxi. After all, as the host, she was responsible for ensuring Song Qiuyan's safety. As for any reprimands she might face upon returning, that was of no concern to her. Song Qiuyan felt a sense of embarrassment, but dared not refuse. Meanwhile, the Princess of Rome was infuriated and suffering a headache. Ever since receiving the message from Shuyi, her heart sank in despair. She promptly summoned concubine Shen, instructing her to stand and transcribe scriptures without further ado. Seated in her circle of chairs, the princess had a maid massage her temples, her thoughts simmering with indignation. The Prince of Rome was utterly ineffectual. Marrying such a man left her with little hope for the future. Now that her son had risen to prominence and her daughter was nearing marriageable age, with a capable daughter-in-law, her life had finally begun to ease. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would remain so foolish since his youth? Failing to perceive the reality around him, did he still believe himself to be the former Prince of Rome? He had squandered the family's legacy, indulging in concubines and revelries, all of which she had reluctantly accepted. But now, allowing Song Qiuyan to seek humiliation and tarnish the reputation of the entire Rong household was intolerable. Should she be grateful that the esteemed Princess Changxi and the daughter-in-law of the Prince of Qing were dignified individuals, thus sparing them from disgrace? However, in the capital, who could be deemed a fool? With the news now public, it was inevitable that people would suspect the daughters of the Rong household were unmarriageable. Zhao Shi entered with measured steps. "Mother, Qiuyan has returned." The Princess of Rome opened her eyes and glared at the frozen concubine Shen, snorting in disdain. "Bring her in. I am eager to see if she believes she could defy authority." Upon returning to the estate, Song Qiuyan shed her earlier trepidation. Her delicate features now adorned with a mocking expression. "I pay my respects to the princess," she declared, kneeling. The Princess of Rome, already incensed, felt her anger surge upon witnessing Song Qiuyan's unrepentant demeanor. "Do you not comprehend the gravity of your actions today?" Concubine Shen, feigning fragility, hurried to kneel beside the defiantly proud Song Qiuyan, weeping profusely. "Your Highness, please temper your anger. I am unaware of the exact nature of Qiuyan's offense, but clearly, it must be her fault. I shall chastise her at once. Please do not let your health suffer due to your wrath." Seeing her disingenuous display, the Princess of Rome regained her composure. "I'm not angry, nor should I be. Ultimately, it is their trifling family affairs that have caused this uproar." The Prince of Rome, in his self-proclaimed nobility, has never grasped the truth of his circumstances, while concubine Shen, despite her slight status, lacks the insight befitting her lineage. Song Qiuyan is a perfect amalgamation of her parents' ignorance and arrogance. Despite her attempts to appear delicate, she cannot mask the odious pride festering within her. Just then, the Prince of Rome, reeking of alcohol and in a hurry, barged through the door, noticing his cherished concubine and daughter kneeling on the floor, and immediately spoke. "The two of them have come to this point, and you still won't let them be?" Zhao calmly assisted the rising Princess Rome. "Am I the one making things difficult for them?" "My lord, you remain oblivious, as ever. You insisted on having Zhao test the waters. Yet her words conveyed no such intention, and you still fail to see the reality. Now, you allow this mother-daughter duo to embarrass themselves in public? Do you not believe that by tomorrow, the whole of the capital will know that your legitimate daughter is destined to remain unmarried? Princess Rong, filled with indignation, retorted, "How could that be? I am the Prince of Rome. My daughter is worthy of anyone." Chapter 86. A moment of reflection. Seeing the mixture of confidence and disbelief on his face, the Princess of Rome could not help but burst into laughter. After all these years, she had long seen through his arrogant yet cowardly nature. "My lord, you ought to open your eyes and recognize the present circumstances. Do you still believe this is a time when our father and mother were alive?" The Prince of Rome clenched his fists, his face flushing with anger. "What are you saying? No wonder I felt nauseated by you for so many years." The princess, today infuriated and dizzy, disregarded her former dignity and retorted sharply, "I find you equally nauseating. You possess neither knowledge nor martial prowess, and you lack any self-awareness. After all these years, I have had enough. Were it not for the children, who would endure the presence of such a foolish person as you? Look at the heads of other households. None of them are as helpless as you, lacking even a semblance of responsibility. You have even received half the gift that others have from the palace." Upon hearing her words and observing her once composed yet now scornful visage, the prince's anger surged, and he took a few steps forward. Zhao, his daughter-in-law, suddenly stepped in front of her mother-in-law, remaining silent yet firm in her stance. The prince halted upon seeing the dignified, unsmiling face of his daughter-in-law. The Princess of Rome, no longer intimidated, stepped forward to shield her daughter-in-law. "What? Do you wish to confront me? Just take a look at your own flabby physique. Do you truly believe you can lift a hand against me?" The concubine kneeling on the ground was dumbfounded, while Song Chuyun wore a smug expression, reveling in the downfall of the Princess of Rome. The Princess of Rome laughed heartily at the furious face of the prince, then turned her gaze to the mother and daughter on the ground, casting an amused glance at Song Chuyun. Truly, one cannot deny the resemblance between father and daughter. No wonder my Shuyun is not favored by the prince. It appears she lacks your foolish demeanor. Do you believe I have spoken ill of your father? Observing Song Chuyun's fawning attitude towards the prince, she found it genuinely amusing, especially considering her mother's knowing expression. "You fool! Had your father possessed any capability, he would not have allowed you to flatter him, nor would he have subjected you to such disgraceful antics for the amusement of others. Do you not understand? In our Rong household, if it were not for my son, we might not even be worthy to reside next to the Duke of Qing." With that, she turned to mock the prince once more. "You are utterly incompetent. Does your eldest daughter possess any celestial qualities that make her worthy of anyone? Be quiet. I command you to silence." The prince bellowed, his rotund belly quivering, swaying as if he might faint from rage. The Princess of Rome laughed even more joyfully. Finally, she comprehended the sentiments of the couple next door. Speaking so frankly brought forth an entirely different sensation. It felt as if years of pent-up frustration had been released. "Umph, you born fool. If you had any ability, you would divorce me. If you lack ability, you ought to obediently remain the useless Prince of Rome." Eventually, the prince swayed left and right before collapsing, and the Princess of Rome laughed heartily, casting a glance at the mother and daughter who had finally begun to grasp the situation. Lady Sun was penalized with a year's salary reduction, while Song Chuyun faced 6 months of confinement. The Princess of Rome, disinterested in the foolish antics of their family, ordered them to be cast aside. Lady Zhao presented a cup of tea and inquired, "Mother, was there anything inappropriate about today's events?" Although the Princess of Rome was not typically submissive, today she exuded a formidable presence that left her speechless, while the flustered expressions of Lady Sun and her daughter were truly astonishing. With a dismissive huff, the princess responded, "What could be inappropriate? Rest assured, it's merely a release of pent-up frustration. What more could he possibly do? Were it not for my parents' early demise, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Now that I am liberated, I find this state rather agreeable. After enduring for so many years, am I not entitled to vent my frustrations? Not to mention, with Song Chuyun's commotion today, I cannot help but worry about my own reputation." The outsiders remain unaware of the intricacies. The principle of shared fortune and misfortune applies here, and the mere thought of granting favor to the Prince of Rome incenses me. My son has matured and proven his worth. It is high time he was acknowledged. Upon returning to the residence of Prince Qing, Shuyi remained oblivious to the dramatic events unfolding next door, where the typically subdued princess of Rome had risen to prominence. Accompanied by Song Lingxi, she approached the main courtyard to pay respects to the princess of Qing. Before the latter could utter a word, Song Lingxi eagerly divulged the events of the day. Mother, that Song Qiuyun is truly shameless. The princess of Qing sighed, acknowledging the truth in that statement, yet lamenting that her parents' lack of decorum was far more detrimental. Observing the disposition of her parents, it was evident that Song Chun's marriage prospects were dim. Shuyi shook her head, noting that out of respect for both households, she had already shown considerable grace today, yet Song Qiuyun remained oblivious to the proprieties. Such individuals are not generally well-liked, and Shuyi was merely being considerate of the princess of Rome's reputation. She did not wish to imply that her cousin was any treasure to behold, as matters of marriage should not be so calculated. Even the smallest of ulterior motives can be off-putting. Had she boldly requested an invitation, Shuyi might have thought more highly of her, at least for her audacity. The princess of Qing set aside her fan, remarking that dignity is not bestowed by others, but earned through one's own efforts. Mother, has there been any resolution regarding cousin Yun's marriage? She inquired, recalling her recent encounter with the aunt of the Yun family. The princess of Qing's expression became neutral as she replied, this matter will undoubtedly require further negotiation. Your aunt mentioned that the young lady harbors no ill intentions, yet her actions lack stability. However, your cousin is quite taken with her, so it seems he shall proceed with the proposal. Yet, it appears the young lady has since reconsidered. At this, the princess of Qing furrowed her brow, realizing that it was now up to cousin Yun to navigate these waters, given the ambiguous nature of their relationship. Reflecting on her sister-in-law's troubled demeanor when discussing this matter, the princess felt a sense of helplessness. Shuyi, on the other hand, was taken aback. While the princess of Qing was unaware of the underlying issues, Shuyi was fully aware. The young lady from the Rong family exhibited such instability following a proposal. How could she be so reckless? She certainly comprehended the meticulous considerations that a woman must undertake. However, if one has not fully contemplated the matter, it would be prudent not to give consent. To acquiesce and then retract only serves to tarnish the matriarch's perception of her. Moreover, was that incident involving the spring medicine merely a figment of her imagination? It never transpired. At that moment, Shuyi found it perplexing, and her confusion has only deepened with time. The young lady indeed possesses both courage and conviction, yet it appears that this bravery and resolve are tinged with a hint of recklessness. It seems as though she acted impulsively, without thoroughly contemplating the repercussions of her actions. The princess of Qing sighed and remarked, alas, let the offspring find their own fortunes. Chapter 87. Do you really dislike me so much? On the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, known as the Qixi festival, it marked the 21st birthday of Shuyi. This year, there was no grand banquet in the palace, as the princess of the celebration king instructed her household to celebrate Shuy's birthday. Shuyi, make sure to return early from Xianqing Temple today. Shuyi understood the intentions of the princess and promptly replied, I understand, mother. Upon her arrival at Xianqing Temple, Shuy's emotions were vastly different. Previously, she had come with a sense of relief mixed with sorrow. This time, however, she was composed and serene. Though she had not forgotten the past, she did not deliberately dwell on it. She made wishes for a peaceful home, harmonious family, and all matters to go smoothly, watching them hang high upon the tree. Her thoughts returned to her youth, to the sincerity she had possessed then, contrasting with the anxious hopes that accompanied her wishes after marriage. Upon returning to the royal residence, Shuyi celebrated a joyful birthday with the celebration king and princess Song Lingxi Mingxian. She received several estates and shops as gifts, which brought smiles to the faces of the king and the princess as they looked upon her with joy. Shuyi held little interest in other possessions. As long as these gifts could bring her happiness, she would gladly accept them. She had a fondness for silver and wealth she had cultivated herself, Thus, she particularly cherished the estates and shops. Upon arriving at Hengyue Pavilion, Guyu entered with a box. "Princess, this was sent from Jiangnan some time ago. It must be a birthday gift from a young master." Shuyi, exhausted from the day's events, lacked the energy to examine it. "Just place it on the table." In recent days, Mingxian had begun practicing martial arts under the guidance of his father, and she instructed the maids and servants to pay extra attention to his diet and health. Although it felt a bit early to start training, the celebration king was prudent, and Shuyi naturally had no objections. Not long after she settled down, there was a knock at the door of Hengyue Pavilion. To the astonishment of Guyu and the others, Hengyue gracefully entered the inner chamber. Half awake, Shuyi felt a burning gaze upon her. When she opened her eyes, she was met by Hengyue, who should have been in Jiangnan. "What are you doing here? You should be in Jiangnan. Given the dire situation there, how could you return to the capital without permission? If anything were to happen to the third prince in Jiangnan, could the celebration king's residence handle it?" Seeing her first reaction was not joy but reproach, Hengyue felt a pang in his heart, his weary form appearing slightly hunched. "Shushu, I did not return without permission. I was supposed to arrive tomorrow, but knowing today is your birthday, I hurried back as fast as I could. Yet, why do you appear so devoid of joy?" He pondered. Had their relationship deteriorated to this point? He did not seek anything more, yet he did not wish to see her annoyance upon his arrival, as if all his actions were meaningless. After a moment of silence, Hengyue produced a delicate box from his cloak, revealing a beautiful ring adorned with pink and blue gemstones. "Shushu, happy birthday." Shuyi remained silent for a while. Yet today, she had already received your gift. So why go to such lengths? Hengyue was taken aback, recalling the present he had sent a few days prior, one he had dispatched before he could return to the capital. He turned abruptly, and indeed, on the dressing table lay the familiar box, clearly unopened. Turning back, he was met with the indifferent visage of his wife. "Shushu, that was sent before I could return to the capital. Now that I am back, I must prepare something anew. After all, a gift given in person is the true surprise, is it not?" He had intended to inquire whether she liked it, but recollecting the unfortunate incident with last year's birthday gift, he swallowed the words. "Let me put this on you. This ring compliments you beautifully." Shuyi found it difficult to feign dislike for the ring. Yet as she glanced down, she noticed the matching ring adorning Hengyue's finger. After a moment of silence, she withdrew her hand, observing him as he scrutinized her jade-white fingers with delight. She then raised her other hand and removed the ring. "It is indeed lovely. However, this piece is better suited for admiration than for wearing." Her words were clearly a polite refusal. Hengyue unconsciously rubbed the ring on his own finger, hesitating before asking, "Shushu, do you truly dislike me so much?" Shuyi was momentarily taken aback. Since their last quarrel, they had both tacitly returned to a facade of mutual calm. After contemplating for a moment, she replied, "Such discussions are pointless." The Hengyue of her past life evoked feelings of hatred and disdain, yet for the present Hengyue, she felt no animosity. After all, not every couple is bound by love, is it not? One person's devotion does not guarantee the other's sincerity. She had long recognized this truth, yet was ensnared by love, marriage, and the possessiveness she felt towards her husband. Even in her past life, she had fulfilled her duties as a wife, often yearning for reciprocity. Now, she could not discern whether her feelings were rooted more in affection for him as a person or in her desire for acknowledgement as his wife. She had navigated her emotions with a clarity that often led to suffering, yet also to self-healing, only to fall into the same traps again. The matters of marriage, intertwined with politics and romance, were far from simple. It was not merely a matter of regret or departure. At the very least, she could not act so. It was only through the trials of life and death that she emerged. As for the current Hengyue, to be honest, she felt neither hatred nor disdain. She simply wished to live peacefully, provided that he treated Mingxian well, took responsibility for her, and brought honor to their family. Everything else seemed trivial. Hengyue, however, could not accept her stance, persistently seeking an answer. "I once failed to treat you well, but honestly, am I not humble enough before you now? It is not that I expect your reciprocation for my efforts. Yet cannot you see me? We are husband and wife, after all. Book, might you extend a modicum of pity towards me? Turn your gaze back upon him. Observe his remorse. Witness his transformation, and recognize his earnest efforts. Do not solely fixate on the path ahead. Shuyi, seeing him in this disheveled state, yearning for a response, revealed a radiant smile. Let us refrain from casting stones at one another. You have treated me far worse in the past. This is not an act of vengeance. Rather, I genuinely desire the tranquil and respectful marriage you once described. A relationship as serene as still waters. As long as you treat Mingxian well, and do not take a concubine, your demeanor towards me holds little significance. Chapter 88. The Son of Mouse digs holes. As Song Hengyue gazed upon her radiant smile and listened to her composed words, he felt an icy chill enveloping him. It was his fault, entirely his fault. He had been excessively self-centered and lacked the requisite sense of responsibility. His face turned ashen, and his eyes misted over. He opened his mouth several times, yet found himself unable to articulate a single word. Ultimately, he could only speak of official matters. I have returned to the capital in secrecy and must soon enter the palace. Thereafter, I shall immediately return to Jiangnan. Shuyi did not inquire further into these affairs. Content as long as Song Hengyue was not returning to the capital for personal reasons. Then you may proceed to the palace. Lowering his gaze to meet the urging expression on his wife's face, Song Hengyue managed a bitter smile. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Shu. He yearned for her companionship, but with the affairs of state looming before him, he had no choice but to fulfill his duties. Moreover, Shu seemed disinterested in his presence. During the past month, her letters had been sparse, and none contained any mention of him. There were merely perfunctory updates that all was well at home. Song Hengyue received far fewer letters from her than from the illiterate Mingxian, which clearly indicated her lack of enthusiasm for him. The correspondence arrived every few days, most bearing Mingxuan's seal. He was not oblivious to the implications, yet he still harbored hopes of discovering traces of her concern within her few words. Yet there was nothing. Bowing his head, he embraced Shuyi, suppressing the impulse to draw her tightly into his arms. I shall depart now. Await my return, Shu. Releasing her, Song Hengyue clenched his fists, his gaze filled with longing as he stared at Shuyi. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Shuyi remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Be careful on your journey. A smile graced Song Hengyue's face. Yes, I understand. You should rest. As he passed beyond the screen and finally through the door, Shuyi shook her head slightly, then furrowed her brow in thought. Raising her voice, she called out, Guyu, come in. Guyu entered, noticing the young lady of the house in her slippers, swiftly lighting the lamps. Your ladyship, watch your step. Shuyi nodded, settling onto the imperial concubine's chair, and instructed Guyu. Ensure the servants in the courtyard are well informed. They must not disclose the prince's whereabouts. Considering Song Hengyue's usual manner of conduct, she was not overly concerned about the servants outside Mingyue Pavilion discovering his presence. Go and see who has been near Mingyue Pavilion recently. Guyu understood her intent and responded, Yes, I shall ensure it is handled meticulously. Shuyi rubbed her forehead. Good, but do not make too much noise. Unable to wait for dawn, Shuyi donned her attire and proceeded to the main courtyard. Hearing faint sounds from outside, the princess consort of Qing turned to her husband, who had already risen. That sounds like Shuyi. I will go take a look. The Prince of Qing watched as his languid wife abruptly became alert, donning her outer garments. I should have known a yin favored Shuyi as a daughter-in-law. Yet, why does she treat him with such indifference? He observed as both the prince and princess consort of Qing stepped outside. Shuyi's face revealed a sense of guilt as she hurried to support Princess Qing. It was her fault for disturbing the king and queen. The princess touched her hand, feeling its warmth, and smiled. You are not a disturbance. You must have come for a reason. Shuyi was indeed a thoughtful and considerate child. She would not visit them at this hour without purpose. Nodding, Shuyi turned to King Qing. Father, the heir has just returned, saying he arrived secretly to meet the emperor. Upon hearing this, the king furrowed his brow, realizing there must be urgent matters to discuss with the emperor. You need not worry. I shall send someone to protect him shortly. While others may struggle to find Song Hengyue's whereabouts, as his father, I will certainly know. Shen Shuyi's visit aimed at achieving this outcome. Song Hengyue's secretive journey meant he likely did not bring many attendants back to the capital. Given the perilous situation in Jiangnan, Shen Shuyi felt compelled to inform King Qing, providing assistance when it mattered most. Even if it seemed like unnecessary worry, it was better to be cautious. After her departure, King Qing suddenly sighed. Shuyi is a good girl, thoughtful, polite, and perceptive. I doubt Hung ever anticipated that just by showing his face, Shuyi would consider so much on his behalf. Princess Qing yawned gently, glancing at him with a smile in her eyes. What else could it be? I recognized Shuyi's worth at first glance. Although I was tempted, I dared not make a play for her, who knew the emperor would intervene, and Shuyi would become my daughter-in-law. My feelings were mixed. Joy was inevitable, but concern lingered for that unruly son of ours. King Qing extended his hand to support his wife, naturally guiding her in a new direction. I in his good taste, she excels in every way. The princess, following his lead, reclined but retorted unhappily. It is Shuyi who is inherently good. It is not merely my discernment. After Shuyi came of age, the noble women of the capital seemed electrified. Yet she had no standing to involve herself. Witnessing Shuyi's popularity made her irate upon returning home to face that wayward son, Song Hengyue. What a splendid daughter-in-law candidate. Yet I could not voice my thoughts due to Heng's misdeeds. How could I not be furious? Reflecting on this, Princess Qing playfully hit King Qing. The mouse will dig its burrow. Hung has clearly inherited your traits. As he instinctively pulled his wife closer, he began to massage her shoulders. I was wrong. Hung and I may both be like mice, but you must not scold yourself. Are we all mice in this family? Princess Qing rolled her eyes. Hung is your blood. He takes after you, while Lingxi is my child. Once that wretched son grows up, I would wish to disown him if he weren't my flesh and blood. I must educate Mingxian properly, she fumed, recalling how he had tricked her into going to the border, leading to Heng's mischief in the capital. What nonsense is this rivalry over a woman? The mere thought is absurd. Of course, if Hung truly had intentions, I would respect him as a man. When she returned to the capital with excitement, she was met with the petty demeanor of one Baoru and her son, who had unwittingly transformed into a lovesick fool. In that moment, she was engulfed by fury. That wretched boy, Song Hengyue, had been soundly beaten, yet had the audacity to claim that Shen Xiuqi held affection for Wan Baoru, as if it were of no consequence to him. Her anger intensified. How could it be of no concern to him? It was more akin to a rivalry between two men for a single woman. Did he not recognize his own son's indifference, while simultaneously finding Wan's character somewhat intriguing? If not for Chen Xiuqi's admiration for Wan, Song Hengyue would have never taken notice of her. This preconceived notion led Chen Xiuqi, blinded by his own sentiments, to deem her admirable, while Song Heng, indifferent and lacking discernment, followed suit in his misguided appreciation. Nevertheless, once Song Hengyue wed, his conduct was utterly abysmal, to the point where she dreaded encountering Madame Huayin. Hiruqiao. She yearned to take matters into her own hands, to assist her rebellious son in lavishing affection upon his wife. Chapter 89. Show her compassion? In early October, the situation in Jiangnan finally stabilized. Shen Shuyi felt a sense of relief upon not hearing any news of the third prince's injury. With Song Hengyue's involvement, the changes in circumstances were substantial, and the credit for this achievement was firmly established. Shen Shuyi was elated. Song Hengyue's prominence would undoubtedly pave a bright path for Mingxuan's future. The day of Song Lingxi's coming-of-age ceremony was drawing near, and Shen Shuyi was busily occupied, with exquisite gifts arriving from all corners, filling the residence of the crown prince. Mother, here is the guest list. Please review it and let me know if any changes are needed. This list encompassed the residences of officials above the third rank in the capital, along with all noble families and royal dignitaries. The crown princess glanced over it casually before nodding, affirming that it included the appropriate households. Very well. Shall we call for the princess? It's time for Lingxi to try on her attire. The three most important outfits, a plain silk dress, a ceremonial deep robe, and a grand-sleeved formal gown, needed to be both appropriate and striking. The crown princess surveyed the garments already unfurled by the maids, her satisfaction evident. It seems your youthful eyes have indeed chosen well. The garments sparkled brilliantly. Although the plain silk dress appeared simple, its fabric was an exceptionally rare sky blue. Shuyi, modestly deflecting the praise, explained, the fabric for the deep robe was bestowed by Her Majesty the Empress. The materials for the other two outfits were sent back by the heir from Jiangnan, which account for their unique hues. The steward sent by Hengyue was remarkably capable, overseeing the continuous flow of goods to the capital, various fabrics, perfumes, jewelry, and whatever was in vogue. Mother, I also prepared outfits for you and father. You must try them on later. The crown princess embraced her. You always manage these matters so adeptly. With you as my daughter-in-law, my days have grown increasingly delightful. She often insisted that Shuyi take time to rest, yet Shuyi enjoyed being involved in these preparations. I simply relish this, Shuyi replied with a sweet smile. Who doesn't enjoy making money? She was genuinely happy. Despite the crown princess now taking a more relaxed approach, each time Shuyi became busy, she would find various excuses to send gifts to her. At one point, Shuyi suspected the crown princess wished to bestow everything upon her and Song Lingxi. The crown princess shook her head in resignation. It's wonderful to see you so spirited. This could be considered a unique form of self-contentment. Upon entering, Song Lingxi immediately leaped into her mother's and sister-in-law's embrace. Hug me. The crown princess recoiled slightly, her heart aching for Song Lingxi. Yet, the girl's endearing demeanor, coupled with traces of her father's features, inexplicably sent a shiver down her spine. Indeed, Song Hengyue bore a closer resemblance to the crown princess. His features handsome yet aloof, with sharper angles. Conversely, Song Lingxi took after her father, who, in his youth, resembled a charming dandy, albeit with an air of roguishness due to his royal lineage. In his youth, the crown prince would ride through the streets of the capital daily, trailed by a group of friends that the crown princess often referred to as rascals. Song Lingxi suddenly froze, awkwardly shifting direction. Sister-in-law, hug me. Shuyi found the scene amusing and pulled the girl closer, just as Mingxian dashed into the room. Come here, sweet baby. Mingxian is indeed a delightful child. At this moment, Shuyi feels an overwhelming sense of happiness. Life in the Prince of Qing's residence is splendid. With a kind father-in-law, a loving mother-in-law, a considerate sister-in-law, the adorable Mingxian, and a husband who seldom returns home, she feels truly blessed. Song Lingxi, in a childish manner, begins to vie for Shuyi's affection with Mingxian. Mother mine, sister-in-law mine. Mingxian, determined, pries Song Lingxi away, who feigns yielding and relaxes her body as if pushed aside. With a triumphant air, Mingxian climbs onto her mother's lap and extends her arms to embrace her little sister. Unable to contain her laughter, Song Lingxi giggles uncontrollably, then buries her head in Mingxian's arms, murmuring, "Good baby Mingxian, hold me." The corners of the Princess of Qing's mouth cannot suppress their upward curve as she embraces Shuyi. Oh dear, you are all my precious babies. The Prince of Qing, dressed in ethereal elegance and wielding a feather fan, strides in. He pauses at the sight before him, then bursts into laughter, the celestial aura of his attire dissipating in the warmth of his smile. How harmonious you all are. He wishes to join in the merriment, yet feels it would be inappropriate. Come, 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 Mingxian, let grandfather hold you. Today, this little one seems somewhat in the way, unaware of her grandfather's envy. Mingxian is lost in this tender moment, her cherubic face radiating warmth and joy. Upon hearing her grandfather's call, she reaches out her tiny hand. Everyone adores Mingxian. The Prince of Qing lifts her high with delight, proclaiming, "Yes, Mingxian is the treasure of the family, beloved by all." The family revels in happiness as the prince takes Mingxian to play, while Song Lingxi changes into the attire prepared for her, and Shuyi steps forward to check for any discrepancies. The Princess of Qing contemplates and then speaks to Shuyi. This year, your father and mother will also be returning. I would like to invite your mother as the honored guest. At this, Shuyi pauses, recalling her mother's letter and calculating the time. It seems feasible, yet the uncertainties of the journey loom large. With winter approaching, any delays would not be surprising. It would be unfortunate if they missed the occasion. After much deliberation, Shuyi thinks of someone. Mother, what do you think of my maternal grandmother? The Princess of Qing is taken aback. Princess Changxi? She is indeed an excellent choice. If Lingxi could have Princess Changxi as the honored guest, it would be a dream come true. Shuyi did not intentionally bring up her grandmother. Rather, it was a thought that arose due to her grandmother's fondness for Song Lingxi after she assisted at the recent Lotus Appreciation Banquet. If Song Lingxi were to serve as the honored guest, her grandmother would surely be delighted. After a moment of contemplation, the Princess of Qing rises and takes a few steps. Then I shall personally invite Princess Changxi. Shuyi feels it is best for her mother to handle the invitation, and she does not wish to take on this responsibility. Song Lingxi, however, is quite pleased and inquires of the princess. Mother, you promised me to invite Shuyi. The Princess of Qing, with a resigned nod, acknowledges her. Yes, I know. Turning to Shuyi, who is still adjusting her attire, the princess asks Shuyi, we have candidates for the honored guest and the sponsor. Who would you suggest? Shuyi already has a suitable candidate in mind. Lu Jiaxiqing, the sister of the crown princess. Song Lingxi clapped her hands, remarking on how admirable Lu's elder sister is. For over half a year, Lu Xiqing has been rather quiet. Yet it is well known that the crown princess and Prime Minister Lu are preparing to select a suitable husband for her. The Wang family is not of insignificant status, and Lu Xiqing is unlikely to refuse. After some contemplation, the crown princess nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is an excellent candidate. The young lady is truly commendable. Shuyi holds her in high regard for her capability, heart, and self-respect. Regarding Lu Xiqing, some express envy, some harbor jealousy, while others feel a sense of regret. However, Shuyi perceives it differently. How can one truly grasp another's thoughts without being the person involved? Lu Xiqing is in no way inferior to the crown princess. To pity her? Ridiculous. How many possess the ability to transform adversity into an advantage? Chapter 90. I miss you at the end of October. Song Hengyue returned to the capital. Gazing at the towering, majestic ancient city, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. The third prince jestingly teased him. You have finally returned to the capital. No more waiting day by day for letters. It has only been 5 months. Yet it feels as though we have not seen each other in years. Song Hengyue turned his head to glance at him, replying, my wound hurts. The third prince was momentarily taken aback, observing Song Hengyue's robust demeanor, and silently turned away. All right, if you choose not to speak of it, then I shall not press further. After all, Song Hengyue was genuinely injured. Though it was but a minor cut, it was still a wound. Alas, how could a Hung be so sensitive? The third prince had merely spoken the truth, yet it seemed he could not bear to hear it. Song Hengyue's stern expression softened slightly. The matter had reached a satisfactory conclusion, and he could finally return home. The past 5 months had been arduous, filled with longing and intermittent anxiety, fearing that Shu might forget him and worrying that she could grow accustomed to his absence. Shuyi was aware of Song Hengyue's return to the capital today. Her mood was subdued as she instructed, summon Steward Chen. Steward Chen was the one Shuyi had appointed to accompany Song Hengyue to Jiangnan for procurement. With a smile, Guyu exited, and shortly thereafter, Steward Chen arrived at the study, respectfully greeting Shuyi. Greetings to the Duchess. Rise. You have worked hard during your trip to Jiangnan. Steward Chen lowered his head slightly, lifting it just enough to let his gaze fall upon the teacup. I dare not. It is the duty of a servant. He then presented the accounts for her review. Shuyi received the ledger and waved her hand dismissively. The purpose of your visit is to discuss the situation in Jiangnan. I wish to acquire more properties there. Now was an opportune moment for planning, as a considerable number of estates would soon be available for sale in Jiangnan. Steward Chen had also done his homework and handed her a small booklet. This contains some observations I made in Jiangnan, along with my humble opinions for your consideration, Duchess. Shuyi was quite satisfied. Steward Chen was indeed competent. He had taken the initiative to prepare this without her prompting, and the booklet was of considerable thickness, indicating it was not the result of a mere day's labor. You have worked hard, she acknowledged, skimming through a few pages. You have traveled extensively and have been separated from your family for quite a while. It would be best for you to return home and reunite. Steward Chen smiled. Thank you, Duchess. After he departed, Shuyi took up the account books once more. I will verify these before presenting them to you. Only then did Shuyi open the booklet in her hands. Once you have verified them, prepare 50 taels as a reward to send over. Additionally, set aside 500 taels for Yundian to present to the servants accompanying the young master. As for the rewards for Song Hengyue's men, Yundian has established protocols for that, so there is no need for you to concern yourself. As the winter winds howled fiercely and the sky darkened, a gentle rain began to fall. The thick door curtains shielded against the cold wind, while the warm glow of golden charcoal flickered invitingly. Shuyi sat on the noblewoman's couch, occasionally flipping through the booklet, when Song Hengyue, his steps light with joy, pushed open the door. Shu, I have returned. Shuyi cast a sidelong glance at him, the candlelight illuminating her face, lending a warmth to her gentle expression. It was evident. Song Hengyue chuckled awkwardly, lifted the hem of his garment, and settled beside Shuyi, wrapping his arm around her, the lingering chill of his body betraying his eagerness. The recent endeavor had concluded splendidly. The emperor was exceedingly pleased with their undertaking. When it came to rewards, aside from the third prince, he was the next in line. Shuy's smile became increasingly sincere. Indeed, that was wonderful news. As Song Hengyue beheld her radiant smile, a wave of warmth surged within him. Shu, you have worked hard these past few months, he murmured, acknowledging her efforts in managing their household. Shuy's smile remained undiminished as she cast him a light glance in response. It is only natural. Besides, since I became the heir's consort, which day have I not been engaged in household affairs? Despite her words, there was no hint of sarcasm. Her tone was devoid of any underlying meaning. Song Hengyue stiffened slightly, observing that there was no trace of anger on her face, nor any sign of resentment. Logically, he should have felt delighted that she did not dwell on past oversights, yet the pang in his heart cautioned him against self-deception. Shu. He could only utter these two words, swallowing the rest, for he felt utterly unqualified to inquire further or to delve into the depths of their situation. After perusing the final entries in the ledger by the flickering candlelight, Shuyi lifted her gaze once more. In a few days, a multitude of shops should become available in Jiangnan. I intend to acquire some properties, not only for myself, but also to consider the dowry for Song Lingxi. She will come of age in early November, and discussions regarding her marriage will gradually commence. Jiangnan, with its bustling prosperity, was an ideal location for such investments. While some matters were to be deliberated by Prince Qing and his consort, as the current head of the household, Shuyi could not afford to remain indifferent. A significant portion of the dowry would come from the public funds. Although their family was small, the Qing prince's estate was vast, naturally dividing public and private assets. Song Hengyue had long noticed the ledger in her hands. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "This is indeed a favorable opportunity. If you trust me, I can have Yundian take care of it." Yundian was well acquainted with the situation in Jiangnan, unlike manager Chen, who, despite his familiarity with the affairs, lacked an understanding of the prevailing circumstances. Yundian, being Song Hengyue's confidant, possessed an intimate knowledge of the current trends in Jiangnan. Shuyi, of course, did not decline. "I will send the estate's manager along with some of my own people to accompany him." "Very well. Let's wait a few days. It would be premature to set out at this moment." Shu, I miss you," he confessed. Shuyi turned to glance at him, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, as the atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. Song Hengyue felt an inexplicable tension, unable to meet her gaze directly. "You should go see Mingxian. He misses you dearly." While she acknowledged that he missed her, the term miss perhaps concealed a touch of embellishment. "I have already visited him. That lad has fallen asleep. There is little left to observe." However, he dared not retort, merely rising to exit. "I shall now go and see if he has awakened." Shuyi summoned Dongji, asking if she had mastered the recipe she learned from her grandmother a few days ago. Dongji nodded emphatically, assuring the young lady that everything was under her control. It was merely a recipe for contraception. How difficult could it be? She had learned it in just a few days. "Then prepare a dose," Shuyi instructed. Dongji hastened her steps, while Shuyi resumed her contemplation of property matters. Song Hengyue cradled Mingxian, gently lulling him to sleep. For these past 5 months, He had relied entirely on Mingxuan's handprint for support. Were it not for Mingxuan's concern for his father, he likely would not have received even half a word from Shuyi. Chapter 91. You truly lack understanding. As Song Hengyue returned to the bedroom, his gaze immediately fell upon the steaming medicine bowl on the tea table beside Shuyi. A pang of concern gripped his heart, and he transformed his 2 steps into 1. Shu, are you feeling unwell? Shuyi, casting a glance at the bowl, bore an inscrutable expression. When she lifted her gaze once more, the teasing glint in her eyes had vanished. This is prepared for you. A moment of surprise gave way to joy. Shu, how did you know I was injured? Rest assured, it is merely a small wound. He felt an overwhelming sweetness within, realizing that being cherished by Shu felt this way. Injured? With a demeanor like his, how could he possibly appear to be hurt? It must be one of those minor wounds he mentioned. Shuyi smiled politely and then shook her head. No, this is a different medicine. It is something my grandmother specifically asked Dongji to learn after her return this year. An effective contraceptive for men. Its effects last for 6 months, after which it must be taken again. Shuyi believed that would suffice. However, she was not one to act shamelessly and was determined to clarify the matter with him explicitly. If he was willing, then so be it. If not, it would be fine. She would not force him. What medicine? He attempted to mask his disappointment and embarrassment, but as he gazed at the dark medicine bowl before him, an ominous feeling arose within. Shuyi looked into his eyes and stated clearly, contraceptive soup. The expression on Song Hengyue's face was comical, a mixture of astonishment, fear, embarrassment, and a hint of sorrow that barely surfaced. Will you take it? He rubbed his face and abruptly sat down. Let me think this through. He needed to reflect on these words. Something felt amiss with his ears. Contraceptive soup? Intended for him? Seeing his reaction, Shuyi did not rush him. It was essential for him to contemplate thoroughly. After a prolonged silence, Song Hengyue finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Do you not wish for children? Shuyi's gaze turned icy for a fleeting moment before she retracted it. I do not. The memory of the child lost during a difficult birth remained a lingering agony in her heart. Recognizing the fleeting chill in her eyes, Song Hengyue understood that the pain from her previous childbirth had left an indelible scar.